Since 1981, it has been a decade since I traversed England. Initially, I believed I could harness the advantages of my rebirth to achieve financial independence before turning 30. However, on the day of my 11th birthday, a sudden chime echoed in my mind. The Multiverse grocery store has been activated. Please accept your first task as the shopkeeper. It seemed a brand new future was unfolding before me. Chapter 1. The System Descends. Of course, Mom. After accepting the bag handed to him, Ryan waved goodbye to the blonde, middle-aged woman standing at the door and strolled along the sidewalk towards the nearby library. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with a few white clouds. Being a holiday, many neighbors took advantage of the pleasant weather to tend to their lawns or bask in the sunlight. As Ryan walked, he greeted those he passed. Observing the scene before him, Ryan let out a silent sigh. It had been a full decade since his arrival in this world. Upon reaching the library, he exchanged pleasantries with the librarian and soon spotted his adoptive father, Mr. Lambert Leong, a middle-aged man of half-Chinese descent, diligently writing at a table in the reading room on the second floor. He was a writer known for several regional bestsellers. Ryan was adopted. His adoptive parents had revealed this fact to him during his elementary school years. It was an unavoidable truth, given that a Caucasian couple could not naturally conceive a fully Asian child. For Ryan, being reborn as an infant in a foreign land after being inexplicably struck by a meteor was a stroke of extraordinary luck, especially since he encountered adoptive parents who treated him as their own and coincidentally shared his previous surname. A decade of nurturing had been enough for Ryan to regard them as his true parents in his heart. After greeting his adoptive father and relaying messages from his adoptive mother, Ryan settled into an empty seat to review his middle school textbooks. Possessing the soul of an adult and a solid educational foundation from his past life, he consistently ranked among the top students in his elementary school, a fact he felt little pride in. Under normal circumstances, he would complete his middle and high school education at a respectable private institution before entering one of the top 10 universities in England. As an ordinary person, even with 2 lifetimes of experience and a bachelor's degree in his previous life, he assumed that prestigious universities like Oxford or Cambridge were beyond his reach. This plan had crystallized within a week of his adoption, once he grasped his circumstances. Of course, once he entered high school, he could gradually leverage his knowledge of the future to earn money. If all went well, he could enjoy the financial freedom he had envied before the age of 30, post-university graduation. While Ryan immersed himself in his studies at the library, suddenly, a chime resonated in his mind. The system has been activated. The Multiverse grocery store is initializing. Ding! The system has successfully initiated the dimensional portal. Ding! Newbie task has been generated. Please accept. What is happening? Ryan's movements froze, as he had anticipated a typical life of urban rebirth. The world had evolved just as he remembered over the past decade. How could a system suddenly manifest? In his previous life as an ordinary office worker, Ryan had read numerous novels and was well aware of the common trope of protagonists receiving extraordinary abilities. Yet, that was merely fiction. In this new life, possessing a complete family and a promising future felt like an immense stroke of fortune, leaving him skeptical that such an extraordinary ability would befall him. But now, the golden finger had truly arrived. Could it be that I am the fabled destined protagonist? Ryan silently mused. Upon confirming the existence of the system in his mind, Ryan, with the soul of an adult, quickly regained his composure and began to examine the system's features. The system was an artifact, a remnant crystal from a deceased dimensional realm, which, during its cross-dimensional transit, collided with the former Ryan the Meteor and subsequently transported him to this world. Influenced by Ryan's body, soul, and the nuances of this world, it had transformed into a system. For a decade, the system had slumbered, its energy reserves depleted from the effort of transporting beings. Today, however, it had absorbed enough energy to awaken. Unfortunately, this system was not as sophisticated as those in his previous novels. It lacked the ability to engage in witty banter. Presently, it merely displayed its origins, along with a personal attribute panel and a task list. One must concede that the system possessed a modern minimalist aesthetic, with all information clearly presented. However, the tasks listed were. Could an 11-year-old truly accomplish these? The task list read, Opening grocery store task. As the store involves trading, your first task is to complete a transaction. Prepare for cross-dimensional travel. The available introductory world is Plants vs. Zombies. Reward. official opening of the Multiverse grocery store. It appeared to be a typical interdimensional quest one might encounter in a novel. Yet, Ryan pondered whether his 11-year-old body was truly capable of undertaking a trade in the world of plants versus zombies, a realm far from peaceful. Nevertheless, with a golden finger in hand, ignoring it would surely be unwise. Fortunately, the system granted Ryan a 24-hour preparation period. He resolved to make necessary arrangements and carry out the task after his parents had gone to sleep that night to avoid causing any commotion. At that moment, Ryan lost interest in his textbooks and sought out several volumes on wilderness survival. Though such last-minute preparations might prove futile, they were preferable to doing nothing at all. This is splendid. A life solely devoted to study is hardly ideal. Coincidentally, I have a brand new set of camping gear. Tomorrow is your birthday, and I shall present it to you as a gift. Of course, I have other surprises as well. By this point, they had arrived home, and Mr. Lambert was opening the door as he spoke. Dad, when did you buy this? I don't recall us ever going camping. Well, that's because your father prefers to stay at home. He promised a family camping trip, bought all the gear, but every time I suggested going out, he claimed to have other commitments. We've never actually gone camping. All that equipment is gathering dust in the backyard storage room. At that moment, Mrs. Sally emerged from the kitchen, setting the table while addressing the two who had just entered. Now, you both should wash your hands. Dinner will be served shortly. After a sumptuous lunch, Ryan and his adoptive father ventured to the backyard storage room to retrieve the camping equipment and tidy up the area. It's a holiday. You two should help out with chores. Of course, dear wife, Mom. Taking advantage of the afternoon, Ryan selected items he might need from the camping gear and placed them in his backpack. In a flash of blue light, Ryan vanished from his bedroom. His adoptive parents, deeply asleep at the other end of the hallway, remained oblivious to their son's disappearance. In fact, the entire neighborhood lay in slumber beneath the moonlight, unnoticed by anyone, as an owl delivered a parchment letter to Ryan's mailbox. Chapter 2. The fortuitous first transaction. After a flash of blue light, Ryan found himself standing on the street of a small town, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The street was nearly deserted, devoid of the anticipated zombies. With curiosity, Ryan surveyed the town, noting various odds and ends strewn about as makeshift barricades. At the far end, he could clearly see a house with a yard, where movement suggested the presence of someone inside. Consulting his system, Ryan quickly discerned that this house was his destination. Taking a deep breath, he grasped his entrenching tool from his bag and set off towards the dwelling. The barricades along the path were numerous, yet they seemed specifically designed to thwart the advance of the mindless undead. As an 11-year-old, Ryan easily maneuvered through the gaps, pressing onward toward the house at the center of the town. Scattered about the barriers were several decapitated zombies, remnants of a prior battle. Fortunately, the number of fallen corpses was sparse, allowing him to navigate around them with minimal delay. However, as Ryan approached within 10 meters of his destination, he noticed that the last obstacle, a fallen zombie, obscured the narrow gap between two barricades, while other routes appeared to lead him far astray. Just as he prepared to clear the corpse, he realized that while this zombie was merely the upper half of a body, its head remained intact. In the game, zombies only counted as defeated when their heads were severed, and a chill ran down Ryan's spine. Thankfully, his prudence had prevented him from acting hastily, as this half-zombie likely lay in wait, unable to move due to its missing lower half. A reckless approach could easily turn him into breakfast for the undead. Recognizing the potential danger, Ryan readied himself, grateful that his backpack contained everything he needed. He poured the fuel from his windproof lighter onto a bandage, then found a long, forked stick to wrap the bandage around before igniting it. With determination, he thrust the makeshift torch onto the zombie's head. Indeed, this zombie had been severely injured and lay in ambush. As the torch made contact, it began to thrash its arms wildly, attempting to retaliate against the one who dared to harm it. However, Ryan quickly secured the head with the forked stick and anchored the other end into the ground, forming a sturdy triangle. It was evident that this limbless creature lacked the ability to escape the flames and harm Ryan. As time passed, the fire gradually diminished, and the zombie's thrashing became less vigorous. Eventually, the flames extinguished, leaving the zombie motionless. Ryan prodded the head with his stick, and it fell to the ground, the entire body disintegrating into black ash. Startled by this turn of events, Ryan recalled that zombies consumed by fire would turn to ash in the game. This must count as his first kill, he mused, though regrettably, the system did not reward him with experience points, Only a pile of ash remained. Having cleared the barricade, Ryan finally stood before the door of his destination. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell, which emitted a cacophony of clattering sounds from within, as if someone had stumbled and knocked over several items. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man wearing an iron pot on his head, brandishing a baseball bat. Are the zombies ringing the doorbell? Where are they? Come out. Sir, I am human, and you might want to look down, Ryan replied. The man glanced down at Ryan, revealing mismatched eyes that hinted at a certain madness. This must be the plant scientist from the game, Crazy Dave. Quickly, come inside, child. The zombies are lurking, ready to feast on our brains. With that, Dave pulled Ryan inside and shut the door firmly. I should have suspected a human would arrive. If zombies were knocking, my precious plants would have certainly reacted. By the way, Dave said, leading Ryan to the living room, the outside world is hardly suitable for a child traveling alone. What brings you to my doorstep? Ryan found himself somewhat taken aback by Dave's directness. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak candidly. I own a shop and heard rumors of your extraordinary plants. I wish to engage in trade. However, my items are priced exorbitantly. What do you offer in exchange? Ryan reached into his backpack and produced corn tortillas and hot sauce. I believe these provisions may be of interest to you, as I suspect that in such dire circumstances, finding processed foods would be quite challenging. Moreover, I plan to travel extensively and meet many people, possibly discovering plants that have never existed in this world. We could mutually benefit in the future. Dave eagerly seized the tortillas and hot sauce. My heavens! Corn tortillas and hot sauce. I haven't seen these in ages, not since those wretched zombies besieged the town. Alas, they don't entirely meet my needs, but they are certainly preferable to the daily diet of pea soup. Very well, child, Dave said, placing the items down and looking at Ryan. I concede that your offerings have piqued my interest. However, these provisions will only secure you 3 basic plants. This is a concession I make, considering you are the first outsider I have encountered in so long, along with your proposal for future collaboration. Otherwise, I would only offer you 1 plant. Thank you, Uncle Dave, Ryan replied, glancing at the list of plants Dave provided. I have made my decision. I would like a sunflower, a pea shooter, and a sunshine mushroom. Upon hearing Ryan's request, Dave retrieved 3 bags and a key, handing them to him. Ah, you are a clever boy, recognizing that even the grandest garden must begin with the most fundamental plants. This key belongs to the neighbor's house. He ignored my warnings and was devoured by zombies. You can use it to access that side next time, saving yourself a lengthy journey. As soon as Ryan accepted these items, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Shopkeeper, you have successfully completed your first transaction. Acquired mini planting base, neighbor's yard, capable of providing 3 types of plants each week, 10 of each. Free access to the Plants vs. Zombies world. The transportation point has been fixed. It is located at Dave's neighbor's house. From a crack in the door, Dave witnessed Ryan vanish in a flash of blue light and murmured to himself, Indeed, I now have an extraordinary customer. Perhaps the hope for an end to the war against the zombies lies with him. With that, Dave turned to prepare lunch, eagerly anticipating the fresh corn tortillas he would enjoy. Chapter 3. The grocery store opens, and the owl's letter. Ryan approached the door and opened it, only to be greeted by a dense fog that enveloped the outside world. As he contemplated stepping out to explore, he sensed an invisible barrier preventing his exit. Realizing that dawn was still far off, he tidied up and retired to bed. In his dreams, he envisioned himself acquiring boundless wealth and power from the grocery store, forging a passage to his homeland, and thereafter leading a leisurely and blissful existence. Upon emerging, Ryan discovered 3 or 4 gift boxes placed in the corridor by the door, presumably birthday gifts. Turning over the accompanying card, he read the words, "Happy birthday to our son." A smile spread across his face as he carried the boxes into his room, then descended the stairs to the first floor. Once downstairs, Mrs. Sally had already prepared breakfast, while Mr. Lambert leisurely descended the staircase. At that moment, the familiar jingle of the postman's bell echoed at the door. "Ryan, go fetch the mail. I believe the supermarket's promotional flyer has arrived," called Mrs. Sally from the kitchen. Ryan donned his shoes and opened the front door, heading to the mailbox on the lawn. Inside, he found 4 letters. One containing the discount flyer from the nearby supermarket, another a letter from a publishing editor addressed to his father, a postcard from his mother's colleague who was traveling in Thailand, and the final letter addressed specifically to Ryan. Upon seeing this letter, Ryan's pupils dilated with surprise. The envelope was crafted from rare parchment, devoid of a postage stamp, and inscribed in verdant ink, "To Ryan, 2nd floor, 12, Quebec Street, Greenwich, London. Attention, Mr. Leong. Though a decade had passed since his journey began, he had never forgotten his childhood favorite, the Harry Potter novels. It was evident that this letter originated from Hogwarts. The notion of it being a prank was implausible. After all, it was 1991, and J.K. Rowling had yet to pen her tales, making it impossible for anyone to orchestrate such a jest. As for why he had not previously realized his wizarding potential, Ryan speculated that it was likely due to the adult soul residing within him, which allowed for better emotional control, thus averting the magical surges commonly experienced by young wizards. Today, however, he had received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, revealing yet another mysterious door had swung open for him. He felt as though the extraordinary events of the past few days had culminated in a lifetime of unexpected occurrences. Clearly, the world was not the mundane place he had believed for the past 10 years, but rather a realm imbued with magic. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chairman of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Ryan, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. A supplementary list of books and new student supplies followed. As Ryan entered the living room holding the open letter, Mr. Lambert shifted his gaze from the television and inquired, "What is the matter, dear? Has a girl written to you?" Both Mr. Lambert and Mrs. Sally took the letter from him. 5 minutes later, Mr. Lambert, his face a mask of astonishment, asked, "Could this possibly be a prank?" Indeed. The concept of magic seemed utterly implausible, Mrs. Sally concurred. Just as Ryan was about to respond, the doorbell rang suddenly. "Is there a visitor?" Mr. Lambert rose and opened the door. Standing there was a slightly balding, red-haired middle-aged man, dressed in a suit reminiscent of 2 decades past. "Hello, are you Ryan Liang's guardian?" he asked with warmth. "Yes, I am his father. How may I assist you?" Mr. Lambert replied. "Please, come in." Mr. Lambert gestured for Arthur to enter, then asked, "May I inquire which school you mentioned?" "Hogwarts," Arthur replied. "I am a graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Sally exclaimed in surprise, "Is the magic school truly real?" "Absolutely," Arthur affirmed. "Hogwarts is the finest magic school in Europe. Almost every young wizard with magical abilities in Britain attends there." Mr. Lambert looked down at Ryan and asked in Chinese, "Do you think you want to attend this school?" After their conversation, Mr. Lambert turned to Arthur and said, "Well, if this is indeed true, I tentatively agree to my child's enrollment at Hogwarts. However, I would like to confirm a few details. Could you tell me where Diagon Alley is mentioned in the letter?" "Certainly. You have a stronger grasp of this than most Muggle parents," Arthur replied. "You can access Diagon Alley through the back of the Leaky Cauldron." With a flick of his wand, Arthur conjured a line of text from the blank sheet on the table. 26, Charing Cross Road, London. This is the location of the Leaky Cauldron. Take your child there, and he will be able to see it. Then, as if recalling something, Arthur produced a train ticket from his pocket and said, "This is the ticket to Hogwarts. Keep it safe and do not lose it. The platform is located between platforms 9 and 10. Arrive early, and you'll see other students heading to school. Just ask them how to get on." With that, Arthur waved goodbye to the 3 of them and stepped out, turning to wave from behind a bush. With a sudden pop, he vanished from the front lawn. It seemed not everyone enjoyed the privilege of having a savior accompany them on errands, Ryan mused. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley and an unexpected acquaintance. The following day, after breakfast, Mr. Lambert accompanied Ryan on the subway to Charing Cross Road, a journey that took approximately half an hour from their home. Along the way, Ryan pondered the mysteries of the Harry Potter universe. In the narrative, the magical realm is not characterized by an abundance of demigods, nor is it dominated by liches. Rather, it presents a high magic world with a different nuance. However, from certain perspectives, the extraordinary aspects of this world are far from simplistic. For instance, in the domain of life, there exists the fabled Philosopher's Stone, which grants immortality. In the realm of time, a time turner enables a young girl to manipulate temporal flow. Regarding space, the spells for spatial expansion and apparition are commonplace among adult wizards. There are even potions, such as the Felix Felicis, which can potentially influence fate and causality. These elements, particularly the widely practiced spells concerning space and the mind, suggest that this magical world is centuries ahead of its technological counterpart. It appears that magic in this universe may not be as straightforward as one might presume. After all, J.K. Rowling crafted a fairy tale that merely represents a fragment of the wizarding world. Concerning the combat capabilities of wizards, even Peter Pettigrew, deemed a rather inept wizard, could demolish half a street. This indicates not a deficiency in combat prowess within the wizarding community, but rather a curriculum in schools that omits much of the knowledge pertaining to combat, which is instead passed down through familial lines. With these thoughts in mind, Ryan exhaled in relief, recognizing that he possessed a multiversal shop that might compensate for his lack of certain knowledge stemming from his ordinary background. After all, he would be attending school in the same year as the savior of the wizarding world. Reflecting on the original text of the novels, it was evident that these years would not unfold without turbulence. It seemed prudent to revise his previous life plans, prioritizing the enhancement of his abilities. For in the magical realm, power is paramount. Otherwise, why would Dumbledore be the leader of wizards rather than Cornelius Fudge? As he contemplated, Mr. Lambert suddenly halted. "We have arrived. Here lies 24. And 28, Charing Cross Road. But where is 26? Ryan looked up to find an ancient, dilapidated pub before him. A wooden sign hanging above that read The Leaky Cauldron, nestled between a record store and a bookstore. "Father, hold my hand," Ryan urged as he grasped his father's hand and pushed open the door to the pub. "It's simply marvelous," Mr. Lambert marveled as he surveyed the interior. The establishment exuded a medieval ambience, appearing somewhat untidy, with dim lighting casting shadows over patrons clad in robes, engaged in drinking or playing dice. After lingering at the entrance for a moment, a nearly bald man, resembling a withered walnut, appeared before them with a whisper, "I am Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. It seems you require assistance." He glanced at Ryan. "First time visiting Diagon Alley, are you?" "Indeed," Ryan replied. "We have never encountered magic before. Could you kindly direct us to Diagon Alley? I need to procure items for school." Tom forced a grim smile. "Ah, Diagon Alley. Follow me." He led the father and son to the back courtyard. Producing his wand, Tom tapped 3 times on a section of the wall above a refuse bin, then counted 2 bricks horizontally. 3 taps. As he struck the wall, it began to tremble and shift, ultimately revealing a grand archway leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. "You would do well to visit Gringotts first," Tom advised, gesturing towards the tallest white building visible straight ahead, "to exchange your currency." With that, Tom stowed his wand and departed. Father and son followed the cobblestone path toward Gringotts, where the sounds of bargaining mingled with the cries of peculiar creatures emanated from the shops lining the street. Mr. Lambert exhibited the curiosity of a writer, while Ryan struggled to prevent him from pressing his face against the glass to admire an intricately gilded astronomical model. In no time, they arrived at the towering white edifice that loomed above the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood a goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. "Mr. Lambert muttered in Mandarin, "Is this a goblin? It looks more like a humanoid creature." The goblin glanced at them, then languidly stated, "Hogwarts newcomers, are you? Currency exchange is at the designated window. There is a sign to guide you." Entering the Golden Hall of Gringotts, they indeed found a counter in the corner with a sign indicating currency exchange for Hogwarts newcomers. "Good day," Ryan greeted the goblin at the counter. "Newcomer, state your name." The goblin replied, "Ryan Leong." "Confirmed, you are listed." The goblin perused a parchment. "New students may exchange up to 200 galleons each year." He handed Ryan a pouch, and Mr. Lambert produced a wad of 50-pound notes he had withdrawn from the bank the previous evening, offering them to the goblin. "This is somewhat akin to China, Mr. Lambert remarked to Ryan. "My cousin mentioned that currency exchange there also comes with a limit, alongside a mountain of paperwork." Once the currency was exchanged, they resolved to begin their shopping with familiar items, proceeding to various shops to procure robes, textbooks, cauldrons, scales, potions, and crystal vials, as listed. Naturally, Ryan declined his father's suggestion to purchase a pet, citing the overwhelming nature of adapting to a new environment. The shopping experience unfolded seamlessly. Yet, as Ryan contemplated the substantial sum he would need to invest in a charlatan's novel the following year, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of a small, shabby shop. Its golden sign nearly faded away, reading, "Ollivander, established 382 BC, expertly crafted wands." Through the dusty window, a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion. Upon entering the shop, Ryan noticed a well-dressed man accompanied by his daughter, testing wands. Their silhouettes struck him as eerily familiar. Before he could place the recognition, Mr. Lambert approached them, greeting softly, "Mr. Granger, what a surprise to encounter you here." In an instant, Ryan recalled that Mr. Granger was a dentist whose practice was not far from their home, where Ryan had previously had his teeth examined. Most notably, his daughter attended the same school and grade as Ryan, albeit not in the same class. She consistently ranked second in their year during examinations, Ryan thought. Achieving first place in elementary school is nothing to boast about. One must remain humble. Suddenly, Ryan froze. Granger, the dentist, a girl with brown curls, born in 91, destined for Hogwarts. It was easy for him to deduce the identity of the girl. Until that moment, he had remained oblivious, partly due to his perception of this world as ordinary and not contemplating such possibilities, and partly because Miss Granger bore a slight resemblance to her actress counterpart. Most crucially, the pronunciation of her name he had heard at school was closer to Hermione, which diverged significantly from the Mandarin equivalent. Ryan felt an overwhelming sense of hostility from this world towards him, the outsider. It appeared that his carefully constructed plan of survival over the past 7 years would require an extensive revision. Chapter 5. The wand in the grocery store's first customer. After exchanging pleasantries, Hermione selected her wand and rushed back from the counter, exclaiming, "Dad, look, I have a wand now." Upon noticing Ryan, she asked, somewhat surprised, "Ryan, are you going to Hogwarts too?" "Indeed," he replied. Just then, Mr. Granger and Mr. Lambert finished their greetings, and Mr. Granger turned to Hermione, saying, "There are still numerous items left on the list that we need to purchase, so we ought to hurry." They bid farewell to Ryan and his father before leaving the wand shop. After parting ways with the Grangers, Ryan approached the counter and noticed a sprightly, elderly gentleman standing behind it, Mr. Ollivander. He possessed a pair of pale eyes that shone like 2 moons in the dimly lit shop. "Greetings, I am Ryan Leong, and I shall be attending Hogwarts this year. I require a wand," Ryan said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Oh, a newcomer. Let me see what kind of wand suits you," Ollivander replied, retrieving a measuring tape from his robes. "Which hand do you intend to use for your wand?" It should be my right hand," Ryan answered. The measuring tape then coiled around him like a vine, automatically taking measurements of various parts of his body. Seizing the opportunity, Ollivander gathered several boxes from the back shelf. Wands are not mass-produced. Each one is unique. Thus, I must conduct assessments to find the right wand for its user. The measuring tape soon completed its task, coiling at Ryan's feet. "Well, Mr. Leong, try this wand, made of ebony wood and unicorn hair. It measures 8.5 inches and possesses remarkable flexibility." Ryan waved it, and suddenly, a box flew off the shelf, nearly striking him on the head. "It appears the odds of hitting the mark on the first attempt are rather slim," he mused. "Let us try this one. Holly wood with a serpent's nerve, 11 inches long." Upon grasping the 7th wand, Ryan felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, and sparks erupted from the tip. "Ah, splendid. You are exceptionally compatible with this wand," Ollivander remarked with a smile. He carefully placed the wand into a long box, wrapping it in brown paper, saying, "Pine wood, phoenix feather, 12 inches long. This wand is quite particular about its master. You are fortunate." After paying Ollivander 8 galleons, Ryan and his father exited the wand shop. Following their purchases, they were left with just over 70 galleons, which, considering Hogwarts provides meals and accommodation, would suffice for their needs. During afternoon tea, Mrs. Sally incessantly queried the father and son about their day's experiences, and it took considerable effort to quell her curiosity. While enjoying scones, Mr. Lambert asked Ryan, "Do you think wizards possess quills capable of writing novels on their own?" Reflecting on the journalist's feather quill from 5th grade, Ryan replied, "I believe wizards can enchant their quills to move on their own, possibly even to correct errors automatically. However, the kind of quill you desire, one that writes novels independently, likely does not exist." Mr. Lambert, upon hearing this, shook his head in mild disappointment. Throughout the subsequent holiday, Ryan immersed himself in studying a plethora of textbooks, occasionally visiting a nearby park or fast food establishment to discuss any queries he encountered while reading with Hermione. Truthfully, he had considered distancing himself from the protagonists, but ultimately reasoned that as an 11-year-old, it would be rather suspicious to alienate the only familiar companion upon learning of an impending journey to an unfamiliar place. Thus, he decided to let things unfold naturally. On the final night before heading to Hogwarts, Ryan packed his belongings, preparing to retire early. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. "A guest has arrived. Please prepare to receive them." Ryan promptly sprang into action, tidying up. After a moment's thought, he decided to pack some additional magical plant seeds and cultivation manuals he had purchased in Diagon Alley and set off towards the grocery store. Upon entering the store, Ryan noticed little had changed since his last visit, save for an additional glass bottle on the shelf, filled with glimmering golden grains the size of soybeans. Picking up the bottle, a stream of information flowed into his mind. Sunshine crystals, a specialty of small-scale planting bases, produce one crystal every 2 hours from light-emitting plants. They can catalyze plant growth and provide sunlight. To use, bury the crystal at the plant's root while ensuring it receives adequate water and nutrients. When sunlight is required, soak the crystal in water to provide the equivalent of midday equatorial sunlight within a 5-meter radius for 1 hour. Furthermore, if crushed, it can emit a burst of brightness 5 times that of sunlight for 3 seconds. Previously, Ryan had instructed the system to plant newly sprouted plants in his yard, knowing that the absence of occupants would deter zombies. Thus, apart from the outermost layer of pea shooters, he had evenly planted sun mushrooms and sunflowers throughout the rest of the garden. Now, that small yard was brimming with flora, producing over 100 sunshine crystals daily. After reviewing the newly acquired items, Ryan sat behind the counter and allowed the system to admit the guest. The air at the entrance warped, and a middle-aged Caucasian man clad in a heavy fur coat stepped inside, his shoulders laden with thick snow, as if he had just emerged from a wintry abyss. Upon entering, the man, perhaps feeling slightly warm, unbuttoned his coat, revealing an opulent Victorian-style outfit beneath. Upon seeing Ryan behind the counter, he displayed a look of incredulity. Pausing momentarily before approaching the counter, his expression grave. "Child, my companions and I find ourselves in dire straits. Just as we were on the brink of despair, a voice guided me here, and I hope fate has not played a cruel joke on me." Ryan inquired, "Could you elucidate the specifics of your predicament? Only by understanding the situation can I ascertain whether I can assist you." The middle-aged man began to describe the troubles he faced, mentioning London, global cooling, steam cores, and the winter home. Ryan immediately recognized that this gentleman hailed from the game Frostpunk, specifically from the winter home, those who had chosen to abandon their energy towers after an explosion. However, the difficulties of this relocation exceeded expectations, leading to their current plight. Indeed, the man continued, "Our world has suddenly plunged into a relentless ice age. The surviving humans can only form settlements around steam energy towers, relying on their heat and energy to survive. Yet, our settlement's energy tower has malfunctioned, forcing us to abandon it. This decision proved prudent, as we witnessed the tower's catastrophic explosion shortly after our departure. Now, most of the survivors must rely on our steam-powered vessel to search for a new refuge. But we have yet to find one, and our supplies are dwindling." At this juncture, the resolute man covered his face with his hands and began to weep, revealing the immense pressure he bore as a leader. Upon hearing this, Ryan gently placed a hand on the man's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He then began to recommend the plants he had on hand. "I possess 3 types of plants that should alleviate your current challenges." The man, visibly excited, lifted his head and asked, "Really?" "Indeed," Ryan affirmed. 2 of these plants can generate sunlight during the day and night, respectively, while the third produces 7 to 10 pea-sized pods each day under normal conditions. When crushed, each pod can yield a soup sufficient to meet an adult's daily needs. After hearing the detailed description, the middle-aged man grasped Ryan's hand fervently, expressing his gratitude profusely. Once his emotions settled, Ryan posed a question. "I require a fair exchange for my assistance. What do you intend to offer in return?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. "We left England in a hurry, bringing only survival supplies and no money," he remarked. Ryan glanced at the valuation table provided by the system and replied, "I have no use for your banknotes. My payment methods are quite varied, encompassing precious metals, resources, and technology. The items I offer can save your lives. In return, you should provide something of equivalent value." After a moment's contemplation, the man responded, "If you grant me seedlings of these 3 plants along with the cultivation techniques, I can exchange them for the technology of our most crucial differential machine, energy tower, and robots." "Agreed. Although your technological tree differs entirely from mine, I certainly have no use for it," Ryan concluded. No sooner had he spoken than a spatial portal materialized beside the man, from which a stream of golden light emerged, transforming into a book on an empty shelf. The book's cover was adorned in gold, inscribed with the title, "Winter Home Industrial Manual." Once the transaction was confirmed, Ryan placed all the plants, except those sown, in the book into a bag, handing it over to the middle-aged man. Simultaneously, he extended a bottle filled with sunlight crystals, saying, "Plants require time to grow. You can use this for immediate needs." The man's eyes glistened with moisture as he retrieved a delicate gold pocket watch from his pocket, placing it in Ryan's hand. "Thank you for your assistance. This is the most precious item I possess, and I hope it conveys my gratitude." With that, he bowed to Ryan and turned to leave, dragging the large bag filled with plants. At that moment, a voice from the system announced, "You have saved a city, altered its fate, and earned 3 deviation points." Deviation points? What are those? Ryan inquired, looking at the system's display panel, which now included a new data column for deviation points alongside the connected worlds. It became clear that whenever his actions influenced the original fate of a world, he would earn a varying number of deviation points based on the degree of impact and the specific world involved. These points could be utilized to randomly open portals to certain worlds or specifically to the worlds of past customers of the shop, as well as to acquire powers. In the shop, knowledge gained through transactions could be freely infused into Ryan's mind. However, for extraordinary powers, the greater the difference from the powers in Ryan's world, the more deviation points would be required for rapid learning. For instance, to learn internal energy, merely reading books and listening to explanations would require time and luck. But by using deviation points, mastery could be achieved instantaneously. With a clear understanding of the purpose of deviation points, Ryan opened a spatial door to the Plants vs. Zombies world to deliver the promised magical plant seeds to Crazy Dave. Minutes later, Ryan returned empty-handed to the shop, as Dave insisted he could only determine the payment once he understood the seeds' purposes. Fortunately, the system notified him that his seeds had inspired Dave's development of new plants, earning him 1 deviation point. Chapter 6. The journey begins at platform 9 3/4 early the next morning. The Ryan family awoke and busied themselves with preparations. After finishing breakfast, Lambert and Sally donned their outerwear. Once the luggage was loaded, the 3 of them climbed into the car. Ryan turned to his mother, seated in the front passenger seat, and exclaimed, "Mom, aren't you supposed to be at work today? This is your first time leaving home for school. So I took the day off to see you off," Mrs. Sally replied with a warm smile. Due to the Sunday traffic, they arrived at King's Cross Station around 10:15. Heeding Mr. Arthur's earlier advice, they made their way to the area between platforms 9 and 10. Upon reaching this point, Ryan observed the multitude of pillars, realizing they had no idea which one concealed platform 9 3/4. It would be foolish to bump into each one in search of it. Fortunately, with over half an hour until departure, they had ample time to seek the platform. After a few minutes of mounting anxiety, a timid voice broke through the tension. "I will remember to write to you every week and have the owl deliver it. I hope you won't forget, Neville." An elderly lady sighed nearby. Ryan tugged at Mr. Lambert's sleeve and pushed the cart forward, approaching the woman. "Good day, ma'am. I am a new student at Hogwarts, and I wish to find platform 9 3/4. However, I am unsure where it is located." "A Muggle-born student?" The old lady chuckled softly, pointing to the boy beside her. "My grandson Neville is also a first year. You must be newcomers here." She then advised the children, "Simply walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Do not hesitate or fear, just charge right through. If you feel nervous, you may run." Turning to the Ryan family, she added, "That platform is inaccessible to Muggles, so you must bid farewell from outside. But do not worry, I will accompany the children inside." After embracing his parents and comforting his mother, whose eyes were glistening with tears, Ryan pushed the cart toward the designated pillar. In the moment just before reaching the wall, Ryan nervously shut his eyes. Yet, contrary to his expectations, there was no collision. He continued pushing the cart onward. When he opened his eyes, a deep crimson steam engine rested at the bustling platform, its sign reading, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Steam enveloped the platform, mingling with the sounds of owls hooting and chatter, while an assortment of cats weaved through the crowd. Once Ryan and Neville boarded, Mrs. Longbottom used a levitation charm to stow their luggage. After offering Neville a few parting words, she slowly walked into the billowing white mist, disappearing from sight. "Your grandmother can be a bit stern, but she loves you dearly," Ryan remarked to Neville. "Perhaps, but I still fear her," Neville replied. With a shrill whistle, the train departed. As Ryan gazed out the window, watching trees and houses blur past, a wave of excitement surged within him. He realized that he was no longer a mere observer of legendary tales, but rather a participant in the unfolding story. Due to Neville's shyness, their initial introductions fell into an awkward silence. Just as the tension escalated, Ryan noticed a large toad, roughly the size of an adult's palm, desperately trying to squeeze through the door crack. He swiftly lunged forward to capture the creature, prompting Neville to exclaim in surprise, "I distinctly placed Trevor in my bag. How did he escape?" Using the toad as an icebreaker, the two boys gradually engaged in conversation. They discovered numerous commonalities, such as being only children raised not by their biological parents, yet both were deeply cherished by their guardians. In the midst of their lively discussion, the compartment door swung open, revealing a brown-haired girl peering in. "Is there room in here? Ryan, is that you?" It was Hermione Granger, who had boarded late and failed to find a seat in the front car. After exchanging introductions, Hermione curiously inquired of Neville, being from a magical family. "You must already know many spells, unlike us who have only had a little time to self-study before school." "No, not at all," both Hermione and Ryan replied in unison. Hermione then gestured for Ryan to speak. Clearing his throat, Ryan said, "Your self-assessment is misguided. I believe your feelings of inadequacy and external pressures are hindering your studies. If you create a reasonable plan and diligently follow it, practicing consistently, you will surely see progress, even in magical studies." He pointed to Hermione. "I attend the same school as her, and in truth, her academic aptitude far surpasses mine. However, I have achieved better grades each term through effective study plans and relentless practice. So keep persevering. You will undoubtedly succeed. Once we arrive at school, I'm confident we can support each other in our studies." After imparting a fair amount of encouragement, Neville appeared visibly uplifted. The trio began sharing their experiences and observations. Ryan noted that Hermione seemed far less arrogant than her portrayal in the original story, likely due to her being alone in a new and unfamiliar world at just 11 years old, which undoubtedly instilled feelings of loneliness and fear. Thus, adopting an air of superiority could be seen as a natural defense mechanism. At noon, the three friends purchased snacks from a witch selling refreshments on board. After satiating their hunger, Ryan succumbed to drowsiness, leaning against his seat and drifting off to sleep, perhaps due to the early start and overwhelming excitement. When he awoke, the sun was nearing the horizon, signaling their impending arrival at school. Noticing that both Hermione and Neville were also asleep, he gently shook them awake. Soon after, the three took turns changing into their robes within the compartment as the train began to slow down. It seemed they were indeed approaching their destination. Relieved that he would not have to haul the heavy suitcase himself, Ryan pondered whether this was truly the entrance to the magical world. Though he had lived 2 lives, he still felt a surge of nervousness, as if his stomach were doing somersaults. He glanced over to see Hermione nervously fidgeting with her hair and Neville's face growing pale. As the train came to a gradual halt and the doors swung open, the three friends leaped off the train, landing on a small platform bustling with students. Suddenly, Ryan's mind echoed with a notification. "Due to your actions, the Savior trio failed to meet on the train, resulting in a loss of 1 deviation point." "What?" Ryan stared in astonishment at the system message. It suggested that to acquire more deviation points, one would need to stir up some trouble at Hogwarts. It appeared that his life at Hogwarts would be anything but tranquil. Chapter 7. Entering the castle, the chill on the platform made Ryan shiver when a robust voice resonated. First-year students, come this way." Ryan spotted a towering figure among a throng of students, holding a lantern aloft. His hair was thick and wild, nearly obscuring his face, and his beetle-like black eyes glimmered through the tangled locks. This must be Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, whose bearded visage broke into a smile above the crowd. "Come along, follow me. Any more first years? Watch your step." "All right, first years, follow me." All the newcomers stumbled after Hagrid along a rugged, shadowy path. Neville nearly slipped, but Ryan was quick to steady him. As they turned a corner, despite Ryan's soul being over 30, he was still unprepared for the sight that met them, and he gasped in awe along with his classmates. At the end of the narrow path, a vast dark lake unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a magnificent castle loomed atop a steep hillside, its turrets piercing the starry sky, windows twinkling like stars. "Each boat can hold no more than 4. Hagrid boomed, gesturing toward a line of small boats moored at the water's edge. Ryan and Hermione climbed into a boat, with Neville following closely behind. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called out, taking a boat of his own. "Good, let us move." The fleet of boats glided across the glassy surface of the lake. As they neared the castle, Hagrid shouted, "Duck!" When the first boats approached the cliff, everyone bent their heads as they passed beneath the ivy-draped faade, entering through a concealed opening. They traversed a pitch-black tunnel, seemingly leading them beneath the castle, and finally emerged in a space resembling an underground dock. Before climbing onto a surface of gravel and small pebbles, the door swung open to reveal a tall, serious-looking witch in a vibrant green robe standing at the threshold. This must be Professor McGonagall. First-year students, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here, she replied, turning a corner. Professor McGonagall led the first years into a small, empty room at the far end of the hall. They all crowded in, jostling against one another, nervously examining their surroundings in anticipation of the momentous occasion ahead. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall stated. The start of term feast is about to commence. But before you enter the dining hall, you must first determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony. For your house will become your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend leisure time in the house common room. The four houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Your accomplishments will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will win the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that wherever you are sorted, you will bring glory to your house. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and appear spirited. Once preparations are complete, I will return to escort you, Professor McGonagall instructed. Please maintain silence while you wait. With that, Professor McGonagall departed, leaving the atmosphere in the small room tense, except for Ryan, the time traveler. Neville appeared to tremble slightly beside him, while Hermione's lips moved as if reciting something. After all, in Britain, Hogwarts was the only school of magic, and being expelled would undoubtedly be a lifelong disgrace. Ryan surveyed the room and noted the nervousness shared by all the newcomers, including those from wizarding families. It seemed to be a hereditary prank. He could not help but pity the British sense of humor. Just as anxiety permeated the air, a swarm of 20 ghosts suddenly emerged from the wall behind them. They glided through the room, largely ignoring the first years, as if engaged in a spirited discussion. Suddenly, it appeared they had noticed the newcomers. Ah, first years. A plump monk beamed at them. I presume you are here for the sorting? Some students nodded quietly. I hope you are sorted in a Hufflepuff. The monk exclaimed. I was in that house myself. Now, move along, a high-pitched voice urged. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Ryan lifted his gaze to the wondrous ceiling, through the transparent dome, where twinkling stars adorned the night sky. It was hard to believe they were not outdoors. Thousands of illuminated candles floated in the air, casting light throughout the dining hall without a single drop of wax or wisp of smoke, showcasing the extraordinary nature of these candles and the school's rich heritage. Professor McGonagall gently placed a stool before the first years and set a pointed wizard's hat atop it. This must be the sorting hat, imbued with wisdom by the four founders, one of the cornerstones of Hogwarts. However, Ryan couldn't help but feel a slight itch at the thought of this hat being used annually without ever being cleaned. Soon, after the hat sang its annual song, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a roll of parchment. When I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and take a seat on the stool to await your sorting. The grand event of the evening, the sorting ceremony, was about to commence. Chapter 8. The Sorting Ceremony. Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall called out the first name. Indeed, this must be the renowned Hannah Abbott that various fanfictions have depicted, Ryan thought to himself. However, it was only fitting that she was the first to be sorted, given the alphabetical order of surnames. A small girl with flushed cheeks and twin golden braids stumbled out of the line and donned the sorting hat. Ryan recalled that in the end of the story, Hannah Abbott became the owner of the Leaky Cauldron and married Neville Longbottom, and he looked at this slightly clumsy girl, feeling a surge of excitement at being part of history. After Hannah took her seat, it wasn't long before the sorting had elongated its tone and proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The table on her right erupted in applause, welcoming her to their ranks, while the ghostly figure of a plump friar waved joyfully at her. Susie Bones, Hufflepuff. Susan quickly ran to sit beside Hannah. The sorting continued, and Ryan noticed that the hat altered its pitch with each name it announced. It seemed that the life of a hat must be rather monotonous. How unfortunate for it. As he awaited his own name to be called, Ryan began to speculate which house he would be placed in. Due to his lineage, Slytherin was out of the question. As for Ravenclaw, he believed they would hardly consider him worthy. Thus, his potential houses narrowed down to Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Both houses had a pleasant atmosphere. Yet after witnessing Hermione being sorted into Gryffindor, Ryan's inclination leaned towards Gryffindor. After all, having a brilliant friend would be far better than knowing no one at all. Finally, after Neville Longbottom returned the hat to Professor McGonagall, Ryan's name was called. He placed upon his head the hat that had likely not seen a wash since the establishment of the school in 993 AD. Communicating with the hat was a novel experience. Even after 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Once the hat settled atop his head, he heard a faint voice say, "Although I find your thoughts a tad impolite, I appreciate your concern. However, life as an old hat is not as dull as you might imagine. I can sense your kindness and courage, so I have made my decision." Before Ryan could fully process this, the faint voice transformed into a booming declaration, "Gryffindor." He removed the hat, respectfully placing his hands on his seat. Though the hat was dirty and patched, it represented Hogwarts more than the grand castle itself, embodying the wisdom imparted by the 4 founders and the spirit of Hogwarts. After bowing to the professors, Ryan approached the Gryffindor table and sat beside Neville. Shortly thereafter, Harry Potter was also sorted into Gryffindor, and the entire table erupted in cheers and applause. Neville interrupted their conversation, saying, "Don't think about that now. Let's eat. Aren't you feeling hungry?" Ryan glanced at the previously empty platters, now overflowing with a variety of dishes. Adhering to his usual dining habits, he served himself boiled potatoes, pea shoots, and chicken with tomato sauce. Even after 10 years in England, Ryan was still unaccustomed to consuming large amounts of meat at dinner. Fortunately, his adoptive father, being of Chinese descent, incorporated some elements of Chinese cuisine into their meals. As everyone finished their meals, the remaining food vanished from the platters, leaving them spotless. Soon, desserts arrived, offering an array of ice cream flavors. With the aid of the sweet treats, conversations flowed effortlessly. Ryan and Hermione posed numerous academic inquiries to Prefect Percy, maintaining the lively atmosphere until the last of the desserts disappeared. With the final dessert gone, the various tableware vanished as well, leaving the table as pristine as when it was first set. The dining hall fell silent once more, and Professor Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all well fed. I would like to present a few important announcements. First, I urge the first-year students to refrain from entering the forest. This is a rule that even some of our older students must remember." Dumbledore's piercing gaze swept toward the Weasley twins. Secondly, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, wishes to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The trials for Quidditch players will occur in the 2nd week of this term. Any students wishing to try out for the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you that those who wish to avoid unfortunate and painful fates should not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. At this statement, a few first years erupted in laughter, yet most remained silent, for the majority of students knew that Dumbledore never jested when it came to safety. Ryan understood that this corridor was the location of the final challenge for the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the term. However, he felt no personal connection to this matter, recognizing that it was primarily intended for Harry and Voldemort. He, as an outsider, should refrain from getting involved. While the Philosopher's Stone was undoubtedly valuable, and acquiring it might yield splendid rewards at the various shops of the wizarding world, the thought of it being under Dumbledore's watchful eye deterred him from pursuing such a daring notion. Dumbledore paused, allowing everyone to absorb the information before exclaiming, "Now, before you retire for the night, let us sing the school song." Almost all the teachers appeared utterly stiff. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon floated into the air, twisting like a serpent above the dining table, forming lines of text. "Choose your own tune," Dumbledore instructed. "Ready, sing." Ryan felt a hint of embarrassment, but proceeded to sing the tune he had seen in the movie's outtakes, completing the entire song. When Dumbledore declared that it was time for bed, the Hogwarts opening ceremony came to a formal conclusion. Chapter 9. The Gryffindor Common Room under the guidance of Prefect Percy. The first-year students traversed the bustling crowd, exited the dining hall, and ascended the grand marble staircase. The figures in the portraits along the corridor whispered and pointed as they passed. Percy led them through concealed doors hidden behind sliding panels and draped curtains on 2 occasions. Ryan felt that the castle, as described in Hogwarts history, indeed served as a refuge during dark times. It seemed that the numerous inconvenient barriers and hidden passages were only erected when the castle was fortified against invaders. Everyone was yawning, Ryan included, as it appeared that his 11-year-old body was still not fully developed. Otherwise, the adept cultivator from his past life would not be so fatigued by just past 9 o'clock. After trudging up several more flights of stairs, Feeling as though they were enchanted and would never end, the group suddenly halted. It turned out that Peeves was causing mischief in midair. Fortunately, Percy managed to shoo him away, and they continued onward until they reached the end of the corridor, where Percy announced their arrival. At the corridor's end hung a portrait of a very portly woman dressed in a pink gown. "Password?" she inquired. "Dragon dung," Percy replied. The portrait swayed and moved aside, revealing a circular entrance in the wall. They all crawled through the opening, and after Ryan helped Neville inside, they discovered they had arrived at the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy, circular chamber adorned in hues of gold and crimson, filled with plush armchairs. Against one wall, a roaring fireplace dispelled much of the chill from the ancient castle. Clearly, the first years were all quite tired. The older students understood this as well. They said little, with Percy guiding the girls through a door to their dormitory before leading the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, Ryan found his bedroom. Fortunately, he was not sharing it with Harry. Otherwise, there would be a 1 in 5 chance of being awakened at 2 in the morning by a terrifying, knife-wielding old man staring at the gift basket. The dormitory contained 5 beds, each with 4 poster frames and deep red velvet curtains. Their luggage had already been delivered. After a long day of train travel and dinner, everyone was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto their beds, slipping into slumber. Due to his habitual early rising, Ryan awoke the next morning, realizing it was rather early, as the sun had just begun to rise. He was the first to awaken. His roommates were still asleep. A first-year schedule lay on his bedside, which surprised Ryan since he typically slept lightly and would awaken with the presence of others nearby. The fact that this schedule appeared without his notice could only be attributed to the prowess of house elves. Upon examining the schedule, he noted that first years had a total of 8 subjects. Classes were primarily held Monday to Friday from 9 to 12 in the morning, and 2 to 3:30 in the afternoon, with astronomy being the only subject scheduled for the evening from 8 to 9. Frankly, this was significantly shorter than the school hours in Chinese middle schools. After completing his morning routine, he considered waking his roommates, but decided against it since there were no classes that morning. He descended the staircase into the common room, where he found Hermione seated on a sofa, engrossed in a book. "Good morning, Hermione," Ryan waved. He then took a seat on a nearby sofa and remarked, "Although there are no classes this morning, we should still have breakfast. Skipping it would not be prudent. Moreover, there were numerous doors here, and unless one politely asked them to open or precisely poked in the right spot, they would remain shut. Some doors were not actually doors at all, merely facades of sturdy walls masquerading as entrances." Memorizing the locations of these various features was no easy task, as everything seemed to be in constant motion. The figures in the portraits also visited one another frequently, and it was certain that even suits of armor could walk. Hermione closed her book and spread her hands. "So I must wait here and see if any upperclassmen can escort me to the dining hall." Fortunately, it was not long before footsteps echoed from the staircase. A girl with black hair styled in a braided ponytail descended. Ryan immediately approached her for assistance. The girl, introducing herself as Angelina Johnson, kindly offered her help, guiding Ryan and Hermione to the Great Hall while explaining the peculiarities of the staircases and secret doors along the way. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, she informed Ryan and Hermione that the changes in these features followed a pattern that could be memorized with diligence. During breakfast, Ryan could not help but envy Hufflepuff, as their dormitory was the closest to the dining hall, conveniently adjacent to the kitchens. After the meal, Ryan initially intended to explore the castle during the free morning. As a devoted fan of Harry Potter in his previous life, how could he not visit the familiar locations described in the books? Unfortunately, this plan was disrupted by Hermione. She insisted that self-study before classes was crucial and invited Ryan to the library, considering that declining might subject him to Hermione's disdainful gaze reserved for slackers. And recognizing that the library was a significant location in the original novels, Ryan abandoned his plan to wander and accompanied Hermione to the library. The library was located on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts Castle, boasting a lofty ceiling. It housed thousands of books on countless shelves. Perhaps due to the morning hour, they found the library rather empty of students. Hermione settled at an empty table, opened her textbook, and began studying, occasionally jotting down notes in a nearby notebook. Ryan selected a few books that outlined the current state of the magical world. After all, the information he had previously acquired was far from comprehensive. The novels he had read in his past life provided only a preliminary understanding, while these thorough introductions to the magical realm were essential for navigating this wondrous world. After more than an hour, the time for morning classes at Hogwarts arrived, and a surge of students entered the library, busily searching for materials and writing assignments. The influx of people made Ryan feel somewhat restless, but he refrained from disturbing Hermione, who was deeply engrossed in her studies. After borrowing several books from Madame Pants, Ryan departed the library, clutching his newfound knowledge. Chapter 10. A First Encounter with Hogwarts Indeed. When the vivid descriptions from novels and the enchanting scenes from films materialized before Ryan's very eyes, he felt an exhilarating thrill for the first time. Unfortunately, on Tuesday afternoon, while heading to class, he encountered Peeves, which nearly caused him and a few classmates to be tardy for Professor McGonagall's inaugural lesson. As they rushed breathlessly into the Transfiguration classroom, they discovered that class had yet to commence. However, several students were already seated, engrossed in their own pursuits. This classroom bore little distinction from an ordinary secondary school setting, save for the peculiar sight of a cat perched upon a desk. Hermione, who entered alongside Ryan, was evidently a cat enthusiast. She attempted to scratch the cat's chin, only for it to nimbly evade her touch. Ryan watched in astonishment as Hermione, whom he believed to be quite composed, revealed a more playful side. It appeared Hermione was indeed sharp-witted. The cat in question was none other than Professor McGonagall in animagus form, one of the rare 7 registered animagi of this century. Do you see the pattern around the cat's eyes? It mirrors Professor McGonagall's spectacles perfectly, Ryan whispered. Hermione glanced up at the cat, and suddenly her face flushed a deep crimson. She buried her face in her arms and murmured, "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Moments later, the class began, and the door swung open with a bang as Harry and Ron burst in. "Thank goodness. Professor McGonagall isn't here yet," Ron exclaimed joyfully to Harry. No sooner had he spoken than the cat leapt down from the podium and transformed into her human form. "Professor McGonagall." Ron's expression turned ashen. "I believe I ought to transform you into alarm clocks, so you might avoid being late," McGonagall said, her tone tinged with irritation. "We merely took a wrong turn, Professor," the 2 boys replied, scurrying to their seats. "Ryan Leong, you are the first new student this year to recognize me. It seems you possess remarkable observational skills and have diligently prepared for class. Thus Gryffindor earns 10 points, Professor McGonagall remarked, casting a glance at Ryan before ascending the podium. "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous branch of magic you will encounter at Hogwarts," she continued. "Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class shall be shown the door, never to return. Consider this your warning." As Ryan had surmised, magic was not merely about reciting incantations and waving wands. It was a rigorous discipline steeped in profound theory. Mastery of magic required more than mere practice. One must also grasp the underlying principles. Transfiguration was a subject that could be deemed both simple and complex. For instance, a first-year student could transform a matchstick into a needle. However, should a master undertake such a task, that needle could be fashioned from various materials and styles, and the transformation could endure for centuries. The disparity in outcomes was attributable not only to differences in magical prowess, but also to the understanding of the magic itself and the mastery of the properties of various substances. The latter required considerable time and effort. It could not be achieved through shortcuts. After spending some time synthesizing his pre-class preparation with the knowledge gleaned during the lesson, Ryan began to engage in practical application. The transition from theory to practice proved more challenging than anticipated. It was not until nearly the end of class that he succeeded in transforming the matchstick into a needle, albeit 3 minutes slower than Hermione, and his needle lacked a hole. Initially, Ryan felt embarrassed, but upon surveying the room, he discovered that many of his peers were even further behind, with some matchsticks showing no sign of transformation whatsoever. At the conclusion of class, Professor McGonagall acknowledged Ryan with a nod. After all, for a novice, achieving any change in an object was commendable, and indeed, Hermione's exceptional performance was an anomaly. Beyond transfiguration, Ryan found himself thriving in his other classes, be it charms or herbology. In charms class, Professor Flitwick, a diminutive wizard, tumbled from a stack of books in his excitement upon uttering Harry Potter's name, which struck one as rather exaggerated. Nevertheless, he possessed profound expertise in charms and was eager to assist students with their inquiries. After multiple questions, Ryan felt his proficiency in charms improving rapidly. Conversely, in herbology, Ryan found himself adept at handling the plants, even earning extra points from Professor Sprout, likely due to his heritage's unique affinity for cultivation. However, astronomy and history of magic proved less engaging. First-year astronomy consisted solely of observational records and simple calculations of celestial cycles, rendering it rather dull. History of magic was taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, whose monotonous voice droned on as students hastily scribbled notes. From Professor Binns' accounts, Ryan gleaned a wealth of knowledge beyond the confines of textbooks, including significant historical events of which Binns had first-hand experience. Yet, the professor's drab delivery and incessant lecturing often lulled students into a stupor. Thus, after each class, Ryan found himself borrowing notes from Hermione, the only student who remained awake. Chapter 11. First encounter with Hogwarts. Wednesday marked the inaugural lesson of defense against the dark arts, and Ryan entered the classroom with a heart full of excitement, eager to glimpse the enigmatic Professor Quirrell, the instructor of this formidable subject. It was indeed a surreal experience to sit less than 10 feet away from a key antagonist of the tale. Over the decades, the professors of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts had gained a notorious reputation for their transient tenures. Nevertheless, each year, a handful of audacious wizards would apply for the position, a phenomenon akin to the puzzling scarcity of foreign nationals in the wizarding world. This indicates that British wizards are not lacking in courage. Rather, it is the caliber of these unfortunate professors that is surprisingly high. Even Gilderoy Lockhart, infamous for his lack of substance, managed to concoct a flawless obliviate spell after acquiring information from seasoned wizards, never once faltering in his execution. Then there was Dolores Umbridge, who, aside from her political maneuvering that forced Dumbledore's departure, displayed a profound mastery of dark arts, as evidenced by her quill. Among the remaining professors were Remus Lupin, who had survived many years among werewolves without succumbing to their hostility, Severus Snape, the greatest double agent, and Barty Crouch Jr., who successfully concealed himself for a year right under Dumbledore's nose. Even the Death Eater chosen by Voldemort in their 7th year, Electo Carrow, could be regarded as elite. However, the curse cast by Voldemort was far too severe, and ultimately, only the deranged Lockhart and the ever-vigilant Umbridge remained among the survivors. This year's Professor Quirrell was once renowned as an exemplary student, especially after his peculiar enhancement, merging with Voldemort. Regrettably, this fusion appeared to have gone awry, as Professor Quirrell failed to exhibit any of the anticipated prowess. His classroom was permeated with an overpowering odor of garlic, and his lectures devolved into tales of dubious adventures that lacked coherence. Ryan surmised that Quirrell was attempting to obscure his true self, evading Dumbledore's scrutiny. However, such stark deviations from his usual demeanor were likely to raise suspicions. It seems that when two incompatible minds converge, their combined intellect may not surpass that of a single coherent mind. After nearly a week of study, Friday arrived, bringing with it the class that Gryffindor students dreaded most, potions. The lesson was conducted in a subterranean classroom, colder than the castle above, adorned with jars containing preserved animal specimens along the walls, evoking a sinister ambience reminiscent of a dark sorcerer's lair. Many students trembled in fear, following a confrontation with Harry and a subsequent deduction of points. Snape began pairing students into duos, instructing them to concoct a simple potion to treat scabies. Unfortunately, due to the alphabetical arrangement, Ryan found himself partnered with Neville Longbottom, necessitating his diligence in ensuring that Neville did not cause any mishaps. Fortunately, Neville, though somewhat clumsy and lacking in confidence, approached the task with earnestness. He performed adequately while measuring nettles and crushing snake fangs. As Snape prowled the room, Ryan's group received a scolding for insufficient heat while boiling the slug with antennae. Just as Ryan was straining to learn from Malfoy's impeccable technique, he caught a glimpse of Neville about to add porcupine quills to their cauldron. Alarmed, Ryan seized Neville's arm, who looked back in confusion. Ryan whispered urgently, "The board clearly states that quills should only be added after removing the cauldron from the fire." Neville's mouth fell slightly open in surprise, clearly having forgotten that crucial detail. The system promptly chimed in. The shopkeeper prevents Neville from causing a cauldron explosion and earns 1 deviation point. Snape, having silently approached from behind, then turned his attention to Harry and Ron, accusingly asking, "Potter, why didn't you warn him not to add the quills? Do you think his mistake would make you look better? Gryffindor has lost another point because of you." It appeared that Snape harbored a deep-seated animosity towards James Potter. An hour later, the class concluded, and as everyone submitted their potions, Ryan noticed a mark on his potion label. Well, a passing grade was something to celebrate. Upon exiting the classroom, Neville repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Ryan. as this was one of the rare occasions he had managed to produce an acceptable potion without blowing up his cauldron or injuring himself. Ryan felt that Neville's performance wasn't so dreadful. It was merely Snape's overwhelming pressure that exacerbated the situation. Even with the soul of a 30-year-old man, Ryan felt a chill run down his spine whenever Snape walked by, let alone the impact it had on a timid boy like Neville. At that moment, Harry and Ron approached from behind, and Neville stepped forward to apologize. "I'm really sorry for costing you points this time." Harry smiled but had yet to respond when Ron waved dismissively, saying, "No worries, it's not your fault. We've known for ages that Snape isn't reasonable." Potions class fell on a Friday, marking the end of the first week of classes. With no afternoon lessons, Ryan gathered his study materials after lunch and made his way to the library to tackle his weekend assignments. Completing his homework in advance would allow him to enjoy his leisure time without the last-minute scramble. Upon reaching the library, he found Hermione already seated there. After exchanging greetings, he settled down beside her to begin his assignments. To be honest, in his previous life, Ryan had been a proponent and practitioner of the philosophy that merely achieving sufficient grades was acceptable. This time, he had intended to coast through 7 years after receiving the Owl's letter. However, the unexpected opportunity to attend Hogwarts alongside his elementary school classmates compelled him to dedicate most of his time to studying, lest he arouse suspicion from acquaintances or endure disdainful glances that could lead to parental inquiries about his performance. The feeling of youth was invigorating, Ryan thought to himself, harboring the inner sentiment of a 30-year-old man. Chapter 12. The flying lesson. Throughout the weekend, Ryan spent most of his time in the library, summoned by Hermione. Except for a brief excursion to Black Lake on Saturday morning. Initially reluctant, he observed the limited entertainment options in the wizarding world, which revolved around board games or Quidditch, rendering his experience rather dull compared to the wealth of magical literature. In contrast, the myriad of books available in the magical realm captivated him far more. In the evenings of the holiday, Ryan would sit by the fireplace in the common room, engaging in conversations with his classmates. Occasionally, some would seek his assistance with their assignments, and he patiently guided them, noting the generally amiable disposition of Hogwarts teachers. Had he been in their position, he would have undoubtedly dealt with a few crafty mischief-makers more sternly. Caught in the beseeching gazes of his peers, Ryan sighed inwardly, making an effort to inspire them in their studies and imparting the academic writing formats he had learned in his previous life. However, on Sunday evening, he resolutely declined the requests of a few classmates seeking to copy his homework. Finally, after more than a month of classes, a notice was posted in Gryffindor's common room announcing that flying lessons would commence on Thursday, with Gryffindor students to share the experience with Slytherin. While the prospect of sharing the class with Slytherin was slightly disheartening, the rest of the news was exhilarating. In the days following the announcement, students from wizarding families buzzed with excitement over Quidditch, except for Neville Longbottom. Ryan listened to numerous tales but struggled to grasp the allure of the sport. Nonetheless, he learned from the conversations that every few years, 1 or 2 young wizards would be compelled to apply for exemption from flying lessons due to an insurmountable fear of heights, only to face social ostracism as cowards. He silently prayed that he would not find himself among those unfortunate souls. As the fervent discussions continued, Thursday arrived. During breakfast, Hermione incessantly recounted flying instructions she had gleaned from a library book titled Quidditch Through the Ages. Everyone except Neville seemed somewhat weary of her chatter. Observing this, Ryan gestured for Hermione to quiet down. Learning to fly, much like swimming, was not merely about theoretical knowledge. Practical experience was paramount. Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly ready to retort, but was interrupted by an owl delivering a letter. Neville's grandmother had sent him a memory ball, which was nearly snatched away by Malfoy until Professor McGonagall swiftly intervened. At 3:30 in the afternoon, first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered on the field, prepared for their inaugural flying lesson. The weather was splendid, perfect for flying. Dozens of brooms were neatly arranged on the ground. Upperclassmen remarked that many were quite old, with a few even considered antiques. Ryan scanned the brooms and noticed that several had lost bristles, and the handles were worn smooth from use. Clearly, the condition of these brooms was concerning. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived. Her short gray hair and yellow eyes resembled those of a hawk, presenting a competent demeanor. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Stand next to a broom. Quickly, quickly, time is of the essence." Once everyone was in position, Madame Hooch called out, "Extend your right hand over the broom and say, 'Up.'" A cacophony of sounds erupted, with fewer than a fifth of the brooms responding to the command. It was evident that Ryan was among the majority. His broom merely rolled on the ground. Thankfully, after several attempts, the broom finally leaped into his grasp. Madam Hooch then demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. Ryan watched intently, aware of Madame Pomfrey's exceptional skills. Even if one were to lose all the bones in an arm, she could restore them overnight. However, as a sensible individual, he had no desire to test the advanced medical capabilities of the magical world. Ryan had anticipated that Neville would encounter trouble before Madame Hooch blew her whistle, so he prepared to act preemptively. Yet, nothing amiss occurred until the whistle blew, leading Ryan to believe that perhaps his foresight had averted disaster. Upon witnessing Neville ascend, Ryan instinctively drew his wand from his pocket and attempted the levitation charm as Neville fell. Unfortunately, Ryan's self-taught incantation proved ineffective. Neville lingered in the air for less than a second before crashing into the grass. Madame Hooch rushed over to assess Neville's condition. Wrist injury, possibly a fracture, she murmured. It seemed that the levitation spell had some effect. This was certainly preferable to a complete break. Although the spell's impact was minimal, Ryan felt a sense of satisfaction in having helped someone. All right, the child is fine. Get up, Madame Hooch said as she assisted Neville to his feet. Chapter 13. Midnight duel. After Madame Hooch escorted Neville away, Malfoy began to provoke the Gryffindor students. Ryan found it utterly perplexing that someone who prided himself on noble blood in the wizarding world could behave as rudely as a street thug. Soon after, Malfoy took to the air with Neville's memory ball, taunting Harry Potter. Hermione attempted to restrain Harry from his reckless pursuit, but to no avail. How could Harry act so thoughtlessly, not considering the potential loss of points? Ryan halted and turned to Hermione, saying, I understand your concern for our house's honor, which complicates your acceptance of Harry's actions. However, Malfoy's bullying of the weak is truly repugnant. Harry is merely responding out of righteous indignation. I believe it is inappropriate to chastise him for such noble behavior. Hermione replied, You may have a point, but I cannot comprehend why you boys are so reckless. Can't we just let the professors handle this? After shaking her head, she walked toward the Great Hall. Seeing Hermione nearby, Ryan moved closer, overhearing her admonish Harry about wandering outside at night. After a brief exchange of sharp words, she stormed off in frustration. Ryan took a seat next to Harry and Ron. Ron, noticing Ryan, asked, Are you here to persuade us like Hermione? No, I'm not, Ryan denied. But have you considered the possibility that Malfoy might not show up and instead report to the teachers, setting you up for a fall? After all, Ron, you've often remarked on how cunning the Slytherins are. No way, Ron replied, his face twitching. The Malfoys are one of the oldest pureblood families. He wouldn't stoop so low as to cheat in a duel he instigated himself. Ryan turned to Harry, who said, I think Ryan has a point. The possibility isn't negligible. Yet, if Malfoy shows up and we don't, we'll be ridiculed for life. Suddenly, Harry seemed to have an epiphany. Ryan, I noticed you were quite impressive when you saved Neville today. Why not join us? That way, we'll have another pair of eyes on the teachers. Ryan contemplated this. Today was pivotal for their main quest, and establishing a good rapport with the chosen one of this realm was essential. With this in mind, Ryan agreed to Harry's request. They arranged to meet in the common room at 11:30. Ryan felt a surge of excitement. After all, how could one resist the allure of a nighttime escapade at Hogwarts, a cherished Gryffindor tradition? Furthermore, even if they were caught, a mere deduction of points or some light detention wouldn't be too severe. At 11:30, with their dorm mates fast asleep, Ryan quietly opened the door, spotting Harry and Ron sneaking out from across the corridor. After exchanging greetings, they stealthily approached the portrait hole, only for the nearest lamp to flicker to life. Hermione, clad in an adorable pink nightgown, sat there with a furrowed brow. You actually went through with it. And you, Ryan, how could you associate with them? Relax, Ryan replied. Nighttime adventures are part of life at Hogwarts. Look at the older students. How many Haven T ventured out at night? We must adapt to the customs of our surroundings. Especially since I've yet to witness a wizard duel, which is a significant aspect of our magical culture. Be quiet, or I'll write to your parents. Hermione warned as she crawled through the hole after them. Don't you think we should defeat Slytherin to win the House Cup? I can't stand by while you squander the points I've worked so hard to earn. As they bantered, they made their way through the passage. What should I do? Hermione asked. That is your dilemma, Ron replied. We need to go, we're running late. Since you've already broken the rules, we might as well stick together. It's safer than you standing here, Ryan suggested. Sometimes, The best way to avoid being reported is to drag the informant down with you. Why? Ron gasped softly. At least 2 of us can keep an eye on the entire corridor, in case a patrolling teacher appears. After 10 tense minutes of walking, they arrived at the 3rd-floor trophy room, where various awards glimmered in the moonlight. Harry and Ron entered the room, while Ryan and Hermione crouched at the door, occasionally peeking out to monitor the corridor. As time ticked away, Ryan spotted a cat darting from the staircase, followed by a limping figure. It was Filch. To avoid alerting Filch, they moved cautiously. However, Filch seemed to sense something amiss, and his footsteps grew louder. In a moment of panic, Ron stumbled over a suit of armor, the clatter echoing down the corridor. The 4 of them abandoned all pretense of stealth and sprinted down the hall. After ascending and descending several staircases, they finally found themselves out of breath, bent over with hands on their knees. What is this place? Ron panted. Ryan surveyed their surroundings and felt a jolt of anxiety. They were near the 4th-floor classroom for charms, right next to the forbidden area guarded by the 3-headed dog, Fluffy. Could the narrative inertia be this strong? Chapter 14. The 3-headed dog. We now stood at the entrance of the charms classroom. Ryan addressed Ron, expressing that his concerns were indeed justified. But do pure-blood wizards typically lack honor in duels? He inquired. Absolutely not, Ron retorted. Only the serpents of Slytherin would stoop to such dishonor. Our Weasley family would never engage in such behavior. The Weasley family? I believe I may have encountered one. A ministry official named Arthur Weasley, who guided me into the magical world, was immensely helpful. He is truly a warm-hearted individual. Thank you for your kind words about my father. Ron replied with a friendly smile towards Ryan. It appears we have evaded him, Hermione remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Observing Harry's expression, it seemed he might agree with Hermione, yet he was reluctant to acknowledge it in her presence. Just as they stood up, a door in the corridor swung open, and Peeves the poltergeist floated out, emitting a delighted shriek upon seeing them. Foul first years, wandering about at this hour. TSK, 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 naughty, naughty. You'll get caught. Hermione was about to plead for leniency, but Ryan seized her arm and urged her forward, shouting to Harry, "That's Peeves. Pleading is futile. We must run." Harry, momentarily stunned, was swiftly pulled along by Ron, who grasped him and hurried down the corridor. At this point, they could no longer afford to mask their footsteps, fleeing down the hallway with all their might. Behind them, Peeves called out, "Students should be asleep, roaming the corridors at this time." The 4 of them fled to the end of the corridor, only to find the door there locked. The sound of Filch's footsteps echoed ominously from the hallway behind them. "We're done for," Ron whimpered, as they desperately pushed against the door. Ryan had resigned himself to capture, considering Filch to be a far kinder adversary than the 3-headed beast. "Step aside." Hermione suddenly dashed to the door. Seizing Harry's wand, she tapped the lock and whispered, "Alohomora." With a click, the door swung open. Ryan's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a word, Hermione pulled him inside. Indeed, Peeves was true to his nature. He showed respect only to professors and the Bloody Baron, disregarding anyone else in the school. Filch, having been taunted by Peeves, left in a fit of anger, having gained nothing. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He must have thought this door was locked. "We are finally safe." "I fear not. Take a look behind you." Ryan's voice trembled as he spoke. Before them stood a monstrous dog, likely a hellhound, its 3 heads looming ominously. It filled the space from floor to ceiling, with 3 pairs of malevolent, glistening eyes, 3 noses quivering in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths, saliva dripping like viscous ropes from its yellowed fangs. It stood motionless, all 6 eyes fixated on them. Ryan was aware that this beast would succumb to sleep upon hearing music. Initially, he believed that knowing this weakness would render the encounter manageable. However, standing before such a colossal creature rendered him speechless. His gaze fell downward, and indeed, a door leading to the basement lay beneath the beast's massive paws. This must be the trial Dumbledore had devised for Harry. It was rather suspicious that Peeves had deliberately led them in this direction. Surely the headmaster could command the ghosts of Hogwarts if he truly wished to deter students from this place. Reflecting on the trials in the original text, aside from the final mirror, the others seemed rather childish, hardly befitting an encounter with the Dark Lord, and they conveniently aligned with the strengths of the 3 challengers. Such coincidences were indeed curious. Fortunately, this was merely the beginning of the main plot, and for now, there was no need to fear being deemed a candidate for heroism by the headmaster. After all, Neville was not considered a hero in the original narrative. At that moment, the lock clicked open as Harry turned the doorknob. They quickly exited, shutting the door behind them. Luckily, the beast was chained to the wall and could not pursue them. The four of them sprinted up to Gryffindor Tower. After a moment of silence, Ron broke it. Why would the school keep such a volatile beast within the castle? Don't they fear a mishap? Hermione, having regained her breath, stood up. Did you not see it standing on a trapdoor? It must be guarding something. She cast a fierce glare at the three boys. I hope you all feel fortunate today. We nearly faced death or worse, expulsion from the school. Now, if you don't mind, I am going to bed. Given that Hermione was understandably furious as an innocent bystander caught in their reckless adventure that nearly cost them their lives, Ryan felt achingly fatigued and, without washing up, slipped into bed. In bed, he reflected on the day's actions. He realized he had indeed been somewhat reckless, primarily due to his insufficient strength, which rendered him powerless to alter the inevitable events despite foreseeing them. Resolving to confront his fears of the unfamiliar world he had shied away from, he acknowledged that he could no longer delay opening the door to the new world within the shop. With a newfound goal in mind, Ryan turned over and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 15. The first initiative to enter a dungeon early the next morning. Ryan observed the astonished expression on Malfoy's face upon discovering that Harry Potter was still at school. To be honest, the youthful Malfoy, displaying such an expression, appeared rather endearing. Harry and Ron seemed to be engaged in a private discussion, but they would always cease their chatter whenever Ryan drew near. It appeared they had begun to speculate about what lay beneath the hatch that the large dog was watching. There was also the somewhat unfortunate situation that Hermione had stopped speaking to Ryan. This left him feeling a bit disheartened, yet it also afforded him more time to interact with his other peers in the common room. Several classmates remarked that without Hermione sitting nearby, they felt considerably more at ease. It seemed Hermione's social skills were indeed somewhat lacking. As the weekend rolled around, after everyone in the dormitory had retired for the night, Ryan drew the curtains of his bed to shield himself from the gaze of his roommate and chose to enter the Multiverse grocery store. Previously, Ryan had attempted to wait and see if any customers would visit, but aside from the mayor of the winter home from the Ice Age world, who had come before he started school, he had not encountered a single visitor for over a month since starting classes. It was only after re-entering the Multiverse grocery store and communicating with the system that he learned the probability of customers appearing was directly linked to the strength of the store owner. The mere fact that he had one visitor last time was already a stroke of extraordinary luck. Since waiting idly was not an option, Ryan approached the door of the grocery store and began to select the world he wished to traverse. The new worlds were categorized from level 1 to 9 based on their danger, with the deviation points required to open a spatial door starting at 1 point and doubling for each subsequent level. The Plants vs. Zombies world had previously been classified as a level 5 world. It was only logical. A realm filled with sentient plants and superpowered zombies was certainly not as simple as it appeared in the game. Ryan pondered that the first and second level worlds likely lacked the items he needed. Even if he could acquire firearms, they would merely be conventional weapons from ordinary worlds. With no professional training and only an 11-year-old's physique, he would be unable to wield any powerful personal weaponry. Moreover, attempting to shoot a three-headed dog or a giant troll in a confined space would be akin to committing suicide, much like trying to shoot an elephant with a handgun at close range. Not to mention that Voldemort had no physical form and was immune to all physical attacks. And confronting classmates like Malfoy with a firearm would be utterly excessive. As for the 5th level world, Ryan had been fortunate not to encounter many enemies in the Plants vs. Zombies universe, but he could not rely solely on luck. He envisioned what might happen if he were to face a horde of zombies. With his current strength, he would undoubtedly be unable to cope. Given that he only had 6 deviation points, the 3rd level world became his sole option. After making his decision, he paid the 4 deviation points. A flash of light enveloped him, and Ryan traversed to a new world. If one were to gain omnipotent superpowers, what would one do? Clearly, the world Ryan now inhabited posed this very question. In a clearing within a small grove, Ryan concealed himself behind a large tree. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and clad in his black school uniform, he was easily hidden in the darkness of the woods. Upon his arrival, he observed the patch of grass beneath his feet, the surrounding trees, and the large pit nearby from which peculiar sounds emanated. Ryan realized he had arrived at a popular crossover point, the world of the film Chronicle. It was no surprise, such a world, where one could rapidly acquire combat prowess with no prerequisites, was indeed rare among the myriad of films. He felt a twinge of regret for the original protagonists of the movie. In a world devoid of superpowers, When someone suddenly transforms into a superhero and exposes themselves to the outside world, the outcome is not difficult to predict. As long as the extraordinary individuals do not form an organization or are not entirely invincible, there will always be entities attempting to control or eliminate them. Even if they were genuinely invulnerable in terms of power, as long as they retained a shred of humanity, there would always be a way to manipulate them, or even force them to take their own lives. After all, no matter how formidable an individual's strength, it can never rival the power of a collective. Fortunately, Ryan had entered early. He draped his robe over the pit's entrance and cast a transformation spell to blend it with the surrounding grass. He then concealed himself behind a nearby tree to observe the situation. After waiting for about an hour, 3 young individuals passed through the grove, 2 Caucasians and 1 African American. They appeared to be the original protagonists. They circled the clearing and then departed, failing to notice the magically concealed entrance. As soon as they exited Ryan's line of sight, a chime echoed in his mind, completely altered the plot, gained 20 deviation points. What a bountiful harvest! Ryan exulted, raising a fist in triumph. Unfortunately, such opportunities were rare, and having initially prevented the plot from unfolding meant he could not continuously reap deviation points. Therefore, different methods of intervening in the storyline each had their own advantages and disadvantages. For the original protagonists, while they could not become superpowered beings, avoiding a tragic fate or living in obscurity and abandoning everything to flee was, in itself, a positive outcome. Once he confirmed that the trio had left, Ryan dashed to the pit's entrance, lifted his robe, and jumped down. The hole was not large, and after taking a few steps and rounding a corner, he spotted a crystal resembling a sea urchin, glowing with a blue light. After a moment's contemplation, he reached out and grasped one of the crystalline pillars sprouting from the crystal. At that moment, the system displayed a message in his mind: acquired a usable item. Would you like to store it in the grocery store? Yes, no. Ryan selected yes, and the crystal vanished before him. As the supporting crystal of the cave disappeared, stones and dirt began to tumble from the ceiling. Ryan hurriedly fled toward the entrance, scrambling back to the surface. Upon reaching the shelves, Ryan discovered that the extraordinary crystal had shrunk to the size of a palm, now placed within a compartment. The label below read, through a specific stimulation to the brain, it can grant the user telekinesis up to 100-ton capacity. Usable 3 times, non-stackable. Ryan hesitated for a long time regarding the crystal, ultimately deciding against acquiring superpowers for himself. He was uncertain of the potential effects such stimulation could have on his brain. If it were to cause irreversible damage, what would happen to his magical abilities? After all, magic was his foundation. Risking it all for a power that had a natural limit seemed unwise. It would be better to keep the crystal as a trading item. Lying in bed, he glanced at the clock. Just as before, only an hour had elapsed. It seemed that no matter how much time he spent in other worlds, only an hour would pass in this one. This was indeed good news, allowing for much more convenient time management in the future. Ryan briefly analyzed the events of his adventure that day, then threw his weary body onto the bedding, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 16. The battle in the world of Plants vs. Zombies. Early the next morning, Ryan rose with the sun, determined to venture into a more perilous realm on his next expedition. However, prior to that, he recognized the necessity of acquiring further magical knowledge and augmenting his power to ensure his safety during the adventure. After all, worlds like the Superpower Unleashed, where one reaps abundant rewards with minimal risk, constitute merely a fraction of all possible realms. It is far more likely that upon entering a new world, one might be besieged by a horde of monsters. As he sat down for breakfast, a new message from the system arrived. Crazy Dave had made several enhancements to the magical plants he had brought a month ago and now invited Ryan to join him in testing these innovations. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan accepted the invitation, realizing that in times when short-term enhancement of his abilities was unattainable, leveraging external forces was indeed a prudent strategy. Following his meal, Ryan proceeded to the library with Hermione, as was customary. Yet, preoccupied with strategizing for the night's endeavors, he exhibited a certain absent-mindedness, which Hermione quickly noticed. Ryan, what's the matter with you today? You seem a bit off. You've been staring at that page for nearly 10 minutes without turning it. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just not quite myself today. Thank you for your concern, he replied. No, I'm not concerned for you. Uncle Lambert tasked me with keeping an eye on you, and I cannot go back on my word, Hermione retorted, her haughty demeanor evident as she turned her head away, subsequently immersing herself in her thick tome of notes. Ryan then took out the paper Professor McGonagall had assigned and began to write. Standing in his garden, Ryan surveyed the flourishing plants before him and made his way to the back door of Dave's house, nestled against the wall. Before he could knock, the door swung open abruptly. "Ah, little buddy, come in. I've been waiting for you. Hurry, let us head to the lab and check out my new inventions," exclaimed Dave, leading Ryan into the depths of his abode. As they walked, Ryan listened to Dave's incessant chatter. "The plants you found are unlike anything I've ever seen. They are truly extraordinary and have inspired countless ideas. I've combined them with some local flora, and the results against those pesky zombies are astonishing. I can't help but wonder what kind of world they hailed from." Upon reaching the living room, Dave plopped down onto a couch and beckoned Ryan to join him. Once seated, Dave removed his left shoe and pressed his big toe onto a flower design etched into the floor tiles. Circling the couch, Ryan noticed a staircase descending from beneath it. "Why do you sit on the couch to activate the mechanism?" he inquired. "Well, I believe it helps to shake my head about, sparking new inspiration," Dave replied. "And why should I let you sit there?" "Because I feel that good ideas should be shared with my partner." Following the winding staircase downwards, they descended approximately 4 or 5 floors until they arrived before a reinforced alloy door. Ignoring the nearby scanning camera, Dave pressed his face against the glass of a fire equipment box for facial recognition, and the door swung open. "See, I designed it this way to ensure no enemy could ever suspect it. You could install something similar at your home," he suggested. Ryan could only nod politely, unsure of what to say. Beyond the door lay an underground chamber the size of half a football field, towering 3 stories high, illuminated by sunlight crystals. "Welcome to my laboratory, where an intelligent system I created assists me in managing everything," Dave proclaimed proudly. "Follow me. Back here are the new varieties produced from the plants you brought." As they traversed rows of soilless cultivation troughs, Ryan encountered various familiar plant varieties from the game of his past life: cherry bombs, walnuts, potato mines, and more. The plants curiously opened their little eyes to observe him, occasionally whispering to one another. "It seems they rather like you, little buddy," Dave remarked, waving Ryan over to another door. "Come in and see the new members of our plant army." Upon entering, Ryan discovered a small room of approximately 100 square meters, filled with an array of sophisticated scientific instruments occupying half the space, with the remainder taken up by iron shelves bearing several types of plants. Just as Ryan was inspecting the plants, Dave approached from behind, ready to make introductions. "Due to the brief time I've had these specimens, I've only developed 3 new plants so far." He pointed to a cabbage, standing half his height. "This is the cabbage puncher, cultivated from the seeds of the chomper you provided. It can continuously pummel the zombies directly in front of it." No sooner had he spoken than the cabbage opened its eyes and assumed a boxing stance. "Isn't that from Plants vs. Zombies too?" Ryan mused, perplexed. However, reflecting on the fact that all plants in both games were products of Dave's ingenuity, it seemed reasonable that he could cultivate new varieties inspired by his existing plants. Dave then gestured to a bean plant beside the cabbage. "This is the spring bean, capable of launching zombies away from it. Thanks to your contribution of the pea shooter pods, I discovered that elasticity can indeed be lethal to zombies." Finally, Dave led Ryan to the far end of the room, where a row of peculiar plants with dragon-like heads awaited. "I always thought dragons were mere legend until you gave me that vial of dragoness blood." 10 gallons only yielded a single vial the size of an adult's finger. "It was practically robbery," Ryan interjected. "Indeed, it inspired me to combine the abilities of plants and animals, using the snapdragon as a foundation to cultivate this unprecedented species, the fire dragon plant. It resembles a flamethrower." After introducing the new plants, Dave continued, "The purpose of inviting you today is to collaborate on testing these plants and simultaneously clear out a recent wave of zombies encroaching nearby. Once we've dealt with them, I can offer you a portion of the reclaimed buildings along with the promised reward, considering there's hardly anyone in the village needing new homes." Chapter 17. The Battle in the World of Plants vs. Zombies. Removing the paper. A line of crooked words written in dark red blood read, "We will pay a visit soon. Welcome to join us. Your friend." It seemed that the battle was about to commence. The electronic alarm clock in the living room turned a menacing red while emitting a shrill siren. A 2-minute countdown promptly appeared. You moved to the adjacent empty house, where you would not have to confront the main horde of zombies, merely alleviating some of the pressure from my side while dispatching the scattered, retreating zombies. Everything has been prepared on my end." No sooner had the words left my mouth than Dave dashed out through the front door. After the door closed, Ryan slipped through the back entrance. treading the narrow path across his house to the designated position. In a previous life, Ryan was an avid player of the Plants vs. Zombies series. The prospect of personally commanding a genuine battle against zombies filled him not only with anxiety, but also with a sense of exhilaration. Upon reaching the designated position, he found 4 bags of seeds neatly arranged in the house. The bags were labeled Sunflower, 50, Pea Shooter, 100, Cherry Bomb, 150, and Walnut, 50. According to the instructions placed beside them, in battle mode, sunflowers could generate an orb of sunlight every 30 seconds. This sunlight could transform plants into temporary weapons with a mere lifespan of 3 days. Above Ryan's head, a frying pan was ready to collect sunlight, and everything operated similarly to the game. The pan was preloaded with 50 points of sunlight. Ryan swiftly planted a sunflower seed in the yard, subsequently placing the sunlight upon the seed. In a manner reminiscent of a fast-forward documentary, the seed rapidly matured from a tender sprout into a fully grown sunflower. Before long, the sunflower produced a glowing orb, which, guided by Ryan's thoughts, ascended into the frying pan above him. A phantom numeral appeared in the upper left corner of his vision, 25. It appeared that the sunflower yielded 25 points of sunlight, just as it did in the game. Just after completing this task, the sound of a zombie ascending the wooden plank propped against the wall reached his ears. Soon, the first zombie revealed its head over the wall. Letting out a terrifying howl, it staggered toward Ryan's house. From a distance, the zombie lacked the adorably foolish demeanor of its video game counterpart, but bore a strong resemblance. Its skin was a sickly green, clad in tattered rags. Its eyes bulged, and its wide mouth revealed only a few yellowed teeth. As it walked, it swayed unsteadily, occasionally emitting unintelligible growls from its throat. Only 1 or 2 zombies began to charge into the yard. Ryan utilized the accumulated 50 points of sunlight to plant another sunflower. He then unleashed petrification spells upon the few zombies that had climbed up. Though the effect was modest, each spell momentarily halted the zombies for 5 or 6 seconds. With the assistance of 2 sunflowers, Ryan quickly planted his first pea shooter. After a few peas struck the zombie, it snapped its neck and collapsed in the yard. After dispatching several zombies in conjunction with his magic, Ryan suddenly noticed a silver coin materializing from the fallen zombie's body. As he directed his thoughts to collect it into his frying pan, he felt a weight drop in his pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a crystalline orb of sunlight. This world was quite intriguing. Ryan pondered the peculiar appearance of sunlight crystals within the zombie's body, which seemed neither scientific nor magical. As time passed, the sunlight accumulated increasingly. Ryan planted 2 rows of sunflowers at the back of the yard, followed by 3 pea shooters in each row, and finally a row of walnuts at the front. In this formation, the zombies became mere targets, falling one after another before the plants. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan practiced several spells he had mastered, occasionally deploying a cherry bomb to clear out clustered zombies. Hours later, just as Ryan was becoming adept at casting his spells, a sudden alarm blared from Crazy Dave's house, signaling the onset of the zombies' final assault. Hundreds of zombies, led by flag-waving zombies, charged forth. At this moment, the slowing effect of his spell seemed utterly futile against such a massive horde. Before long, the zombies trampled over their fallen brethren, braving the pea shooters' attacks until they reached the walnuts, beginning to gnaw at them. Ryan attempted to place a cherry bomb amidst the throng of zombies, but there were too many. The bomb was devoured before it could detonate. With no alternative, Ryan resorted to placing cherry bombs at the edges of the zombie horde, systematically obliterating them layer by layer. Finally, after the walnuts were nearly consumed, Ryan succeeded in eliminating all the zombies that had infiltrated the yard. He initially contemplated pursuing the retreating zombies, but, recalling Dave's instructions, refrained from doing so. Once the horde departed, several zombies suddenly emerged from the ground, seemingly preparing for an ambush. A cold sweat trickled down Ryan's spine after hours of combat. He felt utterly drained and plopped down on the steps in front of the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Ryan observed Dave emerging from his house driving a tractor. Initially indifferent, Ryan was spurred into action upon hearing the final remark about the harrowing fluctuations in housing prices from his previous life. He rushed forward to assist, employing levitation spells to help move items. Noticing Dave repairing the fence with his rough hands, Ryan found it peculiar. In the underground laboratory, a highly advanced intelligent butler had been boasted about as Dave's creation. Why not construct robots to assist with such menial tasks? Ryan sighed, realizing that both of them would be laboring late into the night. Such physical labor was rather burdensome for an 11-year-old child. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Uncle Dave, we need not engage in such labor anymore. Regarding the issue of robots being exploited by enemies, I have just conceived a brilliant solution. Chapter 18. The Battle in the World of Plants vs. Zombies. Part 2. Dave, who was sitting there sipping water, was suddenly startled by Ryan's shout, causing him to choke and emit a violent coughing fit. Ryan hurriedly approached to pat his back. After a considerable time, Dave finally regained his composure. He lifted his head to look at Ryan and said, "How could a great scientist like me solve a problem that you, a mere child, could possibly tackle?" Observing the disbelief etched on Ryan's face, the eccentric Dave continued, "My adversary is known as Dr. Zomboss, an exceptionally intelligent zombie who has created numerous bizarre undead creatures. He is well-versed in electronics and mechanics, capable of constructing robots larger than houses. As a result of a failed malevolent experiment, Dr. Zomboss amalgamated the wisdom of many scientists. Most importantly," Dave lowered his voice, "he possesses the ability to extract the knowledge of those who have turned into zombies, such as myself. Initially, I believed he was merely a simple zombie expert and constructed several robots as assistants. However, each time, those robots became his minions." Shaking his head, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory, he added, "Though I may not match him in software expertise, I have discovered that many of the programs he employs bear the hallmarks of other renowned experts, all of whom perished in zombie attacks. Thus, I surmise that zombies devour human brains to acquire knowledge." Upon concluding his statement, the eccentric Dave stared at Ryan with his mismatched eyes, as if to convey that such a formidable enemy could not possibly be contended with by a mere child. It is worth noting that Dr. Zomboss's proficiency in this domain is akin to that of the world's leading experts. Ryan, observing Dave's incredulous expression, implored, "If you believe in me, allow me to access your underground laboratory, where I shall present the solution to our dilemma." Upon arriving at the computer in the basement, Ryan chose to extract a trove of knowledge from the world of Frostpunk. With a flash of golden light, the USB drive materialized in Ryan's hand. After inserting the USB into the computer, aided by artificial intelligence, a three-dimensional projection of the differential machine, energy towers, and robots from the Frostpunk world was swiftly generated. Surrounded by an array of data annotations, Dave pushed past Ryan, astonished by the sight before him. This is entirely the product of another civilization, relying solely on mechanical programming to enable these robots to perform tasks such as logging, mining, tending to greenhouses, and even caring for the sick. More importantly, these robots possess a terrifying reliability, functioning in conditions as harsh as -150 degrees, using materials and craftsmanship from the early 20th century. The most astonishing aspect is that these colossal machines are powered by ancient steam energy. After a frenzied display of excitement, Dave turned to Ryan and remarked, "Now I finally understand your confidence. This robot operates entirely without electronic components. Even if Dr. Zomboss possesses formidable electronic intrusion capabilities, he cannot penetrate a core operating system composed of gears and perforated steel plates. As long as we combine steam energy towers for power and the differential machine for programming, I believe I can swiftly commence production of these robots. This way, my army of plants will rapidly grow in strength, and I should live to witness the day when zombies are utterly eradicated." At this point, Dave crouched down to meet Ryan's gaze, stating, "This technology is of paramount importance to me. We are both merchants, so let us dispense with the formalities. Name your price. I am resolute in acquiring this." Ryan pondered for a moment. "I am but a child, and I am unsure what this item could be exchanged for." "Very well," Dave replied. "Since you are willing to trust me, I shall prepare the items for trade. You will surely find this to be a splendid transaction." Although they had discovered a method to create new robots, both men needed to venture out and physically erect defenses against the zombies. Even with the aid of magic, they toiled for several hours until sunset before completing all necessary tasks. Shouldn't there be others in this village? Why is no one coming to help? After their labor, Ryan recalled certain elements from the game and curiously inquired of Dave. "Indeed, there were others in the town where I resided. However, when I realized that the zombies were targeting me, I relocated to this abandoned town, and it has now been 3 years." Upon returning to Dave's home, Ryan went to the bathroom to freshen up, while Dave prepared the items for trade. Once ready, Dave sat on the sofa waiting for Ryan. "I can offer you 10 varieties of plants, 3 of which can be upgraded to advanced forms." After stating this, he noticed Ryan's emotionless gaze and awkwardly chuckled, "Of course. In addition to these, I will also gift you a small greenhouse farm as your plant cultivation base. When the robots are completed, I will ensure it is fully equipped." Hearing this, a smile graced Ryan's lips. With a greenhouse farm, he could continuously obtain plants. Observing Ryan's smile, Dave sighed with relief and continued, "Furthermore, I will provide a set of farmhouses along with the house you currently possess. Once the robots are operational, I will ensure everything is in order for you. In addition to gold, there is a notebook. I believe your community is a complete human society, and you may find these gold pieces useful. I have no need for them, so I will pass along everything I have collected." Dave rubbed his hands together, adding, "The notebook contains my insights on plant cultivation. You may find it beneficial." Chapter 19. Counting the harvest. The introduction of technologies from other worlds has brought unforeseen evolutionary directions to the Plants vs. Zombies universe, resulting in the acquisition of a meager 3 deviation points. Ryan furrowed his brow. Such a modest reward seemed inadequate considering that this technological exchange had the potential to alter the developmental trajectory of a 5th-level world. Fortunately, as Ryan's strength increased, the system provided more information than before in the notification panel. It turned out to be a long-term task. However, a steady, gradual approach was also a viable strategy. Now, Ryan had accumulated 25 deviation points and could seek a world with greater potential for rewards on his next adventure. In addition to the crucial deviation points, he had acquired a greenhouse farm, upgrading his planting base to a small agricultural estate, which allowed him to cultivate the newly acquired plants without needing to remove the existing ones. The 2 rows of plants on the shelf behind the counter vividly illustrated this bounty. The lower row was quite full, showcasing not only the original sunflowers, pea shooters, and sun mushrooms, but also 7 new varieties of ordinary plants obtained from this venture: walnuts, repeater pea shooters, cherry bombs, tombstone moss, lantern grass, Venus flytraps, and water lilies. Though these were the most basic varieties, they provided Ryan with a formidable plant army capable of tackling most environments. Above these ordinary specimens, 3 advanced plants were displayed: fire dragon grass, twin sunflowers, and machine gun pea shooters. The ordinary plants produced 10 specimens each week, while the advanced varieties yielded only 2. On the cabinet beside the counter, in addition to an existing golden tome, the Winter Home Industrial Manual, a new black book, Crazy Dave's Beginner Plant Cultivation Guide, had appeared. Observing these 2 volumes, Ryan resolved to study them. As he focused on the texts, he discovered that the cost of fully mastering each book varied significantly. The Winter Home Industrial Manual required a mere 1 deviation point for complete comprehension, as it was simply a standard mechanical book with minimal sci-fi elements. In contrast, Crazy Dave's Beginner Plant Cultivation Guide, tailored specifically for extraordinary plants, demanded 5 deviation points for mastery. After careful consideration, Ryan decided to study both books simultaneously. Mechanical knowledge proved invaluable in numerous scenarios, while the cultivation of extraordinary plants, reminiscent of the herbology classes at Hogwarts, was knowledge directly linked to power. Accumulating deviation points solely to hoard them without utilizing their potential was the height of folly. Holding on to points, yet lacking the strength to avert dire consequences, would lead to regret. Seated in the solitary chair of the shop, Ryan initiated the knowledge infusion, reducing his deviation points to 19. As he drifted into slumber, he dreamt of reclining beside a tranquil lake, where 2 streams of water cascaded from colorful clouds above, creating a melodious tinkling sound. He lay upon the soft grass, gazing at the sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. One stream soon ceased, while the other lingered for an extended period. Just as calmness returned, Ryan sensed a pull above, and darkness enveloped him. Upon awakening, he found himself still seated in the chair. Why was there no sharp pain akin to what one might expect in novels? Had the transmission not commenced? Pondering this, he quickly realized that he had absorbed the knowledge from the 2 books and merely needed to practice to fully master it. Indeed, no one had ever claimed that knowledge transmission required the brain to endure torment. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Otherwise, enduring the agony of knowledge transfer akin to a slaughtered pig would be rather undesirable. With these thoughts, Ryan began to meticulously review the knowledge swirling in his mind. The Winter Home Industrial Manual had endowed him with a wealth of mechanical knowledge, yet his previous experience had been limited to bicycle repairs, leaving him uncertain of his progress in mechanics. Conversely, Crazy Dave's Beginner Plant Cultivation Guide allowed him to discern the conditions and care required for the plants from the game while integrating the herbology knowledge he had acquired at Hogwarts. To his astonishment, he realized he had achieved a profound understanding of the herbology material, indicating that this book was far more beneficial than he had anticipated. Although he had anticipated the crises he faced, the overall adventure proved to be more thrilling than perilous. However, the experience of nearly being ambushed by a zombie buried in the ground underscored a vital lesson. In future endeavors, he must strike a balance between safety and potential rewards, eschewing the pursuit of maximum gains. Ultimately, he had acquired an equivalent of 1,000 gallons of gold. While not an exorbitant sum, it paled in comparison to Harry Potter's experience in the Triwizard Tournament, where he risked a quarter chance of death and toiled for an entire semester to achieve a similar outcome. Thus, this harvest could be deemed satisfactory. Although it left Ryan somewhat restless, the thought of attending class the next day compelled him to close his eyes. After what felt like an eternity of tossing and turning, he finally drifted off into a hazy slumber. Chapter 20. Transition and discussion about the Cerberus. Early the next morning, Ryan yawned as he made his way to the hall for breakfast. His excitement from the previous day had rendered his sleep restless. Nevertheless, despite his physical fatigue, Ryan remained mentally invigorated, occasionally breaking into smiles even during the meal. This behavior earned him a disapproving glance from Hermione, seated beside him. "What on earth did you do this weekend?" she inquired, arching an eyebrow. "You seem lost in thought one moment, and then grinning foolishly the next. Are you sure you're all right?" After Ryan repeatedly assured her of his well-being, Hermione relented, and they proceeded to the library for their morning study session. Moreover, during Wednesday's herbology class, Ryan exhibited a keen interest in magical plants. He was even willing to stay after class to assist with tidying up, solely to spend more time with those extraordinary flora. After all, engaging with these plants was essential for Ryan to practically absorb Crazy Dave's knowledge. Observing Ryan's evident fondness for the plants, Professor Sprout felt a sense of joy. As a teacher, witnessing genuine interest from her students was immensely gratifying. Consequently, she informed Ryan that he could come to her office with any questions he had regarding these magical specimens. Thus, in addition to enhancing his own skills, Ryan discovered he had also made a favorable impression on the professor, an unexpected boon. However, honing his mechanical skills proved challenging, as the wizarding world possessed a rather unreasonable repair charm that left little room for practice. Fortunately, such skills were not of great significance within the wizarding realm, allowing him to postpone his training until a more opportune moment arose. Later that evening, after completing his homework, Ryan noticed a gathering of students clustered around the fireplace in the common room. The Weasley twins seemed to be demonstrating some new contraption. Just as Ryan was about to rise and join the commotion, the door to the common room swung open, and Hermione clambered in. She scanned the room before striding over to Ryan, evidently with something on her mind. Setting her bag down, Hermione retrieved a thick tome from within. The book appeared quite old, bound in the skin of some reptilian creature. The title, inscribed in faded gold, read, "Rare Magical Creatures of Europa." "Look what I found," Hermione exclaimed, flipping the book open to reveal an illustration of a three-headed dog, skillfully rendered and seemingly alive in its dynamic poses. At first glance, Ryan recognized that the creature depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to the Cerberus they had encountered in the restricted room on the 4th floor. Beneath the image, a description read, "Cerberus, a magical creature of regional biological lineage, a relic of the mythological era. With its 3 heads, it possesses innate advantages in perception, resistance to stupor, panic, and unconsciousness. This creature has formidable night vision, and both its claws and teeth are venomous, inflicting grievous wounds upon its adversaries. The multiple heads can alternate resting, making it exceedingly difficult to ambush. Furthermore, its mythological heritage grants it extraordinary resilience against both magical and physical assaults." "Why are you showing me this?" Ryan asked, suddenly pensive. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he continued, "I swear I won't take any more risks like last time. After all, escaping from such a fearsome creature was merely a stroke of luck. I cannot rely on fortune to always be on my side. Besides, I inadvertently dragged you into that mess. I apologize once again." That day, in that room, we noticed a trapdoor beneath the Cerberus, indicating its role as a guardian of something. What do you think could warrant the school taking such a risk by housing such a dangerous creature? When had Hermione developed such curiosity? In the original narrative, she only began pondering these matters after befriending Harry and Ron. Ryan contemplated Hermione's transformation and soon understood. Being an academic achiever, she undoubtedly harbored immense curiosity about the unknown. Not to mention, Surviving an encounter with a creature of that magnitude would naturally pique one's interest. It would be odd if she did not feel compelled to investigate further. Had it not been for Ryan's prior knowledge of the secret, he would likely be searching for information related to that dog at this very moment. Noticing Ryan's apparent distraction, Hermione pressed, "I refuse to believe you have no curiosity about the Cerberus and the trapdoor. What are you thinking?" Although Ryan was aware of the secret beneath the trapdoor, he could not openly reveal it. After all, he could not explain how he knew. After a moment's thought, Ryan replied, "Based on the information you provided today, the only thing I can ascertain is that the dog is guarding something, and that something must be of utmost importance, or they would not employ such a creature for the task." However, he shifted his tone. "What strikes me as peculiar is that Hogwarts is merely a school, not a vault. Why would it be used to store valuable items?" "Wait a moment, a vault. I think I might have an idea," Hermione interjected. "I have been subscribing to the Daily Prophet, and I remember reading that during the summer, there was an invasion at Gringotts. However, a spokesperson from Gringotts stated that the vault that was breached was empty, as its contents had been withdrawn earlier that day. Do you think the items hidden within Hogwarts are those that were taken?" What a remarkable deduction. Ryan gazed at Hermione in astonishment, momentarily losing his composure. After clearing his throat, he remarked, "I believe your reasoning is quite sound. The only place in the wizarding world safer than Gringotts would be Hogwarts, under the protection of the great Dumbledore. However, those daring enough to rob Gringotts might also be audacious enough to attempt a heist at Hogwarts. What should we do then?" Hermione asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Ryan waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "There's no need for concern. We have the greatest white wizard of the century as our headmaster. Even if something were to occur, it would hardly be our responsibility as first-year students." Chapter 21. Visiting the Quidditch practice the following morning, during breakfast, Hermione sat beside Ryan, engaging in a spirited discussion about the mysterious object. It was either exceptionally valuable or extraordinarily perilous. Hermione shared her conclusions from the previous night while lying in bed, suggesting it could very well embody both attributes. Ryan, swallowing a mouthful of cereal, chimed in, still grappling with the peculiar idea of having bacon for breakfast. Why did the British indulge in such greasy fare in the early hours? Yet, without further information, including even the object's size, such conjectures seemed utterly futile. In the ensuing days, Ryan resumed his routine of attending classes during the day, spending the rest of his time either studying with Hermione in the library or completing assignments with classmates in the common room. However, the thrill from their recent nocturnal escapade had been so overwhelming that he opted out of subsequent nighttime adventures. During a few casual strolls, Ryan discreetly poured the acidic liquid secreted by the moss on the gravestones onto a corner of Hogwarts' outer wall. He discovered that the acid, which could swiftly erode a slab of marble the size of a door, had no effect on the stone walls of Hogwarts. It appeared the rumors suggesting that every inch of Hogwarts was fortified with powerful protective magic held some truth. Indeed, the castle was far more complex than depicted in novels. Hence, it was wise to proceed with caution. By the following Wednesday, Ryan decided to venture outside the castle. As winter approached in the Scottish Highlands, sunlight was a rare sight, often replaced by incessant rain. Even though the house elves stoked the fireplace vigorously, he felt as though he might sprout mushrooms from spending all day confined within the castle's walls. Therefore, after finishing dinner, despite the sun having set, Ryan resolved to step out of the castle for a breath of fresh air. After failing to persuade Hermione to join him, she had a pile of transfiguration notes to review and astronomy class to attend later. He shrugged and chose to explore the grounds alone. Determined to make the most of his Wednesday afternoon, he decided to observe the Quidditch team's practice. Having spent considerable time in the magical realm, he had yet to witness the most popular sport among wizards in action. Upon arriving at the pitch, he beheld a colossal structure fashioned from wood and colorful fabric. At each end of the field stood 3 golden poles, each crowned with a hoop, reminiscent of the plastic wands children used to blow soap bubbles. Only these were 50 feet tall. A ring of bleachers housed hundreds of seats, with a few scattered students occupying them. As he scanned the stands, Ryan immediately spotted Ron's distinctive red hair. Ah, a familiar face, Ryan thought as he climbed the bleachers and settled beside Ron. "Hey, what brings you out today?" Ron inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Ryan had gained a reputation for organizing study discussions in the common room, fostering a decent rapport with Ron, who often felt overshadowed as the youngest son in a family that included a sister and was eclipsed at school by Harry Potter's heroic aura. Ron appeared somewhat exhilarated. likely yearning for acknowledgement from his peers. Quidditch is the most beloved sport in the wizarding world, Ron declared, clearing his throat. The rules are quite simple to grasp, though playing can be challenging. Each team consists of 7 players, 3 of whom are known as chasers. He gestured toward a group of players competing for a crimson ball the size of a soccer ball. See, those are the chasers. And the ball they're fighting over is the quaffle. He then pointed toward the golden hoops on the field. The chasers passed the quaffle among themselves, aiming to throw it through any of the 3 hoops below to score points. Each successful shot through a hoop is worth 10 points. Naturally, each team has a keeper whose role is to thwart the opposing chasers from scoring. Our keeper is Wood, the team captain. And what about the others? Ryan asked. Look up. There are 2 enchanted balls soaring in the air. Ryan noticed 2 black spheres, slightly smaller than a basketball, darting about, attempting to knock players off their brooms. The Weasley twins wielded bats, continually batting the balls away, their striking red hair making their identities unmistakable. Those are bludgers. They fly around, trying to knock the players off their brooms. My twin brothers are the best beaters. They protect our team from the bludgers while directing them toward the opposing players. As Ryan listened to the loud thwacks produced by the bats striking the bludgers, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Isn't that dangerous? Ron scratched his head. Well, not at Hogwarts. The worst that happens is a broken jaw. That still sounded perilous to Ryan. Observing the players zooming about, he felt that this sport appeared far more exhilarating than basketball or soccer, especially considering the limited entertainment options in the wizarding world. It was no wonder Quidditch held the title of the most popular sport in the entire magical realm. Noticing Ryan's burgeoning interest in Quidditch, Ron beamed with delight and began enthusiastically relaying the players' movements, interspersing tales of famous Quidditch teams and the sport's rich history. It seemed Ron was quite knowledgeable, though his brilliance often went unnoticed amidst his peers. Suddenly, Ryan spotted a slender figure darting across the field on a broomstick. Is that Harry Potter? Ron glanced in the direction Ryan pointed. Indeed, he's our new seeker. But keep that under wraps. He's our secret weapon this year. What if the other teams find out? Ron appeared slightly anxious. Not to worry. From what I overheard, they seem skeptical about Harry's flying skills, Ryan chuckled. Chapter 22. Halloween Eve. What brought him the greatest joy was discovering the proper application of knowledge from the Handbook of Winter Home Industries. This tome, rich in industrial insights, contained a wealth of information regarding various materials, which could evidently aid Ryan in his studies of transfiguration. It is well known that the 3 essential components of transfiguration are magical power, comprehension of the magic itself, and mastery of the properties of diverse substances. The knowledge of these materials would undoubtedly enhance Ryan's understanding of their characteristics, thereby contributing significantly to Gryffindor's standing in Transfiguration class, perhaps due to his current busyness. Between coursework and finding time to practice the new knowledge acquired from the Multiverse General Store, Ryan was astonished to realize that he had pinned his 9th letter home, writing to his family every Saturday. Could it be that a troll is about to be unleashed? Best to remain cautious in the coming days. As he pondered how to handle the potential troll incident, Ryan made his way to the Charms classroom with his textbook in hand. Once class commenced, the professor announced that he believed they were ready to begin levitating objects. Ever since witnessing Professor Flitwick make Neville's toad fly around the classroom, the students had been eagerly anticipating this opportunity to try their hand at such a skill. Professor Flitwick paired the students into partners for practice. Harry was paired with Seamus Finnegan, while Ron teamed up with Hermione Granger. Harry appeared rather pleased, as Neville had long wished to swap partners with Seamus, leaving Ryan somewhat dismayed at the prospect of being partnered with someone prone to mishaps. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione seemed quite irritated. Hermione had not spoken to either of them since the day Harry received his enchanted broomstick. Previously, their mutual disdain had been limited to mere glances, but now they completely ignored each other as if the other were invisible. Now, do not forget the subtle wrist motion we have been practicing. Professor Flitwick, as usual, stood atop his stack of books, exclaiming in his high-pitched voice. A flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish. It is also crucial to pronounce the incantation correctly. Do not forget about Wizard Baruffio, who mispronounced F's and found himself lying on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. While magic cannot conjure food, it can certainly summon a buffalo. Why can't wizards turn a buffalo into a roast beef meal instead? I shall have to inquire with Professor Flitwick after class. With that thought, Ryan took out his wand and prepared to practice. Having honed his skills privately for quite some time, he managed to levitate the feather effortlessly. Oh look, mister. Ryan has succeeded. And for that splendid levitation charm you performed last class, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 5 points, Professor Flitwick squeaked excitedly. In the time that followed, Ryan began assisting Neville in mastering the charm. In truth, as long as Neville remained calm and infused with a bit of confidence, his magical aptitude was not as lacking as it seemed. After repeatedly reciting the incantation and observing Ryan's demonstrations, Neville finally managed to cast the charm, albeit only lifting the feather a mere inch off the table. Without proper methods for learning, most young wizards find their magical studies rather challenging. Harry and Seamus attempted the incantation, flicking and swishing their wands repeatedly, yet the feather remained obstinately still on the table. In a moment of frustration, Seamus prodded the feather with his wand, igniting it in a small burst of flames. Fortunately, Harry acted swiftly to extinguish the tiny fire, but this left their classmates fanning the air to dissipate the acrid smell of burnt feather. On the other side of the classroom, Ron was faring no better. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, flailing his arms like a windmill. You've got it wrong, Hermione interjected bluntly. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The gar must be pronounced long and clearly. Hermione had practiced this charm with Ryan prior to class, and she had already mastered it before they began. Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Ron retorted. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. Their feather rose from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. Oh, well done, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. Everyone look. Miss Granger has succeeded. This charm is not as difficult as you may think. With a little care, you too can achieve it. Having expressed his gratitude to Professor Flitwick for his guidance, Ryan dashed out of the classroom. The corridor was bustling with students leaving class, moving forward at a snail's pace. Ryan overheard Ron's voice ahead. No wonder everyone can't stand her, truth be told. She yesed like a nightmare. Just then, Ryan noticed a brown-haired girl, clutching a book, walking past Ron and Harry with her head down, bumping into Harry as she did. The girl was likely Hermione, though she appeared to be crying. Ryan squeezed in beside Harry and Ron, listening as Ron commented, she must have realized it, aside from Ryan, who's south from the same place. She has no other friends. Ryan shook his head and patted both of their shoulders. You really frightened me with your sudden appearance. Ron said. I think it's quite ungentlemanly to conspire against a girl behind her back, Ryan replied. Harry lowered his gaze, appearing somewhat ashamed. Ron, however, countered, what is gentlemanly? At that moment, Ryan recalled that magic had blurred the physical disparities between genders. Thus, in the wizarding world, gender equality was more pronounced than in ordinary British customs, which often lacked notions of gentlemanly conduct. Well, what I mean is, conspiring against someone is inherently unethical. I believe you owe Hermione an apology. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. Ryan heard Ron mutter, I'll apologize for your sake. I'm quite curious how you endure a friend like Hermione. The three of them then proceeded to their next class together. Chapter 23, Halloween Boss. The troll during class. Ryan was astonished to discover that Hermione, typically a model student, was absent. This realization stirred a sense of unease within him. The troll was certainly not a foe that first-year students could contend with. Fortunately, perhaps due to the ongoing lessons, Quirrell, the Voldemort amalgamation, was preoccupied and unable to unleash the troll. The castle was enveloped in a serene and tranquil ambience. In the common room, Ryan inquired among his fellow classmates about Hermione's whereabouts. Padma, an Indian witch from his year, informed him that she had seen Hermione weeping sorrowfully in the girls' restroom, refusing any offers of comfort. At the restroom's entrance, Ryan spotted Angelina emerging and called out to her. Good afternoon, Angelina. Have you seen Hermione inside? Hermione? The first-year girl from our house? Angelina nodded. She locked herself in a stall, crying. We considered comforting her, but she turned us away. Are you her friend? I believe so. Could you help me coax her out? Ryan asked. Just tell her that Ryan is waiting at the door. All right, Angelina replied with a smile, turning back toward the restroom. After a few minutes, Angelina returned with a disheveled Hermione, her eyes red and puffy, occasionally sniffling. Friends are among the most valuable treasures one can possess. I hope you enjoy your conversation. Angelina waved goodbye and departed. Upon seeing a familiar face, Hermione's tears began to well up again. Ryan quickly produced a tissue and offered it to her. It's all right. Don't cry. Let us find a place to talk. It's not appropriate to stand in the corridor like this. He gently guided Hermione toward the nearest empty classroom. Although there were few people around the restroom, it was still uncomfortable to be seen crying. Turning a corner, they arrived at an unoccupied classroom. Ryan opened the door and let Hermione enter first. He then followed, retrieving 2 chairs, wiping them down with a tissue. And they sat facing each other, as he was unfamiliar with cleaning charms. Ryan gazed at Hermione's swollen eyes, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, he had been perpetually single and had little experience in comforting girls. The two sat in silence, exchanging glances for a minute or two, until Hermione, perhaps noticing Ryan's discomfort, smiled. Her smile shattered the tension, and Ryan found himself smiling back inexplicably. After a few moments, their laughter subsided, and Ryan finally gathered his thoughts. He spoke to Hermione. You need not feel so sorrowful for something that is not your fault. Ron and Harry do not wish to harm others, but sometimes, in the heat of the moment, they act thoughtlessly. The hurtful words they spoke today were likely not intended. Then what have I done wrong to be so rejected? Hermione asked, dabbing her tears with the tissue, her voice resolute. I actively participate in every class, striving to earn points for our house. Yet they scarcely appreciate my efforts, effortlessly deducting points. Ryan raised his hands in a calming gesture. Hermione, please don't be agitated. The truth is that the majority of points deducted occur in Professor Snape's class. Sometimes he is biased, and it isn't entirely their fault. If you overlook the points deducted by Professor Snape, you will find that their point deductions align with the average across the house. Then why do Gryffindor students seem to care so little about the house cup? Hermione inquired, her confusion evident. Many of my housemates lose points for discipline or academics. I point out their mistakes, but they disregard it and even grow to resent me for it. Hermione shook her head gently and continued. The Sorting Hat wanted to place me in Ravenclaw, but I chose Gryffindor, recalling that the greatest wizard of this century, Dumbledore, graduated from here. Now, I wonder if I truly belong in this house. In truth, the Sorting Hat considers a student's character and also takes into account their desires. Being sorted into Gryffindor indicates that there is a facet of you that aligns with this house. The Sorting Hat speaks of bravery, but I believe it more accurately refers to emotional impulsiveness. Harry and Ron exemplify this trait, so do not let their words upset you. At times, they truly speak without thinking, and your points are valid. If what I say is correct, then why do I feel a sense of exclusion within the house? Hermione asked, perplexed. It's quite simple. What you say is accurate, but your manner of expression may be problematic. Ryan articulated insights he had pondered while reading novels in his previous life. From what I gather, you have struggled with communication since elementary school. Your well-intentioned attempts to assist often come across as condescension. I've heard of you since primary school, often prefixed with the term arrogant. If you were speaking to a Ravenclaw, they might consider your true intentions privately. However, you cannot expect the hot-headed Gryffindors to think that deeply. Both Harry and Ron are fundamentally good people. However, Harry's abrupt transition from an orphan to a savior has likely amplified his emotional side. As for Ron, being the most overlooked among many siblings, it is understandable that he might react strongly in various situations. Thus, comments made in the heat of the moment by someone impulsive or emotional are not necessarily correct, so there is no need to take them to heart. After an afternoon of encouragement, Hermione finally felt a sense of relief. She realized she should not torment herself over others' faults and acknowledged the aspects she needed to change. As dusk slowly descended, Hermione adjusted her mindset and rose to her feet. She extended a hand to Ryan. Thank you for spending the afternoon comforting me. I think you are my first friend at Hogwarts, aren't you? It seems we were merely acquaintances before. Ryan stood, shaking Hermione's hand. Indeed, we are friends. Chapter 24, Halloween Boss. The Troll. After successfully persuading Hermione, Ryan suggested they study together in the library. However, Hermione felt that her swollen eyes, a clear indication of recent tears, rendered her unfit to face their classmates in such a disheveled state. She preferred the solitude of an empty classroom for their studies. Time passed gradually as they immersed themselves in their work. Once they had completed all the assignments for the day, Ryan glanced out the window and noticed that dusk had begun to settle. As they gathered their books and prepared to leave, they suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps echoing from the far end of the corridor. Ryan seemed to recall something and swiftly restrained Hermione, who was about to open the door, before peering through a crack in the door. Upon seeing that it was Harry and Ron approaching, Ryan opened the door and stepped outside. After their morning classes concluded, Harry and Ron noted that Hermione had not shown up all afternoon, and Ryan had merely dashed upstairs to grab his bag before vanishing. Ron appeared somewhat uneasy upon hearing this. He remarked to Harry that it was likely Ryan's bookish nature that allowed him to befriend Hermione. Harry replied, acknowledging Ron's discomfort stemming from Ryan's earlier request for him to apologize to Hermione, but added that without Ryan organizing study discussions in the common room, he would have struggled to keep up with his assignments, especially given the time-consuming Quidditch practices. 1,000 bats flitted against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like a low-hanging cloud above the dining table, causing the candle flames nestled within the pumpkins to flicker wildly. Delectable dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, reminiscent of the grand feast at the beginning of the term. Just as Harry and his friends were enjoying their meal, Professor Quirrell burst into the dining hall, his oversized scarf askew on his head, and a look of sheer terror etched across his face. All eyes turned to him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's side, leaning heavily against the table, gasping, "A troll has entered the dungeon. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Chaos erupted in the dining hall. Professor Dumbledore had to produce several sharp bursts of magical fireworks from the tip of his wand before the students settled down. "Prefects," he said in a low voice, "immediately escort your housemates back to the dormitories." Percy, naturally, took charge, leading the Gryffindor students toward their tower. Along the way, they encountered throngs of students rushing in various directions, many faces etched with anxiety, and some timid girls could be heard sobbing softly. Ron bit his lip. "Oh, fine," he said decisively, "but let us avoid being seen by Percy." They crouched down, blending into the Hufflepuff crowd, and moved in the opposite direction. As they traversed the empty side corridors, just around a corner, they heard the hurried footsteps approaching from behind. "Percy," Ron hissed, pulling Harry behind a large statue of a griffin. Peering from their hiding spot, they realized it was not Percy but Severus Snape, who strode down the corridor and soon disappeared from view. "What is he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he with the other teachers in the dungeon?" "How should I know?" They murmured, quietly following Snape's retreating footsteps down another corridor, striving to remain silent. Their journey was uneventful until they turned a corner and found themselves in front of the classroom where Ryan and the others had been studying. Just then, Ryan emerged from the back door of the classroom. "What are you two doing here during mealtime?" he asked, before Harry could respond. An overwhelming stench reminiscent of a foul sock mingled with the odor of an unkempt public restroom assaulted their senses. The four then heard a deep grumbling and the sound of enormous feet dragging along the floor. Ryan's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he quickly ushered Harry and Ron into the classroom, where they held their breath and concealed themselves in the shadows. Through the glass of the classroom door, they glimpsed a massive figure passing outside, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the corridor windows. It was a troll, standing 12 feet tall. Its skin was dull and grayish, resembling granite, while its enormous and clumsy body appeared as though it were a heap of massive boulders topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its stout legs were as thick as tree stumps, supporting flat, calloused feet. The odor emanating from it was nauseating. It gripped a hefty wooden club, dragging it along the ground due to its long arms. Hermione stifled a gasp behind her hand, and after the troll's footsteps faded, the four friends cautiously approached the door to peer into the corridor. They watched as the troll paused by a door, peering inside. It twitched its long ears, made a decision with its small head, then lowered itself and began to lumber into the room. "The key is in the lock," Harry murmured. "We can lock it in there to prevent it from causing harm." "Good idea," Ron replied nervously. They sidled toward the open door, their mouths dry, fervently hoping the troll would not suddenly appear. Harry leapt forward, seized the key, slammed the door shut, and locked it securely. Done. Chapter 25. Halloween Boss. The troll, a shard of debris, hurtled towards Harry, and as he braced himself for impact, he was unexpectedly yanked to the ground by a sudden force. The fragment soared harmlessly over his head. It was Ryan who had come to his aid, having noticed the imminent danger. Indeed, the troll possessed a modicum of intelligence. If the restroom were unoccupied, it would prioritize attacking the nearest individuals, namely the two who had just confined it within. Observing the situation, Ryan contemplated the predicament. The restroom door offered no barrier against the troll. He shouted to Harry. The noise from locking the door alerted the troll. "We must devise a way to confine it within the restroom. Otherwise, we stand no chance of outrunning it in this location." With that, Ryan unleashed a newly learned offensive spell towards the troll. Fire, burn bright. Unfortunately, the incantation proved ineffective. The troll merely deflected it with its arm and continued its attempt to squeeze through the small door. At that moment, Ron and Harry reacted, launching their own spells at the creature. Fangorously, danced the tarantella. The spell struck the troll, causing it to pause briefly. Yet it soon resumed its frenzied assault on the doorframe, attempting to break free. The accounts in the books regarding the troll's formidable magical resistance were evidently true. Hermione, now composed, directed the faucet that the troll had just smashed down, making it crash into the restroom floor with a resounding clatter. The troll, possessing a low intellect, overlooked the 4 living beings in front of it, turning its attention to the source of the noise. Seizing this opportunity, the 4 of them stealthily retreated, attempting to distance themselves from the troll's reach. Just as they had moved about 20 meters away, a tremendous roar echoed from the restroom. It seemed the troll had realized it had been deceived, and the small creatures that had provoked it were now fleeing. Hearing Ryan shout, "Run!" the 4 of them dashed down the corridor. The enraged troll forcefully demolished the walls on either side of the restroom door, squeezing through and pursuing them. The jagged edges of the destroyed walls cut into the troll's palm, leaving a trail of foul blood in their wake along the corridor. "What do we do now?" Ron asked nervously, noticing the troll closing in. As they turned a corner, they spotted a tightly shut door. It was a small, ancient wooden door clad in iron, measuring just over 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, likely an ideal hiding spot. After Harry used the unlocking spell, they discovered that the interior was surprisingly spacious, resembling a storage room filled with old brooms, rusty buckets, and various other clutter. The 4 squeezed inside and shut the door, retreating to the back of the room. Soon, they heard the heavy footsteps of the troll halt outside, followed by the creature's disgusting sniffling sounds. "Will it find us?" Hermione asked, her voice trembling as Ryan noted the chattering of her teeth. "It might, but it cannot fit through such a small door," Ryan reassured her. Just then, with a loud crash, the door was smashed open, and the troll frantically attempted to force its way inside. But the door's dimensions only permitted it to push in its head or an arm. The troll repeated its earlier tactics, yet this time the wall remained steadfast. The agitated creature could only flail its extended hand, causing nearby objects to fly about, occasionally peering in with its bloodshot eyes in search of the 4. However, they remained safe behind the shelves. As Ryan observed the troll's incessant probing, an audacious idea struck him. "Can you break the hanging ring of that iron chandelier?" he asked. "All right, prepare yourselves. On the count of 3, attack the ring together, and I will have a plan to deal with the troll. Ready? 3, 2, 1 now." Wingardium Leviosa. Their combined magic severed the chandelier's ring, yet it remained suspended in midair due to Ryan's spell. Gradually, he maneuvered it towards the doorway, waiting for the moment the troll leaned in to investigate. When the time was right, he released the spell, and the chandelier plummeted from a height of 5 or 6 meters, crashing onto the troll's head with a thunderous noise. One corner struck the troll at the back of its neck, creating a gaping wound from which red and white fluids flowed. The troll's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, appearing broken. Subsequently, the troll collapsed, blocking the door to the room. "It's done. We're safe now," Ryan declared, and the 4 of them slid down against the wall. Panting heavily, they realized that the tension and fear had left their legs weak. After a few moments of quiet in the darkness, Hermione trembled and asked, "Is the creature dead?" "Perhaps," Ryan replied, "but I doubt a troll is so easily vanquished." Suddenly, a violent banging and loud footsteps echoed, causing the 4 to look up. They had not realized how much noise they had made. It was likely that those downstairs had heard the commotion and the troll's roars. Moments later, Professor Flitwick magically removed the troll's body from the door. Professor McGonagall illuminated her wand as she entered the room, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell glanced at the troll and began to sob helplessly, clutching his chest as he sat atop a crate. Snape bent down to examine the troll, while Professor McGonagall directed an intense gaze at the 4 students. Ryan had never seen her so furious. At that moment, Professor Snape stood up, revealing an unexpected expression. "The troll is dead. Was it the levitation spell? You have slain a troll, a feat that is quite challenging even for an adult wizard. I commend your courage and spellcasting for first-year students. However, before anything else, I need you to accompany me to see Professor Dumbledore. After all, this incident has resulted in the death of a magical creature, and 4 students nearly lost their lives. The headmaster must be informed personally." With that, Professor McGonagall, looking stern, assisted the visibly trembling Hermione to the front, leading the way as Ryan and the others followed closely behind towards Professor Dumbledore's office. Chapter 26. Transition. On the staircase leading from the 7th to the 8th floor, Professor McGonagall and her entourage encountered Headmaster Dumbledore, who had just emerged from the dungeons in formal attire. "Minerva, What are you and these students up to? Aren't you supposed to be searching for that escaped troll? Albus. The troll has been dealt with, thanks to these students behind me. I believe they require an explanation from you. Ah, thank you. I shall handle the matter from here. After Professor McGonagall departed, Professor Dumbledore ushered the 4 students into an empty room on the 7th floor and waved his wand. A table and 5 chairs materialized, adorned with 5 steaming cups of red tea. All right, everyone, take a seat, Dumbledore instructed, settling into a chair while observing the 4 students. Have some tea and relax. Being chased by a troll is hardly a pleasant experience. Once he saw that the 4 had calmed down, Dumbledore began to inquire about the events that transpired. Hermione stepped forward, explaining how overwhelming academic pressures had led her to seek a place to cry, whereupon Ryan comforted her and spent the afternoon studying with her. She went on to recount how the 4 of them had fought the troll and, through a series of fortunate mishaps, ultimately defeated it. After bowing in farewell to the headmaster, the students exited the room. Dumbledore took a sip of tea, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. After ascending another flight of stairs, Ryan and his companions arrived before the portrait of the fat lady. Pig snout, they proclaimed, and slipped through the entrance. The common room was bustling with students, a cacophony of laughter and chatter filling the air as everyone feasted on the food that had been delivered. After securing their own meals, Harry and Ron spotted Ryan and Hermione already seated at a table, awaiting their arrival. An awkward silence enveloped the 4. None dared to meet each other's gaze, hastily muttering their thanks before rushing to their plates. Yet, Ryan and Hermione could sense each other's uplifted spirits, recognizing that Harry and Ron had braved the danger of the troll to find them. Such bravery was a testament to their friendship, especially for Hermione, who now felt she had gained 2 new friends, dispelling her sense of isolation. In truth, Ryan had initially intended to blend into the background, avoiding deep connections with the main characters. However, as emotions are inherently human, he found himself valuing the bond formed through the perilous encounter with a 12-foot troll. This friendship, forged in the crucible of danger, became precious to him, and he now considered Harry Potter and Ron Weasley as friends. As November arrived, the air turned frigid. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and hard. Each morning, frost coated the ground. From the upper windows, one could see Hagrid, swathed in a long coat of mole fur, wearing rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver skin boots, de-icing the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had commenced. After weeks of training, Harry was set to participate in his first match on Saturday, where Gryffindor would face Slytherin. A victory for Gryffindor would elevate them to 2nd place in the House Cup standings. As it stood, the current rankings were as follows. Ravenclaw held 1st place, their academic prowess truly unmatched during study periods. Slytherin followed closely, benefiting from the advantages of wizarding heritage. Hufflepuff was in 3rd place, with their honest and amiable nature and a larger number of students contributing to their overall score, albeit with lower individual contributions. And lastly, Gryffindor, where the most mischievous students resided, accumulating both points and penalties in equal measure. If calculated by average points deducted per student, Gryffindor would rank 1st. Fortunately, the competition among the 4 houses was fierce, rendering this match immensely significant. Gryffindor had chosen to regard Harry as their secret weapon, rarely featuring him in their daily training sessions. However, as Ryan had previously remarked to Ron from the stands, even the most covert practices could not escape the notice of the observant. Consequently, some had told Harry he would perform spectacularly, while others joked about carrying a mattress to cushion his falls. Ryan found both perspectives equally disheartening and hoped that Harry would not succumb to the pressure. Now, Hermione had learned to navigate her relationships with others, no longer prone to chastising everyone for their mistakes, and her attitude towards school rules had softened. You're right. I believe everyone should be accountable for their own actions. As long as no one is harmed, I need not interfere in others' lives, she had expressed to Ryan during a study session. Hermione and Ryan continued to assist their classmates with questions, though they refrained from sharing their assignments. This posed a dilemma for Harry. If he wished to excel in his coursework, he would need to devote considerable time to after-class discussions. Yet, with Quidditch training demanding his attention, he often found himself borrowing Ron's assignments. Ron, in turn, pointed out that sometimes his work would be seen by Percy, inevitably leading to a reprimand. However, the allure of completing assignments swiftly and efficiently rendered such scoldings a minor inconvenience. Later, Ron produced a notebook, handing it to Harry. Ryan asked me to bring this for you. The notebook contained class notes and summaries of relevant topics, along with a collection of encouraging notes from their classmates. As Harry perused the heartfelt messages, warmth flooded his heart. He resolved that he must win this match. Chapter 27. The Quidditch match. As his classmates engaged in animated discussions about Quidditch, Ryan found himself standing awkwardly on the sidelines, feeling inexplicably out of place. However, Hermione, equally unfamiliar with the sport, discovered a remedy. She borrowed a book titled Origins of Quidditch from the school library. The book proved to be quite engaging, detailing nearly every aspect of Quidditch lore. For instance, it noted that there were 700 ways to commit fouls in the game, all of which had occurred during a World Cup match in 1473. What transpired during that match? It also revealed that Seekers were typically the smallest and swiftest players, and the most severe accidents in Quidditch often befell them. Indeed, it turned out that Harry sustained injuries almost annually while playing. Although fatalities were rare in Quidditch matches, it was rumored that referees often vanished without a trace, only to reappear months later in the Sahara Desert, perhaps a case of retribution for corrupt officiating. Thankfully, with the aid of this book, Ryan could finally engage in conversations about the topic as an enthusiastic fan. Professor Sprout commended Ryan, stating that if he maintained such an attitude, he would undoubtedly succeed in qualifying for his NEWT class. In addition to this, Ryan practiced spells and potion making alongside Hermione. They crafted various small items, with Hermione conjuring a portable, bright blue flame, while Ryan transformed an empty jam jar into a brass hand warmer, utilizing the flame for warmth. As the damp and chilly winters of the Scottish Highlands could be quite unbearable, especially when venturing outside. The day before Harry's match, Ryan and Hermione resolved to offer their support. They encountered Harry and Ron in the courtyard, and the four friends formed a circle, chatting and warming themselves with the conjured brass hand warmer. At that moment, Snape passed through the courtyard. Harry immediately noticed Snape limping and feeling somewhat uneasy in his presence. He averted his gaze, attempting to disappear from sight. Unfortunately, Harry's furtive movements drew Snape's attention. Limping closer, Snape seemed intent on finding a reason to reprimand him. "What do you have there, Potter?" he inquired. "It's Origins of Quidditch," Harry replied, showing him the book. "Library books are not to be taken from the school," Snape retorted. "Hand it over." 5 points from Gryffindor. He fabricated a rule on the spot. As Harry watched Snape limp away, he muttered in frustration, "What is wrong with his leg?" "I don't know, but I hope it hurts like hell," Ron said gleefully. Yet with the match approaching, Harry needed the book to calm his nerves. After completing their homework, Hermione lent her borrowed copy of Origins of Quidditch to Harry. He perused the pages for a while, feeling a twinge of unease. Recalling Mrs. Pants in the library, wielding a feather duster and reprimanding careless students, he was suddenly filled with courage. Why should he fear Snape? Rising to his feet, he declared to the others that he intended to ask Snape if he could have the book back. "You're quite brave, Harry. Good luck," Ryan said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Harry crawled out of the corridor, and Ron remarked to his retreating figure, "I wouldn't go if I were you." Ryan and Hermione nodded in agreement. Almost 10 minutes later, while discussing strategies to minimize point deductions in their next potions class, Harry awkwardly entered from the entrance, panting. "What happened?" Ryan asked, observing Harry's breathlessness. In a hushed voice, Harry replied, "I just saw Snape's leg. It was bleeding profusely, and Filch was tending to it." He even said, "How could you possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at once?" "No, he wouldn't," Hermione interjected quickly. "I know he is not pleasant, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore keeps under strict protection." "To be honest, Hermione, you always assumed the best of all the teachers. But I believe Snape is capable of such deeds," Ron bluntly stated. "But there's one point of contention. Snape is the head of Slytherin House and should be aware of everything happening within the school. Moreover, as a professor and a master of potions, I doubt he would lack anything. Also, the last time we saw that dog, it attacked anyone who entered indiscriminately. Therefore, the injury merely suggests that Snape might have entered that house. It does not imply he intended to steal anything." "Well, you might have a point," Harry conceded. "I'm heading to bed. We have a match tomorrow." With that, Harry unsteadily ascended the stairs. Hermione fixed her gaze on Ryan. "Do you really think Professor Snape isn't a thief?" "I don't know," Ryan shrugged. "But without concrete evidence, we certainly can't conclude that Professor Snape is up to no good based solely on these observations." After sitting in silence for a while, their interest in reading waned, and they exchanged good nights before retiring to their respective dormitories. The following morning dawned clear and cold. The tantalizing aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall. As everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, chatting animatedly, Ryan felt his spirits lifted by the atmosphere, exhilarated much like a child at a sports day event in a past life. Upon entering the Great Hall, Ryan noticed that everyone had already arrived. Hermione was attempting to persuade the only unhappy person at the long table, Harry, who appeared tense and taut with anxiety. "You must eat something for breakfast." "I don't want anything. Just a bit of toast," Hermione coaxed. "I'm not hungry." Ryan approached. "Exercise depletes your energy. You can't fly on an empty stomach." At that moment, Seamus chimed in. "Harry, you need to keep your energy up. The Seeker is always the primary target for the opposing team." "Thank you both," Harry replied, watching Seamus slather thick ketchup on his sausages, as is customary for many British people. As the clock approached 11, everyone made their way to the pitch, for the match was about to commence. Chapter 28, The Quidditch Match, Part 2. Imagine a group of spectators braving the biting winter winds of the Scottish Highlands. Standing on the grandstands, the players, too, endure greater hardships as they soar through the air without any shelter. From any perspective, it is indeed a daunting endeavor. However, upon Ryan's arrival in this world, he discovered the wizard's fervor for the sport of Quidditch, a passion that rendered all the aforementioned challenges trivial. As he and his fellow first-year students hurried to the Quidditch pitch, they found nearly the entire student body gathered around the stands. Many students had brought binoculars, and the seats appeared to be elevated high above the ground, yet at times, it remained difficult to discern the action of the match. Ryan and his cohort of first-year students settled into the highest row. To rally their classmate Harry, they crafted a magically animated banner that proclaimed Potter for victory, accompanied by a dynamic illustration of a lion pursuing a snake. Madame Hooch took her position as the referee, standing in the center of the pitch with her broomstick in hand, awaiting the arrival of both teams. When the players emerged from the changing rooms and stepped onto the field, Madame Hooch addressed them. "Listen, I expect everyone to compete fairly and honestly. It appears that, regardless of location, there will always be individuals who disregard the spirit of sportsmanship," Ryan commented. Hermione, Seamus, and several classmates raised in the Muggle world nodded in agreement. "Now, everyone, mount your broomsticks." All the players took to their brooms as Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with great vigor. 15 broomsticks shot upward, soaring high into the sky. The match had commenced. The quaffle was immediately seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkable chaser who was not only skilled but also quite enchanting. "Jordan." "My apologies, Professor." Ryan believed that the most captivating aspect of the Quidditch match at Hogwarts, aside from the players' dazzling performances, was Lee Jordan's commentary. He not only articulated the developments of the game quickly and accurately, but also infused his commentary with humor, enlivening the entire experience. Of course, due to his biased commentary, which occasionally veered into emotional territory, Lee Jordan was under the vigilant watch of Professor McGonagall. "Slytherin has possession," Lee Jordan announced. Chaser Pewes dodges 2 bludgers, evades the Weasley twins and Chaser Bell. But wait, was that the golden snitch? De Leon Pewes, distracted by the golden glimmer that whizzed past his left ear, neglected the quaffle, prompting whispers among the crowd. It seemed that Harry had also spotted the snitch, swiftly diving to pursue the golden streak. Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgins, noticed it as well. The two raced side by side toward the snitch, seemingly oblivious to their designated roles as the chasers hovered in midair, transfixed. Harry's speed surpassed Higgins, and he appeared poised to capture the snitch. Suddenly, a roar of outrage erupted from the Gryffindor supporters below as Marcus Flint deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broom to veer dramatically off course. Yet, Harry clung to it with determination. "Foul!" the Gryffindors shouted. Ryan, caught up in the chill of the wind, echoed their outcry, slowly beginning to grasp the allure of the sport. The match continued, and Gryffindor was in a favorable position, maintaining control of the ball. Suddenly, Harry began to execute erratic movements in the air. Observing Harry closely, Ryan immediately recognized that something was amiss. He aimed his binoculars at Harry and noted the young wizard's anxious expression. It appeared that his broom had gone out of control. Hermione, noticing Ryan's serious demeanor as he held up the binoculars, followed his gaze. At that moment, Harry drifted further from the pitch, and some students had begun to sense that something was wrong. "Look, Snape!" Hermione exclaimed, nudging Ryan's arm. "He's casting a spell on Harry." Ryan raised his binoculars again, saying, "Look behind him." Quirrell is also staring skyward, chanting incantations. What should we do now?" Hermione asked, glancing anxiously at Quirrell. "Follow me," Ryan urged. leading Hermione stealthily toward the staff area. After a minute or so, they reached the back of the staff seating. Following their prearranged plan, as Ryan raised his thumb, both ignited the robes of Snape and Quirrell simultaneously. Chapter 29. Post-match analysis. At this moment, Ryan received a system notification indicating a change in the match's course, leading Hermione to harbor suspicions about Quirrell, earning him 2 offset points. A few minutes later, the 4 of them sat by the warm fireplace, each cradling a steaming cup of rich black tea. It was Snape, Ron explained to the group. I saw him. He was muttering a spell over Harry's broomstick, his eyes fixated on him. No, it's not just Snape who seems suspicious, Hermione interjected. Ryan and I also noticed Quirrell sitting behind Snape, reciting incantations. Ryan chimed in. One of them must be cursing, while the other is providing protection. Otherwise, Harry could never have stayed in the air for that long. That's nonsense, Hagrid replied. Why would the professors do such a thing? The 4 exchanged glances, and then Harry gestured for Ryan to elaborate. Hagrid placed the teapot down with a thud. How would you know about Fluffy? He asked. Fluffy? Harry echoed, intrigued. Yes, it's mine. I bought him from a Greek fellow I met last year at the inn. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard. What? Harry pressed eagerly. Enough with the questions, Hagrid said bluntly. That's a matter of utmost secrecy, understand? But someone wants to steal him. Ron exclaimed. That's absurd, Hagrid insisted. Both Snape and Quirrell are teachers at Hogwarts. They would never do such a thing. Then why would someone want to harm Harry? Ron shouted. That could just be a coincidence. You must have seen it wrong, Hagrid replied, growing agitated. I don't know why Harry's broom behaved that way, but the professors personally chosen by Dumbledore would never wish to harm a student. Now listen to me. All 4 of you. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you. It is very dangerous. Forget about that 3-headed dog and what it guards. That is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry exclaimed. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hagrid was furious, clearly frustrated with himself. Harry leaned in, and Ron said to him, I believe Snape is the mastermind behind this, while the others think both Quirrell and Snape are suspicious. After hearing Ron's thoughts, Harry told Ryan and Hermione, I feel it's more likely to be Snape, as I can sense his hatred towards me. Ryan silently scoffed, thinking to himself that it was no wonder, considering Harry looked just like his father, who had been a rival. He then stopped Hermione, who was about to debate with Ron, and cleared his throat. The question of who wants to steal something is no longer the most important issue. Today, we gathered a wealth of information from Hagrid. We now know that 3-headed dog is named Fluffy, and he belongs to Hagrid, who lent him to Dumbledore to guard something. This something is connected to a man named Nicholas Flamel, and, Ryan added, the troll that was pursuing us wielded a weapon perfectly suited for it. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, some clever trolls can be trained as guardians. This indicates that the troll was originally meant to guard something, as it wouldn't have been given a weapon if it were merely a teaching aid in defense against the dark arts. Thus, it's quite possible that beneath the trapdoor Fluffy is guarding lies a considerable space, complete with multiple barriers, Hermione noted, putting the pieces together. All right. Harry interrupted Hermione and Ryan's conjectures about the defenses. What we need to determine now is, who is this Nicholas Flamel? I don't know. I've never heard of him, Ryan replied. Wait, I think I might have some recollection. My father mentioned something. The other 3 turned their gaze towards Ryan, with Ron being the first to question, how is that possible? Your family isn't magical. Some wizards might not be known solely within the wizarding world. For example, Merlin is quite famous in the Muggle world as well. My father is a writer and researches extensively. If Nicholas Flamel is famous and has lived in the Muggle world long enough for Muggles to be aware of him, then my father could have encountered his name during his research. Ryan explained to Ron. By that reasoning, Nicholas Flamel couldn't have lived in the last 200 years, as the statute of secrecy has been enforced very strictly during that time. And who could live for over 200 years? But it's also possible there are Muggles with the same name, Ron pondered. Could you write a letter to your father to ask? Harry suggested. Seeing the somber atmosphere, Hermione said, how about this? We utilize our free time to investigate this individual. Remember, Hagrid mentioned that this is a matter between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Although she did not finish her thought, it was clear that Dumbledore knew Flamel, so they should start by seeking out Dumbledore's contemporaries. Once everyone had spoken, Ryan stood up and addressed Harry and the others. All right, today marks the first victory for our Quidditch team, and your first victory, Harry. He gestured towards the raucous crowd in the common room. So, let us postpone any other matters until tomorrow. It is time to celebrate. Chapter 30. Christmas. Upon witnessing the scene, Ryan felt a deep admiration for the valiant act of the Weasley twins as they confronted Voldemort. With the holidays approaching, some classes became increasingly unbearable, particularly Professor Snape's potions class. The classroom, situated underground and lacking any form of heating, was so frigid that one could see their breath with every utterance. To add to the discomfort, they had to endure Snape's biting sarcasm while their fingers and toes were numb from the cold. Last week, when Professor McGonagall conducted a roll call for students staying at Hogwarts, Harry and several of the Weasley brothers opted to remain. Harry chose to escape the Dursleys, while the Weasley siblings stayed behind because their parents were visiting Charlie in Romania. After passing through the wrought iron gates adorned with wing boars on either side of the school, they walked for a quarter of an hour before arriving at the platform of Hogsmeade Station, where the Hogwarts Express awaited them. With fewer passengers than usual, Ryan and Hermione secured an empty compartment, and shortly thereafter, Longbottom joined them. Initially, Ryan intended to relax, but Hermione produced her homework and began to write. Consequently, Ryan and Neville found themselves unable to finish their game of wizard's chess, and they too pulled out their assignments. After a day's journey, the train arrived at King's Cross Station. In the square outside, they encountered Neville's grandmother, who expressed her gratitude to Ryan and Hermione for their assistance with Neville at school, which made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Upon returning home, Ryan pushed open the door to find that his parents had prepared dinner, enveloping him in a long-awaited sense of familial warmth. After enjoying a brief reading session, Ryan opted to retire early, as a day spent on the train was rather exhausting. Thus began a delightful Christmas holiday, during which he balanced daily assignments with brief phone conversations with Hermione to discuss their work. In the absence of his busy parents, Ryan took the opportunity to practice with various mechanical objects around the house, enhancing his proficiency in the Winterhome Industrial Manual. Most fortunate for Ryan was the ability to practice magic in the realm of the Multiverse General Store without the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic, thereby granting him ample time for practice. After all, when searching for something, if one is already aware of the answer, finding a reasonable proof is not a daunting task. Knowing that Nicholas Flamel was a French medieval alchemist made the task of sifting through a plethora of information significantly easier. Within mere minutes of waiting in the library, he spotted Hermione entering clad in a blue down jacket. She took a seat across from Ryan and inquired, "You mentioned you found the answer. How did you manage that?" As Ryan removed his backpack, he pulled out a stack of documents. Flipping to a page, he pointed to the text and read aloud. Nicholas Flamel, a Frenchman, was a renowned alchemist of the 14th century. His most notable contribution is the purported creation of the Philosopher's Stone, which he successfully used to transform mercury into gold. According to legend, he achieved immortality and was cited as late as 1929. Although public records confirm his death in 1427, when greedy individuals looted his and his wife's tomb, they discovered it to be empty, further suggesting he attained everlasting life. Moreover, Ryan continued, retrieving a map. "This is a map of Paris. What significance does this map hold?" Hermione asked, leaning closer. "Look here." Ryan pointed to a circled location. 51, Montmorency Street, the house of Nicholas Flamel. This was once his residence. Thus, it indicates that Flamel was an alchemist living in medieval Paris. "I have an inkling," Hermione gasped quietly. "The treasure hidden within must be the Philosopher's Stone." When we were searching in the library, Harry mentioned that he suspected the small package Hagrid retrieved from the depths of Gringotts was the very item concealed beneath the trapdoor. Based on its size and the other existing information, it is highly likely that the hidden object is indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 31. Discussion of the Philosopher's Stone and new guests. "It is only reasonable that someone would wish to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione remarked. "A substance that grants eternal life and can infinitely produce gold. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure?" Yet, she pondered, if such an extraordinary object exists, why not create several? Why, indeed, if the first can be made, what challenges would arise in crafting a second? During my time in the Hogwarts library, I perused a few texts on the practice of alchemy. Though I grasped little, one principle remained clear. The essence of alchemy lies in the law of equivalent exchange. Once Hermione nodded in understanding, Ryan continued, "Consider this, from the perspective of equivalent exchange. What sort of entity could defy natural laws to prolong life and simultaneously alter the very essence of matter to fabricate gold?" After a moment's contemplation, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "You have realized it too, haven't you? Only a sacrifice of life could yield such profound effects. But Nicholas Flamel is a friend of Professor Dumbledore. He cannot possibly be a villain," Hermione stammered. Ryan immediately sensed Hermione's misunderstanding. I did not imply that Nicholas Flamel is a maniac. However, during the era when he created the Philosopher's Stone, a devastating outbreak of the Black Death and smallpox ravaged Paris. Given the scientific understanding of that time, infectious diseases claimed countless lives. For instance, during the Black Death in 1353, the mortality rate in Paris soared to 40 times the norm. Similarly, the smallpox epidemic of 1418 resulted in at least 60,000 deaths within a mere month and a half. The loss of such lives likely provided ample materials for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, opportunities like that have become exceedingly rare. I suspect they may have long since forgotten this matter, Ryan commented. Ultimately, due to Hermione's prior engagements, Ryan ventured alone to Diagon Alley to compose a letter detailing the day's discoveries to Harry via all post. As anticipated, Harry had not utilized the holiday to conduct any research. Instead, he and Ron reveled in their time off, showing little concern for Flamel. The dormitory was entirely at their disposal, and the common room was notably less crowded, affording them the luxury of occupying the comfiest armchairs by the fire. Upon receiving Ryan's letter, they lounged there, indulging in a feast of foods speared with forks, bread, pastries, and mushrooms, while devising schemes to have Malfoy expelled. Though these plans were utterly impractical, the mere act of discussing them brought joy. "Hey, Harry, there's a letter outside," Ron exclaimed, spotting an owl tapping at the window. A letter attached to its leg. Harry opened the window, a gust of wind carrying snowflakes to his face. He took the letter and broke off a piece of buttered bread to feed the owl, which took the offering and soared away. "Who sent it?" Ron inquired. "Oh, I've already told you. Matters like these are best handled by Ryan and Hermione, the bookworms. Trusting them is never a mistake," Ron said languidly, reclining in his armchair. They then decided to set aside the issue entirely. Ron began teaching Harry how to play wizard's chess, which, unlike Muggle chess, featured animated pieces, creating an experience akin to commanding an army in battle. However, Harry found it challenging to maneuver the unfamiliar pieces compared to Ron's family heirloom chess set, and the pieces vocally criticized Harry's skills, leaving him quite flustered. On the eve of Christmas Eve, Ryan even repaired the ancient typewriter tucked away in a corner of the storage room, much to Mr. Lambert's delight, as it had once belonged to his grandfather and was gifted to him on his graduation from elementary school. Mrs. Charlie polished every button and component of the typewriter until it gleamed and displayed it in the living room as a decorative piece. In the afternoon, Ryan decided to take a stroll, having been cooped up indoors for the previous days while completing his assignments. As he entered the park, before he could explore, the Multiverse Emporium informed him of a new guest arrival. Hastily finding a public restroom, he ensured no one was around before locking himself in a stall and then made his way to the shop. Upon arriving, Ryan discovered a somewhat portly middle-aged man waiting inside, appearing rather timid. Clad in a coarse cotton coat and sporting a shaved head with a small braid at the back, the man hastily knelt upon seeing Ryan's sudden appearance, pleading for divine assistance. Ryan quickly rounded the counter and helped him to his feet, as it was quite disconcerting to have someone of his father's generation bowing before him. "All right, you must be here for a reason. Speak quickly. How can I assist you? Otherwise, how can I know what you require?" Upon hearing this, the man seemed inclined to kneel again, but he managed to remain standing under Ryan's stern gaze. "My name is Defoe. My master was wrongfully accused, and we have both been exiled to HLJ. Now my mistress and my wife have just given birth, and we are all crammed into a hovel where the cold is unbearable, and the child has fallen ill. In desperation, I wandered the courtyard at night and heard a voice calling me, leading me here. Please, Great One, you must save us." "Is your master the renowned healer, Shililo?" Ryan inquired. Defoe gasped in surprise. "Even the divine knows of my master?" Ryan feigned mystery, waving his hand dismissively. "The spirits complained over drinks about how your master led them on many fruitless endeavors. Is my master all right?" Defoe asked anxiously. "He is fine. Your master has accrued much merit. The most they could do is grumble. Now I shall contemplate how to assist you," Ryan replied, settling behind the counter, resting his chin on his hand as he began to think. Defoe stood there, holding his breath and treading carefully. Moments later, Ryan clapped his hands together. "I know what to do." Chapter 32, New Skills and Christmas. Defoe was startled by Ryan's sudden exclamation. Before he could react, Ryan retrieved a large bottle of sun crystals from behind him. These were solar essence crystals. Dissolving one in water would warm your dwelling as if basking under the summer sun for half an hour. This bottle contained 300 crystals, ample enough to see you through the entire winter. Then, with a pained expression, Ryan produced a gold ingot the size of a chestnut. This is 1 pound of gold. When spring arrives, you can reopen your medical practice. However, Ryan added, I have a rule here, equivalent exchange. What do you have to offer in return for these? Defoe replied, as long as you, divine being, are willing to assist me, I shall give you my 100+ pounds. Ryan shook his head in bemusement. I do not require a living person. Then I have nothing else. Defoe despondently squatted down. Your master is a skilled physician, surely. You would be willing to exchange the medical knowledge you have acquired? Ryan inquired. Of course, but how can I convey it to you? A look of confusion crossed Defoe's face. Your willingness suffices. With a wave of his hand, a white mist emanated from Defoe's temples, coalescing into a blue-bound book on the shelf. Very well, we are settled. With that, Ryan handed the sun crystals and gold ingot to Defoe, who left the premises in a daze. Upon returning to his courtyard, Defoe could hardly believe his experience had not been a dream. Yet, looking down, he saw the bottle filled with sun crystals and the gold in his hands. Overjoyed, he rushed into the shed. Master, I have encountered a divine being. We can endure this winter. At that moment, Ryan heard a system prompt in the grocery store. Slightly altered the fate of the chosen one, gained 1 deviation point. Well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Comforting himself, Ryan turned his attention to the new book. The blue cover read Elementary Chinese Medicine Manual, Defoe Edition. According to the system notification, mastering this text required 2 deviation points. Although Defoe's medical skills could only be deemed average, they were equivalent to that of a primary physician in the current context. Moreover, considering the likelihood of venturing into worlds with ancient Chinese backgrounds in the future, acquiring knowledge of acupoints and meridians was essential. Otherwise, he might not comprehend the text he obtained. Thus, Ryan ultimately chose to study the Chinese medicine manual. After expending 2 deviation points, a torrent of information began flooding into his mind. 15 minutes later, the infusion of knowledge concluded, and Ryan felt he had acquired a wealth of Chinese medical knowledge. However, becoming a true physician would still necessitate practice. Ryan realized that practicing this in reality would be quite challenging, as no one would believe an 11-year-old child could diagnose ailments. Christmas Eve swiftly approached, a significant shopping day for the British, with stores offering substantial discounts. Ryan's adoptive parents, as per tradition, ventured to Regent Street for their shopping. After purchasing all the gifts and sending them off via the owl post to friends, Ryan immersed himself in a second-hand shop, scouring through a pile of old books. After more than an hour, he procured 2 tomes, one titled The Crafting of 100 Common Potions, an antique published in 1893, containing numerous potions Ryan had never encountered in his textbooks, such as quick hair dye, age enhancers, and age reducers. The modified versions had simpler preparation methods and more affordable ingredients, but the effects lasted only 15 minutes. The other was evidently a set of notes on defense against the dark arts left behind by an exemplary student. Ryan felt that with some of the insights contained within, he could attempt self-studying the sleeping charm. Upon waking the next morning, Ryan discovered an array of gifts awaiting him, a new outfit from his parents, a string of sandalwood beads sent by his grandfather from the East, and various presents from classmates. For instance, Hermione gifted him a brand new quill set. Was this a hint that he didn't tea right enough? Harry presented a box of assorted candies, and Ron gave a box of calming spiced tea, likely prepared by his grandmother. Most astonishingly, Professor Sprout had copied her herbology notes from her student days for Ryan, hoping he would achieve success in the field of herbology in the future. The hall was adorned splendidly. The walls were festooned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood throughout the room, some adorned with glistening icicles, others twinkling with hundreds of candles. Harry discovered the gift Ryan had prepared for him, a finely crafted flying broom pruning shears. Indeed, Ryan always thought ahead, sometimes resembling an uncle in his thoughtfulness. Finally, when Harry unwrapped a paper package at the bottom, a silvery, liquid-like substance tumbled to the floor, gathering into a shimmering heap. Ron gasped in surprise. Afterward, a stunned Ron informed Harry that this was an extraordinarily precious invisibility cloak. When Harry tried it on, he discovered a note inside, written in a handwriting he had never seen before. Your father left this for me before he passed. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. Soon after, at the beckoning of the Weasley twins, Harry donned the sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley and proceeded to join the Christmas feast. which featured at least 100 roasted turkeys and copious amounts of roasted potatoes. Chapter 33. Life back at Hogwarts in the final days before the Christmas holiday concluded. He finally mastered the coma charm, largely due to his relentless practice at the Multiverse General Store. The sole regret was that his spell-casting abilities currently only permitted him to cast spells, yet the potency was likely insufficient to incapacitate an individual. Ryan was now fervently yearning for a swift method to augment his magical prowess. Otherwise, even with an abundance of knowledge, he would be unable to convert that knowledge into power. Upon returning to school, Ryan learned from Ron that Harry had been visiting a mirror capable of inducing illusions for 3 consecutive nights. After Hermione expressed her concerns regarding Harry's reckless behavior, "What if Filch catches you?" Ryan cautioned Harry that being caught by the caretaker was a minor issue compared to the dangers of those illusions, which could gradually blur the lines between reality and fantasy, ultimately leading to madness. Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement, compelling Harry to once again vow that he would not seek out the mirror. The subsequent days passed in a steady rhythm of regular studies, during which Ryan discovered an unexpected utility for the seemingly unnecessary beginner's guide to traditional Chinese medicine, Dufu edition. In potions class, he found himself making significant strides in handling ingredients, controlling the heat, and brewing potions. To his astonishment, Snape awarded his potion an E. It was only later that Ryan realized the parallels between the processes of traditional medicine and potion making. Due to Dufu's mediocre medical skills, he was often dispatched by Choi to gather herbs and concoct potions. This skill, honed through prolonged practice, had been passed down to Ryan. This was indeed a fortuitous development, as Gryffindor students had consistently faced reductions in Snape's class, and Ryan had been apprehensive about losing points in the final exams. One day, while Ryan and his friends were diligently working on their potions homework in the common room, Harry burst in and sat beside Ron. "Hang on. I'm almost finished with my assignment. Then I can have some fun," Ron remarked. He then turned to Harry, noticing his pallor. "What is wrong with you? You look dreadful. Are you worried that Snape will be the seeker for Slytherin in the next match?" Haha. Harry's complexion grew even more ashen. Ron's smile faltered. "He can't really be the seeker, can he?" "Pretty much," Harry grimaced. "Snape is the referee for the next match." "Why? Isn't Hooch the professional?" Ryan interjected. "Just call in sick," Hermione immediately suggested. "Just say you're ill and can't play," Ron added. "A broken leg would suffice," Hermione chimed in. "I don't think it's necessary to be that anxious," Ryan contended. "The match will be under the watchful eyes of the entire school. Even if Snape wished to harm him, he wouldn't choose such a public setting to act. Otherwise, he would have already done away with Harry during potions class." Harry insisted that he would definitely participate in the match, as there were no substitutes for the seeker position if he did not play for Gryffindor. They would stand no chance in the competition. Just as they were discussing this, Neville stumbled into the common room, his legs awkwardly glued together. They were all perplexed as to how he had managed to emerge from the portrait hole in such a state, clearly having been subjected to the leg locker curse. "He must have hopped up the stairs like a rabbit to enter Gryffindor Tower." Laughter erupted among the group, save for Ryan and Hermione, who remained serious. Hermione approached Neville and released him from the curse, allowing his legs to part. Ryan assisted him in standing, noticing that he was trembling. "You can report him," Hermione urged Neville. Neville shook his head. "I don't want to cause any more trouble," he mumbled. "After all, this time I didn't suffer any loss." "But Malfoy might target you again," Ron said. "You need the courage to tell Professor McGonagall." "I know I lack that courage. Malfoy has made that clear," Neville choked out. Ultimately, with the group's encouragement, Neville mustered a feeble smile before departing. In the days that followed, they continued their training and studies. However, one day, Hermione unveiled an ancient tome and informed the others that she had discovered records regarding Nicholas Flamel. The trio gathered around to see that the open page read, "Nicholas Flamel, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Ancient alchemy involved the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of astounding properties. The stone can transmute any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, which grants immortality to those who consume it. For centuries, many accounts of the Philosopher's Stone have circulated, yet the only remaining stone is owned by the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658 years old. This aligns closely with our findings, merely confirming our suspicions," Ryan remarked after reading. Harry interjected, "No wonder Snape wants to steal it. A stone that can produce gold and grant immortality is something anyone would covet." You cannot solely suspect Snape due to his bias against you. Perhaps Quirrell seeks to utilize it to concoct a potion to remedy his stutter, Ryan suggested. However, Snape now poses a more immediate threat. Harry, consider your upcoming match. Harry's demeanor shifted to one of despair. A match officiated by Snape would undoubtedly present significant challenges. He even feared that simply surviving the match might prove difficult. Chapter 34. The match and Harry's discovery. As the competition drew near, Harry, despite his indifference to his companion's words, felt an increasing sense of tension, mirrored by the unease of his teammates. The mere thought of triumphing over Slytherin in the Quidditch Cup ignited a fervor among them, especially considering that no one had managed to defeat them in nearly 7 years. Yet, with a biased referee overseeing the match, could they truly succeed? The next day, on the field, Ron, Hermione, and Ryan found a spot in the stands. Neville, seated beside them, was puzzled by their anxious grip on their wands. Hermione incessantly rattled off spells they might need, which only heightened their collective anxiety. Just as the match was about to commence, Ryan decisively interrupted Hermione's ramblings. He gestured towards the teacher's area, noting that Professor Dumbledore had arrived to watch the match, alleviating any safety concerns. Upon spotting Dumbledore's signature silver beard, both Hermione and Ron exhaled a sigh of relief. As the match began and they settled in to enjoy the game, Ron was suddenly jostled from behind. It was Malfoy. "Oh, sorry, Weasley, I didn't see you there," Malfoy sneered, laughing with Crabbe and Goyle. "I wonder how long Potter can stay on his broom this time. Care to place a bet, Weasley?" The group ignored Malfoy, their focus solely on Harry's performance. Undeterred, Malfoy escalated his taunts, provoking Ron to leap at him in a fit of rage. Ryan, in turn, cast an immature stunning spell at Goyle, temporarily incapacitating him. Chaos ensued as Ryan, Ron, and Neville engaged in a scuffle with Malfoy and Crabbe. Meanwhile, in the air, Snape had just mounted his broom when a golden object zipped past him, mere inches away. Harry, having halted his dive, triumphantly raised his arm, tightly clutching the golden snitch. The stands erupted in cheers. This was poised to be a new record, as no one could recall a snitch being caught so swiftly in any match. Ron, where are you? The match is over. Harry has won. Weavy triumphed. Gryffindor is leading. Hermione shrieked, bouncing on her seat and embracing Pettigrew in front of her. Ryan and Ron exchanged laughter, their noses bloodied and eyes bruised. They then joined the jubilant crowd. "Harry, where have you been?" Hermione exclaimed. "Weavy won. You've won," Ron shouted, giving Harry a hearty pat on the back. "Malfoy and his cronies are all out cold. Ryan stunned Goyle right off the bat, and we triumphed 3-2, with only minor injuries. Everyone's waiting for you in the common room. They're throwing a celebration. Fred and George even swiped some cake from the kitchen. Let us not dwell on that." Harry panted. "We need to find a quiet room. I have something important to share thus. Our deductions must be entirely correct. That object is indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Snape is attempting to coerce Quirrell into assisting him in obtaining it. He inquired whether Quirrell knew how to subdue the troll and alluded to Quirrell's secret little tricks. I suspect that besides the troll, there are likely other enchantments guarding the stone. Possibly numerous spells. It's conceivable that Quirrell has cast some counter curses, which Snape needs to undo. Are you suggesting that the stone is only safe when Quirrell can withstand Snape?" Hermione asked, her voice tinged with panic. Ryan, applying ice to his bruised eye, looked up and cautioned, "No, let us not jump to conclusions. What Harry has overheard lacks definitive attribution. It sounds as if Professor Snape has discovered Quirrell's mischief and is merely warning him to behave." "Forget it," Ron chimed in. "You can't start believing Snape is a good person just because he's been generous with your grades lately. I reckon those Slytherin's potions are still subpar. Yet he's handed them an O." Harry interjected, "Hearing you all, I'm beginning to feel quite confused. However, I still believe Snape is after the Philosopher's Stone." In the end, they reached a consensus of distrust towards Snape, although Ryan remained skeptical. It was merely a reservation. And while Harry and his friends firmly believed that Snape sought to steal the stone and that Quirrell was its guardian, Ryan chose to remain a silent observer. As Harry resolved to confront Quirrell as the final line of defense, he greeted him with an encouraging smile whenever they crossed paths. Ron also began to persuade others to cease mocking Quirrell's stutter, leaving Ryan utterly speechless. He felt that when Harry eventually faced Voldemort, who was indistinguishable from Quirrell, he would surely regret his actions. Hermione commenced her preparations for the end-of-term exams, and as Ryan studied alongside her, he noted her meticulously organized notes, marked in various colors. complemented by a stringent revision schedule. Under Hermione's incessant chatter, Ryan found himself constantly revising his own study plan, realizing that it was even more rigorous than the one he had adhered to before his previous life's entrance exams. Yet, considering that an 11-year-old girl could accomplish such organization, Ryan felt compelled to keep pace, albeit begrudgingly. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron remained unconcerned. During one of Hermione's tirades, an exasperated Harry retorted, "Hermione, we have hundreds of years before the exams." 10 weeks, Hermione corrected, "not hundreds of years." For Nicholas Flamel, "It's just a blink of an eye." "But we're not 600 years old," Ron reminded her. "And regardless, why are you even revising? You already know everything. Why should I revise? Are you mad? Don't you realize we need to pass these exams to move up to second year? They're crucial. I should have started reviewing a month ago." "I can't fathom what I was thinking," Ryan, observing their bickering, shrank into his chair, pretending to be invisible. Indeed, true scholars not only excel in their studies, but also strive to uplift those who struggle, often to no avail. Chapter 35. Troubles. It is evident that teachers wish for their students to be academic prodigies, or at least assume they are. The only silver lining in this scenario is that Ryan has drawn the brunt of Hermione's attention. He currently appears quite fatigued, as he is not only absorbing the content from his lessons, but also tirelessly revisiting knowledge acquired in the past at the grocery store. For instance, each day, he sits by the fireplace in the common room, using the pretense of a mysterious Eastern heritage to allow curious classmates to take his pulse. Fortunately, being just 11 years old spares Ryan from being perceived as a lecherous opportunist. In addition to this, Ryan continues to strive to keep pace with Hermione's progress. This is good news for Harry and Ron, as Ryan's proactive efforts distract Hermione from focusing too much on them. However, the assignments given by the teachers are exceedingly burdensome, compelling them to spend the majority of their free time in the library, sighing and yawning as they desperately attempt to complete their weighty tasks. "I can never remember this," Ron finally exclaimed one afternoon, throwing down his quill and gazing longingly out the window at the forget-me-not blue sky. The weather was splendid, yet their homework confined them to the library. Harry was engrossed in searching for white fresh in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, when he suddenly heard Ron exclaim, "Hagrid, what brings you to the library?" Hagrid stomped over, something clumsily trailing behind him. He was clad in a moleskin coat, which seemed quite out of place. "Just browsing," Hagrid replied in a voice that was somewhat evasive, immediately piquing their curiosity. "What are you all doing here?" he suddenly questioned, appearing suspicious. "Still investigating Nicholas Flamel, are you?" "Oh, we figured out who he was centuries ago," Ron bragged. "We even know what that dog is guarding. It's the Philosopher's Stone." "Shuh," Hagrid cautioned. "Come find me later. Remember, I never promised to tell you anything, but don't shout about it here. There are some things students ought not to know. They might think it was me who informed you." "See you later," Harry replied as Hagrid trudged away. At that moment, Ryan, disturbed by the commotion, looked up at Hagrid with some suspicion. In his recollection, Hagrid was not one to frequent libraries, particularly given the library's apparent incompatibility with his character. Moreover, recalling that something significant was about to occur, he resolved to investigate what book Hagrid was perusing. A few minutes later, Ryan returned with an armful of books, startling Hermione, who was diligently writing. "What are you doing?" she asked, somewhat irritated, while Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances at Ryan. "Dragons," Ryan whispered. "Hagrid is researching dragon-related information. Look at these types of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, from egg to phoenix, and Dragon Care Guide. I wonder why he is looking into this. Could he possibly have acquired a dragon?" "That is impossible," Ron replied. "The law prohibiting dragon ownership was enacted at the Wizarding Conference of 1709, and everyone knows that. If we were to raise a dragon in our backyard, it would be hard to hide it from muggles. Not to mention, taming them is perilous. You should see the burns Charlie has from Romanian wild dragons. Moreover, live dragons and dragon eggs are strictly regulated, even if they are available on the black market. Hagrid, as a gamekeeper, would never afford them. Hagrid has always wanted a dragon. He told me that the first time I met him. Perhaps he really could acquire one." Harry speculated. "But what is Hagrid planning to do?" Hermione asked, bewildered by the boys' discussion. "I think we should just ask him. Speculating here won't yield much," Ryan concluded. An hour later, they knocked on the door of the keeper's hut. To their surprise, all the curtains were drawn tightly. Ryan felt this was somewhat counterproductive, as given the height of Hagrid's windows and the opacity of the glass, closing them would render the interior invisible to those outside. But pulling the curtains would only attract suspicion. The hut was stiflingly warm, Despite the lovely sunny day outside, a roaring fire blazed in the hearth. Hagrid poured them tea and offered them weasel sandwiches, which they politely declined. Afterward, Harry attempted to coax information from Hagrid, trying to discern the protective mechanisms surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. Under Hermione's somewhat naive flattery, Hagrid divulged that each professor had set up a safeguard. Yet, to Ryan, it appeared that Hagrid was deliberately revealing this information. Despite his large stature and seemingly affable demeanor, he was, after all, over 60 years old. Given Hagrid's life experience, it was inconceivable that a first-year student could easily extract information from him. This must be part of Dumbledore's scheme to cultivate a savior, Ryan mused. However, in the original world, Dumbledore likely believed that Quirrell was merely attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone on his own or was being manipulated into doing so, unaware that Voldemort was lurking at the back of Quirrell's mind. Otherwise, given Dumbledore's character, he would not have risked Harry encountering Voldemort directly, potentially facing immediate danger. Hagrid appeared somewhat uneasy, hesitating as he spoke. Well, that is classified as a Category A restricted item by the Ministry of Magic. Ron squatted by the fire, scrutinizing a large egg more closely. And it's something that will soon become a Category S item, Ryan added after examining it. What? Harry responded, perplexed. Uncertain of the riddle posed by Ron and Ryan, Ryan noticed the confusion on Hermione and Harry's faces and clarified. In the Ministry of Magic's classification of dangerous items, dragon eggs are Category A restricted items, while live fire-breathing dragons are classified as Category S. How can this be? Harry exclaimed. Every student has a pair of dragon hide gloves, and a single ounce of dragon liver costs only a galleon. How can such a commonplace item be so stringently regulated? Quite simply, the vast majority of dragon products on the market are derived from dragon blood or lesser species, Ron explained, turning to Hagrid. That must have cost you quite a fortune. Hagrid replied, looking rather animated. Last night, I was in the village drinking, playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, he appeared eager to be rid of it. Observing Hagrid's exuberance, Ryan sensed that yet another predicament was brewing. Chapter 36 The Norwegian Ridgeback. It is a well-known fact in the magical world that raising dragons is illegal. Yet, as Ryan observed Hagrid's exuberance, he sensed that persuasion would likely be futile in dissuading him from his dream of nurturing a dragon. Indeed, when Hermione remarked that Hagrid resided in a wooden house, which a fire-breathing dragon would inevitably destroy, Hagrid remained undeterred, eagerly sharing his knowledge about the creature. I read in Raising Dragons for Fun and Profit that the egg must be placed in the fire, as the mother breathes on it, he exclaimed, pointing to the text. It says here that once it hatches, you must feed it a barrel of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And look here. This explains how to identify different eggs. I have a Norwegian Ridgeback, a rare breed. As Ryan watched Hagrid tending to the fire, humming merrily, he realized Hermione's attempts at reasoning were in vain. Perhaps only after Hagrid experienced some hardships in raising the dragon would he come to his senses. Furthermore, Ryan had nearly mastered Crazy Dave's guide to beginner plant cultivation. He intended to cultivate a unique plant of his own, which might yield some dragon-related materials upon the creature's hatching. In the meantime, Harry and Ron began to adhere to Hermione's meticulously crafted revision schedule. However, this only heightened their anxiety, as they now had to contend not only with the Philosopher's Stone, but also with the looming presence of a dragon. They felt that this relentless pace would surely drive them mad. One morning at breakfast, Hedwig delivered a note from Hagrid, which simply read, "It's about to hatch." Ron was eager to skip herbology and rush to Hagrid's hut, but Hermione and Ryan firmly disagreed. Ron attempted to argue his case, but Ryan bluntly interrupted him. "Be quiet. This is not the time for such discussions. Don't you see a group of Slytherins approaching for breakfast?" Disappointed, Ron munched on his jam-covered bread until their break at noon, when they finally found a moment to spare. As soon as the class bell rang, Harry and his friends hastily abandoned their tools and rushed towards the edge of the forbidden forest, where Hagrid awaited them, beaming with excitement. "It's about to come out," he announced, ushering them into his hut. "Where's Ryan?" Ryan had some questions for Professor Sprout. He often spends a considerable amount of time in the greenhouse during herbology. "He'll be here shortly," Hermione replied to Hagrid. When Ryan hurriedly arrived from the greenhouse, the dragon had already hatched. The newly born dragon, its wings crumpled and roughly the size of a chicken, occasionally emitted sparks from its mouth. Despite being nipped on the finger while attempting to pet the dragon, Hagrid remained joyful, exclaiming, "Goodness, look, it recognizes its mother. Norbert! Norbert! Where's Mommy?" Ryan found this scene somewhat disconcerting. It was odd to hear such a deep-voiced man cooing in such a manner. Nevertheless, he approached Hagrid, attempting to reason with him. Hagrid, at this rate, in 2 weeks it will grow as large as your house. You won't be able to hide it at school. Moreover, I've read the wizarding laws. Privately raising a dragon is a serious offense that could lead to a sentence in Azkaban. Not to mention, dragons are born to soar in the skies. Their nature simply does not suit being kept in your house. For Norbert's sake, you must let him go. Clearly, Ryan's words struck a chord with Hagrid. Biting his lip, he admitted, I know I can't keep him forever, and I should release him soon. Dumbledore has helped me immensely. I shouldn't trouble him further. But I can't just abandon him. He's too small to survive on his own. Hagrid truly loved these creatures. Unlike those who whimsically adopt pets only to discard them at the first sign of trouble, Hagrid was a genuine protector of animals. Yet, the dilemma remained unresolved. Ron pondered before speaking up. My brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania. We could send Norbert to him. I'm sure he would know how to care for him. This seemed to be the best solution for Norbert. Hagrid wept as he spoke, occasionally pulling out a large handkerchief to dab at his eyes. Ultimately, in Hagrid's presence, Ron penned a letter to his brother to inquire about the matter. The following week felt interminable. On Wednesday night, around midnight, Ryan and Hermione sat in the common room, immersed in their studies. Just then, Harry and Ron crawled in, cloaked in invisibility, having just returned from feeding Norbert. Ryan, can you take a look at Ron's hand? Harry asked upon entering. He had observed Ryan examining pulses in the common room, seemingly knowledgeable in healing, and to the Westerners, traditional Chinese medicine bore little distinction from magic. Clearly, Harry wanted Ryan to assess Ron's condition, as it was unsuitable for Madame Pomfrey. Ron extended a bloodstained hand, wrapped in a handkerchief. Ryan unwrapped it, revealing a wound likely inflicted by the dragon. The bite mark appeared green and accompanied by swelling. Damn, is this dragon venomous? Ryan exclaimed. Wait here, I'll fetch something. With that, he dashed upstairs, leaving the three of them in the common room, exchanging glances. Chapter 37. Sending off the young dragon in just a few minutes. Ryan descended the stairs holding a small box. Upon opening it, he revealed that the box was divided into 2 sections. The left contained various medical instruments, while the right held several thumb-sized vials, each filled with different liquids. This box was a product of his inheritance in plant cultivation and traditional Chinese medicine, with the instruments having been sent by his parents. Some of the liquids in the vials were extracted essences from the plant world of Plants vs. Zombies, while others were remnants of potions he had skillfully concocted during his practice. As he opened the box, Ryan retrieved an acupuncture needle from a syringe and extracted a tooth from Ron's wound, which was about the size of a grain of rice. What is this? Several onlookers asked in astonishment. Ryan then used tweezers to dip cotton in alcohol and soap water, carefully cleaning Ron's injury before applying a potion of his own formulation, primarily composed of white fresh herbs, with powdered roots of sunflowers added for enhancement. All done. However, whether it will heal properly remains to be seen. After all, my medical training does not include treatments for dragon bites, Ryan remarked. Don't worry, brother. It feels much better now, Ron replied, observing the clean bandage wrapping around his wound. At least it was not as painful as before. As Ryan concluded his treatment and tidied up the supplies, a series of knocks echoed from the darkened window. Hedwig had delivered a letter from Charlie. In the letter, Charlie expressed his willingness to adopt the Norwegian Ridgeback, but informed Ryan that they needed to bring the dragon to the highest tower by midnight on Saturday. He had a few trustworthy friends who could assist in flying the dragon away under the cover of darkness, for it was crucial that the creature remained undiscovered. Ryan and the others exchanged glances, aware that traversing the castle with a dragon in the dead of night posed significant risks, as it would be all too easy to attract the attention of patrolling professors. However, Harry finally suggested that he possessed an invisibility cloak, sufficient to conceal 2 bearers and Norbert. Thus, the plan was set in motion. The following morning, Ron's finger appeared slightly red and swollen, yet it seemed to be on the path to recovery. By the next day, it was completely healed, leaving Ron in awe of Ryan's medical skills. So much so that it embarrassed Ryan. During a midday break, Ryan sought out Hagrid to inform him of the dragon's departure time. Upon reaching Hagrid's door, he found Fong sitting outside, his tail wrapped in a bandage. Hagrid spoke through the window. I cannot let you in, he gasped. Norbert is quite a handful, and I am struggling to manage him. Ryan relayed the contents of Charlie's letter, and Hagrid's eyes glistened with tears, possibly due to Norbert having just bitten his leg. Oh, it's fine. He only nipped at my boot. He is just playing, after all. He is still just a little rascal, Hagrid chuckled, while Fong thumped his tail against the wall, causing the windows to rattle. Saturday arrived with a pitch-black night, sky heavy with clouds. Ryan and his companions set off to Hagrid's to collect the dragon. Initially, Harry and Ron insisted that 2 of them would suffice. But Ryan advised that if any obstacles arose along the way, they might be delayed. He volunteered to distract any hindrances while they proceeded uninterrupted. Ultimately, all 3 donned the invisibility cloak and ventured forth together. Sure enough, Peeves was in the entrance hall, playing tennis against the wall. Ryan slipped out of the cloak and stealthily moved in another direction, creating a noise to lure Peeves away. After a circuitous route to evade Peeves, Ryan returned to the entrance hall only to find that Harry and Ron had already departed. Considering the array of magical plants at his disposal, Ryan felt confident that the Forbidden Forest would not pose significant danger if he avoided the core areas. With determination, he stepped beyond the entrance hall, quietly making his way toward the Forbidden Forest. As he passed Hagrid's hut, he could hear the sound of deep sobbing from within. It was clear that sending off the young dragon was a source of profound sorrow for Hagrid. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Ryan spotted a narrow path gradually disappearing into the dark depths of the woods. Following this route, the vegetation became increasingly dense, and the once visible sky faded entirely. Save for the occasional beam of moonlight filtering through the branches overhead, illuminating the path. Yet, this illumination did little to instill a sense of safety. Rather, the hazy light accentuated the gnarled branches of the trees, making them seem even more menacing. Ryan retrieved a lantern flower from his bag, and the surrounding darkness was swiftly transformed into light. He felt as if some of the prying eyes lurking in the shadows had vanished, suggesting that the lantern flower possessed a property that dispelled malevolence. As he continued down the path, Ryan suddenly noticed a silvery blue glimmer on the ground. Approaching it, he realized it was not mere moonlight, but rather a liquid. Contemplating whether to investigate further, curiosity ultimately triumphed over fear, and he began to track the source of the trail. The suspicious stains, illuminated by the glow of the lantern flower, reflected a distinctly bright light. Not merely a reflection, but rather a luminescent effect reacting to the magical properties contained within the flower's glow. Navigating past a moss-covered stump, he could hear the gentle trickle of water, indicating the proximity of a stream. Along the winding path, patches of blood were scattered sporadically. Fortunately, it appeared that the bleeding was minimal, suggesting that the unicorn was not in mortal danger. After several minutes of walking, nearing the edge of the Forbidden Forest's core region, Ryan had yet to spot anything unusual. Just as he contemplated abandoning his pursuit due to the late hour, he heard peculiar sounds emanating from the bushes. Crouching low, he stealthily approached and parted the foliage, and the sight that greeted him left his mouth agape in astonishment. Ryan beheld one of the most beautiful scenes he had ever witnessed. Several unicorns nestled together, affectionately rubbing their necks against one another, their silvery coats shimmering under the moonlight like flowing water. The serene and sacred tableau captivated Ryan, rendering him momentarily entranced. Chapter 38. The Unicorns of the Forbidden Forest. As Ryan was lost in the enchanting scenery, the leading unicorn suddenly emitted a shrill cry, as if it had sensed something amiss. With that cry, all the unicorns turned their heads in the direction where Ryan was concealed. Anxiously, Ryan swallowed hard, acutely aware that in a one-on-one confrontation, an adult unicorn would be more than a match for him, let alone the small group of 5 or 6 he faced. It was clear that fleeing was not an option. Within the woods, a mere human could never outpace such ethereal beings. Thus, Ryan resolved to step forth and confront the unicorns directly. After all, unicorns were creatures of the benevolent alignment, unlikely to engage in wanton slaughter. With this thought in mind, Ryan parted the branches and approached the clearing where the unicorns congregated. As he stood at a distance, gazing into the eyes of the unicorns, he lost all sense of time due to the tension. It felt as though an eternity had passed, or perhaps only a fleeting moment. Finally, the lead unicorn averted its gaze, causing the others to relax, though they remained in the clearing. Ryan exhaled deeply and decided to sit on the grass, observing the graceful movements of the unicorns. After all, even for wizards, the opportunity to encounter a group of unicorns in the wild was exceedingly rare. As the unicorns brushed against one another, Ryan noticed that one of them had injured its right leg, a wound emanating a faint black mist and continuously oozing silvery blood. Witnessing this, Ryan rose and cautiously approached the unicorns. A ripple of unrest spread among them, followed by wary gazes directed at him. He halted a few meters away from the unicorns and spoke. "I see that one of your kin is injured, likely afflicted by some dark magic. It will be difficult for it to heal, but I believe I possess something that can help." After a tense pause, the lead unicorn let out a couple of friendly whinnies, signaling its acceptance of Ryan's goodwill, yet it still refused to allow him to come closer. The notion that unicorns would only permit the approach of females turned out to be true. Ryan had assumed they would act pragmatically in such an urgent situation. He could not fathom what distinction humans made between genders in the eyes of unicorns, given that they were not of the same species. Unable to approach, Ryan placed a new sundew plant on the ground, accompanied by a leaf holding dozens of sun crystals. Through his understanding of botany and herbalism, he had discovered that these sun crystals, produced by sunflowers, encompassed not only sunlight, but also the essence of light and life. This power was precisely what was needed to dispel and neutralize the harm caused by dark forces. After arranging these offerings, Ryan stepped back several paces, extending his hands to demonstrate his lack of malice. It was evident that the magical beings sensed the light and life within the offerings. The lead unicorn gently grasped the sundew and placed it against the wounded unicorn's hind leg, then brought the leaf laden with sun crystals to the injured unicorn's mouth. The wounded creature extended its tongue, eagerly licking the sun crystals and swallowing them whole. Soon, a silvery glow, reminiscent of moonlight, began to emanate from the unicorn's body. As this light intensified, dark mist seeped from the wound on its leg. The reason for the unicorn's prolonged injury was the obstruction caused by dark magic. When the lingering traces of that malevolent force were entirely eradicated, a gentle silver light flickered, and the wound was completely healed. The lead unicorn, witnessing this miraculous recovery, let out a cry of gratitude toward Ryan before leading its small group back into the depths of the forest, gradually disappearing from view. As Ryan observed, the silvery luminescence faded as the unicorns left the clearing, and by the time they reached the shadows where moonlight could not penetrate, the glow vanished entirely. It became clear that the unicorns had harnessed the moonlight to invigorate their magic, driving away the dark enchantment afflicting their companion. Following this thread of reasoning, Ryan quickly pieced together the events. It seemed that today, Voldemort and Quirrell had emerged, seeking to exploit the unicorn's blood for sustenance. However, it appeared that Voldemort and Quirrell's condition had not yet deteriorated to the point of necessitating the death of a unicorn for its blood, likely to avoid drawing Dumbledore's attention. Alternatively, it was possible that after injuring another unicorn, they had attracted a group of them and realized they could not resolve the situation swiftly, thus opting to retreat. The unicorns, in turn, sought a safe haven to tend to their injured companion. Once assured of the unicorn's departure, Ryan discovered several strands of unicorn tail hair at the spot where they had stood, a valuable find, worth 10 galleons each, certainly not to be squandered. However, just as Ryan turned to leave, he heard the approach of a large creature. Before he could find a hiding place, a white figure darted from the thicket ahead. Was it the unicorns returning, or perhaps another creature? The forbidden forest was vast, and even Hagrid could not enumerate the myriad magical beings dwelling within. Uncertain of the creature's intentions, Ryan decided to press his back against a stone, drawing his wand and scanning the surroundings. He also set up a defensive perimeter with 2 pots of sundew, 2 pots of firevine, and 2 pots of pea pots. Just as he focused intently on the encroaching shadows, a light laugh echoed through the woods. Tension surged within Ryan, and he nearly commanded his plants to attack the source of the sound, but he ultimately restrained himself. In the absence of knowledge regarding whether the entity was friend or foe, impulsive aggression would be ill-advised. Moreover, launching an attack might expose his capabilities, placing him at a disadvantage when actual conflict arose. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, Ryan contemplated retreating when the voice rang out again, this time clearly in English. "Hey there, little one. Don't be alarmed. I mean you no harm." Chapter 39. The centaur Ryan was taken aback upon hearing those words, for they were uttered in the voice of an adult female, yet distinctly different from any professor in the school. The ability to communicate signified the possibility of dialogue, offering hope to avert a senseless conflict. Gathering his courage, Ryan called out, "I harbor no ill intentions and wish to harm no one. I can leave the forest at once." "Ah, there's no need to be so tense," came the reply. "I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance to the unicorns." As the words faded, a figure emerged from the thicket. "A centaur," Ryan whispered in astonishment. And to his surprise, it was a female centaur, a character never before encountered in any of his readings. It was indeed reasonable to assume that centaurs were not solely male, after all. This centaur appeared to be in her 30s, clad in exquisite brown leather armor, with a black mace hanging from her waist. The equine half of her was white, adorned with a round shield on each side and her bow and arrows. Observing her unarmed state, Ryan relaxed his grip on the plants, signaling his amicable intent. With an elegant gait, she approached Ryan and bent down, saying, "Mars is slowly becoming bright, and many view this as a dire omen, stubbornly believing that fate cannot be defied. Yet I believe that sometimes it is our duty to aid the innocent, which is a part of destiny. This is precisely why I have come out today. And here I find you healing that unicorn." "I did what I ought to do," Ryan replied. "For any capable and decent person would assist those forest spirits when they are in peril." "Indeed, what kind of monster would dare to attack a unicorn?" the centaur inquired. "I am uncertain, but it appeared that the injured unicorn had lost quite a bit of blood." "Oh dear, how dreadful. Is it possible that this prophecy is true? Although centaur prophecies have been known to err, I sincerely hope this is one of those instances." The centaur mused aloud, her gaze drifting to the sky. Noticing her lost in thought, Ryan interjected, I still haven't introduced myself. I am Ryan Leong, a first-year student at Gryffindor. While exploring tonight, I encountered some silvery liquid and, driven by curiosity, followed it, which fortuitously led me to heal that unicorn. It is no mere coincidence. Unicorns are not so easily trusting of humans, the centaur replied. I am Betty, from a nearby centaur tribe. I have come here to protect these unicorns from the encroachment of dark forces. Since unicorns do not trust males, I was designated for this task. Then why did that unicorn permit me to heal it? Ryan asked, puzzled. Quite simply, you are still a colt. Male unicorns in their juvenile state can still be somewhat accepting. Moreover, Betty said, glancing skyward, I can sense immense gratitude for your life from countless beings. You have salvaged thousands of innocent lives. I can even perceive the gratitude you have earned from battling numerous destructive supernatural beings. Although it differs slightly from the natural gratitude I am familiar with. My rational mind tells me this is improbable. Yet I firmly believe in the secrets the stars reveal to me. Thus, it is understandable that unicorns would accept a friend of nature such as you for healing. At this moment, the centaur Betty leaned closer, scrutinizing Ryan with curiosity. I am quite intrigued by how you achieved this, little one. After all, our leader has dedicated a lifetime to nature, yet has garnered less gratitude than you. Not to mention you are accompanied by peculiar plants favored by nature. Well, I have my reasons for keeping my actions to myself. I can only affirm that what you witnessed is genuine, Ryan admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. That is sufficient. I have complete faith in those favored by nature, and what I have seen will remain confidential, as everyone possesses their own secrets, Betty stated earnestly. However, as a student, you should not be wandering here, especially not so close to the perilous heart of the Forbidden Forest. Allow me to escort you out. With that, Betty retrieved a large basket from behind a tree and placed Ryan inside. Do not worry. This was originally meant for gathering hay to sleep on. It is quite clean. She then hung her weapons to one side and the basket to the other. Ryan observed that centaurs were indeed a nature-loving race, even as Betty jogged. She deftly avoided the dense branches obstructing the path, traversing the forest with ease. Of course, this is no secret. Let me ponder where to begin. Do you know the uses of unicorn blood? Betty asked. I do not, Ryan replied, puzzled by the question. In potions class, we only use their horns and tail hair. I found it curious, as my readings hinted that using unicorn blood is regarded as an evil act. This perception stems from the brutality of attacking unicorns for their blood. The power obtained through draining their blood during the act of vampirism is indeed the most potent, yet it is an act of utmost wickedness, Betty explained. Only the most cruel and malevolent individuals would commit such a grave sin, attempting to evade the laws of nature to prolong their unnatural existence. At this point, Betty shivered, as though recalling something dreadful. Such a choice, one worse than death, is likely only made by those desperately seeking to extend their lives while possessing alternatives. As far as I know, the Philosopher's Stone is hidden within the walls of Hogwarts Castle. Just as Ryan was about to finish his thought, Betty placed a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. We have seen it. Mars has once again brightened. I suspect you are aware of what is to come, but please refrain from speaking of it, as we wish to remain uninvolved in the affairs of wizards for now. Besides, you are still a colt and ought not to burden yourself with such matters. Betty then approached a path less than 20 meters from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. She lifted Ryan from the basket and set him down upon the ground. I wish to avoid encounters with others. You may proceed on your own from here. With that, she tossed a small silver ring to Ryan from her quiver. You have aided the unicorns, and I wish to thank you on their behalf. Should you find time to visit Greece, there is a temple of Chiron on the island of Crete. This ring will guide you to its precise location. Present it, and my mentor shall bestow upon you the reward you deserve. Having spoken, Betty turned with a flourish, flicking her tail, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Chapter 40. The approaching exam. As Ryan emerged from the woods, he glanced at his pocket watch under the moonlight, astonished to find that it had already passed midnight. He hurriedly made his way towards the castle. Passing by Hagrid's hut, he noticed the lights had been extinguished, indicating that Hagrid had begun to recover from the sorrow of losing the baby dragon and had since retired for the night. However, until he reached the portrait of the fat lady, he did not encounter any patrolling professors. During dinner, it seemed that the noise around him was greater than usual. Ryan overheard several references to Harry Potter. What had transpired? Ryan inquired of Percy, seated nearby. There had been no Malfoy to betray them this time. How had Harry and his friends lost points? Confused, Ryan resolved to seek answers from Harry and his companions, but during class, Harry and Ron had been avoiding others. It wasn't until the afternoon lessons concluded that Ryan located Harry and the others in an empty classroom. Hermione was already there, passionately chastising Harry and Ron. As Ryan listened to Hermione's lecture, he finally pieced together how Harry and his friends had been caught. After parting ways in the entrance hall, Harry and Ron had gone directly to Hagrid's to retrieve the dragon, which was secured in a wooden crate. Their journey to the astronomy tower had gone smoothly. By the time they brought the dragon into the castle, Ryan had still been wandering aimlessly with Peeves. No wonder he hadn't seen Harry and the others when he arrived at the entrance hall. They had already ascended the stairs. However, after delivering the dragon, the two, overwhelmed with excitement, had forgotten to take the invisibility cloak with them. Consequently, they had been easily apprehended by Filch while strolling through the castle. After Hermione finished reprimanding Harry and Ron, she turned to Ryan and said, "You were merely fortunate. Do not act so recklessly next time. Had Peeves summoned any patrolling professors yesterday, we would not have lost merely 100 points, but rather 150. Ryan initially thought the uproar caused by Harry's point deduction would soon dissipate, but to his surprise, the situation escalated. Harry, once one of the most popular figures at school, had suddenly become the target of scorn. Even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff wore sour expressions, as they had hoped to witness Slytherin's defeat in the House Cup. Wherever Harry went, people pointed and spoke derisively without lowering their voices. Conversely, whenever he passed by Slytherins, they applauded, whistled, and cheered, "Thank you, Potter. You've done us a great favor." Ron was equally distressed, as now, apart from his brother, no one wished to converse with him. Ryan viewed this situation as a form of bullying, utterly deplorable. Yet, he felt powerless to alter the malice directed at Harry and his friends. To Ryan, it was simply jealousy stemming from Harry's prior fame, exacerbated by the emotional tendencies of the Gryffindor students, which contributed to the toxic atmosphere within the school. However, for Ryan, whose mental age approached 30, witnessing a group of children torment another child stirred a desire to intervene, particularly as this bullying was wholly inconsistent with his moral beliefs. Thus, during the evening study session, he proposed to his classmates that they should afford Harry an opportunity to rectify his mistakes. After all, point deductions were commonplace for Gryffindor students. If they treated Harry this way today due to his loss of points, who would be next tomorrow? Moreover, Gryffindor students should not engage in infighting that would amuse students from other houses. This statement had a somewhat positive impact, although classmates still refrained from speaking to Harry. At least they no longer insulted him in his presence. Nevertheless, Harry appeared to remain in poor spirits, sitting silently in Ryan's study group alongside Ron in an inconspicuous corner, studying diligently into the night. They tirelessly memorized intricate potion recipes, spells, and significant dates related to major magical inventions in the Goblin rebellions. Suddenly, Harry entered the room, informing Ryan and the others that he had overheard Quirrell might have succumbed to Snape's influence, having heard Quirrell utter words of surrender to dark forces. Upon hearing this, Ron remarked, "This means the path to the Philosopher's Stone is now clear before Snape. After all, he is a professor and has applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position multiple times. He must possess sufficient means to deal with the three-headed dog. What should we do now?" Ryan pondered. "We ought to inform Professor Dumbledore. After all, the Philosopher's Stone is safeguarded by Dumbledore, the greatest of wizards, who possesses the strength to combat any malevolent force seeking the stone." Hermione added, "If we act independently this time, Harry, you may face expulsion." Yet, Harry remained opposed to informing Dumbledore about the matter, believing that the cowardly Quirrell would not stand by them as a witness. If Quirrell were the mastermind, he would be even less likely to testify, Ryan muttered under his breath, but the others paid him no mind. Everyone was aware of their animosity towards Snape, and without sufficient evidence, it would be impossible to hold him accountable. Most importantly, Harry felt that, theoretically, students should not be aware of the Philosopher's Stone and the three-headed dog. Explaining such matters to Dumbledore would be challenging. Indeed, this was the mindset of a child. Unable to discern the gravity of the situation, Dumbledore likely already knew what they had been up to during their nocturnal escapades. However, to avoid undermining Dumbledore's initiative to cultivate bravery, Ryan refrained from pointing this out, allowing Harry Potter to proceed as he saw fit. Chapter 41. The examination. The day after their discussion in the library, Harry and Ron received a notice of confinement. That night, Ryan and Hermione were practicing transfiguration spells at their table when Harry and Ron burst in, breathless and eager to recount their encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, they had stumbled upon Voldemort, who was in the midst of feeding on unicorn blood. Fortunately, this time there were no interruptions, allowing Harry and Ron to encounter the unicorn earlier than in the original narrative. Although gravely injured, the unicorn survived and is now recuperating in the Centaur tribe. Additionally, the Centaurs delivered an ominous prophecy. "Please, don't say that name," Ron said, trembling slightly. Nevertheless, Harry, still exhilarated, continued. "Once Voldemort obtains the Philosopher's Stone and storms the castle to kill me, then that prophecy will come to fruition." "Harry," Ryan interjected, raising his voice to interrupt Harry's rambling. "As far as I know, all prophecies are vague and open to multiple interpretations. You shouldn't draw such a definitive conclusion. Besides, Dumbledore is in the castle. I doubt anyone could breach it and harm you, with exams just around the corner. It's more important to get a good night's sleep to be in top form tomorrow. Worrying about this is futile. Time does not slow its pace for anyone, regardless of their anxiety over Voldemort's movements." As the week passed, Ryan found himself facing the end-of-year examinations of his first year at Hogwarts. Examinations, the bane of students' existence, yet an indispensable aspect of their academic journey, have been a constant throughout history, even in the enchanted halls of Hogwarts. Fortunately, Ryan hailed from a country proficient in examinations and accustomed to frequent testing. The revision for first-year exams at Hogwarts was, in comparison to the weekly assessments and monthly tests leading up to the college entrance examination, quite manageable. Thus, as he settled into the examination hall with his new quill, recently enchanted against cheating, he felt a sense of confidence. However, the most significant distinction between Hogwarts exams and those in the ordinary world was the practical component involving magic. Each professor had their own set of expectations. For instance, Professor Flitwick instructed them to enter the classroom one by one and demonstrate whether they could make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. When Ryan first encountered this scenario in the novel, he was puzzled as to how a pineapple, lacking legs, could dance. However, after observing his classmates, he realized that it merely required the pineapple to sway while bouncing in rhythm across the desk, a task far simpler than imagining its sprouting limbs. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall assessed their ability to transform a mouse into an exquisite snuff box. The more ornate the box, the higher the score. If any mouse whiskers remained on the box, points would be deducted. Ryan conjured a steampunk-inspired box adorned with intricate gears and springs, which interlocked and turned. Having mastered this technique from the industrial manual of Winter's Home, he noticed Professor McGonagall nodding in approval at his creation. In the dimly lit potions classroom, Ryan meticulously brewed a forgetfulness potion. Thankfully, Harry had drawn Professor Snape's full attention, for having the professor's gaze fixed on him would have been enough to instill doubt in even the most competent student. Harry appeared to be struggling in the days leading up to the exams, seemingly afflicted by pre-exam anxiety akin to Neville's. However, the others seemed to fare well, having thoroughly revised and prepared. Consequently, both Ron and Hermione felt a degree of confidence as they entered the examination room. "This is far easier than I anticipated," Hermione remarked as they emerged into the sunlit courtyard alongside their peers. "I don't actually need to memorize the protocols of werewolves from 1637 or the details of the Goblin rebellions. I told you during our revision that those events involve intricate historical and political dynamics, which even impact the current balance of power in the magical realm. Such complex matters would not be addressed in an exam for first-year students," Ryan replied. Hermione began fervently recapping the exam material. invoking in Ryan a sense of dread reminiscent of his previous life when faced with academic overachievers. Ultimately, after persistent reminders from Ryan, Hermione finally ceased her chatter. They gradually descended a gentle slope and settled beneath a tree by the lake. Nearby, a giant squid basked in the warm shallows, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently prodded its tentacles. I've never understood why a squid resides in a freshwater lake. What do you think? Hermione nudged Ryan with her elbow. Perhaps it's due to its magical lineage, like a kraken or something, Ryan mused. But honestly, every time I see it, I think of grilled squid or squid in a spicy sauce. I imagine such a large squid must be ancient, best suited for turning into squid balls. My mother's specialty is squid balls. Ah, I remember. The squid balls your mother made last time were truly delicious, Hermione chimed in, recalling her experience sampling Mrs. Sally's culinary skills during various community events in elementary school. Just as Ryan and Hermione allowed their thoughts to drift, Harry's agitated voice suddenly broke the tranquility. My scar has been hurting continuously. It has never hurt this frequently before. Perhaps you should see Madame Pomfrey, Hermione suggested. I'm not ill, Harry replied. I believe it is a warning, indicating that danger is imminent. But Professor Dumbledore is here, and Hagrid would never betray him. No one can breach the defenses of the castle, so you needn't worry. Your scar might just be reacting to your anxiety, Hermione urged, trying to soothe him. Yes, exactly. She continued. It's merely the exams playing tricks on you. Last night, I woke up and was frantically reviewing my transfiguration notes, only to suddenly recall that we've already taken that exam. Harry sat in silence, deep in thought. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, prompting Ryan and the others to share in his concern and follow him back toward the castle. Chapter 42. The final challenge commences as Ryan sprinted alongside Harry. He inquired, "What transpired? Why did you suddenly leap up and startle us?" "I just recalled something," Harry replied, his complexion paling. "We must seek Hagrid immediately." "Why?" Hermione gasped, struggling to keep pace with him. "Don't you find it rather peculiar?" Harry continued, hastily descending the grassy slope. "Hagrid's greatest desire is a dragon, and coincidentally, a stranger possesses a dragon egg? How many people wander about with a dragon egg? It is a violation of wizarding law. Isn't it fortuitous that they managed to locate Hagrid? Why hadn't I considered this before?" Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, they found him engaged in household chores. After some inquiries, Harry learned that Hagrid had won the dragon egg while playing cards with a dubious individual. Under further questioning, they discovered that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, had a significant weakness. It would fall asleep upon hearing music. Hagrid, inebriated at the time, had inadvertently divulged this weakness to the suspicious character. Harry proceeded towards the castle, with Ryan and the others trailing behind. Upon arriving in the chilly entrance hall, Harry halted. "We need to inform Professor Dumbledore that a suspicious individual has discovered how to subdue Fluffy," he asserted. However, it was evident that none of them knew where Professor Dumbledore's office resided. At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, and Harry stepped forward to express his concerns and warnings. Yet, Professor McGonagall dismissed him, assuring him that although Professor Dumbledore was not present, the Philosopher's Stone was well protected, and there was no cause for alarm. After McGonagall departed, they encountered Professor Snape, who issued further warnings. Subsequently, Harry attempted to monitor the room where Fluffy was confined, as well as Professor Snape, but Ryan intervened. After all, it was unwise for a first-year student to surveil professors and trespass into forbidden areas. Even if they discovered something amiss, they would lack the means to intervene. Such actions could lead to unnecessary harm or alert those they intended to observe. Moreover, as a professor, Snape possessed countless excuses and spells to evade or divert students, rendering mere observation futile. Convinced by Ryan's rationale, Harry reluctantly abandoned his immature plan. Ultimately, he resolved to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone before it could be stolen, thus thwarting the intentions of any would-be thieves. Ryan expressed profound admiration for Harry's strategic thinking, likening it to a clever maneuver that could yield substantial benefits with minimal risk. However, Hermione and Ron opposed the idea, deeming it excessively perilous and potentially leading to their expulsion. At this juncture, Ryan addressed Ron and Hermione. "This is not merely a matter of expulsion. It pertains to the peace of the entire wizarding world here." Ryan felt a shiver run down his spine from his melodramatic declaration, yet maintained his composure, and, more importantly, the life of our friend Harry, which undeniably takes precedence over our education. "We are acting to protect the school's property. The professors would not expel us for that reason." "We?" Harry inquired, somewhat taken aback. Of course, Ryan shrugged. Could we possibly allow you to embark on this adventure alone? You ought to share the credit for saving the world with us. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Thank you, everyone. However, I fear my invisibility cloak may not accommodate 4 people, Harry remarked, a hint of excitement in his voice. You need not worry about that, Ryan replied. I recently mastered the disillusionment charm, which should suffice. Thus, your cloak need only conceal 3 of us. Having made their decision, the time for preparation ensued. After dinner, they discreetly gathered in a corner of the common room to commence their preparations. In truth, the other students had largely ignored Harry of late, which facilitated their efforts. Soon, the corner fell into a tranquil silence, with no one inclined to speak, save for Hermione, who incessantly recited various spells. We can now retrieve the invisibility cloak, Ron declared. Harry dashed upstairs to fetch it, while Ryan produced a rudimentary canvas utility belt from his bag, fastening it around himself. The belt was equipped with 2 stuffed canvas pouches and a row of small glass vials. When I first received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts, I imagined that training to be a wizard would resemble the adventures in Dungeons and Dragons, necessitating practical experience and perilous escapades, so I crafted this, Ryan explained, adjusting the belt while observing the astonished expressions of Ron and Hermione. Just then, Harry descended the stairs, momentarily taken aback by Ryan's unusual attire before revealing the invisibility cloak. We should don the cloak here to see if it can conceal all 3 of us. If Filch spots a pair of feet walking across the floor. Ryan confirmed there were no issues, and the trio slipped beneath the cloak while Ryan cast the disillusionment charm, trailing them at a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Once outside, the gravity of their undertaking weighed heavily upon them, heightening their tension. Every statue and shadow appeared to harbor a lurking professor or Filch. As they traversed the corridors, they encountered the fat lady, who seemed to glimpse Ryan. However, perhaps due to the effects of the disillusionment charm, she failed to detect anyone present, merely glancing over her shoulder before reclining once more. Shortly thereafter, they faced their greatest challenge at the staircase on the 4th floor, Peeves the poltergeist. Thanks to Harry's quick thinking in mimicking the voice of the Bloody Baron, they managed to scare Peeves away. Nevertheless, Ryan mused that, as a resident spirit of Hogwarts, Peeves had likely spent centuries in the company of the Bloody Baron. It was improbable that Harry's impromptu impersonation could deceive him. This was likely a result of prior instructions from Professor Dumbledore. For only the headmaster held sway over Peeves within the school. Having evaded Peeves, they soon arrived at the door to the 4th floor corridor, which stood ajar. It seemed that despite their decision to preemptively retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, they had arrived too late. After all, navigating the castle post-curfew was far more convenient for the professors than for them, who were sneaking about under the cover of darkness. Chapter 43. The challenge. Did you see that? Harry whispered. Snape has successfully passed the Fluffy. Observing the ajar door, they seemed to gain a clearer understanding of the impending ordeal they were about to face. Now, if anyone wishes to leave, I will not hold it against them. Harry stated. You may take the invisibility cloak. I no longer require it. Now that we have come this far, I refuse to retreat, Ryan declared. Don't speak foolishly, Ron interjected. We shall go together, Hermione affirmed. Harry pushed the door open. As the door creaked open, a low, menacing growl echoed in their ears. Though the great dog could not see them, its 3 noses were fervently sniffing in their direction. What is that at its feet? Hermione inquired softly. It appears to be a harp, Ron replied, surely left behind by Snape. It seems that as soon as the music ceases, it will awaken. Just as Harry was about to retrieve the flute Hagrid had gifted him, Ryan produced an object from a small pouch on his belt, which emitted a melodic chime. As the sound resonated, the dog's eyes began to droop. Gradually, its ferocious barking ceased. It swayed unsteadily before its knees buckled, and it collapsed onto the floor, succumbing to a deep slumber. The source of the sound was a music box, a practice tool Ryan had utilized for studying the Winterhome Industrial Manual. Once wound, this music box can play for 3.5 minutes, Ryan informed Harry and the others. This will afford us some respite and allow us to attend to other matters. Incredible, Hermione remarked, gazing at the slumbering dog. The book mentioned that a 3-headed dog could rival a dragon. Yet, here it is subdued by a mere music box. What could possibly frighten a dragon? Could it be that something equally trivial could put a dragon to sleep? Now is not the time for such musings. The dog will awaken shortly. We must seize this opportunity to pass through, Ryan urged, moving toward the trapdoor and pulling it open. Below lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of any foothold and lacking the anticipated ladder. Ryan cast a Lumos charm, peering into the void, yet still saw nothing. Fortunately, having read the original text, he knew what awaited below. Ryan turned and entered the opening, grasping the edges with both hands as he addressed Harry and the others. My proficiency with the levitation charm is unparalleled, so I shall descend first. If I encounter any difficulties and do not respond, you must promptly seek out a professor for assistance. While Harry and the others had not yet descended, Ryan applied a potion with a suppressive effect on magical plants, a small amount he had pilfered while assisting Professor Sprout, onto a small blade. Utilizing the faint light from the entrance, he swiftly severed twigs the size of chopsticks and placed them into a crystal vial he carried. Thanks to the potion's efficacy, the devil's snare did not react violently. Having completed his task rapidly, Ryan discovered that his ankle had become ensnared by the devil's snare. He immediately shouted upwards. There is a substantial growth of devil's snare below. It will cushion your fall, but be prepared with a fire spell, for getting ensnared would be troublesome. Just as he finished speaking, 3 dark figures descended almost simultaneously. He leaned to the side, hoping to avoid being struck. However, one shadow hurtled toward him, and with quick reflexes, he aimed at it and cast the levitation charm. Fortunately, the charm provided a soft landing, and he felt only a slight tug on his arm. Subsequently, 2 thuds echoed as everyone landed safely. At this moment, the figure that had just landed spoke up. "Sorry, Ryan, are you all right?" It was Hermione. After Ryan assured her he was fine, Hermione's wand began to emit a cascade of blue flames. The vines recoiled from the light and warmth of the flames, releasing their grip on them. The plants writhed and twisted, autonomously loosening the tendrils that had ensnared them. "Thank you for taking the lead, Ryan. Encountering those things unexpectedly would have been quite troublesome," Ron remarked, observing the retreating vines. "But why did you catch Hermione?" "Surely, I would catch whoever was closest to me," Ryan replied. Before he could finish, Harry pointed in a direction and said, "This way." Ryan followed Harry's gesture and discovered a stone corridor, the only path available. With no other option, the 4 ventured forth from the clutches of the devil's snare, progressing down the corridor. It was eerily quiet, save for the sound of their footsteps and water droplets cascading down the walls. Ryan even suspected they might have delved into the depths of the lake. As they ventured further, a new sound emerged, a gentle rustling and a melodic clinking from the end of the corridor. It resembled the sound of coins fluttering about, and they pressed onward, drawn by the sound. Eventually, they arrived at a brightly lit chamber adorned with a lofty vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, shimmering like gemstones, flitted about, their wings beating gracefully. Across the room stood a heavy wooden door, perfectly reminiscent of the entrances to dungeons found in adventure tales. "I wonder if those birds will attack us," Ron pondered. "I'll give it a try." Harry halted everyone, then ran toward the wooden door, shielding his head with his hands. As he reached the door, the birds remained unperturbed, indicating they would not aggressively engage those below. Seeing this, Ryan and the others emerged from the tunnel, crossing the room to the base of the wooden door. Upon arrival, they attempted to open the door, but whether pushing or pulling, their efforts were in vain. Hermione tried her unlocking charm, but it too proved ineffective. Ryan retrieved a flat steel rod from his pouch, attempting to pry at the door's seams, hinges, and lock, but to no avail. Finally, he struck the wooden door and surrounding walls with the steel rod. He then turned to Harry, saying, "This door and the surrounding walls must be protected by magic. Otherwise, there would be at least some marks left from striking the wooden door and walls." Harry scrutinized the birds above and said, "It seems we must adhere to the requirements set forth by the designer of this challenge to open the door." Chapter 44. The challenge. Upon hearing Harry's words, the others also looked up at the birds fluttering on the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the shimmering objects were not birds at all, but rather a flock of winged keys. Suddenly, Harry exclaimed, "Eureka! Look, a broomstick. We must ascend to catch the key to that door." With a glance at the broomstick set aside and the lock on the wooden door, they quickly discerned the secret to passing this challenge. While Harry was searching for the broomstick, Ryan placed a small vial of acid secreted from grave moss onto the stones beside the doorframe, yet the stones remained unyielding. Indeed, this challenge was not so simple. Breaking through the magic of the door and walls required formidable power and extensive knowledge. Otherwise, one would be left to pursue those elusive keys on a broomstick. It seemed Voldemort would not resort to the methods devised by the one who set this challenge, for his paranoid nature would prevent him from trusting the enemy's approach. Fearing it might be a trap, given Voldemort's history of wanting to control everything himself, it was expected he would attempt to capture the keys using magic, which would simultaneously deplete his already limited power. This was akin to the bloodletting mechanism at the entrance of the cave where he hid his Horcruxes, designed to sap the enemy's strength before they reached their goal. However, Dumbledore's approach appeared far more aboveboard than Voldemort's. At this point, Harry and Ron had mounted their broomsticks, while Ryan and Hermione, lacking in flying skills, refrained from complicating matters. They stood back to back in the center of the hall, observing the cluster of keys above. "Our target is an antique key, possibly silver, shaped like a doorknob," Ron shouted before taking off, noting it should closely resemble the style and color of the door lock. Ryan watched as the two plunged into the dense swarm of keys. They grasped and clawed desperately, but the enchanted keys evaded capture with astonishing speed, rendering it nearly impossible to seize one. As anxiety mounted, Ryan believed he spotted their quarry. "Harry, I've found the key. It's to your upper right," he shouted. The key was silver with sky-blue wings, its feathers askew as if previously grasped by someone. Ron evidently saw the key before Harry did and dashed toward it, only for the key to make a sharp turn, causing Ron to nearly collide with the ceiling. "Drive the key down. Ryan, be ready," Harry instructed, and he and Ron flanked the key, attempting to herd it downwards. The key fled swiftly, trying to evade their grasp, but it had flown too low and separated from the main group. Ultimately, it was forced into a position close to the ground, and Ryan leapt up, extending his hand to snatch the key. Ryan thought to himself, "Thank goodness for the mechanical and medical knowledge I recently acquired, which greatly enhanced my steadiness and precision. Otherwise, today would surely have been embarrassing." Ryan clutched the key tightly, for it wriggled like a living creature, struggling to escape. Once Harry and Ron landed, they approached the door, and Ryan inserted the key into the lock, turning it. With a satisfying click, the door swung open, confirming they had chosen correctly. After releasing the key and watching it soar away, Ryan turned the doorknob. The four of them filed into the next chamber. As they entered, the room was shrouded in darkness. Ryan feared he might stumble and fall. However, the moment they stepped inside, the room erupted into brilliant light. The door behind them clicked shut with a definitive sound. This reminded Ryan of a soap opera where the heroine felt neglected on her birthday, only to find her friends had organized a surprise party upon her return home, illuminating the room as she entered. Unfortunately, what awaited Ryan and his companions was not a birthday cake, but a colossal chessboard conjured by Professor McGonagall. Ryan mused that if Professor McGonagall were from the East, perhaps she would have conjured a gigantic mahjong set instead. Nevertheless, he believed these challenges were purely designed to mock Voldemort, illustrating how he had sunk to the level of first-year students. After all, the forms of entertainment in the wizarding world were quite limited, with wizards' chess being among the most popular, second only to Quidditch, and participants likely represented more than half of the population. The chess pieces on the board were nearly life-sized, transformed from black and white stones. Without needing to test, it was clear that these pieces possessed formidable resistance to magic, impervious to simple spells like the Shattering Charm. Moreover, the pieces bore no facial features, which, combined with the brightly lit chessboard and the darkness surrounding the rest of the room, evoked a distinctly eerie atmosphere. Ryan couldn't help but recall the faceless monsters from horror films, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, upon glancing at Harry and the others, he noticed they were trembling, clearly more frightened than he was. The door on the opposite side of the chessboard indicated that they could only pass by winning the game. Worse still, each participant had to assume the role of a chess piece, making it increasingly disadvantageous with more players involved. Ultimately, Ryan and Ron took on the roles of knights, while Hermione assumed the position of the queen and Harry that of a rook. The chess match would be led by Ron, who had the highest proficiency in wizard's chess. As the game commenced, Ryan observed that the pieces, while fierce in their confrontations, primarily incapacitated their opponents rather than delivering lethal blows with their weapons. It appeared that this challenge set by Professor McGonagall was merely a means to buy time while ensuring the safety of Harry and his friends. Were Voldemort to force his way through with magic, the chess pieces would not exhibit the same restraint. With the risk of life no longer a concern, Ryan relaxed and began to assess Ron's chess skills. While Ron's abilities seemed commendable, he was hindered by the need to consider Ryan and the others, often incurring greater costs. Observing this, Ryan called out to Ron, "I've learned a shield charm. It should protect me, so you needn't worry about my safety." "Really?" Ron responded, and after receiving repeated confirmation from Ryan, he instructed, "Move diagonally forward to capture their most threatening queen. You will be captured by their knight in the process, but it will make the rest of the game easier. The more players involved, the more constrained Ron felt, and with this understanding, Ryan resolved that his willingness to sacrifice might greatly improve their situation. Chapter 45. The challenge. Ryan felt as though, despite being merely a soul, he had assumed the responsibilities of adulthood. When it came to making sacrifices, he believed it was imperative to do so in front of the children. Clad in armor, Ryan cast a protective spell, only to see the opposing knight swing his sword horizontally, knocking him off the chessboard and shattering the protective enchantment. "Are you all right, Ryan?" Harry and the others asked in unison. "I'm fine, really. Just let me sit for a moment. I suspect you may be engaged in this game for a while," Ryan replied. He then took a seat, discreetly covering his ribs where the pain throbbed. The spell he had just cast was self-taught from a notebook. But due to his youth and the unclear instructions, the magic had merely provided a momentary buffer. As Harry and the others continued their game, Ryan lifted his shirt and began to examine his ribs, applying his knowledge of traditional medicine. To his dismay, he discovered 2 broken ribs on his right side. Fortunately, in the wizarding world, such superficial injuries were the easiest to heal. However, he realized that speaking loudly or moving around was not advisable at the moment. Before long, Ryan heard Ron's decision to sacrifice himself in the game, and he painfully stood up, perhaps due to his sudden movement and the force of his spell. It felt as though his ribs had pierced his lung. While blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth, he cast a protective spell toward Ron. Shortly thereafter, the White Queen struck Ron on the head, rendering him unconscious and dragging him off the chessboard. The protective spell had failed to shield him from that attack. Once Harry emerged victorious from the game, Hermione exclaimed, "Ryan, I saw you coughing up blood. How are you now?" It appeared she had witnessed Ryan's earlier struggle to cast the spell. "Do not worry about me," Ryan reassured her. "It's merely some external injuries. I fear I may not be able to accompany you any further. But fret not, Madame Pomfrey will tend to me shortly. I will keep an eye on Ron. You should hurry along." Though Hermione and Harry appeared concerned, they quickly opened the door and proceeded down the corridor to the next location. Once they had departed, Ryan slowly rose and made his way to Ron. Navigating around a fallen castle piece, he reached Ron and noticed a large bruise on his forehead. After examining him, Ryan deduced that either the chess piece had shown mercy or his own half-hearted protective spell had worked, as Ron had merely suffered a concussion and no broken bones. Ryan lifted Ron's eyelid, scrutinizing his pupil, and then felt for his pulse. It seemed there was no significant issue. He would likely regain consciousness soon. However, Ryan was anxious about the possibility of needing to leave, so he drew his wand and pointed it at Ron's face, uttering, "Clear water like a spring." A stream of water burst forth from his wand, splashing onto Ron's face. He quickly awoke, shielding his eyes with his hands and mumbling, "Is it raining?" It appeared to be a lingering effect of the concussion, but Ron recovered swiftly. Within 2 or 3 minutes, he sat up, leaning against a fallen statue while observing as Ryan transformed debris into a wooden stick. Subsequently, Ron used a small knife to tear a strip from his robe to brace his ribs. Noticing the bloodstains on Ryan's chin, Ron gasped, "Ryan, you're bleeding." The two of them, now weakened, leaned against the statue and began to converse. "Do you think Harry and the others have reached the place where the Philosopher's Stone is kept? What will they do if they encounter Snape?" "I believe the challenges ahead should not prove too difficult for them," Ryan replied thoughtfully. Moreover, if Harry managed to escape from him once, he could certainly do so again. After all, this is merely a trial for Harry. Dumbledore must have made adequate preparations. Otherwise, for the sake of safety, he could have simply kept it in his pocket. Who could take it from him? He further reflected that if the obstacles were to be surmounted by means of subtle hints, their difficulty was not commensurate with that posed to an adult dark wizard. However, Ryan speculated that Dumbledore likely did not anticipate Voldemort's possession of Quirrell. Otherwise, despite being unable to kill Voldemort, Dumbledore's prowess would have allowed him to set up spells to weaken Voldemort's power, keeping him in a dormant state for years, rather than experiencing the mere 2 years of weakness as depicted in the original story. Dumbledore, being a wise man, would never gamble with Harry's life in such a reckless manner. As Ryan and Ron engaged in their idle chatter, Hermione re-emerged from the door on the opposite side of the chessboard. Seeing them both alert, she excitedly declared, "We must hurry to the Ollery to inform Dumbledore." The 3 of them then rushed towards the room filled with keys where the flying broomsticks were stored. On the way, Hermione informed Ryan that beyond the chessboard lay a troll, which had already been knocked unconscious. She and Harry had successfully reached the final challenge, but but discovered that only one dose of the potion necessary to face the thief attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone remained. Ultimately, Harry decided to confront the thief alone, instructing Hermione to summon Ryan and Ron to relay the message. As soon as the words left her mouth, they arrived at the room where the broomsticks were kept. When they reached the trapdoor, Ryan used a music box at his waist to hypnotize the three-headed dog. They then made their way to the Ollery, but upon entering the hallway, they encountered Professor Dumbledore. Observing their disheveled appearance, he inquired if Harry had gone to keep an eye on him before hastily ascending to the fourth floor. Watching Dumbledore's retreating figure, Ryan and the others felt a profound sense of safety. However, as their tension eased, the pain from their injuries surged forth. They supported each other as they made their way toward the courtyard. Madame Pomfrey seemed to have received prior notice, as she awaited them at the hospital wing, clad in her nightgown and a robe. Observing their disarray, she muttered to herself while commanding Ryan and the others to lie down for examination. Ryan removed his soiled and tattered cloak from the challenges and cautiously lay on the bed. Just as his head touched the pillow, he heard the system's voice. Slight alteration in the challenge process, 2 deviation points acquired. With 24 deviation points, he felt assured of finding a world capable of granting him considerable power. Ryan resolved to venture into this new world in search of strength. Lamenting that relying on mere chance to obtain scant deviation points in such a grand affair felt rather disappointing. Yet, he acknowledged that it was prudent to follow one's heart when devoid of strength, for only by living could hope persist. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 46. The trivialities at the end of the term. Once everyone was comfortably settled, Madame Pomfrey approached Ryan's bedside to check on him, for he appeared to be the most gravely injured. After casting a spell over him, she expressed her irritation, lamenting the headmaster's decision to keep so many hazardous items within the school grounds, resulting in student injuries, such as Ryan's fractured ribs and contused lung, which were no trivial matter. "Yet you can heal me, can't you?" Ryan asked, his tone slightly ingratiating. "Certainly, your injuries are superficial. They can be treated overnight." "Then you may need to stay here for the night," she replied, casting a spell to stabilize Ryan's ribs before tossing him a hospital gown. "Honestly, considering your age, your first aid skills are quite commendable. You managed to prevent more severe harm. May I inquire where you acquired such knowledge?" "Well, I hail from the Celestial Empire, and my grandfather used to sell traditional herbal medicine in London's Chinatown. I learned a bit of traditional Chinese medicine from him," he explained. She poured a cup from a vial and handed it to Ryan. Upon drinking, he felt as if a flame ignited within him, coursing down to his stomach, accompanied by an indescribable odd flavor reminiscent of a fortified herbal remedy. Madame Pomfrey observed as Ryan finished the potion. "I could mend your bones with a flick of my wand in an instant, but that would exhaust your body. Given your current state, it is better for you to take the potion. You must rest in the infirmary tonight." Afterward, she turned her attention to Ron's bandaging. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore arrived, directing a floating stretcher bearing Harry Potter. "Professor, is Harry all right?" Ryan and the others inquired anxiously. "Do not worry. Harry merely succumbed to magical injuries and has fainted. A little rest will suffice for his recovery," Dumbledore reassured them. The following morning, Ryan visited the still unconscious Harry in the adjacent bed, offering silent prayers for him before departing the hospital with Ron. The ensuing days were rather mundane, notably marked by the final Quidditch match. Gryffindor suffered a dismal defeat against Ravenclaw due to the absence of a substitute seeker. However, the team members seemed undeterred, having given their all. Every afternoon, Ryan and his companions would check on Harry's condition at the hospital. On the third day after their adventure, just before the end-of-year feast, they returned to the infirmary to inquire with Madame Pomfrey, and this time Harry had finally awakened. Madame Pomfrey graciously granted them 5 minutes to converse. They approached Harry's bedside, where he lay propped up against his pillow. "Harry, are you feeling any better?" Ryan asked, intervening to prevent an overly eager Hermione from embracing Harry. "Oh, Harry, we all thought you would surely worry Dumbledore sick. The entire school is talking about what happened," Ron said. "What exactly transpired?" Sometimes the truth is even stranger than the rumors, and Harry recounted the entire tale. Quirrell, the Mirror of Erist, the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort. Ryan and his friends listened intently, gasping at the thrilling moments, and when Harry revealed Quirrell's true face beneath the turban, Hermione let out a startled scream. "So, the Philosopher's Stone is gone?" Ron asked in disbelief. "Is Quirrell nearly dead?" "That's what I said." But Dumbledore believes he said something along the lines of, "For those with clear minds, death is merely another grand adventure. I always thought he was a bit unhinged," Ron remarked. shocked that his idol had become so incomprehensible. "No, I think it's simply because we are too young to grasp it," Ryan countered. He then turned to Hermione. "Do you recall the story of the maiden Marpessa from Greek mythology?" Hermione slapped her forehead. "Yes. Legend has it she forsook immortality because she believed she was mortal and needed the sorrows of the human experience. While I may not fully comprehend it, I recognize that immortality isn't necessarily an unmitigated blessing." Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, and to mask the awkwardness, Ron quickly shifted the topic to recount what they had done while Harry faced the final challenge. "Do you think Dumbledore intended for you to do this? Gifting you your father's invisibility cloak to guide you towards that task?" Ron suggested. "Goodness," Hermione interjected, "if that's the case, it's utterly terrifying. You could have been killed." Ryan offered a dissenting opinion. "I believe Dumbledore merely sought to guide and test Harry, not anticipating that someone would infiltrate in such a manner. After all, while the headmaster is a powerful wizard, he is not omniscient." "I think Ryan is correct," Harry said. "I believe Dumbledore knows what we are doing and continues to guide us, imparting lessons in secret. He thinks I have matured enough to confront Voldemort. No longer the naive child I once was. Thus, Dumbledore is indeed the greatest wizard of the century," Ryan asserted. "However, what you need most right now is to recover swiftly, for tomorrow is the end-of-year feast. I've heard from upperclassmen that it is one of the most sumptuous banquets at Hogwarts, and it is an event you cannot afford to miss." Just then, Madame Pomfrey burst in. "You have been here for nearly 15 minutes. Time to leave," she declared resolutely. Reluctantly, Ryan and the others bid Harry farewell before exiting the infirmary. Chapter 47. The conclusion of the term. On the following evening, the grand end-of-term feast commenced. Ryan and his classmates hurried to the hall early, reserving a seat for Harry at the long table. "Do you think Harry will show up today?" Hermione inquired of Ryan, who sat beside her. At that moment, Ron, seated opposite Ryan, chimed in, "Of course he will. How could he miss such a grand feast? I would crawl here even if my legs were broken." Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glare before turning her attention to the hall's special decorations. The entire space was adorned in green and silver, representing Slytherin, to celebrate their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. A massive banner emblazoned with the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the head table. Ryan, however, maintained a light-hearted perspective. On one hand, he anticipated Dumbledore would soon award bonus points, and on the other, they were not in last place. At least they surpassed Hufflepuff by over 30 points. After all, their nocturnal escapade had cost them 50 points due to one less participant. And Hermione, feeling guilty, had contributed significantly to their scoring class. Yet, after Ryan's reassurances, Hermione appeared even more disheartened. As most of the guests had arrived, Harry hurriedly entered through the grand doors of the hall. The noise momentarily hushed, only to crescendo once more. Ryan waved to Harry, signaling their location, and Harry rushed over to take the seat reserved next to Ron. All eyes in the vicinity turned toward Harry, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Dumbledore arrived shortly thereafter, and the din in the hall gradually subsided, redirecting everyone's gaze to the headmaster. Dumbledore cheerfully delivered a brief summary before commencing the award ceremony for the House Cup. The scores for each house were announced as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor with 384 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin with 514 points. The Slytherin table erupted in thunderous cheers and stomping feet. Ryan observed Draco Malfoy vigorously banging a goblet against the table, a display that seemed entirely inconsistent with the so-called etiquette of the so-called pure-blood elite. He found it perplexing how those from pure-blood families learned such manners. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore continued, however, several recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell silent, and the smiles of the Slytherins faded somewhat. Ryan sensed that Dumbledore was about to award bonus points. Although he had harbored some disdain for such seemingly unfair point allocations in his previous life, he thought, now that I am sorted into Gryffindor in this life, I might as well wish for a few extra points. Subsequently, Dumbledore awarded Hermione 30 points for her remarkable reasoning abilities, causing her to lean over the table in tears of joy. Finally, Harry was awarded 60 points for his unparalleled bravery and extraordinary courage. The cheers from the Gryffindor table surged, as they now held a total of 524 points, 10 points ahead of Slytherin. Dumbledore then transformed the hall's decorations. The green streamers changed to a vibrant red, and the silver became gold. The imposing Slytherin serpent was replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Ryan noticed Professor Snape shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, his face contorted into an awkward smile. Following this, a sumptuous dinner was served, marking a truly delightful evening. A few days later, the final exam results were announced, and Ryan secured second place, with Hermione naturally taking the top spot. He saw Hermione make a beeline for him to flaunt her report card, seemingly to avenge her history of being second in primary school. However, it appeared that the final exams at Hogwarts were not particularly challenging, as everyone passed. Yet, Harry and the others expressed regret that some foolish Slytherin students managed to scrape through. Ultimately, the term came to a complete close, with all belongings stuffed into their trunks. A notice prohibiting the use of magic during the holidays was distributed to every student. Ryan thought to himself, I have ample opportunities to practice magic elsewhere. Hagrid was responsible for escorting them onto the boats that crossed the lake. Now, they had boarded the Hogwarts Express, engaging in lively conversation while watching the countryside grow increasingly lush and pristine outside the window. The train passed through various Muggle towns as they munched on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shedding their wizarding robes for jackets and short-sleeved shirts. Finally, the train came to a halt at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. It took them quite some time to exit the platform. A gaunt old guard stood at the ticket barrier, permitting only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time to avoid attracting the attention of Muggles by having a large group emerge simultaneously from the solid wall. You must come to my house this summer, Ron said. I'll send an owl to invite you 3. Thank you, Harry replied. I could certainly use something to look forward to. It seemed that Harry's life with the Dursleys was not pleasant. One could only hope that this holiday would be somewhat better for him. As Ryan and his friends passed through the exit, he spotted a red-haired girl, likely Ron's sister Ginny, the future Mrs. Potter, pointing at Harry and exclaiming, "There he is, Mum. Look." Mrs. Weasley approached Harry, inquiring after his well-being, but was abruptly interrupted by the rude Dursleys. "Hurry up, boy, we can't waste the whole day," Mr. Dursley said before turning away. "You live with them?" Ryan expressed disbelief, as such rudeness was rare. Hermione wore a similar expression of dismay, saying, "Have a pleasant holiday." Fortunately, Harry appeared in good spirits, responding, "Oh, I will. They don't know we aren't allowed to use magic at home this summer. I intend to have a splendid time teasing Dudley." Chapter 48, The Dawn of Summer Vacation. Ryan was hunched over the toilet, retching, when he heard his mother Sally's voice from outside. "Ryan, are you all right?" "Mom, I'm fine. I'll be out in a moment," he managed to reply between bouts of nausea. The cause of Ryan's distress was the unfortunate turbulence he encountered while aboard a cruise ship, leading to his seasickness. In the magical realm, knowledge is power. Last semester, his lack of prowess had relegated him to a mere bystander, yielding little in the way of significant achievements. Consequently, Ryan resolved to enhance his abilities. He had anticipated spending the summer immersed in study, but circumstances soon took a different turn. Just a week into their vacation, Ryan's father, Mr. Lambert, received an invitation from a college friend in Reykjavik, who had finally found his destined partner and was getting married. Given their close bond during university, Mr. Lambert was eager to attend. After graduation, his friend had worked for National Geographic, traveling the world and capturing its beauty through photography. Their friendship had endured, with Mr. Lambert receiving postcards from every new destination. Having seen numerous postcards from this uncle at home, Mr. Lambert decided to seize the opportunity to take the entire family on a cruise to Iceland, coinciding with his old friend's wedding. Little did he expect that after a brief spell of rough seas, his son would succumb to seasickness. Fortunately, after vomiting, Ryan joined his parents on the deck to catch some fresh air, which helped alleviate his discomfort. Luckily, they had boarded the ship in Scotland and would only need to endure 2 days at sea before reaching Iceland. Once he felt somewhat better, Ryan finally had the energy to plan their itinerary in Iceland. Noticing his recovery, his parents opted not to disturb him and retreated to enjoy the traditional Nordic sauna on board. Prior to their trip, Ryan had visited the only wizarding travel agency in Diagon Alley, the 7 Stars Travel Agency, and acquired a wealth of travel brochures about Iceland. Unlike England, the entire Nordic magical community operates as a cohesive unit. Considering Iceland's population, it simply could not support an independent magical department. Even if one were to exaggerate the figures, including all magical beings, Iceland might only have around 250 magical beings, given that the population in 1991 was just over 250,000. If a third of those were wizards, the number would be fewer than 100. For a wizard, entering Iceland is a straightforward affair, particularly for a student like Ryan, who needn't even report to the local wizarding authority. The primary source of income for the Icelandic wizarding community comes from tourism and the sale of unique products, leading to lax entry regulations for foreign wizards. Iceland boasts the largest wild puffin sanctuary in Europe, home to not only puffins, but also various wild trolls and fairy tribes. Additionally, the waters surrounding Iceland are inhabited by giant sea monsters and lobal worms. The International Wizarding Federation has established several observation points here to monitor these rare magical creatures and ensure they remain hidden from the eyes of muggles. Moreover, Iceland is dotted with ancient ruins left by Norse wizards, and even today, some wizards scour the land in search of potential treasures. After perusing the materials on Iceland, Ryan felt significantly better and retrieved a stack of parchment from his luggage to continue his assignments. Fortunately, during his research in Diagon Alley, he had stumbled upon an ancient bag that had been enchanted with a stretching spell, allowing him to carry a plethora of textbooks and study tools while traveling. The bag, adorned with delicate lace trim, now lay in the far corner of his suitcase, appearing no larger than the span of 2 adult male palms, yet possessing the capacity to hold the equivalent of 2 large suitcases. Of course, this trip was primarily intended for relaxation. Confining himself to his room in pursuit of homework would be quite the dampener. Furthermore, the ship was a luxurious cruise liner, replete with a plethora of engaging activities. Ryan had noted from the ship's brochure that there were yoga classes, a small theater showcasing brief plays, a cinema for film viewings, and a duty-free shop. Having never experienced such a mode of travel during his previous life in an inland city, Ryan resolved to explore the ship after completing his assignments for the day. In this era, tourists from his homeland were still a rare sight. Several crew members greeted Ryan in Japanese upon recognizing him, which left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, a news story caught his attention. The television announced that a volcano in eastern Iceland was on the verge of eruption. The materials he had obtained from Diagon Alley indicated that an ancient Norse wizarding site was located near that volcano, supposedly linked in some way to its activity. Thus, Ryan decided he would investigate the site when the time came. After jogging around the deck, Ryan felt significantly more at ease, finally shaking off the troubles of seasickness. Chapter 49. Arrival in Iceland and new guests. After enduring a 2-day journey at sea, the vessel finally reached Iceland's largest port, the capital city of Reykjavik. Standing on the deck, Ryan observed the city nestled between mountains and the sea as their ship navigated eastward into Reykjavik's harbor. It was morning, and the rising sun bathed the nearby peaks in a resplendent shade of purple. The most striking feature of this place was its azure sky, largely untainted by industrialization. The entire city was heated through environmentally friendly geothermal energy, a testament to the region's abundant geothermal resources. Indeed, the name Reykjavik itself is derived from Icelandic, meaning smoky bay. Upon disembarking, Ryan and his family headed straight to the hotel they had reserved for rest. Although Iceland has its own language, the long-standing presence of American military personnel had ensured that the Icelanders possessed a commendable proficiency in English, facilitating smooth communication. After affirming his intentions, Ryan left the hotel and hailed a taxi to the city center, which he reached in a short while. After all, this was merely a small city with a population of around 100,000, and its urban area was not extensive. According to the guide map and information from the 7 Stars Inn, Ryan located the entrance to the Wizarding District, a 5-story building adorned with a sign for the Aurora Inn. Guests were seen entering and exiting. As Ryan turned to the side of the inn, he came across a decorative panel carved with a Viking longship. He drew his wand and tapped the 3rd shield from the left on the carving 5 times, causing a brick archway to materialize beside the sculpture. Just as he was about to enter, a notification from the system alerted him to the arrival of new guests at the Multiverse Grocer. With no other option, he sprinted a few steps and turned into an empty alley. After ensuring his safety, he chose to enter the grocer. Upon entering, Ryan first examined the fire dragon herb displayed on the counter. This particular specimen was unlike any ordinary fire dragon herb. The dragon head that typically grew at the top had vanished, replaced by a football-sized crimson fruit. This was a new plant that Ryan had cultivated since the beginning of summer, having mastered the techniques of the eccentric Dave. Using the fire dragon herb as a base, he combined it with fragments of Nober's eggshell, scales, blood, and venomous fangs. Thanks to Ron's contributions, along with vines from the Devil's Vine obtained during a final exam challenge, to nurture this new botanical creation. Given the plethora of magical components involved, this was an endeavor that Dave had never encountered in his time cultivating plants. rendering it impossible to draw upon previous experiences. Much of the process relied on Ryan's experimentation, with only snippets of advice gleaned from Professor Sprout serving as guidance. Fortunately, Ryan's luck prevailed, and the plant thrived. Now, it remained to be seen what would emerge from the seeds within that fruit once they matured. After observing the plant, Ryan allowed the new guests to enter. With the sound of footsteps, the guest stepped into the grocer, prompting Ryan to emit a soft gasp of surprise. It was not one, but two visitors. The first was a man in his 30s or 40s, clad in an attire reminiscent of the age of exploration, which Ryan had often seen in various European period films. However, the weariness etched on his face spoke of enduring hardships. Upon noticing Ryan, he slightly bent his body, adopting a protective stance for the girl behind him. The girl, dressed in a blue dress, appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, roughly the same age as Ryan. "Sir, please relax. I harbor no ill intentions," Ryan reassured him. "Welcome to the Multiverse Grocer. I am the proprietor, Ryan. Every guest here seeks to resolve their most pressing issues. Might you share the nature of your predicament? Perhaps I can assist you." The man, realizing that the individual seated across the counter was merely a child and posed no threat, relaxed his posture. He and the girl sat on the floor, gazing in astonishment as Ryan emerged from behind the counter. He retrieved a sizable tablecloth from a small bag he carried, followed by a bottle of whiskey, likely forgotten in the family pantry, and a jug of juice along with 3 cups. Ryan always felt compelled to fill his spatial bag, leading him to store a variety of odds and ends. As the middle-aged man took a sip of whiskey from the cup Ryan had filled, he began to recount his tale. "I am Edward Kenway. Once a captain, I have now retired, hoping to raise my daughter." He gestured to the quiet girl seated beside him, sipping juice. "This is my daughter, Jennifer Scott. In my pursuit of wealth, I neglected her and her mother. Now, all I desire is to nurture my daughter in peace." Ryan searched his memory, but could not recall the name. However, considering the multitude of worlds, it seemed entirely plausible that he had not encountered this individual before. With a gentle smile, he turned his gaze toward the girl, who leaned closer to her father upon noticing Ryan's attention. Ryan then addressed Kenway. "It seems she is somewhat shy in social interactions. What I need is a completely unfamiliar place, somewhere no one can find us, a sanctuary where I can raise my daughter well," Kenway replied earnestly. "Could you elaborate on your world? This would enable me to determine what kind of realm would meet your requirements," Ryan inquired. "You must see that I am not from your world, so rest assured. I have no intention of divulging your secrets to anyone you know." To substantiate his claim, Ryan drew his wand and cast a flickering light, conjuring a stream of clear water from the wand's tip. "As you can see, I am a wizard. Your world likely lacks individuals like me, does it not, precursor?" Kenway remarked, not quite understanding the term Ryan had used. Chapter 50. Finally able to enhance combat power upon noticing the puzzled expression on Ryan's face, Kenway provided a brief explanation regarding the precursors. Ryan concluded that these were advanced beings possessing extraordinary abilities and wielding remarkably high technology. This indicated that the level of his world was quite substantial, suggesting that Kenway himself likely possessed powers that surpassed those of ordinary humans, potentially marking him as a transcendent being. Kenway then embarked on a description of his world, which appeared to be a parallel universe to Earth, situated in an age of great maritime exploration. Perhaps the security of his surroundings allowed him to relax, or perhaps he had concealed certain secrets for far too long. It was also possible that he had indulged in some libations. Kenway began to recount his past experiences. He eventually achieved financial success, only to lose his wife to illness, leaving him with a solitary daughter. It was only then that he realized what he truly needed was not wealth, but family. Thus, he resolved to create a nurturing environment for his daughter. Unfortunately, with many enemies lurking, he was hesitant to expose her to outsiders, resulting in her growing somewhat reclusive, a situation that troubled him deeply. As a result, he continuously pondered how to find a place where they could evade his foes while providing his daughter with a wholesome upbringing. One day, while contemplating this dilemma during a seaside outing with his daughter, they encountered a mysterious fog. When it dissipated, they found themselves at the Multiverse General Store. Kenway then began to narrate his maritime adventures, sharing tales of battles at sea. His daughter, Jennifer Scott, listened with wide eyes, clearly astonished, as her father had never divulged such tales before. Although Ryan did not consider piracy a respectable profession, he reasoned that in that era, as long as civilians were not wantonly slaughtered, it was somewhat acceptable. Nevertheless, sharing such stories in front of a child was not ideal. Thus, He presented a set of wizard chess to young Jennifer, encouraging her to sit behind the counter and play. He then resumed his conversation with Kenway. As they spoke, Kenway described his ship, a sturdy two-masted vessel that sailed both swiftly and steadily. It boasted over 50 powerful cannons and iron plating for protection, moving as swiftly as the wind and as agile as a bird. Regrettably, it had ultimately sunk near Haiti. Oh, my poor jackdaw. Although he was metaphorically referring to certain gaming companies that offer bugs in exchange for games, Ryan immediately recognized the world Kenway hailed from, Assassin's Creed. With this thought, he recited a phrase he had memorized in his previous life to impress others. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Kenway, somewhat dazed, instinctively recited the next line. Suddenly, he came to a realization. How do you know I am an assassin? Calm down, Ryan interjected, gesturing for Kenway to take a seat while pointing towards the counter where Jennifer had accidentally knocked over the chessboard in her startled state. Your daughter was nearly frightened by you. I mentioned that this is the Multiverse General Store. As the name implies, it connects countless worlds. It is entirely normal for tales from your world to have reached me. Do not forget, this is indeed the Multiverse General Store, Ryan said with a hint of pride. Here, we can traverse myriad realms, and I possess the ability to transport you and your daughter to the various worlds connected to this store. I cannot believe your Knights Templar would chase you into other worlds. Everything can be used as a medium for trade, your abilities, your strength, your wealth, your knowledge. None of these will be lost in our transaction. Rather, you will impart them to me. It is a fair exchange, and I am willing to offer all that I possess in return for a stable future for my daughter and myself. However, you must first inform me which world you intend to send us to. It is my honor to introduce you to these options, Ryan replied. Visibly pleased as their transaction was nearing completion, he proceeded to meticulously outline the worlds to which he could transport the father and daughter. The first world was one engulfed in an eternal winter apocalypse, where survival was a constant struggle. Absolutely not, Kenway firmly rejected. The second world bore a striking resemblance to Kenway's own, akin to a future version of his realm by several centuries. However, should you venture there, it is likely you would encounter 2 world wars in your lifetime. Ryan briefly outlined the death tolls of these conflicts. I truly wish to avoid participating in any wars and do not want to involve my daughter in them either. The third world was a rather ordinary realm, one that lay several years beyond Ryan's own. This one is worth considering, Kenway mused. The final world was inhabited by reanimated corpses, yet humanity had cultivated a unique plant to combat them. I previously assisted that world immensely, and I have recently received word from my allies there that they have successfully reclaimed a significant portion of land. One day, they will eradicate the zombies entirely. With that, Ryan showcased the peculiar flora from that world. Jennifer set aside the wizard chess and eagerly approached to examine the plants. After introducing the 4 worlds, Ryan turned his gaze to Kenway. These are the only 4 worlds available. Should you choose one, the transaction will be established. If you do not wish to proceed, you are free to leave with your daughter. The choice is entirely yours. Following a lengthy and somewhat awkward silence, Kenway finally arrived at his decision. Chapter 51. The Assassin's Legacy in Hand. Can you transport us to that world where one battles zombies? Kenway inquired. Certainly, as a merchant. The desires of my patrons shape my endeavors. However, might I ask why you chose this world, fraught with potential conflict, over a more mundane future? Ryan, filled with curiosity, probed further. If you prefer not to disclose, I shall not press. Moreover, it will take me considerable time to evade the bounty on my head in the Caribbean islands. I suspect that future census practices will be far more stringent, making it challenging for my daughter and me to blend into that realm. The proprietor of the Plants vs. Zombies world can serve as my introduction, facilitating our integration into that society. Additionally, you are aware of my current expertise. What could I possibly achieve in a peaceful world? Lastly, sometimes the living can be more terrifying than the undead. At least in the world of battling zombies, I need not concern myself excessively with the living. After all, such a world should be imbued with a more innocent spirit. Ryan observed as they exited, returning his attention to the mutated fire dragon plant, which bore fruit pulsating like a heartbeat. He felt that it might soon yield a completely unique species of plant, one never before seen. You are remarkably swift, Ryan exclaimed, astonished by their efficiency in relocating within a mere half hour. Subsequently, Ryan and Kenway inked a contract on a piece of parchment, stipulating that Kenway would impart all his knowledge to Ryan in exchange for his transportation to the world of Plants vs. Zombies. Upon the signing of the contract, a crimson mist emanated from Kenway's head, coalescing into a thick tome with a red cover, inscribed with the title Kenway's Assassin's Creed. Nodding at the sight of the book, Ryan proceeded to write a note on a blank piece of stationery, which he then handed to Kenway. Dave is the leader of that world and one of my closest partners. This letter introduces your situation, and I hope he will look after you. I have also informed him that you may temporarily reside in my house. As I will not frequently inhabit that world, it would be better utilized by you. Lastly, please convey my regards to him. Kenway accepted the letter with a nod, and Ryan then opened the portal to the Plants vs. Zombies world. Simultaneously, the system's voice announced, transporting 2 individuals to another world. Adult male, minor extraordinary powers, 15 deviation points. Minor female, no extraordinary powers, 5 deviation points. Large-scale fate alteration detected in the guest world. Multiple fates of children of destiny altered. Minimal overall change in world conditions. Acquiring 35 deviation points. With the points in hand suddenly increasing to 39, Ryan felt a surge of potential. However, he needed to investigate how the points were expended during the transport. The thought of inexplicable deductions in the future filled him with apprehension. After several minutes of searching through the extensive system guidelines, he found the pertinent clauses. First, transporting characters from different worlds requires deviation points to ensure accuracy and safety, with the energy level of each character determining the necessary points. Second, transportation is contingent upon the proprietor having opened the portal to that world. Third, the proprietor may directly inquire about the energy required for transportation within the general store. Ryan, had I known, I would have checked first. Fourth, the store prohibits credit transactions, meaning the contract only becomes valid upon confirmation of a trade. It appeared that the Multiverse General Store was quite reasonable, avoiding predatory lending practices and the risk of being duped. With 39 points at his disposal, Ryan resolved to invest them swiftly to augment his strength, as that was his current deficiency. He chose to study Kenway's Assassin's Creed, discovering that mastering all the knowledge within required merely 3 points. This encompassed combat techniques, multiple foreign languages, sailing skills, disguise, and various prop manufacturing. All notably inexpensive as they did not involve extraordinary powers. Next was Eagle Vision, a method to enhance one's sixth sense. Due to his lack of certain genes from Kenway's world, Ryan had 2 options. The first was to alter his genes to acquire the same Eagle Vision ability as Kenway, requiring 5 deviation points. The second was to substitute his own magical power for some of the bloodline's capabilities, which would only heighten his sixth sense and other senses' acuity, albeit far less effective than the original Eagle Vision. This option was also economical, needing only 3 points. The final skill was Leap of Faith, which ensured that one would not suffer harm from any height, provided there was a haystack below. Learning this skill necessitated modifications to the world's inherent laws and required a staggering 300 deviation points. After contemplation, Ryan opted for the comprehensive knowledge acquisition and the magical variant of Eagle Vision. After expending 6 deviation points, he sat in a chair, absorbing knowledge for several minutes until he fully grasped the teachings. Rising from his seat, he was eager to experience his newfound powers. Having long admired the protagonist's dashing movements in the Assassin's Creed videos he had watched in his previous life. Note, I highly recommend the ending theme of Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, The Parting Glass. Chapter 52. All things are illusory. All matters are permissible. After tidying up his attire, he commenced his inaugural attempt at harnessing the abilities etched in his memory. Naturally, the objective was modest. Merely to sprint swiftly to the reception desk, leap atop it, and then propel himself towards the shelves behind. Clambering atop the shelves was the extent of his ambition. To be candid, many parkour enthusiasts could effortlessly accomplish this feat. It hardly fell into the realm of difficulty. However, in this world, endeavors seldom unfold as envisioned, and Ryan stumbled at the very first step. His coordination faltered, and he failed to achieve the anticipated height, resulting in his calf colliding sharply with the edge of the reception desk. He tumbled to the ground, cradling his leg and curling his body like a shrimp, emitting a piercing wail of agony. As moments passed, the pain gradually subsided. Ryan rolled up his pant leg to reveal a discolored area on his calf. Hastily, he retrieved some ointment from his spatial pouch and applied it to the injury. Subsequently, Ryan began to reflect on how the sudden surge of power had clouded his judgment. After all, previous experiences had repeatedly demonstrated that mastering knowledge necessitated relentless practice to transform it into power. This instance could hardly be an exception. Not to mention, the inheritance he had received imposed greater demands on his physical resilience, evidently requiring more time to acclimatize. Just as Ryan grappled with his frustration over the inability to swiftly harness power, the system conveniently presented a notification. With the passage of time, his connection with the system had become increasingly intuitive, suggesting a harmonious rapport was developing. Pondering this, Ryan perused the new information. Within the Multiverse General Store lay a method to imbue strength, albeit at a considerable cost. Moreover, to avoid any lingering repercussions, it was advisable to adjust the infusion method according to one's condition, as indicated by the system. For instance, the strength inheritance of an assassin could assist Ryan in enhancing his physical prowess and muscle memory, as well as coordination, to the level of 5 years of practice, while the eagle eye could elevate him to the proficiency of 1 year of training. The information provided clarifications regarding these metrics. The so-called physical augmentation and muscle memory entailed merely straightforward bodily transformations, devoid of extraordinary power. Thus, the requirements were relatively low. Ryan's body could endure the changes equivalent to 5 years in one go. The eagle eye, however, necessitated the infusion of extraordinary strength, limiting the Multiverse General Store to imbuing Ryan with merely 1 year's worth of capability. Faced with this circumstance, Ryan made a decisive choice to proceed with the infusion, as he was in urgent need of strength. The infusion for 5 years would consume 1 deviation point per year, while the eagle eye would require 3 points. Following the instructions, Ryan seated himself on a chair and confirmed the payment of 8 deviation points. A beam of light descended from the ceiling, enveloping him in its luminous embrace. He sensed a transformation beginning within him, as his muscles and bones gradually warmed, accompanied by waves of tingling and discomfort. This sensation was fleeting. Just as Ryan felt he could no longer endure it, the discomfort began to wane, culminating in the cessation of all unpleasant feelings as the light dissipated, signaling the completion of the power infusion. Once assured of its conclusion, Ryan began to examine his body. He noted minimal external alterations, yet he could perceive that his bones felt sturdier, his muscles more supple, and his cardiopulmonary function enhanced. He then resumed his earlier experiment, this time effortlessly leaping onto the reception desk and subsequently nimbly scaling to the top of the shelves. It appeared that his strength had indeed been augmented, allowing him to reach a level comparable to that of an ordinary parkour athlete. Nevertheless, this newfound strength would require ongoing training to prevent regression. 5 minutes later, Ryan found himself strolling along Saga Street, the renowned magical commercial avenue of Iceland, savoring dried cod paired with cream while gazing into the surrounding shops. As a transit point between Europe and America, this magical street was replete with goods from diverse regions. Ryan observed an array of Nordic specialties alongside various trinkets from the Americas. However, aside from the vendors selling these baubles, the street was teeming with an assortment of individuals, particularly con artists. Within just half a street's length, he had already encountered several swindlers. For example, there were sellers peddling fur trout that purportedly enabled men to conceive. If such a thing were effective, Dumbledore would have possessed one long ago. Amongst the myriad of dubious items was a palm-sized Native American totem claimed to ward off vampires and werewolves, as well as a treasure map attributed to Merlin, which Ryan deemed the most ludicrous, especially since the corner of the parchment bore the mark of a literary residence. However, this did not significantly affect Ryan, for he had learned from his previous life that finding genuine bargains in tourist traps was nearly impossible. Rather than squander his money here, he would prefer to scour a second-hand bookstore in search of hidden treasures. Although the tales spun by these individuals were captivating and seemed plausible, one must consider that if their claims were indeed truthful, Merlin would have had little time for anything other than treasure hunting throughout his life. Apart from acquiring a complete set of textbooks on dark magic for the 1st to 5th years from Durmstrang. Yes, Durmstrang studied dark magic, not just defensive arts. But the advanced class lacked textbooks. Ryan also procured several boxes of confections from a whimsical candy shop as gifts for his friends. A mere pendant for each individual seemed too meager. At the very least, it warranted a box. Just as Ryan was enjoying his exploration, he felt a sudden jolt from behind as someone brushed past him. Instinctively, he reached for the spatial pouch at his waist, only to find it absent. A thief. This term flashed through Ryan's mind, and he promptly gave chase after the fleeing figure. The pouch contained not only money but also his hard-earned summer assignments. Losing it would spell trouble. The thief appeared familiar with the area, weaving through the crowd in an attempt to shake Ryan off his trail. Activating his makeshift eagle-eye mode, Ryan locked onto the thief and swiftly scaled the walls, running atop the rooftops in pursuit. After covering over 30 meters, the thief veered into a concealed alley adjacent to the commercial street, bending over with hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Perhaps emboldened by previous successes, the thief exhibited a notable lapse in caution. Upon noticing that no one was chasing him, he proceeded to retrieve the spatial pouch to examine his spoils. Just as he was about to open the pouch, he heard a gust of wind overhead, followed by a heavy object descending upon him, rendering him unconscious. Before losing consciousness, the thief faintly heard a phrase, "All things are illusory, all matters are permissible." Chapter 53, The Mysterious Map. Rain, having acquired the legacy of an assassin, pursued the thief who had pilfered his spatial pouch across the rooftops. Seizing the moment when the thief paused to inspect his loot, Rain leapt from the second-floor roof, rendering the rogue unconscious. After reciting a somewhat dramatic slogan, Rain finally fulfilled his long-held desire for a moment of grandeur and began to examine the thief. Upon lifting the thief's eyelids to confirm his unconscious state, the crimson hue of his irises revealed his identity as a vampire, which left Rain somewhat disheartened. Where was the promised elegance of a nocturnal aristocrat? How had he fallen to the depths of street thievery? Moreover, the visage beneath the hood was that of a scruffy old man, utterly devoid of allure, more suited for robbery than petty theft. However, considering the physical prowess of vampires, it was plausible that in a chaotic environment unsuitable for spellcasting, one might exploit their racial advantages to thieve. Yet, the notion of a beautiful thief appeared to be nothing more than a fantasy spun from the pages of novels. As Rain continued his lamentations, he began to search the old man for any treasures. After thoroughly inspecting the thief's person, he discovered a mere 2 sickles and 6 gnats in one of the pockets. Rain found this illogical. Seasoned criminals typically carried their entire wealth on them, and it was improbable that an experienced thief would possess so little. After ensuring no one was approaching the alleyway, Rain commenced the task of stripping the thief's clothing to search for hidden pockets. At last, he found a pouch sewn into the thief's undergarments, containing an expansion spell. Rain recognized the difficulty of extracting it from such an unseemly location. Yet the allure of wealth proved irresistible. Ultimately, he suppressed his nausea and carefully severed the undergarments with a small knife, taking the pouch with him. After securing his prize, Rain draped the thief's clothing over him to maintain a semblance of decency. He then clambered onto the rooftop, seeking a bustling area to blend into the crowd. The bounty he had acquired dulled his desire for further exploration. He hastily traversed the remainder of the street before departing the bustling commercial district for wizards. Upon entering a deserted alley, Rain made his way into the Multiverse grocery to assess the spoils of the day, as this location could neutralize any tracking spells. Since the expansion enchantment was not permanent, he worried that the effects might fade over time, causing him to lose the contents within. Inside the shop, he retrieved a cloth and, using a levitation spell, suspended it in midair. He then inverted the pouch and emptied its contents onto the fabric. To his surprise, the pouch contained a considerable assortment of items, which he organized into 3 piles. The first pile consisted of money, primarily sickles and gnats, interspersed with a fair amount of gallons, totaling approximately 120 gallons, a commendable haul. The third pile contained 3 magical items. The first was a knight's sword inscribed with sharpness and rust-resistance runes, a formidable weapon for an ordinary person, though it bore no magical damage, rendering it useless to wizards. The second item was a book titled The Art of Flames, inscribed in Spanish on its cover. Fortunately, Rain could understand it, having learned Spanish from the assassin's legacy. He discovered it to be a rare and valuable tome detailing the use of fierce fire magic, though his current magical prowess was insufficient to master it. The third item was an ancient piece of parchment, markedly different from the one he had seen in the street. This was genuine aged parchment. It depicted several oddly shaped mountains encircled together, with a skull symbol rendered in red between them. Although the illustration was remarkably lifelike, akin to a photograph, Rain could not discern its location. He longed for the days of the internet, where a smartphone would swiftly reveal its whereabouts. Despite his intense curiosity regarding the parchment's contents, he decided against pursuing the matter further, as he could not identify the corresponding location. After all, he had come to Iceland for a holiday, and treasure hunting was best approached with a sense of serendipity. After a brief flight of 45 minutes, Rain and his family arrived in the quaint city of Akureyri, Iceland's second-largest city, often referred to as the northern capital. Nestled at the end of the Ijafjr fjord, it lies on the edge of the Arctic Circle, backed by snow-capped mountains and facing crystal-clear lakes, offering a picturesque landscape. Arriving in July, they found the city basked in the unyielding light of the midnight sun, visible almost around the clock. Rain's most striking impression of this city was its eerie emptiness. The streets were desolate. However, considering that a city of over 10,000 residents was constructed on the scale typically reserved for cities of 100,000, such spaciousness was to be expected. The wedding took place at the Akureyri Church, perched on a gentle hill. From the church's entrance, one could gaze over the cityscape, the fjord, and the mountains beyond. A truly breathtaking view. The ceremony itself was unremarkable, akin to any typical Western wedding. Rain felt that holding a wedding in such a location imparted a sense of beauty and sanctity, albeit with an air of solitude. Fortunately, once the wedding concluded, Rain's family was free to roam. They rented a cottage in Reykjavik and embarked on a 10-day vacation. European vacations differed significantly from those in China. Europeans preferred to remain in one place to relax thoroughly rather than darting about to visit every attraction. However, for Rain, this leisurely pace felt rather tedious, as he found himself with little to do besides read after completing his writing. Thus, while his parents reveled in the local hot springs and relaxation, Rain decided to explore Iceland's various attractions through the flight network. His father, Mr. Lambert, wholeheartedly supported this plan, believing that a young man should venture out on his own. Yet, Rain suspected his father merely sought to enjoy some time alone with his mother, free from his presence. Chapter 54. An unexpected discovery in the days that followed. Ryan explored numerous locales, reluctantly acknowledging the convenience of the Flu network, which allowed him to traverse various places and feast his eyes upon breathtaking sights. The only downside was that he often felt disoriented from the Flu network, typically tumbling out of the fireplace. However, in the interest of time, he accepted this minor inconvenience. Whether it was the vibrant wooden houses of the local residents, which appeared even more enchanting under the perpetual daylight, or the snow-covered glaciers, or even the icebergs reflecting shimmering light as they drifted down the rivers, all these scenes provided Ryan with an exceptional travel experience. On the magical side of things, he visited and fed the kraken of the North Sea, marveling at the fact that these creatures might be larger than the giant squid at Hogwarts. And he also admired the endangered eyewitness bird in the sanctuary. Naturally, Ryan captured numerous photographs, selecting a few to be made into postcards at a local photography shop, which he then sent to his friends via the Arctic Owl post office on Saga Street. Time leisurely slipped away in this idyllic exploration, providing a sense of relaxation that he had never experienced elsewhere. At least, Ryan felt that the fatigue his parents usually bore from work had noticeably diminished. One day, while wandering the streets of Reykjavik, preparing to visit a museum, Ryan was captivated by an oil painting displayed by a street artist. The painting's quality was rather ordinary, yet the mountains depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to those featured on the treasure map he possessed. Approaching the artist, Ryan inquired, "Sir, may I ask where this painting was inspired from? I have been traveling here for several days, yet I have never encountered the mountains illustrated in your work." The artist, putting down his brush, responded, "This is a scene I encountered a few years ago while hiking near the Astja volcano. The weather was splendid that day, and my companions and I were headed to Lake Vti to experience the geothermal swimming. However, halfway through, the weather abruptly changed. At this point, the artist seemed to recall something unsettling, shivering slightly before continuing. The wind was howling fiercely, and we were worried our vehicle might be swept away. After half an hour, the wind subsided, and I beheld a cluster of devilish peaks emerging from the previously empty ice cap, only to vanish within a minute. Later, after inquiring with local residents, I learned that they called those peaks the Devil's Mountains, a place believed to be inhabited by demons. It is said that they remain hidden in the underworld most of the time, surfacing to the mortal realm only on rare occasions. Ryan pondered the artist's words, mostly invisible, only occasionally revealed. This resonated with the instances when wizards used magic to conceal certain places. If some of the protective magical arrays were not properly maintained, they might indeed malfunction over time. It appeared that a thorough investigation was warranted. After bidding farewell to the artist, Ryan found a secluded spot to apply some cosmetics he had previously purchased, transforming his appearance into that of a Native American as they shared similar features. This was part of the legacy from the assassins. He then set off to Saga Street to gather information. Disguised as a traveling Native American wizard from the Americas, Ryan spoke with a Caribbean-inflected Spanish accent, while inquiring with shopkeepers about the matter. His efforts soon bore fruit. That location was a natural reservoir of magical energy, creating a barrier that concealed it from others. Wizards had only discovered this site over 30 years ago. However, those who explored it previously had only found an abandoned altar, with no other discoveries to speak of. Many wizards had visited for research, but there were no reports of significant findings. Consequently, it had become a seldom visited tourist spot. Nevertheless, access was not difficult. One could use the Flu network to reach the Vatnage Kull Glacier's giant troll sanctuary and then rent a broom for a brief 10-minute flight. After gathering this information, Ryan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had initially believed he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure location, only to discover that it had long been known and developed into a tourist site, albeit one lacking in allure and frequented by few. This left him with a profound sense of loss. However, in any endeavor, it is essential to see it through to completion. Since he had identified a target, it would be a pity not to investigate further. The following morning, after completing his homework, the struggles of a diligent student, Ryan prepared to visit the Devil's Mountain altar. After spinning in the fireplace of the Flu network for several seconds, Ryan found himself in a small house concealed by magic. A notice on the wall read, "If you wish to swim in Lake VTI, please change into Muggle clothing here." Not far from the fireplace, a counter housed a middle-aged wizard in his 50s who was dozing off. Ryan approached to wake him. "I would like to visit the Devil's Mountain altar. Are brooms available for rent here?" "Oh," another young soul lured by tales of treasure. "Unfortunately, your kind has become increasingly rare," the middle-aged wizard murmured, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "It's 12 sickles for a day's rental, with a 5-galleon deposit." He then placed a fairly decent broom on the counter. After paying, Ryan spent an additional 3 sickles to rent a heated cloak and a pair of goggles, as flying could be quite chilly. He had been preoccupied with learning the Stupefy spell and other combat-related incantations, neglecting to self-study practical spells for warmth. The Devil's Mountain altar was not far, easily visible in the distance with its grotesque peaks resembling demons. Ryan mounted his broom and, despite the age of the broom and his somewhat unrefined flying skills, reached the site in just over 10 minutes. If Harry had been riding his firebolt, he likely would have arrived in 5. Upon landing, Ryan discovered that the broom parking area was at the beginning of a small gravel path. He set down his broom and followed the signs along the path toward the altar. Chapter 55, Nightmare? This narrow path winds through a secluded canyon, enveloped in an eerie silence. The only sounds that break the stillness are the whispers of the wind brushing against the cliffs and the gentle trickle of melting snow. Perhaps due to its proximity to the ice cap, the environment here is harsh. The ground is barren, devoid of any flora or fauna, save for a few resilient patches of moss clinging to the stones. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing this gravel path, a wide bend reveals an open clearing before him. At the center of this clearing stands a 3-tiered stone altar, intricately carved with runes. In the distance, a cluster of bizarrely shaped peaks looms. Ryan retrieves the treasure map from his pocket and observes that the terrain matches its depiction almost perfectly. This clearing is marked with a red cross. But what could this treasure map possibly signify? Surely, it couldn't be a mere jest? Yet, secrets are seldom easy to uncover. The wear on the map suggests that the thief had frequently handled it, likely searching this very spot several times before. Determined to explore the area indicated by the cross, Ryan's gaze falls upon a large wooden sign affixed to the mountainside. The sign details the altar's history, stating that it has existed for over a millennium. The inscriptions recount ancient Viking sorcerers' praises of nature. Nature itself? Such reverence is rare. Ancient Viking practitioners were more inclined to focus on thunder, lightning, storms, and even human enhancement, with little regard for the study of nature. This could indeed be a breakthrough. With this thought in mind, Ryan begins to arrange an assortment of plants around him, initiating a silent dialogue with them. The plants respond with a sense of joy, suggesting that the environment here is conducive to various forms of life. Ryan himself feels a lightness wash over him. However, his enhanced sixth sense warns him that something is amiss. This place should not feel so serene. Upon circling the back of the altar, Ryan discovers a small mound of earth, with a sign indicating that this is where bodies were buried following ancient sacrificial rites. This revelation aligns with conversations he had overheard in the marketplace about the numerous researchers drawn to this site. In the realm of sorcery, it is indeed true that certain ancient spells occasionally require human life as a sacrifice. However, no spells concerning nature have ever been documented to demand such offerings. This peculiar altar is likely why so many sorcerers have come to investigate. Ryan spends more than half an hour scrutinizing the area, yet he uncovers nothing of significance. The plants, probing the earth, reveal no unusual findings beyond the skeletal remains in the sacrificial pit. Disheartened, he reflects that if renowned sorcerers have failed to discern anything, it is only natural for him, a novice with merely a year of magical training, to encounter the same fate. Having embarked on this adventure early in the day, Ryan has been busy since he awoke. Now, feeling fatigued, he contemplates the guidebook, which does not indicate any dangers in this area. Indeed, it suggests that there are few creatures present. With this in mind, he decides that taking a nap here would be a splendid idea. As he drifts into slumber, however, he senses something is amiss. He seems to have shifted from his original position. Upon awakening, Ryan realizes that the plants he had arranged around him have vanished. Turning his head, he is startled to detect a wisp of blood-colored mist swirling in the air, accompanied by a strong scent of rust. Alarmed, he scrambles out of his sleeping bag. To his astonishment, he discovers that his body has reverted to that of a man in his 20s. Is this a dream? Yet it feels all too real. Ryan suspects he may have unwittingly fallen into a trap. Given his cautious nature, he would never ordinarily choose to sleep outdoors unprepared. Fortunately, the Multiverse General Store, though severely disrupted, still recognizes Ryan's combat state, allowing him to retrieve items from within, even if he cannot take refuge there. He begins to summon plants, but quickly realizes that what emerges are not plants at all, but rather a series of small green orbs. As these orbs attach themselves to him, he discovers he can harness the powers of these entities. What manner of place is this? A sense of strangeness envelopes him. With the support of the system's power, Ryan resolves to search the vicinity for clues that might aid in his escape. He notes that the blood-colored mist is drifting from the clearing, prompting him to grasp his wand and cautiously advance toward it. As he peers around the corner, he catches a glimpse of the clearing's condition and recoils in horror. The altar appears to have come to life, its runes pulsating with an ominous crimson glow. Encircling the altar are a dozen shadowy figures, leaping and dancing in what seems to be a ritualistic performance. Several dark figures also linger atop the altar, engaged in some unknown activity. Steeling himself, Ryan leans in for a closer look, only to discover that the writhing shadows are not human as he had initially believed, but grotesque creatures formed from clumps of flesh, bonded together by a viscous red substance. Suddenly, a piercing, otherworldly scream reaches his ears, filling him with dread. As the wailing crescendos, tendrils of blood shoot from the creatures beneath the altar, converging upon a circle of mummies atop the altar, coalescing into a sinister crimson orb. With a deafening pop, the blood-red sphere ignites in a conflagration of black and red flames, thickening the surrounding mist. A voice within Ryan urges him to flee at once and thwart the continuation of this nightmare, lest dire consequences ensue. Chapter 56. The nightmarish battle when confronted with a bewildering situation that leaves one feeling utterly lost. Instinct can illuminate the sole path forward. Taking action, however small, is far superior to inaction. Thus, when the ominous black-red flames ignited upon the blood orb, Ryan seized the moment. He conjured a cherry bomb in his hand, subsequently inserting it into a bottle filled with crystalline sunlight, and then, with the countdown in hand, hurled the bottle directly towards the grotesque entities upon the altar. Endowed with extraordinary agility through the lineage of assassins, Ryan accurately pitched the vessel into the clearing encircled by the mummies, causing it to detonate without affording the creatures a moment's reprieve. Instantly, it was as though a sun had risen upon the altar, and the monsters emitted wretched howls, overwhelmed by the vitality of the sunlight. As the brilliance subsided, Ryan squinted towards the altar, discovering that the blood orb had entirely vanished, seemingly purified. The creatures upon the altar, as well as those dancing around it, had sustained devastating injuries, their forms appearing singed and charred. Even a significant portion of the amalgamated monstrosities beneath the altar had been fatally impacted, reduced to a scattering of carbonized remains. The mummies atop the altar, slightly more resilient, had endured the brunt of the sunlight's eruption, yet 4 out of 7 still clung to life, albeit their appearances were barely distinguishable from that of charred remains. Naturally, these creatures soon detected Ryan, the unwelcome intruder, and as one of the mummies let out a furious roar, the surrounding amalgamations rushed towards Ryan's concealed position. Realizing the peril, Ryan turned and fled. After all, the realm of reality is far removed from the confines of a game, and remaining stationary as a turret was ill-suited for most scenarios. He concluded that employing his agility to gradually wear down the monsters would be the most prudent strategy. With thoughts racing through his mind, Ryan used his grappling hooks to swiftly navigate the rocky walls surrounding the narrow path, occasionally tossing crystalline sunlight at the amalgamations that ventured too close. Through the explosive bursts of sunlight generated upon impact, he impeded their advance and inflicted damage. In this chase, two previously injured amalgamations surged forward, repeatedly sustaining attacks. After enduring numerous wounds, they seemed to reach their threshold, remaining motionless after receiving yet another crystalline sunlight. Soon, darkened marks began to spread from the impact sites, ultimately disintegrating into a pile of ash. Encouraged by this success, Ryan intended to continue employing this kite-flying tactic to eliminate the remaining amalgamations. However, a fresh wave of piercing screams erupted from the direction of the altar, prompting all the amalgamations to abruptly halt their pursuit of Ryan. Turning instead to rush back to their original position, Ryan pursued, hurling crystalline sunlight at several of the amalgamations, but their shifting masses dispersed the beneficial energy, rendering his efforts ineffective. As they shed excessively damaged portions of their flesh, the creatures accelerated, diminishing Ryan's accuracy. He then attempted to launch peas, flames, and spores, only to awkwardly discover that the peas had recoil, increasing the distance between him and the beasts, while the pure physical damage proved insufficient. The flames and spores fell short in range. Seizing the opportunity as the monsters slowed, Ryan unleashed several spells, but despite all hitting their targets, they bore no effect. It became evident that aside from the crystalline sunlight, which embodied the antithesis of the monsters, light and life, other forms of magic wielded little power against them. All his endeavors to intercept and eliminate the creatures in advance had been futile, leaving behind merely scorch marks and a fair share of their flesh. While none were vanquished during the pursuit, Ryan could only watch helplessly as they rounded the final bend, successfully escaping into the open space. Upon turning the corner, Ryan beheld a disheartening sight. The blood orb, which he had believed to be thoroughly purified, now floated ominously in the air once more, releasing a miasma of blood. The monsters, upon absorbing this miasma, began to restore themselves, the singed traces upon their bodies gradually fading to reveal grotesque flesh and withered skin. Had his previous efforts been in vain? Despair momentarily gripped Ryan, yet upon closer examination, he discerned that the situation was not entirely hopeless. Most crucially, the orb, which had previously appeared the size of a soccer ball, had now diminished to no more than that of a baseball. The monsters, upon noticing Ryan's pursuit, did not attack him. Instead, they resumed their bizarre ritual around the altar. Ryan attempted to intervene, but a blood-red mist enveloped the altar, obstructing everything he threw, including the crystalline sunlight and magic, which were thwarted by this sanguine barrier. Testing the barrier with small stones, he found they easily penetrated and struck the altar. It seemed this protective shield was specifically designed against energy attacks. Crystalline sunlight, being a solidified form of energy, could not breach it. Frustration washed over Ryan, realizing his trump card had proven ineffective. Did this mean he would have to charge through the barrier and engage the monsters in hand-to-hand combat? Chapter 57. The behemoth in the open space in the face of adversity. Panic serves no purpose. Ryan took several deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions, his mind swiftly beginning to race. Suddenly, he noticed an abundance of stones near the surrounding cliffs, remnants likely eroded by glacial movements. These stones varied in size and were jagged, and as he beheld them, a brilliant idea rapidly took form in his mind. "You got him, Leviosa." With a pronounced incantation directed at a boulder nearly half his height, Ryan levitated it, suspending it above the altar before dispelling the enchantment. The mummies atop the altar sensed this anomaly, yet, bound by the ongoing ritual, they were powerless to command the other creatures to assail Ryan. As the ritual teetered on the brink of failure, the four mummies abruptly plunged their claws into their own chests. Wisps of dark crimson smoke emanating from their hearts and ascending toward a blood orb the size of a baseball. With their movements, the creatures beneath the altar began to transform as well. They swiftly disintegrated, coalescing into a torrent of flesh and blood that surged up the steps surrounding the altar. It was evident that this was a grotesque act of extreme malevolence, a sacrificial rite. Ryan endeavored to interrupt this dreadful process. However, as the sacrifice commenced, a translucent blood-red barrier arose from the altar, repelling all subsequent stones he hurled. Time passed slowly, and the sanguine mist thickened around him. The monsters on the altar underwent a transformation. The amalgamation of flesh enveloped the blood orb, forming a massive, crimson cocoon, while the smoke drifting from the mummy's chest fused with this sanguine chrysalis. As the mist gradually traversed from the mummies toward the blood cocoon, the mummies rapidly withered to dust, their forms reduced to mere ashes. Simultaneously, the blood cocoon emitted a blinding radiance, forcing Ryan to shut his eyes against the brilliance. When the light receded, Ryan beheld that nearly everything upon the altar had vanished, leaving behind a towering, blood-red wolf that stood nearly 2 stories high. Its razor-sharp teeth dripped with saliva, eroding the stone altar beneath. The behemoth let out a thunderous howl that echoed through the air, immediately fixing its malevolent gaze upon Ryan's hiding place. Ryan's pupils constricted. His newly acquired sixth sense detected the wolf's intense murderous intent. This was a battle to the death. A bitter smile crept across Ryan's face as the unsettling realization dawned upon him. His actions near the altar had likely awakened this long-dormant entity, which had been poised to summon a creature as per its original design. However, due to Ryan's interference, the awakening ritual had been disrupted, resulting in this creature's wrath directed solely at him. How could a mere vacation lead to such a calamity? Ryan thought as he observed the wolf prepare to pounce. Swiftly, he employed ropes and grappling hooks to swing around the cliffs, evading the wolf's ferocious attacks. The creature exhibited an agility that belied its massive size, using its claws to grip the stone walls and navigate nearly vertical cliffs. While dodging, Ryan retaliated with various magical assaults, but they bore little fruit. Spells struck the wolf's hide as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, yielding no discernible effect. Only the flames of his dragon grass and the crystalline sunlight possessed the potency to inflict damage, yet even those merely left superficial scorch marks on its fur, fading within mere moments. Fortunately, despite its remarkable defense and strength, the wolf appeared devoid of basic intelligence. In instances when it could have evaded, it instead charged headlong into the stone barriers. This allowed Ryan to elude its attacks through rapid changes in direction, observing the beast crash through at least 7 or 8 stone walls without relent. Ryan pondered whether every formidable dark force shared a common mindset when confronted with unexpected alterations to their plans. Eliminate the nuisance. Whether it was Tom Riddle from the Triwizard Tournament or some other creature responsible for this altar's contingency, the priority remained the same: to eradicate the interloper. Even though the wolf had clearly lost its intellect due to the ritual's mishap, it remained fixated on Ryan, as if its sole purpose since birth was to annihilate him. The wolf's lack of reasoning rendered Ryan's distractions ineffective. It ignored all else, single-mindedly pursuing him. Realizing that this could not continue, Ryan understood that he was human, not a machine, and could not maintain an endless pace. Observing the powerful muscles rippling on the wolf's frame, he recognized that in a contest of physical endurance, he was no match for it. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take a calculated risk. Through keen observation, Ryan noted that while the wolf repeatedly swung its forepaws, it did not exert full force with every strike. On average, only 1 in 5 swipes left a mark on the stone, while the other 4 seemed manageable even under his iron armor spell. He decided it was time to gamble. He could not afford to continue evading indefinitely. The likelihood of success, he reasoned, was not negligible. There was an 80% chance he would not be instantly obliterated even if he miscalculated. Though he was increasingly convinced that he was ensnared in some bizarre lucid dream, he knew the magical world could be perilous even within dreams, and he had no desire to become a casualty of such a peculiar nightmare. With this thought in mind, Ryan slowed his pace, an object sliding into his right hand. The wolf, sensing Ryan's deceleration, wasted no time launching its assault. Its instinctive reflexes were quick. After a missed strike, it did not retract, but instead swiped downward in one fluid motion. This strike drained the wolf of the energy it had just accumulated. Ryan met the attack with his iron armor spell, but as the distance closed, the wolf opened its maw and lunged toward him. Chapter 58. The Forgotten History. Ryan watched as the enormous wolf's gaping maw loomed larger in his vision, yet he did not flinch. Instead, he raised his right hand and hurled an object into the beast's throat. Simultaneously, he made a desperate lunge to the left. The wolf snapped its jaws shut, the collision of its teeth producing a thunderous sound. It turned its right eye towards him, realizing that the human lay sprawled on the ground, easily within reach. However, instead of fear, the man's face bore an uncanny smile. Just as the wolf prepared to deliver a lethal bite, a sudden, searing pain erupted in its chest. a massive wound appearing as if its very strength was seeping away. Unable to endure any longer, it collapsed onto the ground. The human rose, prying the wolf's jaws apart with a sword, and tossed another object inside. Ryan observed as the great wolf's head was obliterated, leaving it lifeless, and he finally exhaled. Sitting down on the ground, he cast away the sword, now corroded and pockmarked. Earlier, he had taken the perilous risk of tossing a container filled with sunlight crystals and cherry bombs down the wolf's throat, wagering that the creature's internal defenses were not as formidable as its exterior. Fortune favored him. As the wolf swallowed the container, it detonated in its esophagus, rupturing its chest. The result exceeded Ryan's expectations, incapacitating the beast entirely. Subsequently, he utilized his final container to ensure the monster's complete annihilation. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Ryan now possessed fewer than 100 sunlight crystals. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have found himself in dire straits, entirely devoid of resources. Indeed, hesitation leads to defeat. Yet, how to escape this peculiar place? Ryan sat pondering this dilemma as the blood-red mist enveloping the sky began to dissipate, sunlight streaming down. Turning his gaze around, he noted that the surroundings gradually came to life, no longer shrouded in that oppressive crimson fog. However, the wolf's corpse underwent a transformation under the sunlight. Fragments began to rise from the carcass, morphing into golden specks that scattered throughout the environment. The wolf's body slowly vanished. Such a monumental prize, lost so easily? Ryan felt a pang of regret as he approached the remains of the wolf, scrutinizing the process of its disappearance. He discovered that the wolf's body melted away rapidly, akin to snow under the sun, even as he risked obtaining a handful of wolf fur. It swiftly disintegrated into golden motes that slipped through his fingers. Worse still, these remnants could not be contained within any storage equipment. Was this merely a dream? Even in slumber, it would not permit him the pleasure of relishing the acquisition of treasures. Ryan muttered to himself, unaware that a faint blood-colored glow at the heart of the wolf did not vanish in the sunlight, but began to transform into gold, resembling an eye. As the object ultimately turned golden, it shot towards Ryan with a swish. He felt a chill at the back of his head as a burst of golden light exploded in his mind. Subsequently, he found himself a mere observer, witnessing the life of an ancient Viking sorcerer unfold from a third-person perspective. This sorcerer lived over 1,000 years ago, among the first humans to set foot on Iceland. In that era, sorcerers coexisted with ordinary people, serving as their leaders and protectors. During those wild times, magical creatures were far more prevalent, posing threats to humanity. In unfamiliar territories, humans struggled to survive without the sorcerer's aid in such harsh environments. In such a perilous landscape, survival took precedence, and the means of enduring became secondary. Thus, there was little conflict between common folk and sorcerers. Initially, this Viking sorcerer employed a series of natural magics to soothe nature and ease relations with local magical beings. The first altar on the island was erected during this period. Although referred to as an altar, it resembled a mage's tower, allowing sorcerers to perform rituals and amplify the effects of their spells. For 30 years, this harmonious existence flourished. In that time, the Viking sorcerer transformed from a youth into an elder with graying hair. Due to the favorable conditions over these 3 decades, the tribe's population doubled, escalating demand for resources. Consequently, conflicts between humans and magical creatures intensified, edging ever closer to war. He repurposed his spells for soothing the dead to summon vengeful spirits, using blood, flesh, and bone magic originally intended for healing to enhance his kin and awaken the deceased. Initially, the Viking sorcerer maintained a peaceful mindset, summoning only those spirits willing to fight for him, empowering those who willingly sacrificed themselves. However, as the conflict escalated, the blood of his people gradually led him towards obsession. He began to bind unwilling spirits to the battlefield and eventually resorted to mass sacrifices of prisoners and animals for life force, ultimately targeting the weak and elderly within his tribe. At times, the Viking sorcerer pondered the righteousness of his actions, yet the brutal realities of war and the surge of power twisted his thoughts, transforming him into a sorcerer who valued power above all. Despite his numerous efforts, humanity in Iceland remained sparse. Magical creatures held overwhelming dominance, and the human front continued to shrink day by day. Ultimately, the entirety of Iceland's human population was forced to retreat from the western coastal plains to the mountainous interior. They relinquished fertile lands and rich fishing grounds, clinging to survival amid the rugged terrain. After yet another winter, the impoverished humans dwindled to fewer than 100, clearly unable to continue the fight. Surrounded by the majority of magical beings on the island, they made a bold decision in their desperate plight, even if it meant their total annihilation. They would drag every magical creature on this island down to hell with them. Chapter 59. The final truth: the surviving remnants of humanity established the last altar near the volcano, the very one that Ryan beheld. This stood as the sole surviving altar in all of Iceland, for the others had been obliterated during the ravages of war. Initially, this altar served as a conduit to communicate with the surrounding environment. However, after the wizard and his disciples, filled with resentment, committed suicide, they desecrated the altar, transforming it from a natural shrine into a blood altar. Harnessing the bitterness of lives lost, the Viking wizard tapped into the powerful energies lying beneath the nearby volcano, channeling this tainted force through the hastily constructed blood altar. Upon absorbing this corrupted energy, the wizard and his disciples temporarily gained immense power, allowing them to breach the barrier separating the realm in which Ryan now found himself from the world of reality. This formidable force subsequently transported the wizards and various magical creatures into this new world. With the barrier shattered, the vast majority of the surrounding areas were engulfed by chaotic spatial turbulence. Most magical beings were swept away into this turmoil, perishing in the process, while the survivors engaged in a fierce battle with the wizards. In the end, the Viking wizard consumed the only treasure he had brought from his homeland, the blood of a mythical giant wolf. He transformed into this colossal wolf, ultimately perishing alongside the few remaining powerful magical beings. As time flowed onward, the chaotic spatial currents began to subside. Yet the vengeful souls of the deceased continued to wander through this realm. Ryan, having unleashed a considerable amount of sunlight crystals and various plants into the real world, activated the vengeful spirits within this domain. Upon awakening, these souls, driven by their past obsessions, performed ritualistic magic, inadvertently drawing Ryan into their midst. Being vengeful spirits, they instinctively attacked all living beings. Consequently, Ryan found himself compelled to engage in a fierce struggle against them. He soon discerned that this world existed in a liminal space between reality and illusion, leaning more towards the realm of souls. Consequently, his plants could not flourish here, and his body had transformed, influenced by the essence of the spirit age, to roughly 20 years of age. Evidently, the initial group of humans who set foot on the island sacrificed themselves, simultaneously annihilating over 90% of the magical creatures present. This enabled later generations of humanity to firmly establish themselves on the island. Yet, due to the effects of magic, these subsequent humans had long forgotten the existence of the earlier group who had perished upon their arrival. In that era, maritime navigation was fraught with peril, and it was not uncommon for ships to vanish without a trace after setting sail. Their homeland may have presumed them lost at sea, for it was an age devoid of flight networks, illusions, or even the invention of flying broomsticks. For wizards, venturing forth was no safer than for ordinary folk. Both were equally vulnerable in the face of nature's might. Indeed, life magic was not the necromantic sorcery one might envision. The Viking wizard of that time was known as a shaman, a practitioner who communicated with nature and the cycles of life and death to gain power. However, his madness had extinguished all forms of magic that connected him to nature, leaving only the life magic associated with life and death. This life magic encompassed both the corporeal and the spiritual, and upon thorough examination of the legacy, Ryan realized that this magic bore no inherent inclination. It merely manifested the forces of life and death. When wielded for benevolent purposes, this magic could heal ailments, enhance one's abilities, soothe souls, and banish malevolent spirits, while possessing formidable destructive power against all twisted, unnatural life forms. Yet, should it be misused, it could enslave souls, animate corpses, or even create countless grotesque abominations, such as the composite monsters formed from flesh and blood that Ryan had witnessed. Initially, Ryan perceived these creatures as utterly malevolent and harbored a profound disdain for the magic that birthed them. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself wavering. He grappled with the decision of whether to embrace this knowledge, torn between his thirst for power and the fear of the potential calamities that could arise from losing control. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan ultimately chose to accept this knowledge. After all, he now possessed the vast multiverse of the grocery shop, where he would encounter countless realms and diverse powers. Hesitating would yield nothing. Moreover, he discovered that this power was not inherently evil. Rather, its manifestation depended on the inclinations of the wielder. Presently, most of the magic Ryan studied at Hogwarts fell within this category, alleviating much of his concern. For instance, a levitation charm, seemingly benign, could become deadly if employed to levitate an individual and then dispelled, much like a killing curse. This aligned with an ancient adage Ryan had heard in his previous life: one must not abandon their endeavors due to fear of potential pitfalls. This world was not the creation of the Viking wizard's imagination, but rather a small fragment of the original world that he had cloistered for his own use. Utilizing the forces of nature. As time passed and the vengeful spirits gradually faded, the constraints upon this realm began to dissipate, rendering Ryan's departure considerably easier. The essence of this world was, in truth, a spiritual domain composed of the consciousness of all natural life, serving as a significant component of the world's consciousness, or Gaia's consciousness. This realm was not devoid of life. Numerous spiritual entities thrived here. Some wizards sensitive to the nature of souls or the environment could seamlessly enter this world, and even certain muggles, under specific fortuitous circumstances, might inadvertently trespass into this domain. Many mythological tales stemmed from ordinary individuals who, upon entering this realm, recounted their experiences, subsequently weaving them into stories. After receiving the inheritance, Ryan swiftly mastered the methods to enter and exit this world. With a simple gesture and incantation, he successfully departed from this realm. Chapter 60. The conclusion of the adventure. It felt as though he had been soaring through a vividly colored tunnel for an eternity until a sudden flash of light signaled his emergence. Upon opening his eyes, Ryan discovered he was still nestled within the confines of his sleeping bag at the sheltered nook. He proceeded to examine the Multiverse General Store, where the sunlight crystals had nearly been entirely depleted. Indeed, there existed a connection between the realm he had just traversed and the reality he inhabited. Ryan retrieved the knight's sword, only to find that despite its seemingly unblemished exterior, every magical rune within and the very structure of the blade had succumbed to disintegration. When he casually tossed the sword to the ground, it shattered like glass, scattering shards everywhere. It appeared that the events occurring in that world had repercussions extending into the tangible realm. Fortunately, Ryan had managed to escape with great effort. Had he not, he would have met with certain demise. One could not help but commend the Multiverse General Store for its ability to reach out to Ryan and offer assistance, even in such an extraordinary world. Without this aid, Ryan would have been at a significant disadvantage amidst the myriad challenges he faced. After meticulously inspecting all his possessions, he pulled out his pocket watch and was astonished to discover it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Casting a final glance at the altar, which resembled a mere heap of ordinary stones, he hastily made his way down the narrow path towards the entrance. Exhausted, Ryan soon succumbed to slumber, enjoying a deep and dreamless night. Before his next foray into Saga Street, he donned a new visage. Utilizing a quick-drying hair dye, colored contact lenses, and an array of cosmetics, he transformed himself into a Eurasian blend, adeptly masquerading as a tourist from America. Thanks to his proficiency in American English acquired from previous English lessons. Upon entering the street, Ryan refrained from immediately scouring the area. Instead, he explored places he had overlooked during his previous visit. As he wandered, he remained vigilant regarding the atmosphere of the street. There were several intriguing shops in the areas he had not yet explored, including one that specialized in unique delicacies, many of which could be utilized as biochemical weapons, such as Swedish herring, locally fermented shark meat, and the rather peculiar kiviak, which required the fermentation of seabirds within seal carcasses for 2 to 3 years. Although these items were distinct to the north, Ryan mused that they would hardly serve as suitable gifts for friends. Such offerings would likely result in the severing of friendships. This commercial street, positioned at the intersection of Europe and America, was frequented by numerous wizards. Ryan even spotted a 6th-year Hufflepuff student shopping here. However, disguised as someone else, he could not approach to greet her. At last, as Ryan neared the end of his meal at noon, he caught sight of the thief he had encountered previously. It was worth noting that wizards did not seem particularly wary of thieves. Someone garbed in a hooded sweatshirt, with the brim pulled low, would likely be apprehended swiftly if they ventured onto a muggle street. Ryan finished the last morsel of his black pepper roasted lamb leg, set down his cutlery, and stepped outside to follow the thief. His inherited skills in tracking from his assassin lineage proved remarkably effective, as the thief remained blissfully unaware of his pursuer. The thief soon succeeded in his endeavor, pilfering a wallet from a victim who did not even realize their loss. not every wizard utilized magically enchanted wallets for protection. As the thief slipped into an alleyway concealed by a large poster between two buildings to stash his ill-gotten gains, Ryan executed a familiar maneuver, descending upon him with precision. After stripping the thief down to his undergarments, Ryan bound him with rope, covered his eyes with a handkerchief, and proceeded to pour the remaining whiskey down his throat. A violent bout of coughing ensued as the thief regained consciousness, struggling desperately in the darkness, but his bindings rendered his efforts futile. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Ack!" the thief shrieked, but the location had been meticulously chosen to muffle his cries from the bustling street outside. "Speak. What was depicted on that parchment map you had last time?" Ryan pressed, lowering his voice to a husky whisper. "You're that person from before." The thief's tone suddenly turned sharp. The vampire thief's lips twitched, suggesting he was preparing some nefarious curse. Without hesitation, Ryan struck the thief's mouth with the crowbar, knocking out one of his distinctive fangs along with half of his teeth. A flash of red light flickered in his throat, confirming Ryan's suspicion that the vampire was indeed preparing a curse. Perhaps due to magical backlash, a concussion from Ryan's blow, or the effects of alcohol. Ryan sensed through his newly acquired life magic that the thief's soul was becoming increasingly disordered. Seizing the moment, Ryan unleashed a newly learned soul-soothing spell upon the disoriented thief. Originally intended to calm restless spirits, this magic could, under certain circumstances, compel the truth from others. The spell's efficacy exceeded expectations, likely due to the thief's muddled state. Ryan hastily inquired, "Where did that parchment map come from?" "I made it myself." The thief mumbled incoherently. Chapter 61. Coincidence? Indeed. Ryan had previously assumed that this parchment treasure map might originate from a clandestine organization or a secretive cult. Perhaps even from intrepid adventurers who unearthed it through perilous quests or by meticulously studying ancient texts. Only through such arduous endeavors could one truly earn a treasure map worthy of the deadly risks involved and the invaluable knowledge inherited upon the successful completion of the adventure. This notion was particularly solidified in Ryan's mind upon discovering that the thief was, in fact, a vampire. After all, in the anime he had watched in his past life, vampires were often portrayed as having a profound understanding of history, possessing a wealth of secrets regarding treasures. However, when this thief claimed to have crafted the map himself, Ryan found it somewhat incredulous, yet the magic of life confirmed the veracity of the thief's words. Reluctantly, Ryan probed further. "If you created this, how does this parchment look so ancient? How did I not consider such a common trick in the antique market?" He began to introspect. Yet before he could delve deeper into his self-reflection, another question surfaced. "Why would you carry a map on your person?" As he began to respond, the vampire thief hesitated, and Ryan sensed a shift in his soul, suggesting a potential restoration. Witnessing this, Ryan wasted no time and relentlessly struck with his crowbar once more. In truth, Ryan was a pacifist, generally averse to violence. However, after narrowly escaping death, his encounter with the instigator of his perilous plight was met with an escalation of force. Persuasion, albeit physical, proved effective, as even the legendary vampire could not withstand the potency of Ryan's argument. This also subtly indicated that vampires, in most instances, were akin to humans, not merely lifeless husks, as folklore often depicted. However, had they been merely mindless corpses, persuading them would have posed a far greater challenge. Upon again channeling magic to soothe the vampire's soul, the thief ultimately divulged his intentions for possessing the map. It turned out he intended to use it to lure solitary travelers, subsequently teaming up with a few accomplices to rob them. The choice of that particular altar stemmed from its status as a genuine tourist attraction, easily verifiable in various resources, thus avoiding suspicion from potential victims. Yet, it was located in a remote area with rugged terrain, making it an ideal spot for ambush. Upon hearing this, Ryan was at a loss for words. The adventure he undertook, risking his life, was merely a consequence of a robber's fabricated map coinciding with an actual adventure site. He found this coincidence almost surreal. Though reflecting on the myriad of historical coincidences, it was not entirely implausible. During the remainder of his stay in Iceland, Ryan refrained from aimless wandering, opting instead to reside with his parents at a guest house, diligently completing his assignments while absorbing the knowledge gained from his adventure. Upon returning to London, after resting for merely a day, Ryan received a call from Hermione, arranging to meet at the library. "Thank you for the gift you sent me. Those runic amulets are fascinating, as I have encountered them in some of my readings. However, the candies you sent were confiscated by my parents. You know they are dentists and are always cautious about my sugar intake, Hermione remarked after their pleasantries. They then proceeded to discuss their completed assignments. Hermione expressing her utmost admiration for Ryan's ability to finish his work during his travels, remarking that such a thirst for knowledge was commendable and worthy of emulation. Ryan, I just wanted to finish quickly so I could relax. After addressing the challenges encountered in their assignments, they exited the library and seated themselves on a bench by the roadside, exchanging updates about their recent lives. Ryan chose not to disclose his adventure to Hermione, believing she was too young to comprehend such harsh realities, especially considering her establishment of the House Elf Rights Advocacy Group in the original text. He surmised she would undoubtedly oppose the Viking sorcerer's extermination of all magical creatures on the island. Thus, he retrieved a complete photo album from his backpack, eagerly pointing out the sites he had visited: wetlands, glaciers, volcanoes, the elusive birds perched atop treetops, and the unique experience of viewing the colossal sea serpent beneath the waves from a special vessel, not to mention the culturally rich Saga Street. Oh, that sounds incredible. Unlike me, who has been confined to my home, reading every day without even the use of my wand. I'm genuinely concerned that after such a long hiatus, I might lose my touch, Hermione remarked after absorbing Ryan's vivid recounting of his travels. By the way, Hermione continued after a moment of reflection, have you written to Harry recently? Following this, Ryan shared the textbooks he had acquired from Durmstrang for the first 5 years, recalling their previous agreement to share any intriguing finds. Hermione furrowed her brow upon seeing the books. Ryan, I believe we should refrain from studying these. After all, they pertain to the dark arts. But these are Durmstrang textbooks, not those dangerously chaotic tomes of dark magic. As one of Europe's prestigious institutions, Durmstrang's materials should pose no significant threat, Ryan explained. Moreover, pureblood families tend to impart some of this knowledge to their children. As wizards of Muggle descent, we barely have access to such information. I heard the Weasley twins mention that many Ministry employees struggle to perform even a complete shield charm, likely because many Muggle-born wizards have never encountered such combat spells. Considering what we faced last year, I believe we ought to learn at least a bit about combat spells. There is no necessity to delve into dark magic, Hermione insisted, steadfast in her viewpoint. Ryan straightened in his seat, resolved to elucidate his perspective to Hermione thoroughly, as he wished to avoid any discord over the matter. Chapter 62, a discussion on dark magic. What constitutes dark magic? Ryan commenced his discourse with this fundamental inquiry. The words he quoted were directly from the textbook on defensive magic against the dark arts, a testament to Hermione's remarkable memory, as she seemed to recall every textbook in existence. With a hint of jest in his tone, Ryan praised Hermione. He then turned serious, asserting that the true criterion for identifying dark magic lies in its malevolence rather than its destructive capacity. For instance, the incendio spell can ignite a fire for warmth, yet it also possesses the potential to unleash catastrophic and deadly infernos. However, we cannot categorize the incendio spell as inherently evil. The crux of the matter lies in the definition of malevolent magic. Any spell that invokes negative emotions towards its target during its casting is deemed evil. Undeniably, magic imbued with such negativity often wields greater destructive power. Furthermore, as negative emotions intensify, so too does the potency of the spell. What are you trying to say? Hermione queried, somewhat perplexed. I simply believe that certain degrees of negative emotion should be permissible and do not necessarily equate to malevolence, Ryan replied, opening to the bookmarked page in their third-year defense against the dark arts textbook, gesturing to a particular spell. Look. This magic requires a degree of aversion towards the target in order to create a force field from your wand that repels the target. Aversion is indeed a negative emotion, yet I do not perceive it as evil. In comparison to the formidable powers these spells can manifest, this trivial negativity should not be a concern. After listening to Ryan's explanation, Hermione retrieved a textbook and flipped through its pages. Indeed, the textbooks used in one of Europe's top 3 magical schools do not contain spells that appear excessively cruel. I also believe that even the professors at Hogwarts possess some knowledge of such spells, albeit learned primarily for the purpose of defending against them. I'm concerned that given our age and mental maturity, we might be seduced by power and stray onto a perilous path. This is why I believe Hogwarts permits only upper-year students enrolled in advanced defense against the dark arts classes to access certain books in the restricted section pertaining to dark magic. I trust that by the time we reach the upper years, we will be able to study the relevant knowledge under the guidance of our teachers. but it should always be with the intent of defense. What do you think should be our approach to this knowledge? I merely wish to learn some potent magic to protect myself and my friends. After all, the feeling of helplessness in the face of evil, as we experienced last year, was utterly dreadful, Ryan expressed. I will not oppose your desire to explore these texts, since you have resolved to learn the power of self-protection. Acquiring knowledge of dark magic can aid you in recognizing and countering it, as well as learning spells that can defend against such forces. This is sufficient to combat evil and safeguard yourself. It is essential to understand that not all magic is inherently weaker than dark magic. There is no need to cross that treacherous boundary to study dark magic. I believe we should read these books together to ensure that no one takes a perilous step. After much contemplation, Hermione pursed her lips and shared her perspective with Ryan. Indeed, Ryan possesses knowledge of the narrative, which is an advantage. However, sometimes such knowledge can constrain one's thinking. He is aware that war looms on the horizon, which at times renders him overly eager, neglecting the fact that he possesses a storehouse of knowledge from countless worlds, affording him ample time and resources to acquire formidable power without hastily resorting to potentially hazardous methods. As someone with a mental age surpassing 30 years, he found it disconcerting that he lacked the clarity of a young girl. This realization filled him with embarrassment. Ryan acknowledged Hermione's point. The profound psychological damage that could arise from delving into dark magic was not worth the considerable risks involved. Yet, the other forms of magic he had mastered required practice. It was akin to swimming. No matter how thoroughly one understands the theory, one cannot grasp the skill without actually practicing in the water. If practice were to be undertaken, it necessitated finding a location beyond the Ministry of Magic surveillance. After some reflection, Ryan concluded that the Plants vs. Zombies world would serve as an ideal training ground due to the abundance of targets. Moreover, it had been quite some time since his last visit, and Ryan was eager to ascertain the condition of his house. Seizing the opportunity one afternoon, Ryan visited the library to research and photocopy a wealth of industrial materials related to daily life, intending to present them to Dave as a gift. After all, it was a world besieged by a zombie apocalypse, and although humanity was gradually regaining strength and rebuilding their society, many aspects of civilization could not be restored so easily. Ryan planned to take resources concerning daily necessities to assist the inhabitants of that world in reconstructing a modern civilization. During dinner that evening, his mother, Mrs. Sally, inquired, "I have a question that has been on my mind. Why do you go to the library every morning to study since the start of the summer break?" "I hardly believe the community library houses any books related to magic. Because I need to collaborate on homework with a classmate, Mom," Ryan replied, twirling his pasta around his fork. "A classmate? Is it the daughter of the Granger dental couple? I recall you mentioning that she ranked first in your entire year last semester," Mr. Lambert interjected. "So when you study with her, you must learn from her strengths. We have always worried that your exceptional performance in elementary school might lead to some arrogance," Mrs. Sally remarked. Subsequently, the two parents offered Ryan guidance regarding his approach to learning. It was then that he realized he had possibly been misled by certain narratives, who claimed that parents in Europe and America were indifferent to their children's education. Such sentiments were universal. Note, in the final book, Professor McGonagall once controlled a Death Eater using the Cruciatus Curse, which is classified as an unforgivable curse, indicating that at least some professors possess knowledge of dark magic. However, the vast majority of professors study it primarily for the purpose of researching defenses against it, with the exception of those like Snape, who hail from backgrounds steeped in dark wizardry. Chapter 63. The True War. As night fell and his parents drifted into slumber, Ryan gathered an assortment of items and set off towards the Multiverse grocery store. Utilizing the life magic he had recently mastered, he probed the fire dragon grass resting on the counter. It was then that he comprehended why this new plant had yet to thrive. He had inadvertently infused it with energy of an excessively high level, for dragons are among the apex beings of the magical realm. Consequently, the plant lacked a soul, which was the reason for its prolonged immaturity. After all, it takes considerable time for a plant to cultivate a soul. However, Ryan pondered that his upcoming journey to the world of Plants vs. Zombies might yield some elements that could facilitate the development of this plant's soul. After examining the plant, Ryan opened a spatial portal and ventured into the world of Plants vs. Zombies. Upon arrival, he discovered that it was already afternoon. As he surveyed the quaint town, he noted that it bore no resemblance to its former self. The fallen zombies and roadblocks had been meticulously cleared, and the houses lining the streets had been refurbished, bustling with human activity. The most striking transformation was at the town's center, where a colossal energy tower rose majestically in the small plaza that once belonged to Dave. Even from a distance of several houses, Ryan could easily spot it. Hastening his steps, Ryan arrived at Dave's doorstep. Just as he approached, the door swung open. "Oh, my friend from another world. The plants have already informed Dave of your arrival. It has been quite a while since we last met, and I must admit, I have missed you. Welcome," Dave exclaimed, placing a hand on Ryan's shoulder and ushering him inside. At that moment, a small robot scuttled by, diligently wiping surfaces with a cloth. These robots are remarkably agile. I truly admire how this civilization has achieved such intelligence using merely perforated steel plates and steam engines. Dave continued, "By the way, let me show you my latest invention, which I am exceedingly proud of. You shall not believe it." Leading Ryan to the plaza where the energy tower stood, Ryan immediately discerned that this tower differed slightly from what he knew. To his astonishment, the chimney atop the tower emitted only a wisp of white steam. In the world of the Ice Age, the birthplace of this energy tower, even the most efficient coal-burning processes produced billowing black smoke and sparks. "How did you manage to make the energy tower emit no black smoke whatsoever?" Ryan inquired, turning to Dave. As they approached the energy tower, Ryan observed that its structure diverged from his previous encounters. The base, which should have housed the combustion chamber, was encased in a thick ring of fireproof glass, resembling not an observation window, but rather a greenhouse below. "Wait, a greenhouse?" Ryan suddenly recalled something, racing to the glass. Sure enough, within lay a cluster of torch stumps, ablaze with blue flames. Dave soon joined him. One arm draped around Ryan's shoulder, while the other gestured towards the flaming stumps. "Look, my friend, as long as I provide them with coffee beans and sunlight crystals at regular intervals, they can continue to burn indefinitely. This is far more environmentally friendly than the original coal design, and I need not worry about an energy crisis. I believe this innovation makes me a genius." Receiving the items Ryan had brought, Dave handed the seeds to a robot, then glanced at a stack of paper documents. "These are quite useful, especially now that everyone is safe and no longer fretting about food and clothing. It seems we are beginning to require such items. Unfortunately, the time until the next disaster is far off. Many of the everyday goods we found from before the calamity have expired. Your contributions are indeed timely. However, next time, consider bringing a portable storage device. Managing all this paper is somewhat cumbersome. Alas, my world is at least a decade behind yours. And I doubt you possess any ancient computers capable of reading floppy disks," Ryan replied. Nodding in understanding, Dave handed the documents to a staff member and remarked, "You wish to confront those zombies? Your timing is impeccable. I have just amassed a sufficient amount of power and am preparing to reclaim the first city. Stay the night, and we shall set off together tomorrow. Oh, and by the way," Dave added, as if suddenly recalling something, "your house has been thoroughly organized. The friends you introduced last time are currently residing there. But fret not, the house is quite spacious, so there is no concern about accommodation." After bidding farewell to Dave, Ryan made his way to his residence situated behind Dave's house. This was the first time he took a moment to truly inspect his new abode. It was a charming two-story structure of red bricks, featuring 3 bedrooms and a cozy fireplace. Approaching the door, Ryan knocked gently. The door swung open, revealing a young girl, Jennifer Scott, the daughter from the father-daughter duo he had met previously. Before long, Kimby emerged from a nearby room, warmly greeting Ryan. "Hello, Mr. Ryan. Please, come in quickly. I suspect you have yet to have dinner. Shortly, I shall use the telephone." "Yes, that's the word. I will call the restaurant to have dinner delivered." As Ryan settled into the living room couch, he remarked to Kimby, "It appears you have adapted quite well to this new lifestyle, even mastering the art of ordering takeout." "Thanks to you," Kimby replied, pouring a cup of red tea for Ryan. "After I arrived, Mr. Dave, upon reviewing your letter of introduction, encouraged me to join the scouting team. I believe that role suits me well, as this time I can be certain that none of the enemies are innocent. He also ensured my daughter could attend school alongside the other children. She seems to be doing much better now, and for that, I am truly grateful." Chapter 64. The True War. Preparation. After a lengthy conversation with Kinway, a knock echoed from the door. A spider-like robot stood at the entrance, and Kinway inserted a perforated steel plate he carried into a slot on the robot. A drawer popped out, revealing a meal contained within a food box. How advanced, Ryan mused, reflecting on how, even in his previous life, he had never experienced food delivery via robots. Dave truly was a genius with such technology. He had created numerous innovative applications, The master bedroom had been kept vacant in preparation for Ryan. Upon entering, he discovered a suit of armor tailored to his physique laid out upon the bed, likely a thoughtful gesture from Kinway, although Ryan felt a twinge of regret. Considering how rapidly he was growing at his age, he recognized that he could use this suit as a template to commission a more adaptable outfit in Diagon Alley as he matured. This suit was far more conducive to his physical prowess than the Hogwarts uniform. On the bed lay an iron box. Opening it revealed a small, golden, perforated steel plate, identical to the one Kinway had used for his meal. This was likely the identification card concocted by Dave. After carefully stowing the palm-sized golden plate, Ryan practiced spells for a while before retiring to bed. Excitement coursed through him as he anticipated participating in a genuine war, causing him to toss and turn before finally drifting into slumber. At dawn, Ryan awoke early to freshen up, donning the suit of armor. He had to admit, this professionally designed attire was far superior to ordinary clothing in terms of facilitating movement and combat. After breakfast and bidding farewell to Jennifer, Ryan and Kinway set off to the designated square for assembly. Upon their arrival, Ryan realized that the troops preparing for deployment had nearly gathered. Due to population constraints, approximately 500 individuals were set to embark, each accompanied by a robot for transportation. To Ryan's astonishment, the robots were equipped with specialized cultivation pods housing numerous plants, seemingly intended as weapons for the impending battle. At that moment, Dave concluded his pre-battle speech and approached Ryan, explaining, previously, our offensives faced considerable challenges due to the immobility of plants. Gradually planting them proved too slow, and with insufficient manpower, we struggled to organize a mechanized force, let alone counterattack against the zombies. Ryan, puzzled, inquired, with only 500 individuals operating 500 robots, isn't that still a meager force compared to the thousands of zombies? Can we truly succeed in a counteroffensive? Thanks to the technology you provided, Dave replied excitedly. There are actually 5,000 additional robots outside the town. Our role is merely to command them in battle. With the advent of robots, we can cultivate more plants and endow them with unparalleled mobility. It became clear to Ryan why this contingent comprised individuals of all ages and genders. The nature of the combat required little physical prowess, and the current population scarcity necessitated mobilizing every available person. Thus, the rapid proliferation of plants and robots made sense, given the drastic decline in human numbers. Ryan contemplated the likelihood that humanity's future civilization might evolve into a hybrid style reminiscent of a botanical steampunk era. Kinway, accompanied by 5 individuals and 50 robots, set off early as the reconnaissance vanguard, tasked with paving the way for the main force. Meanwhile, Dave invited Ryan to join him aboard a larger robot. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, Ryan noticed that Dave's 100 robots differed significantly from the standard models, each towering 2 stories high. They dwarfed the robots seen in the square, bearing enormous iron containers from which wisps of white steam escaped. The steam created an ethereal mist around them, resembling a fantastical realm. Noticing Ryan's curiosity, Dave explained, standard robots require regular high-temperature, high-pressure steam replenishment, and their size limits their capacity for boilers. Thus, I devised these larger robots, capable of battling mutated giant zombies and carrying boilers to supply steam to other robots on the battlefield. Ryan admired Dave's ingenuity as a mad scientist, marveling at how he had grasped so much technology and made improvements in such a short time. Truly remarkable. As they conversed, the two climbed aboard a massive robot, merging with the main force and commencing their advance toward the designated battleground. The objective of this operation was to create disturbances in the outskirts of Greenleaf City, drawing out the zombies from the urban center to annihilate them in open combat. Success would enable the occupation of Greenleaf City and secure the necessary resources and industrial capabilities for subsequent endeavors, while also accommodating a larger population. A piece of good news was that during Ryan's previous participation in the war, the zombie leader of Greenleaf City had been exterminated alongside many high-ranking zombies during their assault on Dave's town. Currently, Greenleaf City was leaderless, with only a handful of high-ranking zombies barely managing to guide a horde of instinct-driven zombies. This was why Dave had devised a plan to lure the enemy out, as the scarcity of high-ranking zombies rendered their control over the horde exceedingly tenuous. The Iron Army surged forward, heading toward the city over 30 kilometers away. During the journey, Ryan, feeling somewhat bored, began to inquire about various issues concerning this world. However, unlike his previous life, This world seemed to have never encountered nuclear weapons due to differing physical laws. Furthermore, conventional weaponry proved insufficient against zombies, especially the mutated ones. The outbreak of the biological crisis had been abrupt and ferocious, leaving humanity ill-equipped to operate standard weaponry. On the zombie side, only a few high-ranking zombies possessed the intelligence to wield weapons, while the remainder could only perform rudimentary actions. Consequently, the current landscape left little room for conventional warfare, transforming the conflict into a botanical battle against the undead. As time passed during their conversation, Ryan suddenly sensed the giant robot come to a halt. They had arrived at the predetermined battlefield, and war was on the cusp of eruption. Chapter 65. The True War. The predetermined battlefield is exceptionally well suited for combat. A river courses through the left side of the battlefield, originating from the small valley town they departed from and flowing through Greenleaf City directly to the sea. The water here is quite turbulent, allowing only a scant few zombies to threaten the flanks by swimming upstream. On the right side of the battlefield lies the rugged foothills of great mountains, where the rough terrain considerably limits the zombies' potential for a concentrated charge. This time, it is a full-scale mobilization of humanity. Failure is not an option. This explains why Ryan observes individuals of all ages and conditions among the ranks. Engaging the zombies necessitates swift resolution. A decisive strike is paramount, and procrastination is simply not permissible. Otherwise, each fallen warrior would augment the strength of the undead, and a strategy of attrition would be utterly futile. At this moment, Ryan volunteers to conduct reconnaissance. Alongside Kenway, he pilots a robot to the nearest safe point from the city. Upon reaching this refuge, Ryan channels his newly acquired life magic, immediately sensing a plethora of foul, unnatural entities within the city. He focuses his perception into a probing line directed toward the urban center. However, due to his recent mastery of magic and his limited proficiency, this perception is constrained in range and rather indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern specific units. Yet, it suffices to ascertain the distribution of zombies in the surveyed area. Realizing the limitations of Ryan's scanning capability, Kenway maneuvers the robot along the city's periphery. After encircling the city, Ryan sketches a rough map of the zombies' distribution within, highlighting several points that register a significantly stronger response than the others. Given the presence of advanced zombies, Ryan surmises that all surrounding scattered zombies may have been drawn to those formidable ones. In his perception, the number of zombies far exceeds the pre-catastrophe population of Greenleaf City. After issuing commands, Dave expresses his gratitude to Ryan for the intelligence he has provided. This information carries both good and bad tidings. The good news is that these zombies may not launch an assault for another 48 hours, allowing the human forces ample time to fortify their defenses. Subsequently, they commence construction, erecting elevated platforms and protective walls, excavating extensive trenches, and redirecting river water to inundate the low-lying areas in front of their position, creating a swamp to hinder the zombies' advance. By lunchtime, a steamship arrives from the direction of the town, laden with various plants. This is largely thanks to Kenway's expertise as an experienced captain. Others would have struggled to navigate such turbulent waters. Ryan questions Dave, perplexed as to why they are bringing more plants when they already possess combat-capable flora. Unfortunately, the current situation necessitates deploying plants in this region, preparing for the worst. Moreover, plants in combat mode exhibit diminished combat effectiveness, while they may suffice in urban warfare. The original flora is more suitable for open-field engagements. Once the distribution of responsibilities is complete, Dave assigns each combatant to carry the necessary gear. Less than half an hour after finishing lunch the next day, while practicing the life magic bequeathed by the Vikings inside the tent, the alarm bell from the elevated platform pierces the air. Ryan dashes out of the tent and ascends the protective wall, where he beholds an endless wave of zombies surging toward the camp along the path preceding the calamity. Tens of thousands of zombies blanket the small plain in front of their position. Among them, Ryan can discern several particularly towering zombies swaying amidst the horde. Fortunately, after over 5,000 robots toiled through the night, the human encampment has been sufficiently fortified. The swamp at the forefront and the surrounding area are dotted with potato mines. Torches and various pea shooters are arranged within the trenches, while a wall of walnuts serves as a barrier in front of the trenches. Surrounding the core of the encampment is a protective wall, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, connected to a platform approximately 10 meters high. This wall and platform are brimming with a variety of projectile plants and corn cannons, which benefit from the elevation, granting them extended range to shield the plants in the trenches during combat. Additionally, robots filled with plants are operated by humans as reserves, ready to replenish any areas lacking firepower. Ryan's role in the battle is to fight alongside the reserves on the front line, providing Dave with updates on the evolving situation of the zombies, facilitating adjustments to the human forces. He notes the high morale among his comrades, as this marks their first counteroffensive. Any lingering fear has long since dissipated after years of apocalyptic existence. As the zombies unleash a chilling shriek, the horde crashes forward like a tidal wave, marking the commencement of war. The initial wave consists merely of expendable zombies, swiftly disintegrating under the relentless barrage of the plants. Subsequent waves feature a slight increase in numbers, yet they fall before encountering the trenches. It appears this is a reconnaissance operation initiated by the advanced zombies. However, Ryan observes that the zombies' assault lacks the organization he previously encountered, likely due to the scarcity of advanced zombies, leading to rudimentary command over the horde, a glimmer of good news. Finally, as the zombies launch their fourth wave of attacks, they execute a particularly threatening charge. A few ice-car zombies lead the charge, followed by a line of football zombies. They rush directly toward the human position, and due to their enhanced defenses, they sustain some losses before breaching the swamp and approaching the first trench. Witnessing this, Ryan and the accompanying reserve team spring into action, rushing toward one of the zombies' points of assault, prepared to utilize the advanced plants equipped on their robots to eliminate this wave of foes. Chapter 66. The True War. Upon reaching the formidable nut wall, Ryan discovered that the vanguard of the zombies was less than 50 meters away. The robots lowered their centers of gravity, preparing to unleash a botanical assault. Ryan, too, readied his wand to cast spells. In the tradition of Viking sorcery, the most effective tool for spellcasting was not a wand, but rather a cold weapon adorned with gemstones engraved with runes, featuring magical metal formations, such as battle axes, spears, or swords. Unfortunately, Ryan possessed none of these. Thus, he could only make do with his wand. Compared to those specialized weapons, the wand lacked close combat capabilities and the exceptional amplification effects for combat spells. However, its advantages lay in its affordability and broader applicability. For instance, when casting the same combat spell, a magical weapon could yield effects exceeding those of a wand by more than double. Yet, the cost was steep. Such a weapon would be at least 3 to 5 times the price of a wand and would require custom crafting. Most critically, these weapons served no purpose beyond combat. One could not rely on them for potion brewing or household chores. Even when casting transformation spells, which were not purely combative, their effects paled in comparison to that of a wand. Ryan surmised that this might be the reason why such magical weapons eventually faded from history. After all, life encompasses more than mere combat. Soon, the zombies entered the firing range, and the robots on the human side began to unleash a torrent of firepower. Simultaneously, Ryan waved his wand to cast spells. He started with some basic incantations. However, the coma spell proved ineffective against the undead, merely pushing them back momentarily before they resumed their advance. The binding spell was useful, yet against the relentless tide of zombies, it felt utterly insufficient, serving only to tackle individual zombies. Other spells, such as shatter and obliterate, were of little use, only effective against zombies that had already fallen and been utterly destroyed. Using fire spells against zombies was equally futile, as ignited zombies would burn slowly, becoming more of a nuisance than a threat to humanity. Ultimately, Ryan resorted to his newly acquired ancient Viking life magic to combat the zombies. He raised his wand, drawing a semicircle, and chanted in ancient Viking. Impurity returned to silence. A pale ray shot forth from the tip of Ryan's wand, striking a zombie clad in a football uniform. The heavy protective gear offered no defense. In that instant, the zombie turned to ash, leaving only the football attire to fall to the ground. Observing the efficacy of this spell, Ryan began targeting the more resilient football-clad zombies. During the battle, some spells inadvertently struck the plants. However, as he had learned from tradition, these spells posed no threat to non-evil creatures. With no concern for friendly fire, Ryan's attack frequency significantly increased, particularly after his comrades obliterated the ice truck zombie that had been shielding the advance. Ryan's spells alleviated considerable pressure from his allies. Initially, his comrades had been reluctant to include Ryan, a mere child, in their ranks, especially when he had not commanded any robots. They believed he was merely a source of chaos. However, they were compelled to follow the orders of their leader, Dave. Now, witnessing Ryan's magical prowess, they began to cooperate actively, continuously relaying the positions of special zombies to direct Ryan's attacks. After several minutes of combat, this segment of zombies was completely eradicated, and fortunately, the nut wall had suffered minimal losses. Seizing the lull before the next wave of zombies arrived, Ryan's squad ventured beyond the protective wall to replenish their potato mines. Behind them, the sound of corn cannons firing resonated, as Dave and his team employed overwhelming firepower to secure the battlefield, granting Ryan's frontline group precious time. The war unfolded in this tug-of-war fashion for several hours, and even as night fell, the zombies continued their relentless assaults. Ryan could only rely on the robots for sustenance, nibbling on rations and sipping water during brief respites, alternating catnaps with his teammates. He noted that the number of attacking zombies had far exceeded the initial reconnaissance reports. Thankfully, a batch of reconnaissance balloons released by Dave had scouted numerous areas under the cover of darkness. Although they were ultimately shot down, the intel gathered was invaluable. The reconnaissance results indicated that the zombies had concentrated their forces across the entire Greenleaf Plain, suggesting that their strength would be threefold of what had been anticipated. The good news was that once they were thoroughly vanquished, the entire Greenleaf Plain would be within reach. This revelation invigorated everyone on the front lines, especially in the latter half of the night, when Kinvey risked navigating under the cover of darkness to supply additional plants and robots. This substantial reinforcement greatly boosted morale. As dawn broke the next morning, golden sunlight bathed the battlefield. The area lay in disarray, strewn with the remnants of zombies. Ryan, his eyes bloodshot, gathered with his teammates around the robot's heat vents, sipping freshly heated coffee. Since 4 o'clock that morning, the zombies' half-hourly assaults had abruptly ceased, with only a few minor zombies thrown into the fray as distractions, alleviating the overall pressure. However, Ryan and his comrades remained vigilant, sensing that this stillness was merely the calm before the storm, with the final confrontation poised to erupt at any moment. Just as Ryan finished his cold sandwich alongside his hot coffee, the opposing horde of zombies erupted in a cacophony of shrieks. Their turquoise bodies surged forth like a tidal wave. Ryan observed a chaotic mix of various zombies recklessly charging toward their position, evidently opting for a full frontal assault in hopes of overwhelming the fatigued humans with a concentrated burst of attack. The artillery of corn cannons atop the high ground was the first to fire, followed by a symphony of whistling and explosions as massive corn projectiles rained down upon the zombie swarm, sowing further chaos, particularly among the towering giant zombies, which fell in succession, significantly alleviating the pressure on the front lines. Subsequently, various plant shooters unleashed their offensive, launching watermelons, frozen watermelons, cabbage, corn kernels, and butter into the air. These assaults peeled away layers of the zombie horde like an onion, gradually weakening them. Yet, the zombies at the rear remained undeterred, trampling over the fallen bodies of their comrades as they continued their relentless charge toward the human stronghold. Ryan stood atop a robot, his expression grave as he surveyed the advancing mass of corpses, gripping his wand tightly, prepared to face this final wave of battle. Chapter 67. The True War Epilogue. Ryan beheld the relentless tide of zombies surging forth, trampling the already fragmented barricades, and, with a measure of sacrifice, clearing the potato mines that lay before the stronghold. Approximately 20 meters from the walnut wall, a cadre of colossal zombies emerged from the rear of the horde, some even impatiently trampling over the ordinary zombies that obstructed their path. Unlike the typical behemoths, these zombies were larger still, adorned with makeshift armor fashioned from car parts and building materials, significantly diminishing the efficacy of the plant's assaults. Ryan attempted to employ the spell Unholy Rest against these formidable foes, but alas, their toughened hides and moderate magical defenses rendered his efforts largely ineffective. Each magical strike merely left a minuscule, ashen mark upon them. He focused his attacks on the leg of one giant zombie, leaving a substantial grayish imprint that slowed its movements. However, upon realizing the source of its impediment, the creature simply clawed away the damaged flesh and resumed its advance as if nothing had occurred. Nearby, a squad had managed to bring down one or two of the colossal zombies through concentrated fire, yet the gaps were swiftly filled by the relentless horde. Observing the massive forms charging towards him, Ryan understood that this was no time for restraint. He withdrew a vial of psychedelic mushroom spore powder from his belt, casting it into the air before tracing a sigil with his wand, chanting in Old Norse, dread filth. As the incantation resonated, the path traced by his wand ignited with flames, forming a letter resembling the Norse rune is, symbolizing ice. Its simplest interpretation is that of coldness, while on a deeper level, it embodies beauty, delicacy, and elegance, yet it can also signify deceit or an obstacle. In its profoundest sense, it represents potential delays in plans, a cooling of passion, or the calming of fury. This fiery letter swiftly transformed into a small orb of light, akin to a ping-pong ball, which Ryan directed towards the assembled giant zombies. Upon contact with 3 of them, the orb erupted, enveloping them in a cloud of white mist. The vapor rapidly penetrated the bodies of the giants and their nearby brethren, causing them to momentarily halt. Seconds later, they turned upon their fellow zombies, sowing chaos within the ranks. The sudden betrayal among the zombies disrupted their offensive, causing their assault to falter. Ryan's comrades quickly assisted him onto a robot, directing it and the surrounding plants to intensify their firepower amidst the turmoil, striving to eliminate as many of the undead as possible. Despite their valiant efforts, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. They were a flood, far surpassing the human defenders. Minutes later, as Ryan felt himself nearly recovered, a command echoed from the camp, instructing the frontline squads to abandon the walnut wall and retreat to the trenches. The zombie army's ferocity had escalated to an unbearable level, with numerous lesser zombies breaching the walnut wall and causing disorder in the rear. Meanwhile, the main force of zombies relentlessly assaulted the walnut wall, crashing against the barriers like a green tide, resulting in multiple breaches and the loss of several unmanned robots attempting to seal the gaps. Consequently, the camp's commander opted to consolidate their forces for a more effective defense. Under the cover of cherry bombs and explosive peppers, Ryan's squad successfully retreated to the trench area to re-establish their position. The unguarded walnut wall was swiftly dismantled. Despite the plant's fierce resistance and Ryan's observation of zombies falling in droves every second, the overwhelming offensive continued unabated. The trenches, once intended as a means of delay, were soon choked with the fallen bodies of the undead, rendering them unrecognizable. The intensity of the zombie onslaught ebbed and flowed, with the majority suffering heavy casualties while advancing towards the human stronghold. The plant's firepower formed a dense web of destruction, crafting a bloody symphony of war. Ryan relentlessly unleashed various magical attacks on the mutated, formidable zombies, despite enduring bouts of exhaustion and collapse. Yet, each time he fell, he rose again to cast spells and support his allies. Throughout this ordeal, Ryan felt his magical prowess rapidly ascend, with his casting speed for frequently used spells doubling compared to earlier battles. He amassed a wealth of combat experience, believing himself now more seasoned than many clerical officials within the Ministry of Magic. Finally, in the afternoon, the high-ranking zombies directing the horde could no longer tolerate their stagnant advance. Protected by a retinue of giant zombies, they surged to the front lines, hoping their strength and the might of their guardians would breach the human defenses. However, even the most intelligent of zombies lacked the foresight of humanity. Upon recognizing the arrival of their commanding figures, the hidden, rapidly matured combat mode corn cannons began firing towards the high-ranking zombies' position. Simultaneously, several previously established weak points in the defensive walls were exploited, as Dave led his giant robotic unit towards the high-ranking zombies. With nearby combat teams rallying to clear a path for him, Ryan's squad integrated into this larger force, witnessing the impending clash between the towering zombies and the robotic battalions. In a moment of urgency, Ryan retrieved a vial containing sunlight crystals from his belt. There was no time to delicately open the bottle. He smashed it against the robot's metallic framework. With a resounding crack, the glass shattered. Ignoring the shards, Ryan grasped the sunlight crystals tightly in his left hand and, invoking an incantation in Old Norse, directed it at the zombie ranks. Sunshine purity, a radiant symbol of light. The Kin rune materialized from Ryan's grasp, morphing into a small sun that emitted a gentle warmth. He lifted his left arm towards the front line. Humans basking in its glow felt invigorated, while the zombies recoiled from the light's purifying power, abandoning their attempts to thwart the human advance, shielding their vulnerable areas from further harm. This provided significant support to the human troops' charge. At long last, they penetrated the zombies' layered defenses, confronting the high-ranking zombies that stood as commanders. The final confrontation loomed, with victory or defeat hinging upon this decisive moment. Chapter 68. The True War. Regrettably, The plants capable of long-range attacks exerted their full strength to establish a barrier, rendering the surrounding zombies unable to provide immediate support. The colossal robots under Dave's command soon engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombies, securing the massive undead while the plants mounted a relentless offensive. Meanwhile, Ryan was not idle. He began to target the advanced zombies with his magic. However, he discovered that these superior zombies possessed resistance to magic. As even the targeted ancient life magic, the unholy demise, could merely momentarily hinder their movements. Consequently, Ryan resolved to focus on assisting his comrades. He observed a giant zombie entangled by a massive robot, atop which an advanced zombie was preparing to flee. Seizing the moment, Ryan unleashed the unholy demise on the zombie, which momentarily paused, allowing his ally to maneuver the robot forward and incinerate the creature with the fire dragon plant. Without waiting for a nod of acknowledgement, Ryan deftly used a grappling claw to swing towards another direction, dropping a protective armor onto a warrior who had inadvertently fallen from his machine, shielding him from a zombie's assault. On the battlefield, every individual exerted themselves to collaborate with their comrades, striving to vanquish the enemy. Within a mere 10 minutes of intense combat, humanity had decisively eliminated the advanced zombies that served as commanders in the undead army. As the final advanced zombie was utterly crushed by a giant robot, Ryan knew victory was at hand. Indeed, with the loss of their commanding zombies, the remaining undead reverted to aimless wandering. Although the life force of humanity continued to attract them, the pressure of their onslaught diminished significantly without leadership. Zombies devoid of command resembled a disorganized rabble, swiftly eradicated by human forces. As the sun began to descend, the conflict reached its conclusion. Post-war assessments revealed that over 700 humans and more than 5,000 robots, accompanied by a plethora of magical plants, had successfully annihilated over 100,000 zombies on the Greenleaf Plain surrounding Greenleaf City. However, the cost was steep. While no lives were lost, at least 10 individuals would endure permanent disabilities. Half of the robots were destroyed, with merely 1/10 of the colossal robots surviving. Most critically, the plants suffered a 50% loss, with nearly all melee-oriented plants decimated. Furthermore, the supplies that had been stockpiled for so long were nearly depleted, leaving humanity bereft of offensive capabilities for at least 6 months. Nonetheless, the rewards were substantial. With the acquisition of coastal Greenleaf City, humanity regained fundamental industrial capabilities. It is worth noting that in assembling these 5,000 robots, the town had consumed nearly all available steel, including several pre-catastrophe steel warehouses and an abandoned train station housing multiple train cars. Fortunately, a series of unorthodox plants enabled steel production without fuel. Otherwise, such a multitude of robots may not have been feasible. With ample territory available for industrial development and plant cultivation, patience in nurturing these resources would undoubtedly restore humanity's status as the dominators of this world. As darkness enveloped the land, safety concerns prevented their entry into the city. In accordance with ancient Viking traditions, Ryan directed the robots to construct an altar on the battlefield, performing an ancient ritual to alleviate the grievances of the fallen zombies and liberate the souls of the unfortunate trapped within decayed flesh. Standing atop the altar, Ryan wielded his wand and chanted incantations in ancient Viking as shimmering silver light emerged from the fallen zombies, coalescing into indistinct, translucent souls in midair. As the chanting continued, the expressions of the spirits gradually calmed, ultimately bowing to Ryan at the altar before dissipating into mist. The purification ceremony persisted throughout the night. Fortunately, these were merely zombies. Their strength manifested in their corporeal forms. Upon their destruction, the potency of their souls was even weaker than that of ordinary individuals. Had they been vengeful spirits, the undertaking would have proven both troublesome and perilous. Others witnessed the myriad of spirits, with some even recognizing relatives and friends, moved to tears. By the following morning, Ryan noticed a newfound respect and gratitude in the gaze of every camp member directed towards him. Once everything was tidied, the group set forth for Greenleaf City, where the fully recovered populace ventured into the city by noon. After eliminating the few remaining zombies within Greenleaf City, Ryan and Dave bid farewell to Kenvi, who was preparing to embark on a steam-powered sailing vessel as part of the reconstruction plan to search for survivors on nearby islands. Thank you for your assistance. Your magic has certainly dispatched numerous troublesome foes and saved many lives. In this era, Every individual who survives contributes to a glimmer of hope. With that, Dave patted Ryan on the shoulder, signaling for him to follow. Upon reaching the riverbank, Ryan noticed a steamship laden with numerous components navigating downstream. I shall construct the second energy tower within this city. The original town is suitable for refuge, yet lacks the space necessary for development, Dave remarked while gesturing towards the steamship. He then pointed to a nearby elevated area by the river, where a multitude of robots busily engaged in construction. Given the current scarcity of personnel and to prevent a zombie resurgence, Dave resolved to establish a colossal fortress capable of accommodating all inhabitants, ensuring safety, a future base of operations. We will initially procure materials from the urban area, he stated. Upon arriving at the construction site, Ryan meticulously examined the building materials, noting that many had indeed been directly dismantled from the city structures. It appeared that, for safety's sake, a temporary sacrifice of the city was necessary. Dave entered a newly erected small room and emerged with a laptop, an external hard drive, and a bag of seeds. This is a gift for you. In addition to my lifelong insights and notes, there are some seeds. This is what you rightfully deserve. Furthermore, a vast expanse of farmland is also yours. As a token of gratitude for your contributions to our world, Dave said with a rare seriousness as he clasped Ryan's hand. Thank you. I have gained much from you as well. I hope that when I return next time, I will witness a beautiful world, Ryan replied, firmly shaking Dave's hand before stepping back to open a portal, waving farewell as he departed this realm. Chapter 69, The Last Moments of Summer Vacation. Upon returning to the Multiverse grocery store, Ryan received a message from the system, acquisition of a medium-sized planting base, large farm. The prestige level in the Plants vs. Zombies world met the requirements, allowing him to open a time-space portal outside the store after paying a certain price. With no cooldown time required, he could now engage in direct remote trading with designated friendly personnel from that world in a non-combat situation. Currently, the trading partners were two individuals, Dave and Kenvi. Subsequently, Ryan's laptop and external hard drive flew onto the shelf, transforming into two black-covered tomes titled Dave's Guide to Advanced Plant Cultivation and Dave's Ultimate Guide to Plant Cultivation. Mastering these books required the expenditure of 5 and 9 deviation points, respectively, and Ryan chose to learn immediately. He discovered that, in addition to the infusion of knowledge, his demeanor underwent a transformation, making him more attuned to plants. It was no wonder the Ultimate Guide was so costly, as it involved the infusion of certain extraordinary powers, significantly enhancing Ryan's proficiency and efficiency in plant cultivation. The remaining 41 deviation points would also be useful for addressing potential future challenges. Lastly, his bag contained several seeds, torchwood, energy coffee beans, pumpkins, jet mushrooms, and frozen peas, thereby augmenting Ryan's plant army to better tackle various situations. Consequently, he opted to retire to bed, hoping to rejuvenate himself through sleep. Fortunately, he slumbered deeply without dreams until dawn, confirming he had not developed PTSD and would not suddenly harm others or himself. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Awakening early the next day, Ryan delved into experiments at the Multiverse grocery store, only to discover a significant enhancement in his magical abilities. However, after receiving Dave's legacy regarding plants, he realized that the plant he had cultivated previously bore numerous flaws, necessitating considerable time and various remedial measures to rectify the issues. Ryan estimated that this new plant would likely be ready for full growth shortly after school commenced, eagerly anticipating its emergence. The most significant gain this time was the complete absorption and digestion of the Assassin's Legacy and the ancient Viking Wizard Legacy acquired in Iceland during practical application. He could now proficiently wield the abilities commensurate with his current power level. What remained was merely the gradual mastery of skills as his power increased. This newfound capability instilled in Ryan a sense of invincibility. Yet, contemplating the upcoming year's adversary, a serpent creature with a head the size of a door, his fleeting pride swiftly dissipated. He acknowledged that employing life magic against such beings, which possessed innate resistance, would prove exceedingly challenging. The serpent, being a living dark creature, would not be as susceptible to his life magic. Additionally, as a pet of Slytherin, Ryan wagered that it was equipped with numerous specialized magical defenses. Not to mention, this creature had lived for over a millennium, and the strength acquired through the passage of time was undoubtedly formidable. Engaging in close combat with the serpent using assassin techniques seemed unfeasible as well. Ryan even doubted whether his hidden blade could pierce its tough hide. The disparity in size rendered the act of attacking it akin to attempting to prick an elephant with a needle. Thus, Ryan felt compelled to invest time in devising a reliable strategy to confront this serpent creature. Given the nervous tension resulting from war experiences, he resolved to spend the remaining days of vacation as an ordinary student enjoying his summer, aiming to relieve his nerves. Fortunately, his soul's age was not that of a true child. Otherwise, he might have been left with a permanent psychological scar. Ryan felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, the 3 to 4 weekly study discussions with Hermione, coupled with the daunting task of previewing knowledge for the next academic year, instilled a sense of dread. The sensation of pretending to be an academic star while encountering a genuine one was indescribable. This compelled Ryan to engage in self-study ahead of time to avoid exposing his shortcomings before Hermione, a true scholar. Although Ryan believed his practical abilities could easily surpass those of 3 Hermiones combined, being a sharpshooter did not imply expertise in the theoretical aspects of firearm manufacturing. With just over a week remaining until the start of school, Ryan and his companions had yet to receive any news from Harry, which stirred a sense of worry. One day, while Ryan and Hermione were engrossed in their studies at the library, a sudden thud reverberated as something resembling a gray feather duster collided with their window and slid to the ground. Oh dear, Ryan recognized it as Ron's owl, and he and Hermione swiftly rushed outside. Upon reaching the window, they confirmed it was indeed Errol, who had fainted while delivering a letter. Poor thing. Hermione shook her head and urged Ryan to hold the owl, then unfolded the letter to read. In the letter, Ron wrote that they intended to visit Harry's residence to uncover what had transpired, hoping to bring Harry back. Most professors' reading lists posed no significant issues. However, Gilderoy Lockhart's required reading exceeded the combined total of all others. Lockhart was indeed a celebrity, particularly in this exceedingly dull magical world. His adventure novels constituted one of the few forms of entertainment for wizards. Furthermore, to make his novels appear more authentic, he risked his life to gather first-hand accounts from various adventurers in the wizarding community. Those willing to take risks possessed considerable combat prowess. Lockhart's ability to incapacitate them with memory charms without fail indicated that he too had his own talents. While Ryan acknowledged Lockhart's efforts to become an idol, the thought of being compelled to purchase all those expensive tomes, which would likely become worthless after a year, filled him with indignation towards Lockhart, the charlatan. Chapter 70. Diagon Alley. In the new year, as the final Wednesday of the holiday approached, the Granger couple drove their son, Ryan, and their daughter to Diagon Alley for a shopping excursion. Ryan's mother had to work, while his father claimed to have a brilliant idea that compelled him to hastily embark on writing a new book, leaving Ryan behind. Upon arriving in this world, Ryan realized that although the general course of history mirrored that of his original world, many subtle differences existed. For instance, numerous renowned literary works had morphed into similar creations by other authors, while some had never graced this realm at all. However, Ryan struggled to recall the specific contents of the books he had previously read and lacked the leisure to be a mere scribe. Thus, during a family chat, he shared with Mr. Lambert some imaginative ideas about works that had never existed in this world. Inspired by these musings and the fact that this world possessed magic, Mr. Lambert decided to radically alter his writing style to compose a grand epic. Consequently, he entrusted Ryan to the Granger couple, requesting them to take him shopping. From Ryan's perspective, Hermione's parents were quintessential intellectuals, exuding grace and refinement. Particularly, Mr. Granger turned out to be a devoted fan of Ryan's father, which provided ample common ground for conversation during the drive. Upon reaching Diagon Alley, Ryan and Hermione opted to visit Gringotts to exchange currency first. As they set foot on the white marble steps of Gringotts, they spotted Hagrid approaching with Harry. "Hey, Harry," Ryan called out. Harry looked up and saw Ryan and Hermione standing on the steps. Ryan greeted him while descending to meet Harry. "Are you going camping? You look quite dirty," Hagrid exclaimed. "Oh, it's wonderful to see you both again. Are you heading to Gringotts, Harry?" He continued. "I'll go after I find the Weasley family," Harry replied. "You won't have to search for long," Hagrid chuckled. Soon, the Weasley family appeared, with the twins and Ron expressing their envy over Harry's adventure in Knockturn Alley. Seizing the opportunity while the Weasley parents chatted with Harry, Ryan discreetly handed a small pouch to Fred. "What are you doing, Ryan?" Ron inquired upon witnessing their exchange. As they ascended the Gringotts steps, Harry informed Ryan about his encounter with the Malfoy father and son in the dark arts shop. Mr. Weasley, trailing behind, believed he ought to gather evidence against the Malfoys' illicit activities, leading to a debate with Mrs. Weasley, who insisted on prioritizing safety. Before long, Mr. Weasley's attention shifted as he greeted the Granger couple standing in the main hall. He genuinely seemed to be a warm-hearted individual towards Muggles, although the Granger couple appeared somewhat unaccustomed to such exuberance. After a brief farewell, the Weasley family and Harry headed to the underground vaults to withdraw money, while Ryan and Hermione proceeded to exchange their currency in the hall. This year, everyone was allotted 250 galleons due to the increase in textbook fees at Hogwarts. The goblin expressed a hint of impatience, likely having recited that line numerous times throughout the day. Once Harry and the others emerged, they agreed to reconvene at Flourish and Blotts in an hour, after which they embarked on their leisurely shopping spree, strolling along the cobblestone streets. Ryan and Hermione admired the myriad of wares on display while enjoying a generous scoop of nutty caramel ice cream. They spotted the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan purchasing an abundance of fireworks before Hermione dragged Ryan off to buy parchment and ink. Ryan, as was his custom, sought out a second-hand bookstore to rummage for any useful tomes, a pursuit that piqued Hermione's interest ever since she had seen Ryan's 1893 edition of 100 Common Potions. Unfortunately, Harry and Ron had little interest in such endeavors and parted ways with Ryan and Hermione to visit the Quidditch shop instead. Knowledge is invaluable. Why do they find that barbaric sport of flying on broomsticks more appealing? Hermione mused. You must understand, they all have familial ties to the sport. Besides, those who find joy in reading are but a small fraction of the populace, Ryan replied as he pushed open the shop door and turned to Hermione. Upon entering, they discovered Percy Weasley engrossed in a rather dull book entitled How Head Boys Gain Power. Ryan observed the page that detailed the careers of former head boys. Noticing Ryan's curious gaze, Percy awkwardly closed the book and greeted him. In truth, Percy maintained a good rapport with both Ryan and Hermione, particularly during their collaborative homework sessions where he had provided substantial assistance. This book's content is rather simplistic, Ryan remarked with a hint of disdain. But then again, the magical world is rather small. There's little need for intricate political maneuvering, he added. I believe the book is quite well written. Why do you consider it simplistic? Percy inquired, curiosity evident in his expression, as if he thought Ryan, at his age, could not possibly understand. I recommend you read The Comprehensive Mirror of Governance, a work penned over a millennium ago by a prime minister for the emperor, featuring far superior case studies than those in this book. I recall someone translating it into English, Ryan suggested. Percy's interest was piqued, and he even requested Ryan to write the book's title in Chinese, expressing his intent to search for it in Chinatown. After bidding farewell to the somewhat excited Percy, Ryan and Hermione began sifting through the piles of secondhand books, most of which bore scribbles from previous owners, and one even exuded an unpleasant odor, likely having been soaked in some potion. Perhaps due to beginner's luck, Hermione ultimately unearthed a valuable tome, a Ravenclaw student's notes on charms class, which she deemed quite useful. At the checkout, Hermione remarked to Ryan, I previously thought these secondhand books were solely for those in financial distress, lacking any advantages apart from being inexpensive. Thanks to you, I now realize they harbor invaluable knowledge from former scholars. Ryan smiled, noting that hidden treasures often lay within secondhand goods. This insight, acquired from his past experiences of purchasing secondhand items, was a novel concept for Hermione, who came from a well-off background and had never needed to buy secondhand due to financial constraints. The joy of unearthing gold from a heap of rubbish was an experience she had never encountered before. After settling the bill, Ryan checked his pocket watch and realized their appointed time was approaching, prompting him to hurriedly make his way with Hermione towards Flourish and Blotts. Chapter 71. The Leaky Cauldron. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, Ryan and his companions were met with a throng of people. A banner above the door proclaimed that today was Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event. The fervor exhibited here surpassed that of even the most ardent fans of Ryan's father. Ryan observed the multitude of middle-aged witches bustling about and murmured to himself, "We can meet him in person." Hermione exclaimed to Ryan, for nearly all the books on their list were authored by him. He may indeed possess remarkable talent, yet this tendency to treat novels as textbooks is rather excessive, Ryan remarked, to which Hermione seemed to regain her composure. Ryan noticed Harry and Ron at the forefront of the line, clutching their books in anticipation of signatures, while Mrs. Weasley nervously adjusted her hair at the back of the queue, with Ginny at her side. As Ryan and Hermione approached Mrs. Weasley, they overheard her whispering to Ginny, "Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Most of the items can only be purchased secondhand, as Lockhart's novels are rather pricey." At that moment, a surge of people jostled Ryan, propelling him to the entrance, just as the twins emerged from outside. "How's the merchandise I brought? I hope I didn't mix anything up," Ryan inquired of the twins. "The goods are splendid," Fred replied, "but could we defer payment for a bit? Finances have been tight lately," George added. "No worries. You can pay me whenever you have the funds. However, it does seem that your family favors the boys a bit too much. Last year, Ron received a new robe for school, yet this year, Ginny, being a girl, is only getting a second-hand one. That's merely due to Lockhart's new book. We need to purchase 5 sets, hence we could only afford Ginny's old robe. This is also why we need to delay the payment. We want to buy her some new quills and ink." "Wait, why do you require 5 sets of books?" Ryan asked. "There are 5 of us attending school, so naturally, we need 5 sets," Fred answered. "No, I mean, since the required books are the same this year, and you are not in the same year, why not share amongst yourselves? You could easily take notes with a notebook, thus only needing 1 or 2 sets of books," Ryan suggested to the twins. "Indeed. How did we not think of that?" The twins exchanged glances before squeezing into the shop, seemingly in search of their mother. Ryan stood at the entrance, observing Lockhart posing for photographs with Harry, basking in the limelight. This was akin to how Ryan's father, Mr. Lambert, had posed with members of the U2 band at his own signing event. No wonder Lockhart had so many fans. His ability to cultivate a public persona rivaled that of promotional teams decades into the future. Moreover, Lockhart was undeniably handsome, if one were unaware of his superficiality. It would be all too easy to be captivated by him. Finally managing to enter the store, Ryan witnessed the iconic scene of Harry attempting to impress Ginny by placing an entire set of Lockhart's new novels into her cauldron. What followed was a brawl instigated by the long-standing feud between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley. Amidst the chaos, Ryan guided the Granger couple to a safe corner of the bookstore to evade the tumult. Standing at the corner, Mr. Granger anxiously inquired, "Is the wizarding world always this chaotic? Is such discrimination commonplace?" Understanding their concerns for their daughter's well-being, Ryan reassured them, individuals with such prejudiced views are not overly prevalent. And in the wizarding world, knowledge equates to power. Hermione excels in her studies, hence few would dare to provoke her. Upon hearing Ryan's explanation, Mr. Granger appeared visibly relieved. At that moment, the altercation between Weasley and Malfoy was halted by the arrival of Hagrid. Ryan, along with the Granger couple, followed the crowd out of the bookstore, where Mrs. Granger still appeared somewhat frightened, with Mr. Granger offering her comfort. At the entrance, Ryan encountered the Weasley family and Hermione, who hurriedly approached, thanking Ryan for soothing her parents. "Thank you for helping me reassure them. I truly feared they would be overly concerned upon witnessing all this." Ginny, startled, turned to Ryan, recognizing him as a friend of her brother's. "Hello, I am Ryan Leong, but you may call me Ryan. Whenever I visit Diagon Alley, I search for intriguing or useful old books in second-hand shops, from which I have gleaned a wealth of knowledge. However, this pastime is not often understood by others. I noticed you were purchasing all second-hand books, so I thought to seek out a kindred spirit. I apologize if I have intruded." "I know you," Ginny replied, looking up. "Ron said you were second in your year last year, and one of his best friends. He also mentioned he couldn't understand why, despite having the means to buy new books, you would rummage through second-hand shops." After a brief conversation with Ginny, as they approached the leaky cauldron, Ryan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "You're starting at Hogwarts this year. As a friend of your brother, I should present you with a gift." With that, he retrieved an old notebook filled with notes from his previous year, which he had prepared in advance, and handed it to Ginny. "These are my compiled notes. I hope they prove helpful to you." Ginny joyfully accepted the gift, placing it into her cauldron. Just then, Ryan noticed a worn black notebook tucked within Ginny's battered Transfiguration textbook. Pointing at it feigned surprise, he said, "Goodness, you're already preparing notes before school starts. That's quite impressive." Ginny pulled out the notebook, glanced at it, then shook her head, saying, "This doesn't seem to be my notebook." Upon opening it, she found it completely blank. Ryan observed the faded date on the cover, indicating it was from 50 years prior. On the first page, a name written in indistinct ink could barely be deciphered, Tom Riddle. The back cover bore the name of a newsagent on Vauxhall Road in London, suggesting it was an antique notebook. Who was Tom Riddle? Ginny inquired, intrigued. Perhaps it was mistakenly included by the second-hand shop owner, Ryan speculated. After expressing his gratitude, Ryan placed the notebook into his bag, informing Ginny that such well-preserved notebooks from 50 years ago were rare, and he intended to gift it to his father. who had a penchant for antiques. Chapter 72. Returned to school upon witnessing Mr. Granger assisting Mrs. Granger into their home. Hermione whispered to Ryan, "Why? I recall you were somewhat averse to combat, and mentioned just days ago that this was not the time to learn about fighting." Ryan, taken aback by Hermione's inquiry, replied, "Because today, in the bookstore, when Mr. Weasley and Malfoy were embroiled in a scuffle, it was solely you who thought to usher my parents to safety. I realize that individuals like Mr. Weasley are rare. Most harbor certain prejudices against non-magical folk or choose to ignore them altogether. Furthermore, both the Malfoy and Weasley families wield considerable influence within the magical realm. Consequently, typical conflicts between them rarely escalate, resulting in minimal harm. In contrast, those of us hailing from Muggle backgrounds must rely on our own strength to avert danger. At least, I do not believe Malfoy would show any restraint in unleashing curses upon us. You are correct. We must learn to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our friends. I trust that during the summer, you have acquired some knowledge related to combat. Would you be willing to share this with me?" Indeed, Hermione is a remarkably astute individual. Ryan mused. Were it not for the extensive analysis he had encountered in his previous life, coupled with his psychological maturity of over 30 years, he would never have conceived of such a perspective. At least, the overarching sentiment within the British magical community does not regard Muggles and wizards as equals. For instance, Hagrid was never punished for allowing Dudleys behind to sprout a pig's tail, while wizards with a sense of egalitarianism, like Mr. Weasley, are often viewed as outliers. Thus, for a wizard of Muggle descent to navigate the magical world successfully, one must exert greater effort to enhance their own abilities. Hermione's capacity to grasp this at her age is a testament to her exceptional talent. Upon returning home, Ryan retrieved the diary that served as a Horcrux for Voldemort. The dark magic within it was palpable. After some contemplation, he placed the diary into a metal box and cast it into the multiversal Emporium, ensuring its safety without human contact during transport to school. Initially, he had contemplated utilizing his newly learned life magic to attempt its destruction. But upon realizing the peril it posed exceeded his expectations, he opted for prudence. Here, he could not help but marvel at Voldemort's genius. The ability to self-educate and create such dangerous artifacts during one's youth could only be described as formidable. Ryan also recognized the distance between himself and the ultimate antagonist. It was evident that he could not afford to be complacent and still needed to acquire more power through the Emporium. The remaining days of the holiday passed peacefully, with Mr. Lambert engrossed in seclusion, proclaiming his ambition to pen a great novel. Hermione, during several encounters, expressed admiration for Lockhart's abilities, suggesting that she might seek his guidance on matters of defense against the dark arts once school commenced. However, unlike in the original narrative, Hermione did not become infatuated with Lockhart. When she shared the contents of Lockhart's novels with Ryan, he informed her that their adventures from the previous year were hardly inferior to Lockhart's. At the very least, a three-headed dog was significantly more dangerous than a vampire, not to mention the Dark Wizard. Thus, while Lockhart could be respected as an experienced adventurer, adoration was entirely unwarranted. Consider the esteemed professors at Hogwarts. None possess accolades that pale in comparison to Lockhart's. He merely chose to publicize his experiences. Without concrete evidence, one cannot claim Lockhart is a fraud, for such assertions would undoubtedly provoke Hermione's rebellious sentiments. After pondering for a moment, Hermione conceded that she had indeed been somewhat influenced by the novels. Additionally, given Lockhart's undeniable charm, she felt a mild fascination with him. Having come to this realization, she regarded Lockhart simply as a highly capable professor. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was September 1st. Mr. Lambert finally emerged from his retreat, driving Ryan to King's Cross Station. Throughout the journey, Mr. Lambert was in an exuberant state, enthusiastically detailing the premises of his new novel. However, in his excitement, he failed to halt in time at a traffic light and unfortunately collided with the vehicle ahead. Although it was a minor accident with no injuries, the resolution consumed a considerable amount of time. As the father and son hurriedly pushed their luggage trolley towards the station, they coincidentally encountered a similarly tardy Harry and the Weasley family. Turning around, Ryan observed Harry and Ron sprawled on the ground, their luggage trolleys overturned, scattering their belongings across the floor. A crowd had gathered, pointing and whispering about the two. Seizing this opportunity, Ryan squeezed through the throng to reach them. "What happened? Why are you in such disarray?" Upon reaching the wall, Ryan reached out and confirmed that the barrier was indeed obstructed. "This must be the handiwork of the house elf, Dobby." Watching the station's clock tick down to departure time, Harry made another attempt to push the trolley against the wall with all his strength, but the barrier remained immovable. It appeared that Dobby's well-intentioned assistants had effectively trapped Harry at the train station, preventing him from reaching Hogwarts. Consequently, Ryan and Ron, as collateral damage, were ensnared in the same predicament. Ryan had to admit that Dobby's method of rescue was rather unacceptable. However, it presented a fortunate opportunity for him, as it indicated a chance to earn some deviation points. With this thought in mind, Ryan felt a surge of joy. Chapter 73. A successful return to school at long last. The clock at the train station struck the hour of departure. It seemed that they had missed the train. "It's over," Ron said, dazed. "The train has left. What if Mom and Dad can't come to pick us up? Do you have any mobile money on you?" Harry chuckled awkwardly. "The Dursley's haven't given me pocket money in 6 years. "I'm fine," Ryan interjected. "I still have over 30 pounds. As Harry's owl hooted incessantly, drawing too much attention, he suggested they wait by the car for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. At that moment, Ron seemed to recall something upon hearing the word car and excitedly remarked to Ryan and Harry, "Wait, don't forget we're only 12. Do you really think it's wise for someone who hasn't been trained to drive to pilot a flying car across the entire country? If it crashes, my levitation spell won't save all 3 of us." Harry, upon hearing Ryan's words, nodded in agreement. He recognized that Ron's plan was ill-advised. After all, even in the Muggle world, one must attend driving school and obtain a license before hitting the road. Based on his observations during his stay with the Weasleys, Mrs. Weasley would never permit Ron to fly about in a car. Harry certainly didn't want to place his life in the hands of such an inexperienced driver. "What do you suggest we do then?" "We can't get to Hogwarts now," Ron said anxiously when he realized Harry was not supporting his idea. "Let us hurry outside. I think my father hasn't left yet. He can help us get to the Leaky Cauldron. Once there, we should be able to find someone who can assist us," Ryan proposed. "You're a genius, truly the brightest among us in terms of exam scores," Ron praised, giving Ryan a pat on the shoulder. And the 3 of them hastily pushed the cart towards the parking lot. Upon reaching the parking area, Ryan was relieved to see his father, Mr. Lambert, still there. He looked astonished as he watched his child approach with 2 classmates pushing a cart. After hearing their predicament, Mr. Lambert instructed them to load their luggage into his car. He then hailed a taxi for the 3 of them, advising the driver to follow him. After a brief ride, they finally arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. After bidding farewell to Mr. Lambert, Ryan and his friends entered the pub. The establishment was relatively quiet that day, with few patrons enjoying drinks. Tom, the proprietor, was polishing glasses behind the bar and was surprised to see them enter. "Children, today should be the start of term. What brings you here?" "The barrier at platform 9 3/4 seems to be malfunctioning, trapping us outside, so we thought we might find someone here to help us," Ryan explained. "Take a seat for a moment. I'll send a message to your professor," Tom replied. He then took a quill and began writing on a piece of parchment, which he dispatched through the Flu network. Ryan approached the counter and purchased 3 bottles of pumpkin juice. They each took a bottle, sipping as they waited for news. Just as they finished their drinks, the fireplace in the pub erupted with green flames, and Professor McGonagall emerged, clad in her deep green robes. Upon seeing Ryan and the others, she exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness you're all safe. The Ministry informed me of the issue with the barrier. I was worried you might do something foolish in your haste to reach Hogwarts and hurt yourselves. I'm glad you thought to seek help at the Leaky Cauldron. Now that the train has departed, how shall we get to school?" Harry inquired. "Do not fret, children. We will use the Flu network to reach Hogsmeade Station directly." "Ryan, you haven't used the Flu network before, but just watch me and follow my lead," McGonagall instructed. She tossed a handful of Flu powder into the fire, transforming the flames into a vibrant green, and stepped in, calling out Hogsmeade Station before vanishing. "Go ahead, don't panic. Just state the destination clearly. It's not dangerous," Ron encouraged Ryan. Ryan grabbed a pinch of powder from the bowl and tossed it into the flames before stepping into the fireplace. It felt as if he were thrust into a furnace, the heat enveloping him. He pronounced his destination, Hogsmeade Station. He felt as though he were being tossed around in a washing machine, the swirling green flames dizzying him. With no other choice, he closed his eyes and listened to the wind rushing past his ears. Finally, with a loud thud, he landed on the marble floor. Dazed, Ryan propped himself up on his arms, and at that moment, McGonagall waved her wand, casting a cleansing charm to rid him of the soot. Harry and Ron, arriving shortly after, received the same treatment. McGonagall instructed them to leave their luggage behind, assuring them that someone would deliver it to their dormitories shortly. She then led them to the school carriages, which appeared empty, though Ryan recognized them to be drawn by thestrals, visible only to those who have witnessed death. Traversing a rugged dirt path, the carriage passed through a magnificent wrought iron gate, flanked by stone pillars topped with winged boars. After navigating a lengthy sloped driveway, they arrived at the castle entrance. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ryan's mind. The incident of Harry Potter flying across Britain has been altered, gaining 6 deviation points. This score was more substantial than anticipated, likely due to the series of events that had been unexpectedly altered. Once disembarked, McGonagall addressed Ryan and his companions. Well, we've arrived at school. Your classmates won't arrive until later this afternoon, so the school isn't quite prepared yet. I hope you can remain quietly in the common room until the start of term feast. The password to the common room is Fidelius, and I will arrange for lunch to be sent up to you. Chapter 74. The beginning of the new academic year. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Ryan and his 2 companions descended the staircase towards Gryffindor Tower. A few minutes later, they arrived at the portrait of the fat lady. Oh, you 3 are quite early. This is unusual, she remarked as she regarded them. Feeling somewhat dizzy after a lengthy ride in the fireplace and a bumpy journey in the carriage, Ryan had no desire to engage in conversation, and it seemed that Harry and Ron shared his sentiment. The fat lady's portrait swung open, allowing them to crawl through the entrance, collapsing onto the nearest sofa. After a brief respite, Ryan noticed a plate laid out on the coffee table, adorned with Yorkshire pudding, roast beef, accompanied by roasted potatoes and pea shoots. A rich brown gravy cascaded over the beef and vegetables. Beside the plate stood a pitcher of pumpkin juice and 3 cups. It appeared that, barring any mischief, even a simple repast at Hogwarts was quite sumptuous. They all generously drenched their pudding in gravy, savoring the roast beef, for they were indeed ravenous after a morning of commotion. Once they had finished lunch, the dishes vanished as they did in the Great Hall, showcasing the remarkable efficiency of Hogwarts house elves, who served every wizard without being noticed. After a while, Ryan turned to Harry and Ron, inquiring, "Why can't we pass through that wall? Could it be malfunctioning?" Harry replied, "Perhaps. Considering the Hogwarts Express has been running for over a century, just think of the turnstiles at the subway that break down frequently. It's reasonable for such an entrance to occasionally falter." "That's not quite right. Magical objects are not so easily broken, especially an important barrier that is inspected annually," Ron countered. He then turned to Ryan, saying, "Thank you. I just realized that if I had actually driven my dad's car away, my mom would have surely killed me. Not to mention, if we had driven, we would likely still be cramped in that vehicle under the sun. No need for thanks." "I simply tend to think a bit more than others at times," Ryan replied. "I'm going to take a nap. This morning's antics have been exhausting." Upon seeing Ryan descend from the upper floor, Harry seemed to suddenly remember something and addressed him. "By the way, Ryan, thank you for the letter and postcard you sent me during the holiday." Subsequently, Ryan joined them in their games. Thanks to his assassin lineage, his hands were steady, enabling him to construct a towering castle with the exploding snap cards. Regrettably, he was no match for Ron in Wizard's chess, suffering a swift defeat. Eventually, as all 3 felt a twinge of fatigue, dinner time arrived. They swiftly tidied themselves before heading downstairs to the Great Hall for the opening ceremony. Upon entering, they found the hall still empty, so they waited at the entrance. After a while, the sound of chattering voices echoed from the corridor as the students arrived. Ryan followed the flow of students to sit at the Gryffindor table. As before, the enchanted ceiling displayed a sky filled with floating candles, transforming the hall into a sea of pointed black hats. However, this year, Ryan was no longer a newcomer lingering at the entrance. Instead, he sat among his fellow students at the table, awaiting the sorting ceremony for the first years. Just as he settled in, he heard hurried footsteps approaching, followed by a figure taking a seat opposite him. It was Hermione, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. After listening to her, she patted her chest and exclaimed, "I was so worried when I noticed you weren't on the carriage." Ryan was about to respond when Dumbledore stood to address the gathering, prompting him to silence. The esteemed headmaster announced the commencement of the sorting ceremony as the grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing the first years who trembled like quails. Indeed, the Hogwarts tradition of keeping the details of the sorting ceremony a secret was a time-honored prank. Yet, looking at these newcomers and reflecting on the graduated 7th years, Ryan realized that the true strength of the British magical community resided within Hogwarts. Notably, the majority of employees at the Ministry of Magic had graduated from here. While bureaucrats like Fudge may come and go, since 1956, Dumbledore had remained the headmaster, meaning that nearly all current ministry employees were his former students. Next came the sorting ceremony, during which Ginny Weasley predictably joined Gryffindor. Additionally, the avid Harry Potter fan Colin Creevey was sorted into the same house. Ryan mused that they should form a Harry Potter fan club, as they would surely find much common ground. Good thing you didn't heed Ron's terrible idea, otherwise, you would have surely lost a significant number of points for the house today, and perhaps even faced expulsion, Ryan remarked. Upon returning to the common room, their unusual arrival method piqued the interest of their classmates. Ron seemed to revel in the attention, eagerly recounting the events to anyone willing to listen. Chapter 75. The first combat practice at 6:15 the following morning. Ryan rose early, completed his morning routine, and arrived at the common room, where Hermione was already waiting for him with her backpack. Hermione had previously arranged to learn some combat-related skills from Ryan, a notion that had arisen during the summer when she realized that the magical world was not particularly welcoming to Muggles, stemming from her desire to protect her parents. The two made their way to an empty classroom on the second floor. Once Ryan closed the door, he began to speak. Since you wish to learn how to fight, I am more than willing to share my insights with you. Hermione, upon hearing this, took out a textbook, the standard text for defense against the dark arts. Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, along with a supplementary book titled Collection of Self-Defense Spells. Since we are embarking on this journey, I believe we should start with the fundamentals, basic, simple, and orthodox techniques. While these spells may be easy to cast, limited in application, and of modest effectiveness, they will at least ensure our safety during the learning process. Hermione nodded in agreement. Ryan opened the book and pointed to a page, stating, I think we should begin with this spell, the Disarming Charm, one of the most fundamental yet effective spells. He added, of course, this may not be useful against African wizards, as they cast spells barehanded. However, it is quite beneficial here in Britain. After speaking, Ryan handed the book to Hermione, who examined it closely, then began to practice the incantation with her wand, her lips moving silently. After some time, she paused and said to Ryan, I believe I have grasped the theoretical knowledge well enough. We should practice together. After all, spells cannot be mastered solely through reading. Of course, I agree, Ryan replied, drawing out his wand. He admired Hermione's intelligence, recognizing that he had taken slightly longer to learn this spell than she would. Standing approximately 10 paces apart, Ryan raised his wand and declared, on the count of 3, we shall begin. 1, 2, 3. Disarm. As soon as he finished speaking, Hermione uttered the incantation. The spell was accurately cast. A red beam of light shot from her wand and struck Ryan. However, due to her inexperience, the spell merely caused Ryan's hair to stand on end. Ryan's counterattack effortlessly knocked Hermione's wand from her grasp. Why didn't my spell have the desired effect? She asked, perplexed. This exemplifies the pitfalls of self-study through textbooks. They merely outline the spells and their principles, designed to complement a teacher's instruction. The nuances of casting must be demonstrated by an instructor. Fortunately, this collection of self-defense spells includes key insights. With that, Ryan showed Hermione the relevant section on the Disarming Charm. Upon reading it, Hermione realized her mistake. The pronunciation of the letter P required emphasis. After closing the book, she continued her practice. With the newfound understanding, her spell casting improved rapidly, and soon she was able to disarm Ryan. I believe I have mastered this spell. May I learn the next one? Hermione said, a hint of pride in her voice. Have you truly mastered it? Let's put it to the test. You must understand that in actual combat, it is unlikely for opponents to simply stand still and exchange spells. At your current level, I could defeat you without casting a spell. I do not believe that. After all, you have not studied these spells for long either. Even if your skill is superior, it cannot be by much. The two resumed their practice at a distance of 10 paces. Hermione attempted to cast spells at Ryan, but he deftly dodged or used the desks in the classroom as shields. Eventually, Ryan leaped over several desks, evading her spells, and pointed his wand at her. When did you learn these skills? It looks a bit like parkour, but honestly, such agility could prove useful in combat. How do you know about this? I thought this trend was only popular in France. It is rare to find anyone practicing it in Britain. Ryan inquired. I have a French relative who informed me. He told me that my distant cousin broke his leg participating in that sport. Indeed, extreme sports carry their risks. One must exercise caution, Ryan replied. Thus, I maintain that you have not yet truly mastered this spell, or more accurately, you do not comprehend how to employ it effectively in combat. That is the essence of being a combat magician. That is true, Hermione conceded. Yet you must have practiced for years to achieve such agility. I find it hard to believe I can match your finesse. There is no need to emulate me. However, enhancing your physical fitness and agility is always beneficial. Consider that many spells in the magical world are challenging to counter, but you should have noticed that all spells require aiming before they are cast. Therefore, evading these spells is possible. Even the most fearsome killing curse cannot harm you if it does not connect. Ryan then imparted to Hermione various techniques for improving physical agility. Concluding, although healing mundane ailments is relatively simple in the magical world, it is prudent to remain healthy and minimize illness. Madame Pomfrey's potions are notoriously unpalatable. Hermione nodded in agreement, recalling her experience from the previous winter when she had to endure Madame Pomfrey's potion for a cold, which was indeed dreadful, accompanied by the unpleasant side effect of steam emanating from her ears. As the morning progressed, Ryan retrieved several small balls from his pocket, using the levitation charm to make them rise and fall, allowing Hermione to practice her disarming charm on these moving targets. Before long, the clock struck 7:15. The two tidied up the classroom and proceeded to the Great Hall for breakfast. On their way, Hermione inquired, "When shall we schedule our next practice session?" "I believe consistent weekly practice is essential for improvement. Otherwise, it is all too easy to forget." They continued their discussion on the nuances of the disarming charm and strategies for countering spells or attacks on moving targets until they reached the entrance to the Great Hall, where they joined the Gryffindor table for breakfast. Chapter 76. The busy first day of school. Seeking recommendations. Upon entering the auditorium, Ryan was greeted by the familiar abundance of breakfast at Hogwarts. Due to the unusual manner of arriving at school the previous day, Ron and Harry found themselves encircled by a throng of curious classmates eager to hear about the events that transpired. As Ryan settled into his seat, the Weasley twins clapped him on the shoulder from behind. Fred expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Ryan. Your idea has saved our family quite a bit on textbooks." "Don't mention it. If it weren't for the number of brothers in your family, I might not have thought of it," Ryan replied. "By the way, could you enlighten me on what I can do with the items I purchased from you previously?" "Not at the moment, as that information is a trade secret. However, once the products are ready, we will certainly invite you to take a look," the twins said before heading to the other end of the table to dine with Lee Jordan. Ryan shrugged and began to enjoy his breakfast. Indeed, after engaging in physical activity, one's appetite tends to increase. Not just Ryan. Even Hermione was consuming more than usual, as everyone was partaking in their meal. A multitude of owls soared through the sky. At the beginning of each school year, there were always more owls than usual, delivering urgent supplies, such as potion ingredients and textbooks that had been forgotten at home. Some parcels were rather extravagant, like Neville's, which was larger than anyone else's. It was no surprise, then, that the memory ball his grandmother had sent him last year was rather fitting, even if it only served to remind one of things forgotten. At that moment, Ryan noticed a gray shadow plummeting downwards. He quickly pulled the milk jug back with his left hand and reached out with his right to catch the falling object. It appeared to be Ron's family owl. Hermione, startled by Ryan's swift action, scrutinized what he held. Upon closer inspection, Ryan recognized it as Errol, Ron's owl, clutching a letter in its beak. He cradled the fainted creature and delivered the letter to Ron. "You really ought to get a new owl. This one is far too old," he remarked casually. "If it weren't for Lockhart's book, perhaps you would have been able to replace it this year." Ron opened the letter as he spoke, revealing its contents to Harry and Ryan. "The Ministry of Magic hopes we won't discuss the recent incident with the barrier. So they've given each of us 10 galleons as compensation to be passed along by my father. My mother will send the money your way when she visits the post office in a few days. Errol is simply too old to carry 30 galleons. That's perfectly fine. There's no rush. Whenever you have the time will suffice," Ryan and Harry replied in unison. "Consider it a silver lining. 10 galleons is quite a generous allowance for me." Ryan added, "My mother confiscated my money," Ron said, his expression one of dejection after hearing Ryan's account. "How unfortunate." Ryan and Harry exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their shared sentiment. As breakfast drew to a close, Professor McGonagall began distributing class schedules along the table. Their first class would be herbology, where they would join Hufflepuff in the greenhouses. Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor at Hogwarts, was a plump, middle-aged woman known for her generally amiable demeanor. However, Ryan noted her current displeasure as she stood at the greenhouse entrance, dew-drenched and evidently having just exited. It was clear that Professor Sprout's irritation was directed at the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart, who stood beside her, pristine and immaculate in his flowing turquoise robe and dazzling golden hair, adorned with a matching hat. Upon noticing the students, he greeted them with a beaming smile, boasting about his prowess in herbology. Yet, before he could finish, Professor Sprout interrupted him, addressing the students with a raised voice. Today, we will be heading to the third greenhouse. Last year, their classes had taken place solely in the first greenhouse, which, according to rumors from older students, housed plants that were merely between ordinary and magical. The third greenhouse, however, contained true magical flora, albeit with certain dangers. Mishandling them could result in a rather unfortunate outcome. As the doors swung open, a peculiar aroma wafted out, a blend of fresh manure and floral scents. Ryan observed various plants within behaving almost animally, some even blooming with massive flowers. Just as they prepared to enter, Lockhart called Harry over, attempting to engage in a conversation about celebrity status. He is a professor. He ought not to engage in such antics within the school. This is a place for learning, Hermione remarked. Ryan chuckled softly at her words, recalling Hermione's own history of idolizing stars. It was undeniable that excessive infatuation could make one rather foolish. Noticing Hermione's disapproving gaze upon him, he quickly clarified. While it is indeed inappropriate for someone in his position to flaunt celebrity status at school, perhaps Lockhart is merely struggling to adjust to his role as a teacher. I believe he will adapt in due time. Ryan, you always find the good in people, just like when you defended Snape last year. However, I think Snape truly excels in potions, whereas Lockhart is nothing but a vain charlatan. Did you hear him boasting about his herbology skills in front of Professor Sprout? Ron chimed in. The mandrake is the premier soul singer in the wizarding world, perfectly embodying the essence of deadly singing. Thus, it is imperative to take proper safety precautions when handling them. It was evident that the earmuffs on the stools were indeed protective gear. As everyone donned their earmuffs, Ryan watched as Professor Sprout uprooted a mandrake, which writhed like an infant, its mouth agape in a silent scream. Ryan couldn't help but think that the mandrake bore a resemblance to a ginseng doll. Regrettably, the mandrake lacked any miraculous restorative properties and was instead used in various antidotes. Contemplating the concept of using poison to counteract poison, Ryan whimsically considered the idea of venomous snakes being infused into liquor, pondering whether a mandrake tincture could perhaps invigorate the blood. Chapter 77, The Bustling First Day of School, Part 2. Thanks to the peculiar legacy of Madcap Dave's plant cultivation. Even though the mandrake could sing, dance, and perhaps perform other remarkable feats, it remained a plant. After observing the mandrake for a few minutes, Ryan adeptly grasped its characteristics, swiftly repotting it with precision. When he finished, he noticed that others were still grappling with their own mandrakes. Indeed, it was a struggle. Ryan witnessed more than one classmate bitten on the finger by the feisty plants. His efficient repotting earned Gryffindor an additional 5 points. After the herbology class, seizing the opportunity for a post-class inquiry, Ryan approached Professor Sprout with a question that had long puzzled him. Why did so many students in the original text wait for the mandrakes in the greenhouse to mature instead of purchasing them outside? He was particularly curious as to why he had never encountered anyone selling mandrakes outside. In the subsequent Transfiguration class, Ryan and Hermione each contributed 5 points to Gryffindor by successfully transforming beetles into exquisite buttons. However, recalling the considerable time he had spent practicing in the apothecary while Hermione had not wielded her wand all summer, Ryan once again felt the weight of academic pressure. Parents, whether in the East or the West, are invariably concerned about their children's education, but unfortunately, Ryan's parents were only familiar with Hermione. Each comparison left him feeling slightly inadequate. After lunch, Ryan faced the final class of the day. To be honest, if not for the professor's authority to deduct points, he might have been tempted to skip class altogether. However, he knew attendance was imperative, so he begrudgingly carried several thick novels to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, harboring a distinctly displeased sentiment. Upon entering the classroom, Ryan immediately noted an unusual commotion. Many girls wore expressions of excitement, chattering animatedly about Gilderoy Lockhart, reminiscent of the atmosphere at a celebrity book signing. Fortunately, these fervent fans occupied the front rows, allowing Ryan to find a corner at the back of the classroom. He stacked his 7 books before him to obscure his view of the front, preparing to daydream through the lesson. As the bell rang and the class settled, Lockhart strode in, clearing his throat to command silence. He picked up a copy of Gaddying with Ghouls from a front row student, proudly displaying the cover featuring his beaming visage. What else would I be doing? Ryan silently scoffed. After a brief pause, Lockhart awaited applause, and indeed, Many of the young witches erupted into laughter, seemingly invigorated by his antics. Seeing that you have all purchased my complete works is splendid. Today, we shall embark on a brief quiz. Do not fear. It is merely to gauge your comprehension. Ryan grimaced inwardly at the thought that Lockhart's entire series had nearly bankrupted Ron's family. Such a monopolistic venture was indeed reprehensible. For the next 30 minutes, the class was consumed with Lockhart's questionnaire, filled with trivial queries about his favorite color and birthday, akin to a fan club initiation test. Did Lockhart genuinely intend to establish a fan club within the school? Ryan mused that the magical world should prohibit such commercial enterprises from infiltrating educational institutions. Even worse, after spending half an hour reluctantly completing 3 extensive sheets, Ryan had to endure Lockhart's 10-minute soliloquy of self-admiration regarding the quiz. Hermione, having answered every question correctly, earned 5 points, prompting Ryan to glance incredulously at her. She discreetly covered her mouth and mouthed, "I just habitually memorize everything I've read." "Very well. Now, back to our lesson." Lockhart bent down and retrieved a large cage draped in a cloth, placing it on the desk. "Now be cautious. My task is to teach you to defend against the most malevolent entities known to the magical world. You will confront the most terrifying things in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you shall not come to harm. I only ask that you remain calm." Ryan, upon seeing the cage, hastily gathered his belongings, not wishing for his items to be thrown into disarray by the mischievous creatures within. Following a dramatic flourish, Lockhart opened the door to the cage containing Cornish pixies. There was some truth in Lockhart's words. These little creatures could indeed be perilous. Although they lacked magical abilities and preferred mischief over malice, they were hardly as benevolent as the Smurfs. Small and sprightly, they possessed remarkable agility, strength, cunning, and a sense of teamwork. When dozens of pixies congregated in a confined space, even many adult wizards found them difficult to manage. In a misguided attempt to impress, Lockhart had released them all. Would chaos and calamity be inevitable? No, Ryan did not share that sentiment. Chapter 78. The dawn of a new world. Ryan was determined to prevent chaos from engulfing the classroom, especially considering the mischief that these little sprites could wreak on his classmates' belongings. With a flick of his wand, he cast a transformation spell on the desks, turning them into a fine mesh net. Following this, he uttered Wadawasi, and the net shot forth like a bullet, ensnaring the majority of the sprites along with the cage on the podium. The remaining few sprites, easily subdued by his classmates, were swiftly captured. Harry even managed to knock one down with a swift strike from his book. A smile crept onto Rain's face, not in response to Lockhart's praise, but due to the system notification he received in his mind. He had earned 2 deviation points for averting the disaster the sprites would have caused in class. Misinterpreting Rain's smile as admiration, Lockhart boasted even more fervently, recounting tales from his travels in Scotland where he had encountered hundreds of sprites, all subdued by an incantation of his own invention. Fortunately, the commotion subsided as the class period dwindled, and the bells soon chimed, liberating everyone's ears from the noise. After class, Rain and Hermione proceeded to the library to complete their assignments. Shortly thereafter, Ginny arrived. Expressing her gratitude for the notebook Rain had gifted her before inquiring about Lockhart's class. "I can only say that Lockhart may not be well suited for teaching. He brings his celebrity antics into the classroom, which is rather inappropriate." Rain whispered his thoughts to Ginny. Hermione, contemplating interjecting, ultimately refrained. Once ensconced in a secluded cubicle, Rain locked the door and opened a portal to the Multiverse General Store. Gazing at his 49 deviation points, he deliberated before deciding to embark on an adventure in a level 5 world. After all, the more formidable the power one sought to master, the greater the deviation points required. Opting for a level 6 world could lead to perilous encounters he might not be equipped to handle. After all, a world like the one where the Plant vs. Zombies war raged was merely classified as level 5, indicating the dangers of level 6 were indeed formidable. Additionally, he risked exhausting his points before he could enhance his strength. Having made his decision, Rain communicated with the Multiverse General Store and paid the requisite points. In a flash of light, he was transported to a new realm. "Where am I?" he pondered, observing his surroundings, which appeared strikingly similar to a mundane world. He found himself on a dirt path, its footprints suggesting human presence. Flanking the road were desolate hills and woodlands. As he approached the roadside for a closer inspection, he discerned that the trees were common varieties found in southern China, leading him to conclude that this was an Eastern world, though the specifics remained unknown. Through the use of life magic, he sensed the surrounding environment, discovering that the air was thick with the scent of death, overpowering that of life. Digging his foot into the earth at a particularly strong spot, he unearthed a human tooth. The state of this place appeared dire, and he hoped to encounter a living soul. With that thought, he resolved to explore for clues, recalling that in his past experiences, he often arrived near the destined child of fortune in these worlds. With a path beneath his feet, following it seemed the most prudent course of action. He retrieved a few items from the store, stowed his robe in his backpack, and donned a traveler-esque guise. For the dark robe he typically wore would not lend itself to an amiable appearance in most worlds. After walking for several minutes, flanked by the unchanging desolation of hills and woods, Rain confirmed that the pervasive aura of death was indeed a widespread affliction in this area. He silently prayed that he had not arrived in a post-apocalyptic world, for fewer living beings would mean significantly diminished rewards. Fortunately, after rounding a small hill, he began to spot pedestrians on the road. The landscape transformed into rice paddies, where farmers toiled in the fields. Observing the attire of the merchants and farmers, he deduced that this was reflective of the Republican era. Rain's understanding of the world he had traversed deepened. It appeared to be a setting akin to a Hong Kong film, though he needed to inquire further to ascertain its exact nature. As he continued along the path, he soon beheld a bustling small town ahead, likely a county seat. Surrounded by crumbling walls, the town faced the dirt road with a dilapidated gatehouse. Weeds danced in the wind amidst the cracks of the brick walls. A few soldiers stood at the gate, but they bore the unmistakable demeanor of warlord troops. Less soldiers, and more like a band of ruffians, carelessly inspecting the belongings of those entering and exiting, occasionally pocketing a few eggs or coins. Confident in his magical abilities, Rain strode boldly into the town, his stature tall and skin fair, enhanced by his modern attire and the pride that came with his confidence. The guards, recognizing his demeanor, refrained from obstructing his passage, even nodding respectfully. "At least you have some sense," Rain quipped, mimicking the airs of a young master from a television drama. He then produced several silver coins from his pocket, tossing them to the guards. They eagerly retrieved the coins, noting their purity, though smaller than the usual silver dollar, adorned with unfamiliar foreign inscriptions. Chapter 79. Rinjia Town. Without delving into how the guards divided their earnings, Ryan silently observed the county town upon his arrival. The town exhibited a certain vibrancy, with numerous street vendors calling out, and several shops lining the main thoroughfare, some even peddling matches and kerosene, exotic commodities for this relatively remote county. Individuals dressed like Ryan were a rarity here, thus his presence drew considerable attention from the local residents, who whispered amongst themselves, "Whose young master is this? I don't recall seeing him before. Look at him, just a pretentious foreigner, flaunting himself. But he must be quite wealthy. Just look at the fabric of his clothing. It must have cost several silver dollars." Ryan, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, as if he were an exhibit in a zoo, decided to retreat into the town's largest inn after a brief stroll. The innkeeper welcomed him warmly, and Ryan requested a private room on the upper floor. Since it was post-dinner and not mealtime, he placed 5 or 6 silver coins on the table and instructed the innkeeper, "Fetch me a pot of tea and 3 or 4 delectable snacks. Also, regale me with any local tales of intrigue, and this silver shall be yours." "Right away, young master." The innkeeper beamed, bowing slightly before departing. Once alone, Ryan began to appraise the room's furnishings. The decor exuded an antique charm, with substantial wooden furniture crafted with care. It seemed that the craftsmanship of this era had not yet been forgotten. However, as the finest private room in the county's largest inn, certain elements hinted at the march of time, such as a hot water bottle in the corner and an ancient gramophone on a small table. Of course, this ancient designation was relative to Ryan's time. In this era, such items were indeed fashionable. Yet, it appeared that electricity had yet to reach this county, as candlesticks adorned the sideboards, rather than the more modern oil lamps, an unmistakable indicator of a higher-class dining experience. It was likely that larger cities had already embraced electric lighting, while this small county remained somewhat behind the times, primarily due to inadequate infrastructure and the absence of a power plant. Approximately 15 minutes later, the innkeeper returned, balancing a tray. At its center sat a porcelain teapot and a teacup, surrounded by 4 plates. "This is the latest spring harvest of Lewin melon tea, a private reserve from the proprietor, brewed with the finest local spring water. These delicacies include lotus seed pastries, osmanthus cakes, almond tofu, and osmanthus jelly. Enjoy, young master. Ryan nodded appreciatively and tossed a silver coin to the innkeeper. He then inquired, are there any unusual happenings around here? I am particularly fond of such tales, and I offer rewards for the most entertaining anecdotes. Given the comforts of modern life, 12-year-old Ryan appeared more akin to a 14 or 15-year-old in this era, where he could already be considered a head of household, coupled with his Mandarin accent closely resembling that of the capital's dialect. The innkeeper mistakenly assumed Ryan was a prominent figure from Beijing. After pocketing the silver, the innkeeper nodded eagerly and said, if you're seeking unusual tales, you've come to the right person. As the innkeeper spoke, he rummaged through his pocket for the silver coins. With years of experience in hospitality, he could discern the authenticity of the coins, recognizing them as purer than any silver dollars he had encountered before. Encouraged by the prospect of a monetary reward, the innkeeper enthusiastically recounted several dubious rumors, mostly revolving around marital infidelities and domestic disputes, which Ryan found rather dull. He interjected, I am more interested in tales of extraordinary people or events, not mundane gossip. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper sheepishly remarked, how thoughtless of me. Naturally, a young master of your caliber would prefer to hear more refined stories. There is indeed something remarkable nearby, a town called Rinjia, where a Taoist priest named Lin is said to capture demons and ghosts. He has been summoned here several times by wealthy patrons, so I am familiar with him. This must be the world of Mr. Vampire, Ryan mused, recognizing the potential for a series of zombie tales. It was no wonder he had sensed the imbalance of yin and yang during his journey here. To confirm his suspicions, Ryan inquired further about Rinjia town. He learned that it was 30 miles away and originally named Fujian, indicative of the affluence of its residents. Over time, as the wealthiest families were the Rin family, the town was renamed Rinjia after the establishment of the Republic. Realizing he had indeed entered the realm of Mr. Vampire, Ryan handed the innkeeper a few more silver coins, instructing him to arrange a carriage to Rinjia town. The innkeeper, grinning widely, accepted the coins and left eagerly. After savoring the tea and snacks, Ryan descended to board the carriage, which set off along a dirt road heading north. Thanks to Ryan's foreign attire, he encountered minimal scrutiny along the way. An hour later, the carriage arrived at Rinjia town, a bustling locale that appeared to house over 10,000 residents. Upon disembarking, Ryan sought information about the esteemed Taoist priest from the street vendors. The first vendor he approached, a sugar painter, was well acquainted with Lin Taoist, and after Ryan commissioned several sugar paintings for the local children, the vendor shared everything he knew. For instance, Lin Taoist was affectionately referred to as Uncle Gio and resided in a charitable hall on the outskirts of town. He had 2 disciples. One was the niece of the local rouge shop owner, and the other appeared rather mature. The vendor described Uncle Gio as a genuinely upright man, albeit somewhat stingy, always donning old garments and purchasing meat in modest quantities, never exceeding half a pound. Ryan silently reflected on the legendary status of Hong Kong's zombie films, recognizing that this was merely the beginning of a grand tale. Although this narrative was a well-trodden trope in countless time travel novels, experiencing it firsthand filled Ryan with exhilaration. After all, for a man who had grown up in the 90s, the memories of Uncle Ying's zombie films were indelible. After gathering information about the town and confirming that the story had yet to unfold, Ryan enjoyed one of the sugar paintings while strolling through the charming, antiquated streets. After completing his circuit, he made his way toward the outskirts of town, eager to meet the protagonist of this world, Uncle Gio. Chapter 80. Meeting with Master Gio. The ancestral hall was located in close proximity to Rinjia town. After inquiring with the townsfolk, Ryan arrived at the entrance of the hall within a mere 5 minutes. Standing outside, he knocked on the door and called out, "Is Master Lin Dao here?" "Coming, coming." A voice responded from within the courtyard. The door soon swung open, revealing a man in patched coarse clothing, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. "Who are you? What do you want with my master?" Ryan's elegant attire, which suggested considerable wealth, took Wen Kai by surprise, as he could not fathom why someone dressed so finely would venture to such a place. "Wen Kai, who is it at the door?" A baritone voice echoed from the courtyard. "Master, it seems to be a young gentleman. Perhaps he's lost," Wen Kai replied. At that moment, a middle-aged man of slight stature, dressed in gray shorts and worn cloth shoes, emerged from the courtyard. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable, but a closer look revealed a composed demeanor. Although he did not entirely resemble the cinematic portrayal, His likeness was sufficient for Ryan to ascertain that this was indeed Master Geo. Master Geo bowed slightly, extending a hand in greeting, and humbly remarked, "My knowledge of the Tao is merely a reflection of the esteem held by the local community. I do not dare claim it as my own. Please, young friend, come inside. Wenkai, prepare some tea." Noticing Ryan's youthful appearance, yet sensing a significant aura of righteousness about him, Master Geo was intrigued. Despite the differences from the practitioners of the Central Lands, he felt that Ryan was certainly not of a malevolent nature. Thus, he hoped to engage in a fruitful exchange, believing that the insights of one could serve to sharpen the understanding of the other. As they entered the courtyard, a handsome young man, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, walked past, likely having just finished his training. "Qiu Sheng, we have a guest. Quickly put on your shirt," Master Geo instructed. He then introduced the young man to Ryan. "This is my eldest disciple Qiu Sheng, and the gentleman you met earlier is my second disciple Wenkai." Once seated, Wenkai served tea to the assembled company, and Ryan promptly expressed his gratitude. Master Geo observed this display of humility and kindness, nodding approvingly. Such virtues in a younger generation were commendable. Soon, Ryan and Master Geo began to discuss matters of cultivation, their dialogue flowing pleasantly, especially as Ryan shared knowledge he had acquired from a Viking sorcerer regarding the magic of maintaining the balance of life and death, which resonated deeply with Master Geo. Time slipped away unnoticed as the conversation continued, and before they realized it, night had fallen. Acknowledging the late hour, Ryan and Master Geo temporarily concluded their discourse. Ryan informed Master Geo that he might require an extended stay, to which Master Geo kindly replied that as long as Ryan did not mind the perceived ominousness of the place, he was welcome to stay as long as he wished. Ryan then offered Wenkai some silver coins to purchase additional provisions in town, deeming it inappropriate to rely solely on the hospitality of others during his extended visit. After some polite refusals, Master Geo accepted the offer. Over the next 2 days, Ryan remained at the Ancestral Hall, exchanging insights on cultivation with Master Geo. Through these discussions, Ryan learned that this world was in an era of decline, with the gates of the great Tao closed. Yet, he discovered that the path of merit still existed. And to cultivate in this realm, one must perform good deeds to accumulate merit, which could then be harnessed to refine the surrounding energies. Without such merits, directly absorbing the dark energies prevalent in this world could lead to dire consequences. It was no wonder that chaos reigned, with warlords clashing and demons rampant. The world was simply moving towards its inevitable decline. The overwhelming tide of humanity had washed away extraordinary powers, leaving them utterly diminished. This decline had also severely impaired the abilities of practitioners, as exemplified by Master Geo's reliance on external aids and ceremonial spells to cast his magic, which was far less effortless than Ryan's ability to invoke spells with mere incantations. After much fruitful exchange, both parties gained valuable insights, and their bond deepened. One evening, after dinner, Ryan disclosed one of the purposes of his visit to Master Geo. "Master Lin, during my travels in Europe, I encountered a rather sinister artifact. Could you examine it for me?" "Oh, what kind of artifact?" Master Geo inquired with curiosity. Ryan retrieved an iron box from his spatial pouch, which contained Voldemort's diary that he had previously acquired from a multiverse shop. Upon seeing the box, Master Geo immediately cautioned, "This appears to be a type of spatial artifact, akin to a Chinquan pouch. Such treasures are rare in this era of decline. You should avoid exposing them in public." "Thank you for the warning, but I have faith that you are a person of integrity, Master Geo," Ryan replied, before opening the iron box. Master Geo's attention was immediately captivated by the contents within. "This." Ryan noticed Master Geo reaching for it and quickly handed him a dragon hide glove. "Master Lin, this item is quite malevolent. It is best not to touch it directly." With the glove on, Master Geo carefully examined the diary, flipping through its pages before addressing Ryan. "I sense an extremely evil and twisted soul within this. Do you seek to destroy it?" "Not destroy," Ryan clarified. "My master possesses the means to obliterate it. However, the creator of this artifact has produced several similar items, and this particular one was sent to my sect in an attempt to unlock a forgotten seal, unleashing beasts that could harm my brethren. My master can annihilate it, but without intelligence regarding the seal and the beasts, even its destruction leaves us vulnerable. I was hoping you might have a method to glean information from it." After pondering for a moment, Master Geo raised his gaze to Ryan. "I have a method, but it requires some preparation." "Thank you, Master Lin," Ryan said, accepting a piece of paper from him and placing it into his pocket. After tidying up, the two resumed their discussion on cultivation matters before retiring for the night. Chapter 81. Unexpected gains early the next morning. Ryan was led by Qiuxing to Rinjia Town to procure the items on their list. Rinjia Town, a bustling hub frequented by merchants from various regions, had everything that Uncle Gio required. As Ryan unloaded items from the cart, he remarked to Uncle Gio, Taoist Lin, "This notebook was left behind by a formidable sorcerer, one whose true name is scarcely uttered in our vicinity. Hence, when it came to dealing with his remnants, I endeavored to purchase only the finest. For it is always prudent to be prepared. Moreover, I am not short of silver. Why not spend a little for peace of mind?" Qiuxing and Wenkai exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their utter incomprehension of the mindset of the affluent. After tidying up, they commenced their ritual at noon. Clad in a feathered cap and an apricot-yellow Taoist robe, Uncle Gio stood in the center of the courtyard, holding a whisk in one hand and a bell in the other. The courtyard had already been meticulously arranged with red strings and talisman papers. With the notebook placed at the heart of the formation, Uncle Gio approached the altar, where offerings of incense and candles were laid out. With the tablet of the Maoshan Patriarch positioned prominently in the center, he lit 3 sticks of incense from the red candles on the altar, bowing respectfully 3 times before placing them in the incense burner before the tablet. He then turned to Ryan, instructing, "Grasp the red string left by the formation. I shall activate it shortly to transmit all the memories contained within to you through that string. However, to avoid triggering any potential retaliation from this malevolent artifact, the transmitted memories will not include anything related to cultivation." Suddenly, a beam of black light surged from the notebook toward Uncle Gio, only to be repelled by the formation's red light. They remained locked in a standoff for several seconds until Ryan heard Uncle Gio shout, "Invoke the Patriarch." For Ryan, a significant and unexpected boon was the acquisition of parcel tongue. It was evident that when Uncle Gio invoked the Patriarch, a clash with Voldemort's Horcrux allowed Ryan to glimpse deeper truths. However, this version of parcel tongue was a learned skill, requiring practice to master, far from the innate proficiency displayed by Harry and Voldemort. Upon absorbing the memories, Ryan opened his eyes to find Uncle Gio seated wearily in a nearby chair. Wenkai and Qiuxing were serving him tea and water. Noticing Ryan's awakening, Uncle Gio expressed, "My young friend, this item truly lives up to its reputation as a relic of a great sorcerer. It concealed traps that nearly ensnared me. Fortunately, I managed to call upon the Patriarch in time to avoid harm. Alas, I had been careless." Seeing Uncle Gio in such a fatigued state, Ryan felt a pang of guilt and retrieved a recent bounty of sunlight crystals from his spatial pouch, offering them to Uncle Gio. "I apologize for the trouble, Taoist Lin. Here are some of my medicinal treasures, imbued with the essence of life and sunlight. Perhaps they may be of use to you?" Uncle Gio examined the jar containing the sunlight crystals, his eyes brightening as he replied, "Young friend, this substance is immensely beneficial to me. I shall enter seclusion for a while. Do not worry about me." With that, he retreated into the inner room and closed the door. As afternoon approached and mealtime drew near, Uncle Gio finally emerged from his chamber. Upon seeing Ryan, he expressed his gratitude. "Such extraordinary treasures are increasingly rare. Your generous gift of such a precious item is truly appreciated. At least in our region, this item isn't regarded as particularly precious," Ryan replied. "Could you enlighten me as to why you deem it valuable?" "The essence of pure yang contained within can effectively neutralize the malevolent energy surrounding us. I spent the afternoon cultivating with it and managed to break through a minor bottleneck. Such a remedy for the significant issues of our current era is indeed invaluable." After a brief pause, Uncle Gio continued, "No wonder foreigners possess such prowess. With this at their disposal, they need not fear malevolent forces, and thus they thrive." Ryan found Uncle Gio's speculation amusing yet somewhat perplexing, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Indeed, it is unfortunate that I have traversed several places. Yet each sect holds its traditions in high regard, leaving me with naught. Would you consider taking me as your master?" Uncle Gio suddenly inquired. Ryan was taken aback by this proposition. While it had been one of his intentions, he was nonetheless curious and asked, "Taoist Lin, my elders warned me prior to my arrival that in the Middle Kingdom, the acceptance of disciples requires thorough scrutiny. Joining a sect is no simple task, especially for one with my own lineage. Why, then, do you so readily accept me as your disciple today?" Uncle Gio appeared somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "On one hand, we are in an age fraught with chaos, where demons wreak havoc upon the world. I believe it is no longer feasible to cling to our past ways. On the other hand, when the patriarch possessed me earlier, I sensed the golden light of your virtue surpassing even that of my own sect leader, suggesting you have rescued countless souls. This attests to your character, which is beyond reproach. Moreover, in this world, virtue is paramount. I hope to benefit from your merit. Having resolved his internal doubts, Ryan expressed that his sect does not prohibit disciples from seeking teachings elsewhere, only forbidding the study of nefarious paths. Thus, he was more than willing to take Taoist Lin as his master. Chapter 82. The story begins early the next morning. Ryan tidied up and ventured into town to procure incense and offerings. After breakfast, Uncle Gio prepared the ancestral hall and placed the tablets of the three pure ones and the patriarch in a small room, then commenced the apprenticeship ceremony. After offering incense and bowing to the three pure ones and various ancestors, Ryan bowed 3 times to Uncle Gio and presented him with a cup of tea. Uncle Gio accepted the tea, took a sip, and proclaimed, "From today onwards, you shall be my registered disciple of the Maoshan sect." He then handed Ryan a thick tome, stating, "This is the Maoshan Dao Canon, containing the Supreme Clarity Heart Method and Talismans. Feel free to study it at your leisure." Although the Maoshan sect does not focus on physical cultivation, we possess a rudimentary technique that allows one to evade enemies. I perceive you have some external skills. Hence, I shall not guide you further. You may practice as instructed within the text. Ryan hastily flipped through a few pages and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Master, is it not a bit premature to entrust me with such invaluable teachings?" He recalled his elders' warnings about the rigorous trials one must endure before receiving such methods upon entering the sect. Uncle Gio smiled wryly and replied in a low voice, "Those of you who remain overseas may not have seen the Middle Kingdom for centuries. Indeed, it was once as you described. However, now that we are in an age of decline, the notion of withholding teachings is no longer relevant. If a disciple proves worthy, they shall receive the teachings. Both Wentai and Qiuxing possess these methods as well." "Thank you, Master. In that case, I have some items I wish to present to you as a token of gratitude for your trust and understanding." With that, Ryan retrieved lantern grass, sunflowers, and sun mushrooms, plants effective against dark energies, from his spatial pouch, along with their cultivation manuals, and handed them to Uncle Gio, explaining their effects. Uncle Gio accepted the offerings with trembling hands, sighing, "Is this divine retribution for our insular ways? I was unaware of such wonders in this world. Had we sent someone out to explore earlier, perhaps our situation would not have deteriorated to this extent." Ryan stood by to console Uncle Gio until he regained his composure. Uncle Gio resolved to experiment with the cultivation of these plants, hoping that one day, once they were fully grown, he could present them to the sect leader at Maoshan. Perhaps the salvation of the Taoist community lay within these botanical gifts. In the following days, Ryan diligently studied the Maoshan Dao Canon while collaborating with Uncle Gio to cultivate these plants behind the ancestral hall. During this process, they stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. The areas where these plants thrived gradually dispelled the malevolent energies from the soil, making it impossible for zombies, skeletons, or other nefarious entities to take root. At last, 3 days later, Ryan successfully cultivated a sense of qi through the Supreme Clarity Heart Method. Uncle Gio was astonished by Ryan's progress, although Ryan understood that his rapid advancement was due to prior system enhancements akin to a thorough refinement of his essence, coupled with an abundance of merit crystals. In the pre-decline era, Ryan's aptitude would have been considered merely above average. Uncle Gio lamented that had it been before the age of decline, the entire cultivation community would have eagerly sought the Supreme Clarity Heart Method, and only the most esteemed disciples of the Maoshan sect would have been granted access to it. Regrettably, with the onset of decline, methods requiring patient cultivation had fallen out of favor, while those quick to yield results had gained popularity. Despite practicing the heart method himself, Uncle Gio had only recently achieved a breakthrough into the innate realm after many years, relying on traditional Maoshan techniques for exorcising spirits and geomantic practices to sustain his livelihood. Just then, a servant from a wealthy family arrived at the door with an invitation for Uncle Gio to join them for coffee at the town CF the following day. Upon recognizing the invitation was from the Ren family, the largest clan in town, Uncle Gio resolved to see what the matter was. Although Ryan's apprenticeship had alleviated some of the ancestral hall's financial woes, it would be unwise to offend the Ren family. Ryan recognized that the narrative was unfolding. Uncle Gio, holding the invitation, said to Ryan, "Tomorrow, Lord Rin invites me for Western tea. However, I have never tasted it. As you have recently returned from abroad, I would like you to accompany me. After our meal, please enlighten me on the proper etiquette for drinking this Western tea, so that I may avoid embarrassment in front of Lord Rin. Ryan readily agreed. That evening, a senior uncle brought his clients to temporarily stay at the ancestral hall. As Ryan had engaged in discussions with Chioxing and Wentai that day, he found himself with little to do. The following morning, as they prepared to set out, the senior uncle, aware of Ryan's status as Uncle Gio's new disciple, gifted him a small booklet related to corpse transportation as a token of respect. However, Uncle Gio cautioned Ryan that the contents of the booklet were considered unorthodox and advised against becoming too engrossed in them, lest he stray from the righteous path. Early the next day, Ryan accompanied Uncle Gio to the town for their appointment. The townsfolk greeted Uncle Gio warmly, indicating his good reputation within the community. Upon arriving at the CAF, they found that Lord Rin had already reserved a table. As expected, he sought Uncle Gio's assistance with relocating a grave. Despite Uncle Gio's repeated counsel that such matters were better left undisturbed, he ultimately relented under Lord Rin's insistence to assist in the relocation of his father's grave. Before long, Lord Rin's daughter arrived, her beauty surpassing that of any cinematic portrayal. Yet, as a well-traveled heiress, she exuded an air of condescension towards someone like Uncle Gio. Lord Rin appeared equally surprised, unable to fathom why a student educated abroad would pursue such arcane studies with Uncle Gio. After placing their orders, coffee and pastries were served. With Ryan present, Uncle Gio was spared from an awkward silence. Once again, he urged caution regarding the grave relocation, prompting Lord Rin, in resignation, to recount the warnings of the feng shui master from years ago. However, Uncle Gio discerned the underlying coercion in Lord Rin's past dealings. Seizing the moment, Ryan feigned a prayerful gesture, capturing the attention of everyone at the table. He then addressed Lord Rin. May I have a look at your coffee cup? Having lived in the West for an extended period, I have learned various divination techniques that may yield insights into the future. Perhaps I could offer you a valuable suggestion. At this moment, the young lady from the Rin family interjected. During my studies abroad, I heard of techniques involving tea leaves and coffee grounds for divination. Said to be quite accurate, though I have yet to witness it myself. Uncle Gio chimed in. My new disciple is principled and composed. He speaks with integrity. Encouraged by both Uncle Gio and his daughter's endorsement, Lord Rin gestured for Ryan to examine his coffee cup. Eager to uncover what the Western arts might reveal about the future to inform his forthcoming decisions. Chapter 83. Zongzi Barbecue. Ryan picked up the coffee cup that Mr. Rin had finished and swirled it, observing the coffee grounds. Falcon, he remarked, you are soon to encounter a formidable adversary. A heavy blow, an assault. The skull. Mr. Rin, forgive my candor. Your future harbors considerable peril. Finally, Ryan gently placed the coffee cup back on the table and addressed Mr. Rin. Ultimately, this is ominous. The worst of signs, a fleeting moment between life and death. Mr. Rin's complexion paled slightly, for he had recently found himself troubled, and his business was dwindling. This led him to recall the words of a feng shui master from 20 years prior, contemplating the relocation of his father's grave in hopes of reversing his fortunes. However, those words unsettled him, prompting him to glance towards Uncle Gio. After all, compared to Ryan, an outsider, he held greater faith in Uncle Gio, his longtime neighbor. Uncle Gio then inquired, can you be certain? Recognizing the truth in Ryan's every word, he nodded at Mr. Rin. Mr. Rin, disregarding his pride, pressed. How can this deathly calamity be averted? Ryan shook his head. It remains unclear at present. However, Mr. Rin, you will have a benefactor assisting you. Yet do not act recklessly, otherwise you may find yourself in regrettable circumstances. Mr. Rin wished to inquire further, but Uncle Gio interjected, my disciple has conveyed all he can. Pressing him further will yield no additional insights. But since a benefactor is at hand, take heed on the day of the relocation. Should matters go awry, Lin will intervene. On the journey, Uncle Gio expressed concern to Ryan about whether this divination revealing heavenly secrets might bring him misfortune. Ryan thanked his master for the concern, explaining that the accuracy of such divinations is often limited, rendering the visions rather nebulous, thus placing little pressure upon the diviner. A couple of days later, the day of the grave relocation arrived. The three of them, Ryan, Uncle Gio, and his two senior brothers, dressed appropriately and made their way to the Rin family cemetery. Ryan donned his Hogwarts robe, telling Uncle Gio it was to convey solemnity, while secretly gripping his wand beneath the wide sleeves. ready for mischief. After exchanging pleasantries, Ryan stood behind Uncle Gio and his senior brothers, attempting to remain inconspicuous, and naturally overheard Brother Winsai's classic remark about whether the law burial was akin to a French funeral. He then witnessed Uncle Gio's rising ire. Subsequently, as per the narrative, Uncle Gio elucidated what it was, while several strong laborers commenced digging the grave mound. Ryan observed that indeed, the coffin had been buried upright. Just then, a cacophony of cawing crows erupted as a swarm flew out from the surrounding woods, casting a palpable sense of foreboding over everyone present. Uncle Gio's expression grew grave. He clearly sensed something amiss, yet the relocation continued. Upon opening the coffin, a plume of black smoke billowed forth. Regrettably, Mr. Rin and his daughter, Rin Tingting, immediately knelt and wept upon seeing the coffin, oblivious to the eerie scene unfolding. Uncle Gio, accompanied by Ryan and his two disciples, approached to inspect the remains, discovering that the deceased's visage was pitch black and reflective, akin to black iron, showing no signs of decay. It was evident even to the onlooking townsfolk that something was amiss. At this moment, Ryan realized no one was paying him heed. He discreetly pointed his wand at the coffin and muttered a Viking incantation, magical detection. This simple spell was designed to utilize the free energy in the air to test for magical responses in the target and its surroundings. However, due to the malevolent energy of this world, upon striking the corpse within the coffin, this dark aura activated the fully zombified patriarch of the Rin family. Suddenly, the corpse within the coffin opened its eyes, arms outstretched, rising up. The corpse has risen. Help! The townsfolk watching in curiosity erupted into chaos. How could a zombie awaken in broad daylight to bite? Uncle Gio cast a perplexed glance at the glaring sun, murmuring in confusion. Ryan's magic was subtle, and since Uncle Gio did not comprehend the spells from the Harry Potter realm, he remained oblivious to Ryan's mischief. Quick, the chalk line! Uncle Gio shouted to his disciples. Jiosing swiftly grabbed the chalk line and coordinated with Uncle Gio to confront the zombie. At this point, the zombie had evidently not consumed the blood of its kin, rendering it relatively weak. Under the sun's rays, it began to emit wisps of smoke, its black iron-like skin slowly discoloring and cracking. As the chalk line made contact with the zombie, flames erupted at the point of contact. Observing the zombie's distress, Ryan promptly raised his wand and shouted, all petrified. The zombie was immobilized, collapsing back into the coffin, and under the combined effects of the chalk line and sunlight, it rapidly ignited into a pillar of fire. Soon, the flames extinguished, revealing the charred remains of the Rin family patriarch, now a blackened skeleton, devoid of the strength and invulnerability of a traditional zombie. Thankfully, this zombie had not transformed into the ultimate version seen in films. Otherwise, mere sunlight and chalk would have proven ineffective against it. At this moment, Mr. Rin and his daughter emerged from their shock, witnessing the incinerated remains of the patriarch and weeping uncontrollably. Mr. Rin, somewhat aggrieved, lamented, "My father feared fire in life. Why did you resort to flames?" Uncle Gio, taken aback by Mr. Rin's words, replied with irritation, "Did you not see the zombie was about to emerge to bite? As far as I know, once it rises, it will consume the blood of its kin. I saved your life, and you ought not to speak so. Moreover, with so many townsfolk present, what would have happened had it escaped to bite others?" Nearby townspeople chimed in, "Indeed, Mr. Rin. You cannot be so selfish as to endanger the entire town." Mr. Rin, initially overwhelmed by emotion, now regained his composure, reflecting on the recent peril, and felt a tinge of fear. Just then, Ryan's words provided him with an avenue for gratitude. He expressed his thanks to Uncle Gio for saving their lives and arranged for someone to tend to the remains in the coffin. Subsequently, he had the coffin transported to the mortuary, awaiting Uncle Gio to find a suitable burial site. Chapter 84. Return indeed, Ryan remarked. Had it not been for your timely assistance today, Master, he might have perished at the hands of the zombies. You could very well be the benefactor foretold in the prophecy. Oh, is that so? Uncle Gio responded, his smile betraying his satisfaction with Ryan's words. After bidding farewell to Uncle Gio, Ryan informed his two senior brothers of his intention to visit the provincial capital to meet his elders before departing from the ancestral hall. Upon returning to the grocery store, Ryan began to assess his recent gains. The alteration of the plot had earned him 20 deviation points, along with the complete set of the Maoshan Qingqing inheritance, which encompassed 5 components: cultivation methods, talismans, miscellaneous knowledge, esoteric arts, and physical techniques. After tallying the array of yellow paper and vermilion he had sold in town, Ryan felt quite pleased with the comprehensive and authentic Eastern cultivation system he had acquired. Although the cultivation methods were constrained by the limitations of the end of the Dharma age, the foundational practices of Orthodox Taoism would facilitate future transitions. While the progress may be slower, the solid grounding provided by these traditional methods would ultimately yield more substantial results. In summary, Ryan was thoroughly content with his acquisitions, and he set about integrating them into his own power. He began with the miscellaneous knowledge and physical techniques, each requiring 3 deviation points. The miscellaneous knowledge primarily consisted of skills related to feng shui and the use of vermilion, while the physical techniques encompassed combat and footwork, which naturally bore a lower cost due to their lack of supernatural elements. Next, he turned to the talismans, which necessitated 15 deviation points to learn, as they required extraordinary power for their creation. After the knowledge was imparted, Ryan substituted his peachwood sword with a magic wand and summoned his magical energy to attempt drawing a talisman in the air. However, he discovered that, although he succeeded in drawing the talisman, the energy consumed far exceeded what was stated in the texts, and the resulting effect was at best half of what was described. Skeptical, Ryan retrieved a brush and vermilion, channeling the scant spiritual energy within him to draw a talisman on yellow paper. After several attempts, he successfully inscribed a basic corpse-restraining talisman. Upon inspection, he found little difference between his creation and those drawn by Uncle Gio, as it was merely a rudimentary talisman. It appeared that these systems of power were inherently interconnected, if even simple talismans posed such a risk when forcibly propelled by magical energy. Then more complex talismans could indeed lead to dangerous backlashes. Following this, he delved into some esoteric knowledge, focusing on applications of spiritual energy, such as puppetry and corpse-driving techniques. Although Ryan deemed these skills of limited utility, he decided it prudent to learn them as a precaution, expending 7 deviation points. After much deliberation, Ryan resolutely opted for a power infusion. A beam of light enveloped him, imparting a sensation akin to being immersed in a hot spring, rendering him lethargic and disinclined to move. When the light dissipated, Ryan was astonished to find that his cultivation level was now comparable to that of Qiuxing, who had practiced for nearly a decade. Upon reflection, he realized that the difficulty of cultivation during the end of the Dharma age was inherently greater, while the grocery store's assessments were based on typical conditions, thus clarifying the discrepancy. After this series of enhancements, Ryan gazed at his remaining 5 deviation points with a wry smile. It was indeed painful to exhaust such a hard-earned reserve in one fell swoop. He could only console himself with the thought of his newfound strength. Crossing through the spatial door, Ryan reappeared in the restroom stall he had left. Since it was after dinner, the students had congregated in the common room or library, leaving this nearby lavatory relatively empty. That evening, Ryan retired to bed around 8 o'clock. And the following morning, he rose early to engage in physical exercise. Upon stepping outside, he was surprised to find Hermione studying in the common room. Indeed, was this not the hallmark of a true scholar? Ryan felt a genuine admiration for her dedication. After exiting the common room, Ryan opted to run within the castle. At 6:30 in the morning, Hogwarts was sparsely populated. He encountered only a few students and the headmaster, who hurried past in his pajamas. Seizing the opportunity of the castle's relative emptiness, Ryan descended to the second floor to explore a potential destination, the lavatory of the Myrtle. Just as he was about to investigate further, a milky white figure emerged from the wall, greeting him. "Good morning, Ryan. With class still some time away, what brings you here?" It was nearly headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor. "Good morning, sir. I am here to exercise," Ryan replied. Given his keen interest in history, he often consulted the ghosts on various matters, as their first-hand experiences offered insights far richer than those gleaned from books. Thus, he maintained cordial relations with several ghosts at the school, greeting them warmly upon encounters. Yet, there are few places to exercise within Hogwarts. Running in the castle is my sole option. Having spent considerable time here, do you know of any locations suitable for physical training? Ryan inquired of Nick. After a moment's thought, Nick responded, "I believe I may indeed know of a place that could meet your requirements." Chapter 85. The Room of Requirement is such a marvelous place truly in existence? I have spent a year at school, yet I have never stumbled upon it. Ryan remarked with a hint of skepticism. Nick, sensing Ryan's disbelief, quickly responded, "This place has been known for over 2 centuries, and countless students have discovered it throughout the years. Unfortunately, those aware of its existence guard the secret closely, so it is entirely understandable that you are unaware. Where's this place? Ryan inquired, as he began to piece together Nick's words. Indeed, it was the room of requirement, he mused. At long last, he could utilize that chamber, for previously, using it would attract unwanted attention and suspicion. As a wizard hailing from a family wholly disconnected from the magical realm, he theoretically should not have known of the room's existence. Yet, today, Nick's inquiry afforded Ryan a plausible reason to uncover its secrets. I have the diary in my possession. So why has there still been a mishap? Why do some faces reflect regret, while others exhibit joy, yet none reveal fear? Ryan pondered, his mind clouded with confusion as he entered the classroom. Upon arrival, he was met with startling news. Lockhart had been sent to the hospital due to an injury. After inquiring with his classmates and synthesizing the information he had gathered, Ryan deduced the sequence of events. Lockhart, feeling overshadowed by Ryan's performance in class yesterday, had decided to impress the older students today by bringing a snake to class. Unfortunately, while retrieving the snake from the potions storage in the basement, he was bitten. Fortunately, Professor Snape, who was teaching a potions class nearby, rushed to the scene and provided immediate assistance. Otherwise, Hogwarts might have been in search of a new defense against the dark arts instructor this year. Upon learning this news, Ryan could not help but acknowledge that Lockhart was truly a narcissist, willing to risk his own life to maintain his glittering facade. This indicated that, despite his lack of teaching ability, he was indeed a competent idol, not unlike those who endure extreme conditions for the sake of their craft. However, when 2 days later it was once again time for defense against the dark arts class, Ryan earnestly hoped for Lockhart's swift recovery, as Dumbledore had appointed Professor Snape to substitute. As Saturday morning dawned, Ryan arose early, for it was the day he had arranged to practice magical combat with Hermione. After sharing breakfast, he led her to the tapestry depicting the giant beating the fool, located on the 8th floor. The giant on the tapestry paused, curiously observing the two. "Why have we come here to practice magic? It appears rather empty," Hermione remarked. "Patience, this is the place the Gryffindor ghost, Nick, informed me about. He wouldn't deceive me," Ryan replied, concentrating his thoughts. "I wish for a place to practice combat." On his third turn, Hermione whispered, "Ryan, look." Following her pointed finger, Ryan noticed a door had materialized where there had once been a bare wall. He grasped the doorknob and opened it, beckoning Hermione, "Come in. It appears quite safe." Upon entering, they discovered the room was remarkably spacious. Lacking windows, the light emanated from torches affixed to the walls. A row of bookshelves lined one side, brimming with tomes. At the opposite end lay a plethora of instruments, some of which Ryan recognized from the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. In the center, a collection of satin cushions was arranged, likely intended for safe practice. Hermione dashed to the bookshelves, her excitement palpable as she traced the spines of the thick volumes bound in leather. "Look at these books," she exclaimed, "basic charms and counter-charms, mastering dark magic. The collection of defensive spells. These appear more comprehensive than the library's selection." Observing Hermione's eagerness, Ryan interjected, "Let us practice first. We will have ample time to explore these volumes later. They will not flee." With Ryan's gentle encouragement, Hermione successfully disarmed him, her exhilaration evident. Ryan shrugged, understanding that teaching often necessitates fostering a sense of achievement in learners. Prolonged failure can severely undermine one's confidence. Once Hermione's initial excitement waned, they began deliberating on their lessons for the day. Although Hermione intended to delve deeper into offensive spells, such as the stunning spell, Ryan adeptly persuaded her to focus on the shield charm. After locating the instructions in the collection of defensive spells, Hermione commenced her usual learning technique, memorization. Meanwhile, Ryan selected a book from the shelves to peruse. After some time, having mastered the spell, they initiated their combat practice, each casting the shield charm before launching disarming charms at one another. Following an hour of practice, they took a break, during which Hermione, seated on a cushion, remarked, "It seems you possess a greater aptitude for this than I do. Perhaps I am better suited to engaging with books." "Do not say such things. I am not as formidable as you believe. With sufficient practice, you will excel as well," Ryan encouraged, holding back a thought that lingered unspoken. "If you were to battle a horde of 100,000 zombies, it wouldn't take long for you to master the necessary spells and learn to wield them effectively in combat." Chapter 86. Performing a good deed. After spending half an hour tidying up, Ryan and his companions descended to the hall for lunch. As he and Hermione settled at their table, they spotted a furry black creature accompanied by a gleaming light bulb, alongside a small figure chattering incessantly. As they drew closer, Ryan realized that the furry creature was Harry, while the bald head belonged to Ron. The bustling individual beside them was Colin Creevy, a new student this year. What transpired? How did it come to this? Ryan inquired curiously once they were seated. You and Hermione ran off to read again, didn't you? It's a pity you missed our escapades today, Ron exclaimed animatedly, recounting his valiant exploits. Ryan quickly pieced together the day's events. This morning, Harry had gone to Quidditch practice, only to encounter the Slytherin team attempting to commandeer the pitch, leading to an altercation. Malfoy's derogatory remark towards Colin, calling him a mudblood, further exacerbated the tensions between the two houses. Ron had successfully cursed Malfoy with a slug spell, which ignited a chaotic exchange of spells until Professor McGonagall intervened to restore order. I must tell you, despite our predicament, Slytherin fared worse. Crabbe and Goyle both turned a vivid shade of purple, sprouting tiny antennae, while Malfoy's hair was dyed in a riot of colors. As Ron recounted the events with growing enthusiasm, Hermione interjected calmly. What punishment did Professor McGonagall impose? Both Gryffindor and Slytherin lost 150 points, Ron replied. I, along with Malfoy and their Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, must serve detention for a month. Harry's voice, muffled by the fur covering him, added an amusing quality to their conversation. Before Hermione could respond, Ron hastily suggested, let us discuss it after lunch. We arose early this morning, spent ages on the Quidditch pitch, and endured a lengthy reprimand from McGonagall. I'm on the verge of starvation. As they began to eat, Harry's furry visage made it cumbersome for him to consume his meal, often resulting in hair entangled with food. Ryan, intrigued, asked, why not visit Madame Pomfrey to remedy this? We would, but Professor McGonagall deemed it safe after her inspection and forbade us from going to the hospital wing, Ron explained. She insisted that we remember that spells should not be used to harm fellow students, and that we would not be permitted treatment until tomorrow afternoon. She believes this will help us learn a lesson. But honestly, it's Slytherin that instigated the trouble. Oh, by the way, Hermione suddenly recalled, what does mudblood mean? It's a dreadful term, Ron mumbled through a mouthful of sandwich. It is considered the most insulting word by those so-called purebloods, referring to wizards with both parents being muggles. Purebloods believe their lineage is superior, like the Malfoys. However, in truth, many purebloods have muggle relatives now. If they only intermarried within their own kind, wizards would have long since become extinct. Several pureblood families have perished due to their obsession with blood purity. Today you confronted Malfoy. Do you think his father will seek retribution? Ryan asked, a hint of concern in his voice. If he were to come after me, it would be quite embarrassing for him. If he were to trouble my father, it wouldn't be new. We had our share of disputes. Still, you're right. I should write to my father to give him a heads up. Not to worry, he can try. This fur is both painful and itchy, Harry exclaimed, gripping Ryan's hand in excitement. Ryan retrieved his wand and simply directed it at Harry, uttering the runic charm Gur, symbolizing transformation and growth. This spell was one of Ryan's recent discoveries while studying life magic and runic heritage. As a golden spell surged into Harry, his fur began to grow wildly. When it reached over 2 meters, it all shed simultaneously. Ryan observed as Harry's hair cascaded to the ground, and his clothes seemed to swell, prompting him to hurry to the dormitory to change and clean up. A few minutes later, Harry and Ron emerged, both sporting shiny bald heads. Ryan struggled to suppress his laughter. Can you make our hair grow too? Harry inquired. Alas, I cannot, as I do not know the hair growth charm. Ryan shook his head. I merely activated the magic within Harry, allowing its effects to manifest all at once, preventing the hair from growing indefinitely. However, this spell only dispels the magical effect. It cannot restore it to its original state. For instance, I cannot make Ron's hair grow back. Seeing Harry and Ron appear somewhat disheartened, Ryan encouraged them. At least Harry can now eat and use the restroom with ease. Besides, incessantly using magic on one's hair might not be beneficial. Not beneficial for the hair, Ron exclaimed. But my father always managed his hair impeccably with spells when he was young. And what of Mr. Weasley now? Harry inquired curiously. Oh, I believe Ryan is right. It's better to let nature take its course rather than meddling with magic on our hair, Ron asserted, as if struck by a revelation. In summary, although the situation was not resolved perfectly, it was managed successfully. Ryan felt quite satisfied with the good deed he had accomplished today. Regrettably, he did not earn any house points for it. He surmised that this might be due to having already received points for altering the world of flying cars. It seemed that subsequent changes stemming from that event would not yield additional points. Ryan silently pondered that to earn house points, one must create a significant stir. Chapter 87. Performing a great deed and contemplating a significant event, Ryan was suddenly reminded that he possessed 1/7 of Voldemort's soul. Ever since he was compelled by Uncle Gio to confront the situation in the world of Mr. Zombie, this notebook had exhibited a remarkable shift in demeanor, becoming far more docile than before. The subtle allure it once held had vanished completely. This was hardly surprising, considering that this object was merely a product of Voldemort's teenage years, characterized by a rather juvenile aspiration to have this Horcrux summon the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets to purge the school. This indicated that its primary function was not self-preservation, and its defenses were not nearly as formidable as those of the subsequent Horcruxes. Furthermore, despite Voldemort's extraordinary talents, his age inevitably limited his capabilities and resources. Not to mention, this Horcrux was based on an ordinary notebook, rendering it inherently less powerful than its later counterparts. Nevertheless, Ryan was resolute in his intention to find a way to dispose of this notebook. After all, he had already gleaned the most beneficial aspect from it, his ability to speak Parseltongue, while the remainder of its contents held little interest for him. However, the necessity of engaging deeply with this Horcrux to attain these benefits posed a significant risk. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. On the other hand, for a man who had mastered the myriad wonders of the multiverse, he possessed ample opportunities to acquire diverse powers and enhanced methods of longevity. He found himself somewhat disdainful of the knowledge Voldemort had inscribed within this notebook, particularly the method of evading death through Horcruxes. The teachings of the Maoshan Dao, which Ryan had acquired, repeatedly emphasized the importance of soul integrity, even when certain circumstances necessitated the crafting of magical artifacts. It was only permissible to sacrifice a minuscule fragment of the soul without jeopardizing its essence, followed by efforts to restore its completeness afterward. In contrast, the reckless dismemberment of one's soul, as practiced by Voldemort, was utterly unacceptable. Since this Horcrux held no value for Ryan, it was imperative to devise a means of disposing of it wisely. Discarding it haphazardly for someone else to find was out of the question. He was unwilling to gamble on such fortune. Moreover, having learned the significance of merit from his experiences in the world of the zombie Taoist, Ryan recognized that his cultivation of the Maoshan's Qingxin method had been remarkably smooth, thanks to the support of his virtuous deeds. Thus, engaging in actions that could harm others and diminish his own merit was entirely out of the question. Given the constraints on how he could dispose of it, Ryan pondered and devised a plan that would both constitute a noble act and resolve his predicament. The following day, Sunday, Ryan stationed himself in the corridor on the 8th floor, backpack in tow, eagerly watching as Dumbledore hurriedly exited his office and made his way to the restroom. Frankly, Ryan had never understood why there was no restroom within the headmaster's office. After all, for a centenarian like Dumbledore, the need to venture out for such a basic necessity was rather unfortunate. It was worth noting that even Gryffindor dormitories were equipped with private bathrooms. Dumbledore appeared somewhat surprised to see someone seeking him at such an early hour, but his tone remained gentle as he remarked, "Today is the weekend. I presume most students are still indulging in their slumber. However, given your urgency, it seems you have something important to discuss with me, so please follow me." With that, Professor Dumbledore guided Ryan to the entrance of his office, flanked by 2 stone gargoyles, and ascended the gradually spiraling staircase into the headmaster's quarters. The office was even more exquisite than depicted in the films. Ryan observed the grand desk adorned with an array of silver instruments, while a phoenix perched nearby, napping. Upon hearing their entrance, it merely lifted its eyelids for a fleeting glance before resuming its slumber. "Ah, that is Fawkes. He has not been in the best condition lately. I fear he may be nearing his time of rebirth," Dumbledore remarked as he settled into the grand office chair, gesturing for a nearby armchair to float across the table to face him. Once Ryan was seated, Dumbledore continued, "Although it is only the first week of school, you are aware that unforeseen events tend to arise. During my tenure as headmaster, I encountered my fair share of such occurrences, and I believe I can assist you in resolving your current issue. So do not rush, take your time to explain." Indeed, the confidence woven into Dumbledore's gentle words emanated a formidable aura. This strength was not akin to Lockhart's self-aggrandizement. Ryan sensed that had Dumbledore and Voldemort been of the same age, the latter would likely have met his end at Dumbledore's hands. We encounter myriad challenges throughout our lives, constantly busy with various matters. However, These should not impede our enjoyment of life. With that, Dumbledore raised his wand and declared, tea, juice, pumpkin juice, lemonade. With each name uttered, a corresponding beverage materialized on the table. It was only natural for a headmaster to possess such privileges within his office. Tea will suffice, thank you. Ryan formally requested a cup of the beverage. Each time he gazed into Dumbledore's blue eyes, hidden behind his spectacles, he felt as though he were being thoroughly scrutinized. Of course, this sensation had nothing to do with the soul-binding spells or truth serums often depicted in certain fanfictions. It was merely the wisdom and experience accumulated by a man who had weathered numerous storms in his long life. Pray tell, what troubles you? Or what issue have you discovered that requires the assistance of this old headmaster? Dumbledore inquired. At that moment, Ryan took a sip of tea and found himself completely at ease. He retrieved an iron box from his backpack, donned dragonhide gloves, and opened it to extract the notebook. Dumbledore's brows furrowed slightly at Ryan's demeanor. The seriousness with which he approached the matter suggested he had indeed uncovered something significant. Ultimately, the notebook was placed before Dumbledore. From its exterior, it appeared to be an ordinary notebook, even somewhat shabby and incongruous within the opulent surroundings of the headmaster's office. The simplicity of its appearance indicated its commonality. Hogwarts likely housed not fewer than 80 similar notebooks. Yet, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted from one of ease to vigilance, as he drew forth the renowned Elder Wand from within his robes. Chapter 88. Sometimes informing parents is a good approach. The notebook containing Voldemort's Horcrux appeared unremarkable at first glance, serving as a means of safeguarding the Horcrux. Its efficacy was not inferior to that of being concealed within a cavern or protected by formidable enchantments. Had this notebook merely entered Hogwarts, even Dumbledore, with his formidable authority as headmaster, would have been powerless against it. However, when this notebook was placed before Dumbledore, all covert methods of protection faltered. After all, even Ryan, who had only been acquainted with magic for less than 2 years, could sense the unsettling aura emanating from the notebook. How could Dumbledore, who had fought Voldemort for a lifetime, possibly remain oblivious? Dumbledore waved his wand, and silvery ribbons shot forth, binding the notebook securely. Beside him, the rather weary-looking Phoenix rose. Fixating on the notebook, "Child, come to my side," Dumbledore instructed, holding his wand aloft. "This object may be more perilous than I anticipated. I believe you should keep your distance." Though Ryan understood that the notebook had absorbed little energy since its creation and, following a confrontation with Uncle Nine, was likely devoid of significant offensive power, he could not articulate these thoughts. Thus, he complied and positioned himself behind Dumbledore. After all, today was about informing the parents, and one must present oneself appropriately for such an occasion. Once Ryan had concealed himself, Dumbledore transformed the ribbons binding the notebook into a translucent silver shield. He then meticulously manipulated a silver instrument on the table to open the notebook. Upon glimpsing the name inscribed on the title page, Ryan distinctly observed Dumbledore's posture momentarily stiffen. This reaction was to be expected. Although Voldemort's original name was largely unknown due to his efforts to obliterate his past, Dumbledore, having been a teacher for 7 years and a lifelong adversary of Voldemort, could not fail to recognize the ownership of this object at first sight. After all, in the original narrative, Dumbledore, who insisted on referring to Voldemort as Tom, could hardly be ignorant of his original name, having battled Voldemort for half a lifetime. Dumbledore was well aware of the nature of the Dark Wizard and did not underestimate the significance of his remnants. As he hastily flipped through the pages and found them blank, Dumbledore began to wield his wand with considerable fervor, reciting incantations aloud. For a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, most spells could be cast silently. During his confrontation with Voldemort in the Ministry of Magic, he was even able to argue while casting spells. The fact that Dumbledore was vocalizing the incantations now indicated his apprehension regarding the notebook. With each incantation, fiery runes of ancient magic erupted from the tip of Dumbledore's wand and penetrated the notebook. Although Ryan had acquired a comprehensive understanding of ancient runes during his journey to Iceland, he could not decipher the magic Dumbledore was currently invoking. It was akin to reading the individual words of a complex paper without grasping its overarching theme. As the characters continued to enter the notebook, wisps of black smoke began to emanate, ultimately coalescing into a vague, smoky visage, barely discernible in its features. Once the face materialized, the burning runes transformed into a blazing crimson chain, ensnaring the ghastly countenance. The smoky visage writhed in the air, attempting to break free. Although Voldemort's power was likely comparable to Dumbledore's, if not slightly superior, this diary contained merely 1/7 of Voldemort, representing a youthful version of him. It was evident that it could not match Dumbledore's true form. Ryan observed the visage's struggle diminishing, while the flaming chains tightened their grip until it finally lay still. Yet, he noticed Dumbledore's expression had grown more grave. Could trouble be looming? As this thought crossed Ryan's mind, a piercing scream erupted from the diary. The ghastly face dissipated into mist, seeping through the fiery chains and forming a dark, conical shape that lunged toward Dumbledore's face. The shriek compelled Ryan to cover his ears and crouch down. This sound was not merely auditory, it contained an assault aimed at the very soul. Although he could not discern the nature of the cone, he could surmise it was anything but benign. In a flash, Dumbledore conjured a shield of flames before him. Upon impact, the conical shape dissipated against the shield, its essence consumed by the flames. Ryan observed as the cone swiftly shrank in size. Due to the previous energy expenditure of Voldemort's diary, this cone lacked sufficient force. Within a minute, Dumbledore's fiery shield extinguished the thread entirely. Seeing the cone vanish, Ryan exhaled in relief. At that moment, the diary emitted a peculiar sound. He watched as it plummeted onto the table, spewing forth black ink. The moment the ink touched the surface, an explosion of flames erupted, as if the ink were gasoline. The flames spread along the ink, igniting the diary, which was consumed by fire as rapidly as if it had been soaked in fuel. Ultimately, the diary was reduced to a pile of ashen remnants. Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the ashes to vanish, then signaled to Ryan that all was well. Ryan then recounted how Lucius Malfoy had placed objects into Ginny's cauldron, expressing his belief, formed over a year of acquaintance, that the Weasley family were inherently good people. He found it implausible that they would possess such malevolent artifacts, suggesting that it was likely a fabrication by the Malfoy family. After listening to Ryan's account, Dumbledore spoke. This is an exceedingly dangerous object. Your decision was astute, and thus, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. However, my dear child, I implore you not to disclose what you have witnessed. The evil concealed within is not something students of your age should engage with, and I wish to prevent any panic among the student body. I will keep the secret. Headmaster Dumbledore, Ryan assured him. With that, he descended the spiral staircase of the headmaster's office. As he reached the level of the floor, he glanced back to see Dumbledore leaning in his chair, contemplating the pile of ashes, lost in thought. Chapter 89. The Emerald Dreamscape. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Ryan received a system notification. A significant alteration in the narrative had granted him 15 deviation points. However, the presence of a serpent monster lurking in the secret chamber instilled a sense of unease. Determined to ensure the safety of his peers and to acquire more deviation points, Ryan resolved to eliminate the serpent monster. Initially, he had no intention of this course of action, but after obtaining the Mauchon Dao scriptures in the realm of Mr. Vampire, he discovered a potential solution, the formation of a magical array. By meticulously arranging the array in advance, one could wield immense energy with minimal force. In the Mr. Vampire world, which was a realm devoid of abundant energy-rich materials, magical arrays had gradually fallen out of common use. Yet, these techniques were still documented in the Mauchon Dao scriptures. Upon perusing the texts, Ryan found certain arrays that could be employed against the serpent monster concealed in the secret chamber. The pressing question now was the procurement of materials to construct the array. Purchasing them would undoubtedly exceed his current funds, not to mention that buying such a quantity would raise suspicions. After much contemplation, he concluded that he must gather the materials himself, leading him to consider the Forbidden Forest. For the array's efficacy, the quality of materials was paramount. Better materials would yield superior results. However, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest could not be indiscriminately slaughtered, particularly with beings like unicorns. The death of even one would prompt a thorough search by the entire school. Moreover, Ryan had chosen the path of life balance, and senseless killing was contrary to his spiritual practice. Thus, he set his sights on the eight-eyed giant spider. This creature was an ideal target, numerous and quick to breed. The demise of a few would likely go unnoticed. Furthermore, they were classified as malevolent, unnatural beings, akin to the serpent monster, both having been conjured by wizards. The invasion of such creatures disrupted the delicate equilibrium of the Forbidden Forest. A crucial point was that Ryan's life magic was particularly effective against these unnatural creatures, making the hunt considerably easier. However, before embarking on this endeavor, Ryan needed to make some preparations. After a busy weekend, He stealthily slipped out of the castle after curfew on Monday night, heading toward the forbidden forest. The forest was shrouded in darkness, and he summoned a lantern plant from the apothecary to illuminate his path, just as he ventured along the narrow forest trail for a mere 10 minutes. Rustling sounds emanated from the thicket, followed by a large creature leaping forth from the woods. As Ryan instinctively reached for his wand, he paused, recognizing the creature before him. After a moment of scrutiny, he exhaled in relief and lowered his wand, saying, "Betty, good evening. You nearly frightened me to death by popping out like that." The creature was none other than his old acquaintance, the centaur Betty, whom he had met while tending to unicorns in the Forbidden Forest last year. Betty regarded Ryan for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Have you visited the Chiron Temple on Crete this summer?" "Not yet. I'm still wearing the ring you gave me," Ryan replied, retrieving a chain from around his neck, with the ring dangling from it. "Ah, that's curious," Betty said, pawing the ground with her forehooves. "Then how did you learn the method to enter the Emerald Dreamscape?" "The Emerald Dreamscape? What is that?" Ryan asked, intrigued. After a moment's contemplation, Betty replied, "Take my hand. Do not resist the invitation within your heart, and I believe you will understand once you enter the Emerald Dreamscape." Trusting that Betty meant him no harm, Ryan promptly extended his hand. As soon as he grasped Betty's hand, he felt a beckoning on a spiritual level, and he quickly acquiesced to the invitation. The instant he mentally accepted, Ryan found his consciousness transported to an expansive realm, brimming with natural energy and vitality. Although he was certain he had never visited this world before, it felt vaguely familiar. Eventually, he recalled that it bore resemblance to the dream world he encountered at the altar in Iceland, albeit this realm was far more vast and teeming with life. Unlike the desolate world he had previously experienced. Upon inspecting himself, Ryan noticed that his spirit had taken the form of an 11 or 12-year-old boy, rather than the youthful appearance he had previously possessed. He surmised that this transformation resulted from his cultivation of the Maoshan Dao, which had fortified his spirit, preventing it from unconsciously emitting information. At that moment, he observed that the luminous orbs surrounding him coalesced into the figure of Betty. "I have not been to the Emerald Dreamscape, but I have visited a similar realm. However, that world was significantly smaller and far more lifeless," Ryan remarked to the gradually materializing figure of Betty. "Wizards sometimes carve out a piece of the Emerald Dreamscape as their private domain. The place you visited may well be one of those. But be aware that once a portion of the Emerald Dreamscape is severed from its essence, it will swiftly lose all vitality, rendering the detached world lifeless. Such actions also inflict harm upon the Emerald Dreamscape, so Ryan, do not emulate those ill-fated examples." After imparting this warning, Betty continued, "After witnessing your aid to the unicorns, I believed you possessed the qualifications to enter the Emerald Dreamscape. That ring was intended to guide you in learning how to access the Emerald Dreamscape from my mentor. I never anticipated you would acquire the method from elsewhere. Would you be able to demonstrate your technique to me?" "Of course," Ryan replied, and with that, he utilized his method to exit the Emerald Dreamscape and re-enter. Upon his return, he noticed Betty furrowing her brow. "The method you learned is distinctly wizardly. It essentially forces a rift into the realm, which can be harmful to both your spirit and the Emerald Dreamscape," she noted. However, she soon relaxed, gesturing to the green orbs surrounding Ryan. "Yet, since the Emerald Dreamscape has accepted you, you have already surpassed the most challenging threshold for entering this realm. Therefore, you no longer need to study how to communicate with the Emerald Dreamscape at the Chiron Temple. I can teach you the true method of entering this world." Subsequently, Betty instructed Ryan on the correct approach to enter the Emerald Dreamscape. Through her teachings, Ryan discovered that the method involved attuning oneself to the flow of nature and communicating with it, ultimately allowing a seamless entry. This technique was far more intricate and refined than the one he had gleaned from the memories of the Viking wizard. Nevertheless, it proved to be vastly superior in terms of entry speed and energy expenditure, as Ryan realized this was indeed the authentic method, while the Viking wizard's approach was merely a shortcut. As he practiced, Ryan couldn't help but sincerely reflect on the invaluable insights he had gained from this expedition to the Forbidden Forest, hoping each visit would yield such rich rewards. Chapter 90. The Harvest of the Forbidden Forest. During a break in practice, Ryan inquired of Betty why she had taken the initiative to teach him these matters. It was not surprising that Ryan was suspicious, having witnessed the pervasive secrecy surrounding knowledge in the wizarding world. He found it hard to believe in the existence of a free lunch. Upon hearing Ryan's question, Betty replied with utmost seriousness, "Because we need more allies. Follow me." and you will understand why. With that, Betty led Ryan to the base of a colossal tree and waved her hand. The tree extended a branch, forming a circular platform. They ascended the platform, which gradually lifted them to the treetop. Upon reaching the summit, Betty gestured towards a particular direction, saying, "Since this place is called the Emerald Dreamland, it must harbor dreadful nightmares. Our centaur tribe resides within the Forbidden Forest, and we have a crucial task: to eradicate the existence of these nightmares." Ryan looked towards the area Betty was indicating and noticed that the trees there were starkly different from those elsewhere. While the forest in other regions was vibrant and lush, that particular grove was shrouded in darkness and silence. "What is that?" Ryan asked, pointing at the distinct patch of woodland. To begin the story of that desolate forest, Betty recounted the tale of their centaur society. "We centaurs are the only sentient beings residing in this forbidden forest. Since time immemorial, wherever we dwell, we strive to maintain the natural balance of that forest. Typically, the male centaurs are tasked with hunting, gathering, or venturing out, which is what humans generally observe. However, our society is matriarchal. The female centaurs seldom leave the village, as they are responsible for our safety and well-being. Moreover, due to the occasional unreliability of the male centaurs, the leaders of our tribe are female. Importantly, while male centaurs excel in divination and combat, the females possess a profound ability to communicate with nature and wield natural magic with greater proficiency, as well as navigating the Emerald Dreamland." Noticing the look of confusion in Ryan's eyes, Betty compassionately paused her narrative and asked, "Little Colt, do you have any questions or points of confusion? It may be somewhat presumptuous, but my textbooks only mention that centaurs excel in healing magic, archery, astronomy, and divination. They never indicated that you possess other skills," Ryan replied. With a dismissive flick of her tail, Betty chuckled. "Most wizards are blind to other beings. They never bother to uncover the truth. To my knowledge, there exists a rather farcical centaur liaison office within your Ministry of Magic, yet no centaur has ever set foot there since its establishment." After mocking the foolishness of the ministry, Betty continued, "We once lived peacefully in this forest, undisturbed for centuries, until a grave incident occurred nearly 40 years ago. The trouble was caused by a dark creature, the eight-eyed giant spider. They began to proliferate rapidly here, as they have no natural predators in this woodland, resulting in a geometric increase in their numbers. This led to a devastating disruption of the local ecological structure. As Betty's frustration grew, she gradually tempered her tone, realizing Ryan's presence beside her. "You must understand, even though the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest are the largest group in all of Britain, we number only a little over 60. Faced with hundreds of these enormous spiders, we are utterly defenseless. Thus, we have no choice but to limit their range of activity, eliminating all spiders that venture beyond that perimeter. However, even this measure has only resulted in the perimeter expanding further. Their dark aura and destructive hunting have ravaged the surrounding nature, casting a shadow upon the Emerald Dreamland, manifesting as the lifeless grove you see. Why not inform Professor Dumbledore? I believe he could resolve this issue," Ryan expressed, puzzled. "This is a matter of natural balance, one that concerns us centaurs and those like you recognized by the Emerald Dreamland. It would be inappropriate to burden other wizards with our affairs. Moreover, we have an agreement with the wizards. The castle and grounds belong to the school, while the Forbidden Forest belongs to us. Neither party should interfere in the other's domain." "Very well, such political matters are indeed difficult to discuss. However, upon hearing that the eight-eyed giant spider is causing trouble in the Forbidden Forest, I suddenly feel fortunate today. I must tell you, I need to create a magical item, but I lack the necessary materials. Thus, I have concluded that the eight-eyed giant spider is the only source for what I require. After all, they are not native creatures. Eliminating them would not upset the local balance." "Oh, truly? It is my understanding that humans are often driven by self-interest, which provides the strongest motivation. So, you are suggesting that you will join in the campaign to eradicate the eight-eyed giant spiders that threaten the ecological balance of the Forbidden Forest, correct?" Betty remarked with a hint of delight. "Indeed, madam," Ryan affirmed with a nod. Betty then added, "However, as a second-year wizard, I am curious about what resources you possess to ensure you can vanquish those pesky eight-eyed giant spiders. After all, I am well aware of the typical skill level of human wizards at your age. I do not believe such average capabilities would be of any use in this conflict." Ryan contemplated for a moment, deciding to reveal a portion of his capabilities to assure their collaboration. "You last witnessed my ability to summon some magical plants. In truth, I can summon far more than you observed. Give me a little time, and I could even assemble a botanical army. Aside from their inability to move, they pose no significant issues. Betty nodded in acknowledgement. When we first encountered one another, your plants gave me a sense of danger. I believe they must possess combat potential. As soon as Betty finished speaking, Ryan felt a profound connection to the Emerald Dreamland through his vow. He sensed that breaching this promise would invite nature's retribution. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, "Madam, this." Yet Betty responded with great ease, as the first human ally in 50 years. "This is the only way to assure trust among us. Besides, as long as one does not violate their oath, what harm could come?" Ryan felt deeply moved. He realized that the greatest treasure he had gained from this visit to the Forbidden Forest was the friendship of a centaur. Chapter 91. Preparations for War. Betty informed Ryan that the centaur tribe was preparing to eliminate the eight-eyed giant spiders once again. She expressed her hope that Ryan could enter the Emerald Dream each night, allowing her to leave him messages. However, Ryan was displeased, as his current abilities limited his stay in the Emerald Dream to no more than 2 hours per night, lest he be gradually assimilated by nature. Betty was equally astonished to learn of this time constraint, as she believed that most novices could endure only half an hour. Ryan speculated that his resistance stemmed from the trials his soul had endured during planar travel. Combined with the fact that the Maoshan Qingshin technique he had mastered prioritized the cultivation of the spirit far more than the magic found in the world of Harry Potter. In the following days, Ryan attended classes and completed his assignments as usual, while also participating in a collaborative study group in the common room each evening. It is worth mentioning that Ginny and Colin, upon discovering that Harry Potter was also part of this group, insisted on joining. Such persuasion from upperclassmen proved remarkably effective. Even Colin, a fervent admirer, left his camera in his dormitory during study sessions, having been threatened by Ryan with expulsion from the group should he disturb others. Unlike the previous year, this year's group included new students, necessitating that each second-year student not only discuss their own assignments but also assist the newcomers. Although this was not mandatory, many second-year students, including Hermione, were eager to mentor the first years, as she believed that teaching them would aid her own revision of past material. Upon learning this rationale, Ryan concluded that Hermione's brilliance was indeed formidable. He found himself yearning for a guest who could enhance his own learning capabilities. Despite the improvements in his memory, analytical skills, and concentration garnered from practicing the Maoshan Qingshin technique, he still fell short in comparison to Hermione's innate aptitude. On Thursday, as he entered the Emerald Dream, Ryan noticed a green light approaching him. He reached out to receive it, discovering it to be a letter from Betty. She informed him that the battle would commence on Saturday, urging him to prepare in advance. He felt confident in catching the green light, as his current location was safeguarded by a special magic that deterred any malevolent entities. Upon his initial entry into the Emerald Dream from Hogwarts, Ryan was surprised to find himself standing atop a tall tower, enveloped in a violet protective barrier. On the tower, he discovered a plaque which indicated that this tower would serve as a sanctuary for any Hogwarts student who entered the Emerald Dream. To his astonishment, the inscription bore the signatures of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. It was a testament to their extraordinary power, not only to leave their mark across various planes, but also to create a conducive environment for future generations. After thoroughly exploring the tower, Ryan stumbled upon some records etched into a stone at its base. Each wizard who reached this location had inscribed their name and the date of their arrival. Most names were pseudonyms, but some genuine identities, such as that of the great wizard Merlin, took Ryan by surprise. Additionally, the timestamps revealed a stark decline in the number of Hogwarts wizards entering the Emerald Dream after the era of the 4 founders, from 2 per year to none for several consecutive years. He noted that the last recorded visitor, in 1861, highlighted the growing disparity between the advancement of human civilization and the diminishing number of wizards capable of harmonizing with nature and accessing the Emerald Dream. In subsequent visits to the Emerald Dream, Ryan consistently materialized from this tower. As he began to explore his surroundings, he found that the violet barrier posed no hindrance to his movements, suggesting that any student recognized by the school would remain unaffected by it. In the Emerald Dream, aside from his training, Ryan dedicated his time to strategizing with the centaurs. Thanks to the Emerald Dream, they could communicate without attracting outside attention. After making some adjustments to the centaurs' plans, Ryan conjured a leaf from the air and inscribed it with a series of messages. With a snap of his fingers, the leaf folded into a paper airplane and soared towards the Forbidden Forest. This was the first nature-related spell he had learned, enabling communication with others in the Emerald Dream at close range. During their previous exchanges, Betty had subtly taught him some nature-based magic, introducing this particular spell on their first day of interaction. Through his studies, Ryan recognized a commonality between nature magic and dark magic. Both required inner strength and exerted a subtle influence on the user. He suspected that Betty's instruction in nature magic might be the centaur's way of inviting him into their fold, a notion he found agreeable. Unlike many male centaurs who adhered to an extreme stance, eschewing all but their bows and arrows, Betty's perspective, which embraced the role of intelligent beings as part of the natural cycle, was more palatable to him. After addressing these matters, Ryan devoted the remaining time to studying magic. With the battle looming on Saturday, he understood the value of last-minute preparation. Chapter 92. Gathering of Personnel. As Saturday dawned, Ryan spent the morning practicing the obstacle charm with Hermione. After lunch, he seized an opportunity to slip away into the forbidden forest. Having walked along the path for scarcely 5 minutes, he soon spotted the silhouette of a centaur standing ahead. However, it was not his acquaintance, Betty, but rather a male centaur he had never encountered before. This male centaur appeared taller than Betty, his equine form adorned with a creamy, pale yellow hue. He had light golden hair, and his eyes were a striking sky blue, reminiscent of Professor Dumbledore's. He seemed considerably younger than Betty, likely still in his youth. "Are you here to fetch me from Aunt Betty?" Ryan inquired of the centaur. "Indeed, you must be Ryan. I am Forenza, and it is a pleasure to meet you." As he introduced himself, the centaur bent down and extended his hand. This was likely the centaur who had come to Hogwarts 5 years prior to teach divination, and he was known to be among the most amicable of his kind towards humans. It was no wonder Betty had chosen him for this task, Ryan thought as he shook Forenza's hand. The two then followed a fork in the path toward a location Ryan had not previously visited, but based on their direction, it seemed to lead toward the desolate jungle he had glimpsed in the Emerald Dream. Sure enough, Forenza elaborated, "We are to convene near the valley occupied by the Acromantulas. Once assembled, we can proceed directly to the battlefield. The village shaman has established a natural barrier, so there is no need to worry about the spiders discovering us prematurely." Along the way, Forenza expressed a keen curiosity about Ryan's life at Hogwarts. It appeared he harbored a fascination for human society. He also informed Ryan that his participation in the conflict had sparked some contention within the Centaur tribe. The conservative faction, led by Ronan, firmly believed this was merely an affair concerning the sentient beings of the Forbidden Forest, and that the humans from the castle need not intervene. Conversely, Betty argued passionately that this human had been recognized by the Emerald Dream, and as children of nature, the centaurs should not refuse to stand alongside one whom nature favored in the fight against darkness. "You cannot imagine. Nearly half of my people support your involvement in this hunt, while the other half staunchly oppose it," Forenza remarked, glancing back at Ryan. "Thus, my presence here signifies your agreement with Aunt Betty's proposal. How did she persuade the others?" Ryan queried, perplexed. "Persuade? Ronan and his faction are as stubborn as mules. How could one sway them? Ultimately, the unicorns, having learned of your actions, deemed it fit to allow your participation." Seeing allies rallying to Betty's side, Ronan and his group were left with no choice but to acquiesce. It seemed that Ryan's previous act of kindness in aiding an injured unicorn had not gone unnoticed. And indeed, good deeds reap rewards, he mused inwardly. At this juncture, Forenza added gravely, "Though we centaurs are inherently honorable and would never resort to deceit once a promise is made, Ronan and his companions are unlikely to extend you any warmth. I hope this does not displease you." "Rest assured, I shall not be perturbed," Ryan replied. After all, internal conflict among allies in the face of a formidable adversary was utterly inadvisable. After traversing for over half an hour, Ryan and Forenza finally reached their destination, a clearing within the forest adorned with several large stones. Upon Forenza's announcement that they had arrived, Ryan immediately halted to pat down his legs before selecting a stone to sit upon. The terrain of this jungle was indeed treacherous, and given that Forenza's for equine legs, even at a leisurely pace, far outstripped Ryan's speed, he had remained in a constant state of brisk walking and jogging. Even a mere half-hour's journey had left him quite fatigued. Fortunately, the enhancements he had received from the assassin's training, coupled with his practice of the Meow Mountain Heart technique, had fortified his constitution, allowing him to keep pace with Forenza without disgrace. At that moment, Forenza approached, looking down at Ryan, and remarked, "I expected your stamina to be lacking, and was prepared to carry you when you could walk no more." After exchanging a few light-hearted words, A thicket before them parted to reveal a narrow path. Following this trail, Ryan and Forenza soon arrived at a small valley, where over 40 centaurs and a dozen unicorns stood scattered, accompanied by a large gray wolf. It appeared that this was the entirety of the forces assembled to eliminate the Acromantulas. The numbers seemed rather sparse. No wonder those giant spiders had remained entrenched in the forbidden forest for decades. Such a small contingent could hardly hope to eradicate them all. Shortly thereafter, 2 additional centaurs arrived, indicating that their ranks were complete. Betty stood atop a stone, beginning to assign pre-battle tasks. As Betty methodically designated responsibilities, Ryan found himself growing somewhat bored. Just as his mind began to wander, he suddenly heard Betty call out his name. "Ryan, please demonstrate your plants so we can gauge their capabilities before finalizing our arrangements." "Certainly, ma'am." Ryan bowed and proceeded to summon one of each plant he intended to utilize in the battle, showcasing how each would attack. After witnessing the demonstrations, several centaurs who had previously regarded Ryan with disdain immediately altered their demeanor, gathering around the plants with newfound curiosity. They were likely the dissenters from Ronan's faction that Forenza had mentioned. However, the centaurs' thought processes seemed to be more straightforward than those of humans. Soon a tall, older centaur approached Ryan, his equine form a striking red, complete with crimson hair and beard. "I am Ronan," he announced as he approached Ryan. "I acknowledge your abilities render you indispensable to this battle. I apologize for my prior disdain towards you." Ryan accepted his apology, and Betty smiled at this exchange before continuing to allocate specific combat assignments. Ryan was grouped with the Grey Wolf, tasked with establishing a defensive position at a designated site. He also distributed some supplies among the centaurs. Upon receiving his orders, Ryan, alongside the Grey Wolf, hurried towards the specified location, as they had but an hour and a half before the hunt would commence. Chapter 93. The arrangement of positions. The afternoon sun in September was not particularly fierce in the Forbidden Forest, where rays of light filtered through the branches and leaves like slender pillars, creating an ethereal, poetic beauty. However, this enchanting scene was soon disrupted by a voice reminiscent of a rusty bell. "Hey, kid. I really don't understand why Betty paired us up. Look at my physique. My teeth, my claws. I ought to be on the front lines, not hiding behind everyone as mere muscle." This was followed by an incessant monologue detailing the speaker's illustrious exploits. Meanwhile, Ryan, standing beside the loquacious wolf, helplessly rubbed his forehead, as he had always perceived wolves to be creatures of silence. Thus, he was somewhat apprehensive that his task with this wolf might become rather tedious. Little did he expect that this wolf would not only converse, but would also be a chatterbox. Since departing from the assembly point, the wolf had been babbling nonstop, a stark contrast to its previously aloof demeanor while waiting for task assignments, especially with the wolf's somewhat comical expression accompanying its endless prattle. Ryan began to suspect that this creature might be a hybrid of a wolf and a husky. "Mr. Wolf, please don't just talk to me. I have no idea where we're going. It's entirely up to you to lead," Ryan said, a hint of concern in his voice, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the Forbidden Forest. "Don't worry. I've lived here for 15 years. I could navigate it with my eyes closed," the Grey Wolf replied. Then he inquired, "Could you tell me more about what those televisions are for?" Ryan reluctantly explained the concept of a television to him. It was quite unfortunate for the Grey Wolf, as he was actually the offspring of 2 werewolves who, in their wolf form, had engaged in certain activities that resulted in his birth. Abandoned at birth, he was fortunate that Professor Dumbledore brought him to the Forbidden Forest, where centaurs raised him. Despite his wolfish appearance, he possessed a lifespan and intelligence comparable to that of humans. Thus, to a youth yearning for the outside world, encountering someone with whom to converse was a rare opportunity, prompting incessant inquiries about the external realm. After exchanging words for over 10 minutes, the duo finally reached their designated location, a small hill slightly elevated beside a stream, devoid of trees. "Why is it that I often encounter the inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest in clearings? Even when preparing to attack the enemy, we must choose an open space. Is it that clearings are auspicious spots within the Forbidden Forest?" Ryan pondered aloud. Of course, within the Forbidden Forest, all sentient beings are at the pinnacle of the food chain. Thus, they do not need to conceal themselves. If concealment is unnecessary, then the areas where one can see the sky are the most advantageous. For instance, during the day, when the sun is not too intense, I bask in the sun in open clearings, especially in the morning. Otherwise, the dew from the forest leaves one's fur damp and uncomfortable, Wolf explained earnestly. That sounds quite reasonable. I've learned something today. Is it true that every existence possesses wisdom? Indeed, one must maintain humility on the path of knowledge to glean more. Ryan reflected. After an hour, Ryan had arranged sufficient vegetation in the area. It was worth praising the potato mines, which could clearly distinguish between friend and foe. Thus, after spending half an hour planting various plants in the clearing, Ryan and Wolf spent the remaining time setting up potato mines in the nearby woods. While working, Ryan suddenly realized that he had initially intended only to eliminate the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, yet now found himself embroiled in a battle, playing a crucial role in it. Was this not akin to planting trees simply to procure an apple? Nevertheless, since he had come this far, retreating was not an option. It was best to see the current task through to completion. However, Ryan also recognized that he had been guided by the centaur Betty in making his current choices. It must be said that no one who ascends to leadership is a fool. Ryan could only be grateful that Betty had no malicious intent this time, and that defeating those spiders aligned with his own interests. Yet, this served as a warning bell for Ryan. The next individual to guide him may not be benevolent. Such experiences in navigating human interactions could only be mastered through gradual exposure. There was no shortcut. Given this, adopting a laid-back, laissez-faire attitude was indeed the wisest approach, as overthinking often led to greater losses. As they neared the completion of their preparations, distant explosions echoed through the air. Ryan recognized the sound of the cherry bombs he had previously gifted to the centaurs. The spiders were approaching, with the explosions drawing nearer. The sound of hooves began to mingle with the cacophony, accompanied by some peculiar noises. Before long, Ryan witnessed the centaurs charging out of the woods. Although they appeared largely unscathed, upon closer inspection, he noticed that they all seemed somewhat fatigued, their 2 quivers nearly depleted, save for the full quiver on their backs. No wonder they symbolized warfare in the age of cold weapons. Ryan had seen their quivers, each containing an average of 30 arrows. To shoot off 60 arrows in a short span was far beyond human capability. Bringing up the rear were the unicorns, occasionally unleashing lightning from their horns to strike at the encroaching forbidden forest. Truly, they were magnificent creatures rivaling dragons. As all allied combatants retreated to the vicinity of the small hill, Ryan transferred control of the plants to several centaurs and Wolf. This was part of the prearranged plan, as these centaurs possessed a deeper understanding of the enemy and could inflict greater damage upon the acromantulas. Ryan then stepped into the prepared magical formation, which he had learned from the texts of the Malchant school. This formation was primarily designed to provide energy to the user while offering a simple protective barrier against malevolent influences. The formation was relatively straightforward. It had taken Ryan only 3 minutes to set it up. Visually, it resembled copper nails secured to the ground, intertwined with crimson thread dyed in rooster blood. The sole distinction from the original was that Ryan had chosen sunlight crystals to supply energy to the formation, as that was the only consumable he had at his disposal. Fortunately, this choice endowed the formation with a stronger solar energy, making it more effective against the acromantulas. With everything in place, the sound of scuttling echoed from the forest. The acromantulas were coming. Chapter 94. The Great Battle with the Giant Spiders. As the sound of clicking grew louder, the 8-eyed giant spiders finally surged forth from the jungle. Simultaneously, the centaurs began directing the plants to unleash their fire. The incoming wave of 8-eyed spiders was as large dogs, exhibiting remarkable agility. Ryan felt fortunate to have entrusted the shooting command to the centaurs. Based on his previous experiences battling those sluggish zombies, he would have missed these swift arachnids entirely. Seizing the opportunity while the pressure on the front lines remained manageable, Ryan carefully observed the spiders. These creatures moved with exceptional speed and adaptability. He witnessed not only the spiders charging from the ground, but also some descending from the trees above. According to the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, 8-eyed giant spiders hailed from the distant Southeast Asian East Indies, not being native to Britain. Clearly, they lacked natural predators here, resulting in a severe biological invasion. Considering that these 8-eyed spiders were carnivorous, even if their hunting frequency and appetite were inferior to that of mammals, the sheer number of them posed a devastating threat to the local food chain. Before long, the first wave of 8-eyed spiders that burst from the woods fell under the relentless fire of machine gun peas. Just as Ryan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed the serious expression on Wolf's face beside him. Wolf explained, "The first wave is merely a scouting party. The main force follows." The 8-eyed spiders were not ordinary creatures. They possessed intelligence. Ryan tightened his grip on his wand, fixating on the forest where a cacophony of clicks emanated. He sensed the fury of the spiders lurking within the thicket. With a piercing sound, it was as if a charge was called. And the spiders poured forth from the woods, densely arrayed in a semicircular formation akin to small hills. Concurrently, some spiders attempted to flank across the river to launch an attack from behind the hills. Fortunately, Ryan had previously set up a series of plants using water lilies on the surface, easily dispatching the larger spiders hindered by the currents and sediment below. Though the ambushers had been dealt with, the pressure directly ahead intensified. Not only was the number of spiders increasing, but their size was also gradually escalating. Some spiders emerged from the trees, rivaling the size of draft horses. Utilizing the spores of the hallucination mushroom as a material for casting, Ryan unleashed the ancient Viking spell Dread of Filth. The eight-eyed spiders, being artificially bred dark creatures, were evidently affected. Several spiders within the spell's radius became entangled in a chaotic struggle, simultaneously slowing their movements and creating better opportunities for the plants to fire. As Ryan reached into his pouch for the hallucination mushroom buns, he queried Wolf, "You mentioned you had lured the enemy out several times. Did you previously toss explosives into their den?" "In the past, we lacked such weaponry. We merely affixed ignited pest-repellent herbs to our arrows," Wolf replied. Ryan began to understand why the eight-eyed spiders had suddenly retaliated. The centaur's previous assaults were akin to hurling refuse into a neighbor's yard. While intolerable, the actual damage was minimal. This time, however, the explosive cherries, bound together, possessed a blast comparable to a cluster grenade, evidently inflicting severe harm. It was no wonder the eight-eyed spiders were in an uproar. Nonetheless, pondering the past was futile. They were now facing the onslaught. Ryan surveyed the battlefield and noted that although the spiders' assault was fierce, the heavy firepower from their plants, coupled with the explosive cherry arrows and his own spells, effectively stymied the spiders' momentum. While the machine gun peas inflicted minimal damage on the larger spiders due to their spherical shape, they could easily incapacitate them by shattering their legs, rendering them immobile on the battlefield. Among the plants he had deployed, Ryan discovered that the most effective were the fire dragon grass and potato mines. The fire dragon grass proved to be a natural enemy to the hairy spiders. Even a slight singeing would result in them engulfed in flames within seconds. Regrettably, to prevent igniting the forest, the fire dragon grass had been set in the inner circle, limiting its area of effect. The potato mines, under the guidance of Lady Betty, effectively pinpointed the spiders' gathering spots through her communication with the forest, detonating the mines near these clusters. Although the explosions could not slay the spiders, the force was sufficient to shatter their delicate legs, rendering them combat ineffective. After more than half an hour of fierce combat, a sudden sound of splintering would echoed from the woods, heralding the appearance of the last spider, enormous as a young elephant. Upon seeing Ryan and his companions, this spider waved its pincers, producing a distinct clicking sound that conveyed its fury. Mozag. Ryan discerned the surprise etched on Wolf's face. Who was Mozag? Ryan ransacked his memory, but found no recollection of such a name. Thankfully, the massive spider's vocalization elucidated the situation. The explosive arrow had likely soared into the nest due to favorable winds, destroying a portion of the eggs and severing two of Aragog's legs. Thus, as Aragog's mate, Mozag vowed to annihilate everyone present and consume them. What began as a hunt had morphed into a desperate battle. Yet, recognizing that he was also within the encircled prey, Ryan resolved to fight with all his might. With this determination, he opened a spatial gateway to the realm of Plants vs. Zombies and retrieved several crates of explosive cherries, his entire recent stockpile. Moreover, the eccentric Dave, upon witnessing the spatial portal, contacted Ryan to inquire about needed assistance. Ultimately, Ryan promised him no less than 20 spider carcasses in exchange for 2 rotating machine guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, a small box of grenades was included, unearthed from a military base during recent urban recovery efforts. As these items were of little use against zombies, Dave gifted them to Ryan as a favor. Alas, due to the absence of a military factory and the lengthy duration since the apocalypse, the usable ammunition was scarce. Thus, receiving 10,000 rounds was indeed a substantial boon. Upon the arrival of these weapons, Ryan felt a surge of confidence, sensing that he might achieve significant success this time. Chapter 95. The End of Darkness. Upon retrieving the machine gun and activating its power, Ryan was astonished to discover that it was equipped with a smart computer, making its operation as straightforward as a video game. He couldn't help but feel relieved that they were in the forbidden forest. Had this been within the school grounds, it would have merely been a pile of scrap metal. The battlefield had descended into an eerie silence. As Mozag retreated deeper into the forest to evade the fire from the pea-shooting gunners, needing time to gather more spiders to offset Ryan's firepower through sheer numbers. After all, their side was not numerous, and the location chosen for defense was rather limited. No one had anticipated that the eight-eyed giant spiders would launch a full-scale assault, resulting in insufficient firepower density across the small area. Seizing this opportunity, the centaurs and unicorns began a brief respite. Although the centaurs possessed immense physical strength, drawing a bow with sheer muscle was still quite exhausting. Meanwhile, the unicorns required time to replenish their magical energy. Wolf, taking advantage of his smaller target and agile movements, began setting up potato bombs nearby. Curiously, Farron approached Ryan upon seeing him extract 2 machine guns, inquiring, "What is this?" "It launches metal projectiles rapidly, akin to archery. If there are targeted magical protections, it may prove ineffective. However, I believe it serves as a formidable weapon against those spiders, as the eight-eyed giants lack magical defenses," Ryan explained, receiving a measured assessment from Lady Betty after she viewed the demonstration on the computer. Subsequently, Lady Betty designated 2 centaurs to operate the machine guns. Ryan, intrigued, asked Betty, "Do you not find this taboo? I know many wizards disdain everything related to muggles." Before long, the 2 centaurs stationed themselves on either side of the slope, preparing to establish a crossfire position. Suddenly, with a shrill sound reminiscent of glass shattering, a horde of spiders surged forth from the thickets like a tidal wave. Ryan swiftly employed magic to disrupt the spiders. Amidst such a dense charge, disturbing even a single spider could trigger a chain reaction, creating sufficient chaos to hinder their advance and prolong their exposure to the surrounding flora. Gradually, the spiders forged a path with their bodies. Lady Betty detonated several potato bombs, stalling the spiders' progress, yet they quickly filled the gaps like an unrelenting tide. Ultimately, she detonated the entire perimeter of potato bombs encircling the hill, using the explosion to disrupt the spiders' sensory balance, causing them to clump together. At that moment, the machine guns positioned on either side of the hill opened fire. The scene transformed into a massacre. Unlike the peas, the 7.62mm bullets easily penetrated multiple spider bodies. Spiders were not zombies. They needed to be thoroughly disoriented to cease their advance. After sustaining some damage, many spiders lost their sense of direction and halted their progression. This, in turn, caused the spider horde to become denser, facilitating further carnage by the machine guns. Meanwhile, the centaurs began affixing cherry bombs to their arrows, launching them into the densest clusters of spiders. Fortuitously, the tightly packed spiders became excellent kindling for the fire dragon grass, eventually igniting a conflagration near the hill. Mozag, in a desperate charge, was swiftly eliminated by concentrated fire. It had believed it could withstand the centaur's arrows to carve a path for its progeny, but was caught off guard as the centaurs unleashed cherry bombs, resulting in its immediate demise. The remaining spiders, lacking sufficient intelligence, blindly followed Mozag as final command, ultimately meeting their end. As the remaining spiders, driven by instinct, fled in disarray towards their lair, victory could be proclaimed. The sun began its slow descent towards the west, casting a golden hue over the battlefield, where an array of spider carcasses lay scattered, a scene both brutal and beautiful. Lady Betty commanded several injured centaurs to gather the spoils, before leading the rest of the combatants in pursuit of the remaining spiders. Farron, crouching low, allowed Ryan to climb onto his back. Noticing Ronan dash past, Ryan merely cast a glance, offering no objections. Thus, he mounted Farron, for he could hardly keep pace with the centaurs in the dense jungle. Along the way, Ryan inquired of Farron, "As far as I know, centaurs generally do not permit humans to ride upon their backs, do they?" "Indeed, under normal circumstances, we view this as an affront. However, in this instance, we are united in a common battle to preserve natural harmony. In this context, placing a comrade who struggles to run upon one's back is not an insult, but rather an act of mutual assistance among allies. Much like the plants and weapons you have provided us," Farron replied. After traversing the jungle for less than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the mouth of the spider lair. Upon entering the valley, Ryan found everyone standing idly at the entrance of a cave. It turned out that, following their defeat, the spiders had retreated with Aragog into this breeding cave. A multitude of spiders blocked the entrance, rendering any assault impossible. The ammunition for the machine guns had been exhausted. The novice centaurs had scarcely released the trigger during their firing. With few cherry bombs remaining and witnessing a continuous stream of spiders emerging from the cave to reinforce their numbers, they abandoned the plan to blast a path through. At this moment, Ryan approached, opening a crate to test a grenade for clearing the way, only to be astonished to find that it was not an ordinary grenade, but a thermobaric grenade. Its power far exceeded that of standard grenades, and for a fleeting moment, Ryan considered saving it for the battle against the snake monster. However, recalling that he would also be within that confined space during the encounter, he discarded the notion of such a self-destructive plan. Ryan swiftly informed the centaurs of the grenade's capabilities, and after a few scouting, centaurs confirmed that the cave was not particularly large and lacked alternative exits. The final confrontation was poised to commence. Chapter 96. Conclusion and Harvest. Standing at the cave's entrance, Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the whims of fate. What began as a mere hunting expedition had unexpectedly transformed into a thorough extermination of the eight-eyed giant spiders. Observing the expressions of the centaurs around him, Ryan discerned their delight at this unforeseen turn of events, as it signified the eradication of a significant menace in the Forbidden Forest. Even though this was unplanned, it did not dampen their spirits. Although it felt somewhat villainous to be poised at the mouth of a lair ready to annihilate a group of frail creatures, the principle of ridding the world of evil was paramount. Ryan did not consider this an act of malevolence. After all, even the unicorns, a symbol of purity, had not opposed this course of action. This contemplation led Ryan to reflect on the decisions made after the defeat of Voldemort, where many Death Eaters had merely been imprisoned despite their culpability in countless deaths. This leniency had allowed them to escape and inflict further carnage upon their return. Had they been eliminated outright, might fewer lives have been lost. In this regard, Ryan believed that the wizards of England had yet to grasp the wisdom demonstrated by the unicorns. While mulling over these thoughts, Ryan's hands were busy. He bound all the grenades into a large cluster bomb and conferred with the centaurs regarding their battle strategy. With Betty's command, several centaurs hurled the remaining cherry bombs into the cave entrance. Following a series of thunderous explosions, the spiders at the mouth of the cave were entirely obliterated. Seizing the moment before any spiders could rush out, Ryan directed the cluster bomb into the cave with his wand, simultaneously activating the fuses with magic. Once confident that the grenades had reached deep within the cavern, Ryan shouted for everyone to take cover. He then sprinted to hide behind a rock, crouching and covering his head while opening his mouth wide. Just as he secured his position, a colossal explosion reverberated, and he felt the shockwave resonate through the air, unsettling his insides. Despite having covered his ears and gaping his mouth, the deafening roar still filled his ears with a persistent buzzing. After ensuring the explosion had subsided, Ryan emerged from his hiding place. At that moment, the centaurs and unicorns also ventured out from their respective shelters. As Ryan prepared to assess the aftermath of the explosion, he noticed a shadow darting towards him from the valley's mouth. It was Mr. Wolf, who, unable to cover his ears, had been waiting outside. My goodness, what a terrifying explosion. You cannot imagine. I even saw a spider leg fly directly in front of me. Mr. Wolf began recounting his experiences at the valley's entrance. Ryan then took in the scene. Remnants of spiders and green ichor were strewn about, with flames flickering on various carcasses. Additionally, many spiders remained intact, likely suffocated or burned. They discovered dozens of eggs in the cave's depths, all thoroughly incinerated. It appeared that the issue of the eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest had been decisively resolved, and smiles adorned the faces of all involved in this battle. Subsequently, the unicorns bid their farewells, while Betty organized the centaurs to collect spoils from the fallen spiders. Ryan adhered to his customary practice of erecting altars at both battle sites to purify the lands tainted by death. He also selected the best-preserved spider corpses to send through the time portal to the Evermanic Cave. The purification by the riverbank was completed swiftly, yet the cleansing within the spider's lair proved far more arduous than anticipated. Ultimately, Ryan was compelled to expend a considerable amount of his previously stockpiled magical materials to finish the purification. Upon concluding the ritual, Ryan was struck by the realization that the forest had accumulated countless souls due to the slaughter perpetrated by the eight-eyed giant spiders. As dark creatures, these spiders had polluted the jungle, preventing these souls from returning to nature. Over the decades, the souls had gradually become tainted by the encroaching darkness. Thus, Ryan's purification extended beyond the souls of the eight-eyed giant spiders to encompass those amassed over the years. While the material losses were significant, Ryan nonetheless reaped a multitude of rewards. Most notably, his mastery of soul magic had advanced considerably. Furthermore, with each soul purified, Ryan felt his virtue swell, simultaneously accelerating his cultivation of magical prowess. Additionally, by clearing the forbidden forest of the eight-eyed giant spiders, Ryan gained 6 deviation points. On the return journey, Mr. Wolf chattered incessantly, and Ryan could only respond with a smile. Upon reaching the forest's exit, Ryan noticed that Mr. Wolf appeared somewhat reluctant to part ways. It was understandable. After all, it was fortunate that a being with the spirit of a young human could coexist with those enigmatic centaurs without succumbing to despair. Thus, Ryan promised Mr. Wolf that he would visit whenever possible, and that Aunt Betty would inform him of the specific timing. Ryan, where have you been? I didn't see you at mealtime. Your roommate said you were absent from the dorm this afternoon. If I can't find you again, I might have to inform Professor McGonagall. Seeing Hermione's angry expression stirred a sense of guilt within Ryan. After all, causing others to worry was hardly a gentlemanly act. He quickly organized his thoughts and replied, I apologize, Hermione, for causing you concern. I ventured alone into the Forbidden Forest this afternoon and made an intriguing acquaintance. He then diverted her attention by recounting Mr. Wolf's background and experiences, providing her with an explanation. As he explained to Hermione, Ryan felt a wave of happiness. After all, the sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Chapter 97. Post-war trivialities. After listening to Ryan's narrative, Hermione was indeed captivated. Oh my, he is truly pitiable. A soul akin to that of a human, yet condemned to live as a wolf. It is clearly not his fault, yet he bears the brunt of it all. However, it is not all that bleak. Observing Hermione as she imagined the tragic existence of Wolf, Ryan hastily interjected. After all, considering the efforts made on behalf of house elves, he certainly did not wish for Hermione to preemptively establish a wolf protection society. Although life with the centaurs was somewhat dull, it was evident that Mr. Wolf had integrated into their way of life. He did not resent his existence as a wolf. He merely found it a trifle monotonous. Indeed, after hearing Ryan's persuasion, Hermione remarked, last year, Harry had encountered centaurs, and from his account, Hermione understood that they were benevolent beings. The sole issue lay in their communication with other creatures. Upon concluding Ryan's recount, Hermione learned that Ryan had promised Wolf he would chat with him during his free time. She then requested to accompany him on their next conversation. Reflecting that there would be no imminent danger in this, Ryan nodded in agreement to Hermione's request. Finally, Hermione retrieved a sandwich wrapped in newspaper and a bottle of pumpkin juice from her bag and handed them to Ryan. I thought you might not have had dinner tonight. These are for you. Thank you ever so much. Ryan accepted the food and devoured it hungrily, for he had fought in the Forbidden Forest all afternoon and was genuinely famished. The subsequent days returned to tranquility, with Ryan and Hermione taking time to converse with Wolf several times. Furthermore, he received the rewards from their recent battle: 3 liters of acromantula venom, over 30 liters of acromantula blood, and a large sack of processed acromantula shells. These were delivered by Forenza, who had transported them in 2 large baskets on horseback. Upon receipt, Ryan promptly deposited them in the grocery shop, where they could be preserved. Originally, one could have extracted far more from the thousands of acromantulas, but alas, the repeated explosions and flames during the battle had destroyed a considerable amount. Particularly, the acromantula venom could only be harvested from the last batch that was slain, as the venom would quickly become ineffective after the creature's death. This explains the exorbitant price of acromantula venom on the market. Of course, this skirmish also led Ryan to temporarily halt his plan to confront the basilisk. After all, the unforeseen complications arising from battling a mere giant spider made him acutely aware of previously overlooked issues. Thus, he devised several weapons and sought the assistance of Dave from the Plants vs. Zombies universe for their fabrication. Given that the Plants vs. Zombies world was currently in a state of busy recovery, it would take 1 or 2 months for these weapons to be completed. However, this delay proved advantageous, as the basilisk, being a cold-blooded creature, would likely be affected by the winter chill despite its magical protections against hibernation. In a month or 2, the weather would grow colder, making it more conducive for hunting the basilisk. Due to the persistent rainy weather, Ryan frequently observed the Gryffindor Quidditch players returning, caked in mud and visibly exhausted from their outdoor practices, which were arduous in such conditions. Consequently, Ryan concocted a recipe for ginger tea with brown sugar and requested the Weasley twins to deliver it to the house elves in the kitchen during their nightly excursions. Starting the following day, a pot of warm ginger tea was kept by the fireplace in the common room, significantly reducing the likelihood of students catching colds from the rain. Although few were aware that this was Ryan's initiative, he felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing his classmates relieved from the burden of influenza. Of course, Madame Pomfrey was one of the informed parties. Since the concoction was intended for the students, the house elves naturally sought her approval upon receiving Ryan's recipe. During Ryan's previous hospitalization, Madame Pomfrey had come to recognize his handwriting, quickly discerning the source of the recipe. Upon confirming its efficacy in preventing colds, she summoned Ryan to the hospital wing to inquire about its formulation. Fortunately, the medical practices in the wizarding world adhered to the ancient Greek principles of hot and cold, which resonated with many theories in traditional Chinese medicine. Consequently, Ryan requested his father to procure several English editions of traditional Chinese medicine texts from Chinatown and sent them to the school as a gift for Madame Pomfrey. It must be noted that the majority of the faculty and staff at the school were indeed elite, even though Madame Pomfrey's medical expertise far surpassed that of Ryan, who could only be considered a second-tier practitioner at best. She diligently studied the unfamiliar medical knowledge and sought clarification from Ryan on any points she did not comprehend. Her eagerness to learn and humility in seeking guidance exemplified the mindset of a true professional, which undoubtedly contributed to her success as Hogwarts healer. Approaching her, he greeted, "Hello, madam. What brings you here?" "Just a hair's breadth away from where I wish to be," Nick murmured. Noticing Nick's despondency, Ryan resolved to offer him some comfort, especially since he had previously benefited from Nick's ability to access the room of requirement. "My dear sir, if something burdens your heart, you may sit and share your thoughts with me. I believe that expressing your feelings may lighten your load." With that, Ryan gestured for him to take a seat. "Oh, you are actually willing to listen to Nick's ramblings. I cannot thank you enough." With that, Nick followed Ryan into an adjacent empty storeroom. Ryan cleared away several wooden crates and sat atop a small one. He then used a larger crate as a makeshift table, while Nick settled down on the opposite side. Once they were seated, Ryan remarked, "I believe I have recently learned a new charm that may bring you some cheer." Chapter 98. Nick's invitation. The so-called new magic that Ryan had learned was derived from the teachings of the Maoshan Taoist scriptures. He believed that this spell concerning spirits would surely amuse Nick. Thus, under Nick's curious gaze, Ryan retrieved a small incense burner, a stick of incense, and a pair of candles from his spatial pouch, finally pulling out 2 pieces of chocolate from the pocket of his robe. Once he had gathered everything, Ryan arranged the incense burner and candles atop the box before placing the chocolate behind the burner. With everything in place, he ignited the 2 candles with his wand. Next, Ryan took the stick of incense and lit it from the flame of the candles. With his eyes closed, he held the incense tightly and began to chant softly. Although Nick was uncertain of Ryan's actions, he could perceive the seriousness with which Ryan approached this task, prompting him to remain silent in order not to disturb him. After 3 or 4 minutes, Nick watched as Ryan inserted the incense into the burner and then opened his eyes, blowing forcefully towards the incense. The stick of incense was consumed entirely within mere moments, the smoke produced enveloped by the chocolate resting upon the table. Once he completed this act, Ryan returned to his normal demeanor, extending the chocolate towards Nick, saying, "Sir, you may indulge in some chocolate. It will aid in uplifting your spirits." Nick reached for the chocolate in Ryan's hand, responding, "I appreciate your comfort, but you must understand that we ghosts cannot." Before he could finish his sentence, Nick's expression shifted dramatically, for he sensed that he had grasped something tangible, a sensation he had not experienced in 5 centuries. Indeed, among all the ghosts at Hogwarts, only nearly headless Nick, who was not quite a ghost, could interact with physical objects. The others were unable to do so. "What is this?" Nick asked Ryan, astonishment evident on his face. "You see, my lineage hails from the East. Recently, I have acquired knowledge of certain Eastern magics, and this is one such spell that allows spirits to partake in food through the power of incense," Ryan explained. With a look of disbelief, Nick placed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, and soon Ryan saw tears streaming down his cheeks. After all, it had been 5 centuries since he had tasted food. After consuming 2 pieces of chocolate, Nick's previous despondency vanished, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you for allowing me to savor the delights of food once again." Compared to this, not participating in the Headless Horseman's team is no longer of great concern to me. Having said this, Nick suddenly became a bit bashful. "Ryan, I fear I may have an audacious request. No, that would be too presumptuous. You have already done so much for me. I should not impose further. Sir, what is it that you wish to express? Ryan inquired, observing Nick's conflicted demeanor. I merely wanted to inquire whether that spell was particularly challenging for you. As I noticed you performed it without a wand, Nick finally posed his question. At this juncture, Nick recalled something and quickly added, of course. This would require considerable time and effort on your part, so I intend to offer you a generous gift in return. You must know that I have resided in this castle for 5 centuries and possess many secrets unknown to others. That is not a problem. I simply need to inform the house elf in the kitchen, Ryan replied, and upon hearing Ryan's agreement, Nick was elated, assuring him that he need not concern himself with matters of food. He would handle everything. Soon after, Nick bid farewell to Ryan, his spirits lifted, as he intended to spend several days contemplating the menu to surprise all the ghosts at the upcoming feast. The common room was bustling with activity. Due to the inclement weather of late, everyone was eager to remain in the warmth of the common area. At that moment, the Weasley twins were feeding a fire lizard with fizzing whiz-bees, causing the creature to dart around the room amidst sparks and explosions. Fortunately, the fireworks of the magical realm would not ignite anything, or else a fire in this abode filled with carpets, tapestries, and wooden furniture could easily ensue. This was soon followed by Percy's admonishing voice directed at the twins, accompanied by the cheers of several classmates. At this time, Ryan squeezed through the crowd, handing some anatomical data he had learned from Madame Pomfrey to Fred, as they had previously discussed researching some intriguing candies. Ryan suspected that they had already begun to experiment with a quick-acting truancy potion, hence the need for such data to ascertain the proper dosages of ingredients. Really? Percy inquired, somewhat excited. Indeed, Ryan affirmed with a nod, as he observed Percy reprimanding a group of noisy first-year students. Ryan informed the twins that he was honored to join their research endeavors. He was curious to see what innovative ideas the twins would conjure up with his involvement, as well as the infusion of greater resources and knowledge into their project. Chapter 99, Preparations for the Feast during their last encounter with Mr. Wolf. He had lamented the monotony of life in the Forbidden Forest and inquired about potential forms of entertainment. Hermione, an avid reader, suggested that books could provide a delightful diversion. Consequently, Ryan and Hermione lent Mr. Wolf some leisure books they had brought to school, engaging in a brief discussion about which genres he might prefer. Now, Hermione was keen to discern Mr. Wolf's literary tastes. Mr. Wolf expressed his fondness for all books, attributing it to his prior boredom, and he now felt an insatiable desire to peruse any written page multiple times. Clearly, he was a diligent learner. Perhaps next time I could request my father to send my encyclopedia. Hermione held a favorable view of all beings with a passion for learning, even if that being happened to be a wolf, and she was eager to satisfy his thirst for knowledge. Soon, the day's classes concluded, and aside from Lockhart's theatrical performance course, the rest were rather satisfactory. It baffled Ryan why Dumbledore would invite such an individual to teach. Was it to showcase a quintessential example of failure? After dinner, Ryan promptly made his way to the room of requirement, ready to commence preparations for the ghostly feast. Upon entering, he discovered that Nick had already prepared 5 or 6 dishes, each steaming and appearing far more exquisite than the cafeteria fare. This was hardly surprising. Even the most magical house elf could not replicate the elegance and flavor of individually crafted meals compared to the communal slop served in the dining hall. Ryan began his spell work, and after over half an hour, he successfully transformed the 6 dishes into a spectral state. At that moment, he produced a piece of enchanted parchment and affixed it to the plates, instructing Nick to have the house elf transport them to the designated area, cautioning him not to remove the parchment. This parchment enabled the corporeal plates to hold ethereal sustenance. Removing it would render them immovable. After preparing the food, Ryan sampled the remnants only to discover that while the appearance remained unchanged, they had lost all flavor, resembling little more than chewing on plastic. Exhausted, he settled onto the sofa and chatted with Nick, suddenly recalling that Nick's knowledge of ghosts extended throughout England, some even having witnessed significant historical events. Perhaps he could glean some intriguing insights. Thus, Ryan inquired, "By the way, may I, as a living person, attend your feast?" Nick, taken aback, responded, "I would be delighted to have you join us, though I believe you might prefer the school's festivities over our rather somber gathering. You may even invite your friends. The more, the merrier." However, Hermione had already informed Ryan of her intent to attend, as she had rarely found accounts of living persons attending such banquets in books. let alone Ryan's mention of notable historical figures being present. The following day, Hermione accompanied Ryan to the room of requirement. Her curiosity piqued about how he transformed human food into ghostly fare. Nick expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Hermione's involvement, and while Ryan performed the spell, Hermione keenly observed, hoping to learn the intricacies. Unfortunately, the language barrier thwarted her efforts, rendering her incapable of understanding Ryan's incantations in Chinese. Ultimately, she abandoned her plan to master this unfamiliar magic, lamenting the limited references to Eastern magic within Hogwarts that left her insatiably curious. Noticing her distress, Ryan inquired, "What troubles you? You seem rather disheartened." "I made a grave mistake," Nick confessed with a hint of remorse. "In my quest to present a variety of delicacies, I prepared each dish uniquely. However, I just realized that no one possesses utensils. How shall we consume these steaks? Surely, we cannot expect everyone to take a bite from the same piece. Yet, if I prepare them in advance, the time will be insufficient. What shall we do now?" Upon hearing Nick's plight, Ryan asked, "Isn't it said that ghosts can carry items from their former lives?" "Indeed. But no one would have brought utensils with them at the time of their passing. Moreover, in my era, people typically used their hands to eat after cutting with knives. Forks were not yet common. In even earlier times, like during the age of that Slytherin fellow, knives and forks were non-existent. Do not worry, I have a solution." With that, Ryan retrieved a grass-woven sword from his spatial pouch, pricked his finger, and smeared the blade with his blood. Hermione observed that the moment his blood touched the sword, it seemed to emit a faint glow. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed no apparent change in the weapon. "How did you accomplish that?" Hermione gasped in astonishment. "I merely wished to experiment." To my surprise, it proved effective. The texts only mention that the Calamus sword can slay malevolent spirits, serving as a weapon for exorcism in the East. Yet they do not indicate its capacity for this purpose. Upon hearing this, Nick rushed forward. Even though Ryan swiftly sheathed the sword, the blade still grazed Nick's hand, leaving a small cut. As Nick stared at the wound in a daze, Ryan assumed he was concerned about the severity of his injury and hurriedly reassured him. The Calamus sword affects ghosts similarly to how ordinary blades affect humans. It is akin to a mere scratch. You will recover in a few days, so do not fret excessively. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Nick knelt on one knee, palms together, and implored, "Mr. Leong, I beseech you for a favor. Please, grant my request." Chapter 100. The Banquet of the Departed. As Nick knelt down, the atmosphere in the room of requirement became strangely eerie, prompting Hermione to cover her mouth in astonishment. At that moment, Ryan felt a chill run down his spine. According to Eastern beliefs, having someone older than oneself kneel is said to shorten one's lifespan. How much life must Nick, who is over 500 years old, lose? Not to mention that they were in the land of the Britons, where Nick's gesture bore an unsettling resemblance to a romantic proposal, and Hermione might have misconstrued it further. Nick, appearing momentarily overwhelmed by his emotions, regained his composure as Ryan spoke. He rose to his feet and said, "I apologize for startling you. My excitement got the better of me. However, I truly require your assistance with something of great importance." After uttering these words, Nick grasped his own ears and twisted his head off. Ryan heard Hermione gasp behind him, and he felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. Nick continued, "You see, I was struck 44 times by a dull axe, and I wish more than anyone for a clean severance. Yet, alas, I am still tethered by the slightest remnant of skin. Even in death, I am subjected to ostracism. Do those who have lost their heads suffer more than I?" Ryan noticed Nick's face brighten, likely fueled by indignation. "Their suffering pales in comparison to mine, yet I am shunned because my head has yet to part ways completely." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Nick added, "Ryan, I have just witnessed your ability to inflict wounds upon our ghostly brethren, and I wish to enlist your help in severing this last remnant of skin." Upon hearing this request, Ryan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. After all, severing a head, even that of a ghost, felt rather extreme. Thus, he responded, "You must understand, in the East, completely detaching the head from the body symbolizes great misfortune. Even in ancient times, executioners tried to leave a sliver of skin. Perhaps you should reconsider." "I have contemplated this for nearly 500 years, Nick replied, his voice strained. "You need not worry about such matters. After all, we are in England, where circumstances differ. Consider it a small favor for a friend." After a lengthy silence, Hermione finally raised her head and remarked, "I believe the term headless is particularly dreadful for a ghost, and Nick has endured this humiliation for nearly half a millennium. Ryan, If you can assist him, please do so. He is, after all, the ghost of Gryffindor. Realizing Hermione had presented a compelling argument, Ryan pondered her words before ultimately deciding. He lifted his gaze to meet Nick's anxious eyes and said, "Very well, I shall help you. But you must promise to keep this matter confidential." "Rest assured, I shall remain silent." "I swear it by the name of Sir Pippin," Nick assured him. Ryan nodded, allowing Nick to cradle his own head and lift it with great effort. Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself that he was a dead man. Then, he raised the sword of irises and made a decisive swipe at the remaining flesh connecting Nick's head. The skin parted effortlessly, but Nick, exerting too much force, hurled his head against the ceiling. Perhaps due to his sudden transition to a completely headless state, Sir Nick appeared somewhat clumsy in maneuvering his body. It took him some time to adjust, but he ultimately succeeded in reattaching his head. Ryan could see that Nick's spirits were now considerably elevated, his ethereal form radiating with newfound brightness. After a lively display in the air for a while, Nick finally remembered Ryan and floated toward him, exclaiming, "Thank you for helping me fulfill a wish I have harbored for centuries. I shall forever remember your kindness. You are my eternal friend." As Ryan concluded his duties for the day and prepared to leave the room of requirement with Hermione, Nick requested that Ryan keep this secret for the time being, as he wished to make a grand revelation at his banquet. On their way to the library, Hermione curiously inquired of Ryan, "Are there not significant differences between ghosts and us? At least, I believe that normal humans would not make such peculiar requests." As they walked, Ryan produced a talisman he had prepared earlier and handed it to Hermione. "It is not advisable for the living to spend too much time with the departed. Carry this talisman, and you shall remain unaffected." "Is this the magic script of the Celestial Empire? It appears entirely different from our ancient incantations," Hermione remarked, tucking the talisman into her pocket. With each step toward the underground classroom, they could feel the temperature drop further. Fortunately, the talisman activated just in time, warding off the chill that threatened to seep into their bodies. Upon reaching the classroom door, they found Nick impeccably dressed, standing at the entrance to greet his guests. "Welcome, my dearest friends," Nick declared, doffing his hat and bowing deeply. "Please, come in. I am grateful for your assistance. I believe today's banquet shall be the grandest affair in England for the past 3 centuries." Inside the basement, the temperature had plummeted further, and Ryan and Hermione could exhale visible breaths. In the temporary dance floor of the classroom, hundreds of ghosts swirled together in a waltz, while a group of spirits on stage created a cacophony with their musical saws. 1,000 candles suspended from the chandelier illuminated the scene with a spectral blue glow. Chapter 101. The Banquet of the Departed, Part 2. "I suggest we see if there are any familiar faces. No, rather, familiar spirits," Ryan remarked to Hermione, feeling somewhat foolish standing idly at the entrance. Before long, they spotted a recognizable ghost, the rotund monk from Hufflepuff, engaged in conversation with a knight sporting an arrow lodged in his forehead. Upon noticing Ryan and Hermione, the jovial monk floated over and expressed gratitude, saying, "I heard from Nick that you lent him a considerable hand for this gathering. As a member of Hogwarts, I must extend my thanks to you." He then introduced Ryan and Hermione to the arrow-ridden knight, stating, "This is Sir Errol, who valiantly defended a stronghold for 3 days during the First Goblin Rebellion until reinforcements arrived, only to be ambushed by a goblin crossbowman just as victory was within reach." "Wait, I recognize you," Hermione interjected. "You were featured in Wizards of Yore as a perfect embodiment of the bravery and resilience of wizards of your time. Is that so?" The knight responded, instinctively touching the arrow on his head. "Has my tale truly spread far and wide? How delightful! Though I have resided in a dilapidated castle in Wales, the news has not reached me often." The rotund monk proceeded to introduce them to several other spirits, each of whom had played significant roles in historical events, with one or two akin to Errol as pivotal figures in history. They grew increasingly interested in Hermione, who showed a keen fascination for their past exploits, surrounding her and engaging her in animated conversation. Hermione, in turn, was elated to gather first-hand historical accounts, even pulling out paper and a notebook to jot down notes. Meanwhile, Ryan, feeling neglected, began to idly survey the surroundings. He noticed a long table draped in black velvet at the far end of the classroom, adorned with neatly arranged silver-covered plates. It appeared that Nick had prepared a surprise for everyone. A few ghosts stood by the table, curiously discussing why Nick had chosen to cover the plates, as previous ghostly feasts had never been conducted this way. At that moment, A figure suddenly emerged from beneath the table. Ah, a little ghost from Hogwarts. What brings you here? It was Peeves, the only colorfully animated ghost among them. I assisted Nick with a task, so he invited me to the gathering. You seem a bit bored, so allow me to bring you some amusement, he declared, tugging at the corner of the tablecloth, seemingly intent on toppling everything onto the floor. Just as Peeves was about to pull the tablecloth, a raspy voice called from behind him. What? Something amusing? Care to enlighten me? Peeves froze, his ghostly form stiffening. Why, your grace, I assure you, I was merely, he stammered. Barrow, the blooded man, seized Peeves by the neck, his deep, gravelly voice booming. At last, I've found you. Nick tasked me with keeping an eye on you today, for it is his grand occasion, and he would not wish for you to ruin his soiree. Nor do I want you to bring shame upon Hogwarts. Now, come with me and sit for a while. With that, Barrow dragged a dejected Peeves away. Nick then emerged from the crowd, remarking, It seems your companion shares your fondness for this gathering. Ryan followed Nick's gesture, observing Hermione, now embodying a reporter, diligently taking notes while surrounded by a circle of exuberant ghosts. Indeed, it was quite entertaining. Ryan's statement was not mere flattery. Witnessing so many spirits at once and studying this ethereal existence hovering on the brink of death would undoubtedly enhance his mastery of life magic. Well, I suppose it's time for me to address the audience. I shall see you shortly, Nick announced, gliding toward the stage. As soon as Nick took his place, a horn sounded, and 20 ghostly horses burst through the walls, each carrying a headless rider. All attention was drawn to these spectral steeds. The leading horse, bearing a headless knight who clasped his head under one arm, galloped into the center of the dance floor. The knight leapt down, raising his head high to survey the crowd, drawing cheers from the other spirits. Upon spotting Nick, he tucked his head back into its rightful place and approached him, exclaiming, Nick, how fare you? Is your head still attached? Nick, removing his own head to the gasps of the audience, held it in one hand while playfully slapping the shoulder of the headless knight, laughing, Thank you for your concern. I trust you cannot prevent me from joining the Headless Horseman team now, Patrick. Patrick, seemingly an old rival of Nick's, had arrived with the intention of causing a ruckus. However, his plan quickly unraveled as Nick deftly countered his usual tactics. Witnessing his centuries-old adversary falter, Nick strode confidently to the podium to deliver his speech, while Patrick, after a moment of sulking, rose to continue his antics. He and the other members of the Headless Horseman team began a game involving juggling heads, drawing the crowd's attention. It appeared that the spirit's existence could be rather dull, making such lively spectacles quite popular among them. At that moment, Ryan dashed to the podium, whispering to Nick, Sir, it's time to serve the meal. Indeed, how could I have forgotten? Nick realized, gesturing to Barrow below. Barrow immediately leaned down and whispered something to Peeves. Reluctantly, Peeves flicked his hand, causing the silver covers on the plates to fly off and stack neatly at the table's edge. Soon, an ethereal aroma, distinct from that of ordinary food, wafted through the underground classroom, enticing many spirits to gather around the dining table. Yet, all were puzzled by the nature of the food. Standing awkwardly at the table's edge, Ryan observed as, spurred by Hermione's encouragement, the arrow-ridden Errol was the first to reach for a sizable piece of roasted lamb from the table, promptly placing it in his mouth. The moment the meat touched his tongue, Errol's expression froze, and he began to ravenously stuff his mouth with meat. The commotion drew the attention of other spirits, and soon the table was surrounded by ghosts eager to partake in the feast. Nick, holding a bucket of wine beneath his arm, poured drinks for everyone at the table, while Patrick, seeing that no one was watching them, engaged in his awkward antics for a while before joining the throng of spirits at the table to snatch up food. It seemed that the universal law of "it smells delicious" held true in every realm. Chapter 102. Nick's gratitude. Ryan observed a congregation of spirits, unmindful of their identities, scrambling for food at the table. Hermione approached, clutching a notebook, and exclaimed, Today has been incredibly fruitful. I have uncovered numerous secrets previously unknown to me. For instance, just moments ago, a ghost named Earl boasted of his bravery, only to be debunked by another spirit, revealing that he had met his demise after tripping and striking his head on a crossbow bolt during a chase. Indeed, many historical truths are best left unexamined. As Hermione animatedly recounted her discoveries, a gurgling sound emanated from her stomach, causing her face to flush crimson. At that moment, Ryan also felt a pang of hunger, prompting him to bid farewell to Nick. By this time, Nick had finished toasting and stood joyfully at the podium, observing the spirits indulging in their feast. Upon seeing Ryan and Hermione approach, he solemnly bowed and expressed, "Thank you for your assistance. I believe today is the happiest day since my demise." "No need for thanks. It was not a difficult task for me. We must now ascend to dine, so we must take our leave," Ryan replied to Nick. "Oh, I have been so busy these past few days that I completely forgot to prepare food for you both. I sincerely apologize for that. Hurry along to your meal. I believe you can still catch dessert upstairs. The gifts I prepared for you will be placed beside your beds by morning." With that, Nick bowed once more, escorting Ryan and Hermione out of the underground classroom. Ryan and Hermione hurriedly traversed the corridor and climbed the stairs, and upon breathlessly entering the hall and taking their seats, they discovered that the main course had already been cleared away, with desserts just being served. "Nevertheless, I feel that attending the ghostly gathering tonight was quite rewarding. I gained a wealth of knowledge unattainable from books," Hermione remarked, picking up a slice of pumpkin cake. "What made the gathering of spirits so special?" Harry inquired curiously. "I found the headless horsemen tossing their heads while riding to be utterly fascinating. It was something I had never witnessed before," Ryan replied while savoring a piece of cake. The following morning, Ryan awoke to find a thick parchment letter resting on his bedside. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered it was a missive sent by Nick via a house elf during the night. The letter began with Nick stating that he had bartered a bottle of his secret stash of fire whiskey to persuade Barrow to have Peeves pen the letter. As Peeves was the only ghost capable of writing, he refrained from allowing house elves to write, believing the contents of the letter were not fit for the headmaster's knowledge. As Ryan unfolded the letter, he realized that Nick had bestowed upon him a considerable bounty. The letter contained various locations and methods to access secret passages in Hogwarts, and it informed Ryan of a room that granted wishes, filled with items discarded by Hogwarts students over the centuries. Simply think of a hiding place at the entrance to find what one seeks. At the end of the letter, Nick mentioned a ghost who recounted witnessing a group of individuals clandestinely transporting heavy chests to a location near the southern coast of England nearly 2 centuries prior, after which no one had retrieved the chests. Given their size and weight, they likely contained treasures. It appeared that the Christmas holidays would be an opportune time for treasure hunting, Ryan mused. Nick's gift was indeed generous, and he hoped it would not amount to mere anticipation. In any case, assisting Nick had proven to be immensely rewarding. Feeling elated, Ryan attentively observed the play performed by Harry Potter and Gilderoy Lockhart in today's class, Gilderoy versus the Werewolf. Frankly, if Gilderoy were not a wizard, he could easily find work in Hollywood, as Ryan noted how Gilderoy's mere verbal guidance enabled Harry to capture the essence of the werewolf. After all, Gilderoy merely inquired about the experiences of true heroes, skillfully recreating scenes through his mere words. However, as a teacher, Gilderoy's approach was evidently insufficient. Ryan felt he was learning little in such a class. Thus, while Gilderoy was engrossed in the performance, Ryan took out a stack of parchment and began to analyze the magical lineage of the Viking wizards. It is essential to understand that mastering magic extends beyond merely learning spells. Once the fundamental runes that form a spell are comprehended, the practitioner can attempt to modify the magic. For instance, a regular wizard might transform a stone into a statue using transfiguration, or further, switch between objects. However, a master like Dumbledore could extrapolate complex spells from simple transfiguration. For example, in the original text, Dumbledore controlled Voldemort with a water orb at the Ministry, which was merely an extension of basic transfiguration. Ryan, at his current level, could not achieve such feats. He was simply deconstructing the Viking spell from memory, confirming each component's composition and effects before making minor adjustments. This task was rather tedious, requiring the restoration of all elements of a spell, including incantations and movements, to their original runic forms, followed by analysis based on the nature of each rune. Currently, Ryan was working on the ancient Viking Lumos spell, which was slightly more complex than the contemporary version but allowed light to detach from the wand and attach to certain objects. Choosing this spell as his starting point was due to its simplicity and safety. Even if he failed, the worst outcome would be a momentary flash akin to a camera's flash or, alternatively, no light at all. However, with more complex spells, failure could be perilous, as demonstrated by Luna's mother's tragic fate. As Gilderoy's performance reached its climax, Ryan finally recalled a transformative application of the spell from his memory. Expending triple the magical energy would double the duration of the spell's illumination. Overcome with excitement, Ryan inadvertently uttered the incantation, causing a shimmering silver orb to drift toward the stage, much to the astonishment of everyone in the classroom. This was a disaster. A grave mistake. Ryan covered his face with his hands in dismay. Chapter 103. Data Collection. Mr. Lee, could you elucidate your reasoning behind such actions? Lockhart inquired, his demeanor slightly perturbed, for it is only natural for one to feel discontent when their moment of grandeur is interrupted. I was utterly captivated by your performance in the werewolf battle. I couldn't help but cheer and inadvertently cast a spell, Ryan confessed, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, aware of the challenge in fabricating a tale in such a brief span. I can comprehend your excitement upon witnessing my prowess, but I implore you to refrain from such disruptions in the future. There are many classmates present, and it is rather inconsiderate to disturb their viewing, Lockhart responded, turning away to regain his composure and continue his performance. Many boys secretly commended Ryan's talent for spinning tales, while some girls cast him angry glances. Indeed, fervent fans can be found in any setting. After class, Ryan grumbled about the day's assignment, lamenting the requirement of composing a poem, a sycophantic one at that. What on earth occupies Lockhart's mind? He muttered as he joined the throng heading to the library. Once he completed his homework, he began scouring the shelves for tomes related to basilisks. Perhaps due to their rarity, the library housed few books on the subject. Aside from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which provided a general overview of basilisks, other texts merely skimmed the topic. His sole discovery was a Greek wizard's travelogue that noted the increasing difficulty in dealing with older basilisks. However, Ryan was already aware of this fact. Upon perusing the entire travelogue, Ryan noted an intriguing detail. Although basilisks could communicate in parcel tongue, their intellect remained that of a beast, lacking the wisdom of humankind. Seizing the opportunity while most were occupied with their assignments, Ryan slipped out of the library and into Moaning Myrtle's restroom. As soon as he entered, he found Myrtle perched on the sink. I recognize you. We crossed paths a few days ago. However, this is the girls' restroom, a place you ought not to enter. Myrtle remarked upon seeing Ryan. I came to seek you out, Ryan replied. Seek me out? Myrtle appeared somewhat taken aback. You know, although I am deceased, many still gossip about me. No one ever considers that poor Moaning Myrtle has feelings. I lack the extensive friendships of Nick, the warmth of the fat friar, or the noble stature of Helena and Barrow, so. At this juncture, Myrtle floated closer, locking her gaze onto Ryan's eyes. I am uncertain as to why you are here. Surely, you are not here to mock me? This has nothing to do with mockery. Rather, there is a question only you can answer, which is why I sought you out, Ryan stated earnestly. Is it truly a question only I can answer? Myrtle twirled joyfully in the air. Ask away. If it is within my knowledge, I shall certainly divulge it. Perhaps it is somewhat intrusive. But I wish to know the specifics of your demise, Ryan inquired. Oh dear, how dreadful, she exclaimed with palpable interest, her entire demeanor shifting. It seemed no one had ever posed such an honorific question to her. It all transpired here in this very restroom. Yes, I distinctly recall a pair of enormous, terrifying yellow eyes. It felt as though my entire being was seized, and then I simply floated away. Could you approximate the location of those eyes? Ryan pressed. Of course, she replied, settling onto the toilet. Ryan conjured two glowing orbs to represent the eyes and adjusted their positions per Myrtle's instructions. It was evident that Myrtle had not forgotten the entity that claimed her life. After 5 or 6 minutes of adjustments, she nodded, confirming that the eyes she had seen were indeed where the glowing orbs now hovered. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from the library and the approximate distance between the basilisk's eyes, Ryan was able to ascertain the creature's size. He swiftly extracted a notebook from his bag to record the data. Is this of great significance to you? Myrtle inquired, watching Ryan scribble furiously. Indeed. It could very well pertain to my life, he replied as he wrote. Ah, I am honored to assist you, Myrtle beamed, her joy apparent. This was likely the first time she had ever felt such importance. After documenting his notes, Ryan crafted some sold chocolates as a token of gratitude for Myrtle. She accepted them with delight, exclaiming, So you were the one who prepared the food at Nick's feast. Alas, there were too many people at the table. I only managed to snag a chicken wing. Thank you for your gift. You are always welcome to visit again. After bidding farewell to Myrtle, Ryan sought a secluded spot to open a small portal leading to the Plants vs. Zombies realm, where he cast his notes into the void. These insights would aid in enhancing the equipment he had previously ordered to effectively combat the basilisk. The knowledge Ryan acquired from the brewing of common potions swiftly bore fruit, as he concocted a magical dye for fabrics that would last only 36 hours. Thanks to the materials provided by the Weasley twins, this enabled them to create banners directly from bed sheets. After painting a roaring lion, Hermione cast a minor charm upon it, animating the lion to mimic a roar. "This is a little trick I learned from the Fat Friar, isn't it splendid?" Hermione remarked after completing the enchantment. "It appears you gleaned quite a bit from the ghostly encounters yesterday," Ryan observed. "Indeed," Hermione replied with a hint of pride. "It is curious how the majority of wizards overlook these spirits, failing to recognize that they too are vessels of knowledge. During our conversation yesterday, I acquired numerous insights, some of which are even forgotten. Your earnestness must have deeply moved them. Spirits that have drifted for centuries possess the wisdom to discern the intentions of those who converse with them. Your innate thirst for knowledge must have resonated with them, allowing you to gain such valuable insights. I believe only a rare few wizards manage to extract knowledge from ghosts. Perhaps I am not merely a bookish scholar after all." Hermione sighed with relief.